As the class began, Professor Yan came in with two young men. One of them Hansen was familiar with. With a handsome smile, Tang Zhenliu greeted the students. Another guy had an angled face. Hansen knew he was the chosen that ranked 6th, Yu Jiaming. Since Hansen did not go to the ranking rounds, he had never fought Yu. Blackhawk students were polite and gave no more than applause. When Tang was introduced, Zhang Yang clapped so hard his hands were almost swollen. Professor Yan still used his old-fashioned way to teach, but when talking about different theories, he would ask Tang Zhenliu and Yu Mingjai to do demonstrations. With the participation of 2 stars, the teaching effect was perfect. Both stars showed high attainment in martial arts, and their demonstrations were successful. In a few words, the ultimate goal of the martial arts was to leverage one's own strength. Please welcome Yu Jiaming and Tang Zhenliu to demonstrate black and white boxing for us. Yu Jiaming cut in, Professor Yan. If it is just the two of us, the students would not feel for themselves the essence of black and white boxing. Would you invite 2 students to spar with Tang and me? The proposal led to applause. To spar with such stars was of course a rare opportunity. Tang also glanced at Yu Mingjai. He knew what Yu was thinking. Yu had fought him in the contest before and lost miserably. Now Yu was afraid he would lose again and did not want to be humiliated in front of the class. That being the case, we will choose 2 students to spar with Yu Mingjai and Tang Zhenliu in black and white boxing. Any volunteers? Tang had noticed Hansen a long time ago. Seeing Hansen not raising his hand, he felt relieved. Hansen was so great at this that he would definitely lose if Hansen came up on stage. As Tang Zhenrom let out a sigh of relief, Yu Mingjai suddenly asked, Professor Yan, I heard that Blackhawk has a student named Aoyang Ziosen who is in the top 10 of the Military Academy League. Sorry, Aoyang is not here today. Professor Yan said casually, would you choose someone else yourself? Yu Mingjai smiled and asked the students, besides Aoyang Ziosen, who is the best martial artist here? All eyes were on Hansen. Although they had never seen him practicing martial arts, they could tell from his skills of warframe operation that his fitness was great. Yu Mingjai paused. He did not expect the students to have the same candidate in mind. It seemed that the student that was looked at was very influential in the school. But Yu did not take Hansen too seriously. There were so many military school students in First God's Sanctuary, yet few were among the chosen. As one of the chosen, he did not really think of the students as his true opponents. Tang Zhenliu saw the look in Yu's eyes and knew he was about to do something stupid. But Yu did not know what was on Tang's mind. He smiled at Hansen and asked, what is your name? Would you spar with me in black and white boxing? Hansen was a bit upset. He did not raise his hand, so why would you appoint him? Go ahead, Sen. You will be great. His classmates were very supportive and curious about Hansen's martial arts skill level. Yu Mingjai was glad to see that Hansen's popularity even exceeded himself as a star. He wanted to appoint Aoyang Ziosen to show off, so that these students would realize the difference between a military student and the chosen. Hansen, would you throw the punches first? Yu Mingjai said generously. The one who attacked would enjoy certain advantages. Can we start now? Hansen looked at Yu and asked. Sure. Ouch. Yu Mingjai had just agreed when a punch hit his chest before he could react. Yu stepped back and became furious. Professor Yan was explaining seriously. Hansen did very well. This is a classic psychological gaming technique, taking advantage of the weaknesses in the opponent's mind and hitting hard. However, Hansen could have improved by hitting the vital parts of his opponent's body, such as nose or eyes, which would disable his opponent and help himself in the future rounds. The students nodded, while Yu Mingjai was very pissed. Then he had to suppress his anger, since the professor had put it like this. Hansen did very well. Now we will continue. Yu Mingjai squeezed a smile and went back to his position. Tang was laughing so hard inwardly. Yu Mingjai, you really did ask for this. How could a military school student be compared to the chosen? In fact, most of the students also thought so. Although they felt that Hansen should be great, they believed that against one of the top unevolved individuals in the alliance, Hansen would still fall short. After all, Yu basically ranked 6th in the First God's Sanctuary, while Hansen was only the champion of a school-wide warframe game. Not even a martial arts game. Hansen directly threw his fist at Yu Mingjai's face, since Professor Yan had instructed him to hit hard in the vital parts. Yu Mingjai looked at Hansen's standing position, angle of his body, and the ups and downs of his shoulder. Soon Yu easily made his judgment. Such exaggerated acting. Clearly there is no momentum. He clearly seems to be bluffing, but it is a yin blow for sure. I was better than this in kindergarten. Yu Mingjai raised his arm with some contempt, ready to block this white fist from Hansen. He even used only one arm to show off his self-confidence and accurate judgment. Bang! Hansen punched Yu Mingjai on the arm. Yu's face suddenly froze. He thought this punch was thrown with the yin force and used only one arm to block Hansen's fist. But the fierce punch was actually a black fist, which was a yang force, and Yu's arm was smashed into his own face. Sparkles suddenly flew before Yu's eyes and a feeling of soreness hit his nose. He fell back involuntarily and sat on the floor. A hush descended on the entire room as the students were dazed. The result of the first round could be explained by the fact that Yu was unprepared, whereas the second punch was hit when Yu was intent and alert. However, Yu Mingjai still made the wrong judgment. Hansen is awesome. He is good at black and white boxing as well. Haha, no matter what the outcome would be, this one punch is good enough. It is the chosen he is playing against. So cool. He is the pride of Blackhawk. Haha, did you see how the expression of Yu Mingjai has changed? Hansen is simply my idol. Yu Mingjai wiped his bloody nose and got up, unable to keep smiling. But he did not give up like Tang thought he should. Yu Jiaming continued to believe that his loss was due to his carelessness and walked up to Hansen again. Another punch was thrown at Yu's face. Eyes locked on Hansen, Yu again made a judgment. From any perspective, Hansen's punch was not firm though it looked fierce. Yu decided that it was a harmless punch. Bang! Yu Mingjai's face turned ashy gray and was only able to stabilize his body after stepping back. He looked at Hansen, astonished. It was impossible, and the students were so excited that they were about to cry out loud. No one had expected Hansen to beat Yu once again. If it was not for the fact that the class was still in session, they would go up and hug Hansen, because it was such an honor for a Blackhawk student to beat the chosen 3 times in a row. Fixing his gaze on Hansen, Yu threw a hard punch at the young student. Seeing the fear on the students' faces, Yu smiled within himself. Now all of you must have thought that I have been angry and want to retaliate, so this punch must a black fist. That would be unfortunate since I threw a white punch. This way I would win this round and look like a bigger person at the same time, salvaging my own reputation. Yu Mingjai believed that Hansen would definitely dodge, yet the young student did not even cross his arms. Hansen simply reached out a hand in front of Yu's fist. Yu Mingjai suddenly turned pale, since his fist was grabbed by Hansen. The two stood still. #T. Just awesome. I thought it was a black fist for sure, and it was a white one. Hansen is so great. That is dope. And he is so confident. He is so good at everything. Professor Yan was still meticulously analyzing and teaching. More and more students had come since they heard about Hansen's performance. Even the corridor outside the windows was full. Those who could not come were also watching the synchronous holographic session via their smart device. After Professor Yan's class, Jai Yanran saw many students hovering over Hansen and decided not to join them. Jai Yanran checked the time and turned toward the cafeteria. She knew for sure that around this time, Hansen would go to the cafeteria where there were their favorite juices. Jai Yanran did not go far before she was stopped by Lily, who had run over. "Sweetie, did you go and check on our genius in the middle of our class? Who said I went to see him?" Jai Yanran curled her lips and said with shame, "Why else would you skip the class?" Lily asked, puzzled. "To eat," Jai Yanran said and walked toward the cafeteria. Lily followed her to the cafeteria. Jai Yanran deliberately sat in plain sight and thought with venom, "If that bastard does not take the initiative to come over, I will not forgive him." "Sweetie, are you waiting for someone?" Lily suddenly asked. "No," Jai Yanran replied absent-mindedly. "Then why do you keep looking at the door?" asked Lily, puzzled. Jai Yanran suddenly blushed and withdrew her gaze in panic. She bowed her head to eat and replied, "I did not." "Sweetie, you are a bit weird today." Lily looked her up and down. "The genius is here," someone whispered. Lily quickly looked to the door and saw Hansen and Jiang Yong entering the cafeteria. Lily suddenly looked at Jai Yanran with disbelief. "Sweetie, you are waiting for him, right? How did you know he would come here? Tell me." "Stop it. I was not waiting for him. And how would I know he'd be here?" Jai Yanran covered her own panic by taking a sip of her juice. When Chloe had thought of more to ask, Hansen and Jiang Yong had carried their trays to the girls' table and asked with a smile, "Sisters, can we sit here?" "Of course." Chloe looked at Jai Yanran, who kept drinking her juice, and looked back at Hansen. She had understood something. The genius is sitting with Jai Yanran. Is there something going on between them? "Shut up. How long has he been here?" "I have never seen them walking together either. But it seems that their relationship is unusual." Jai Yanran now regretted coming to the cafeteria. It was a rushed decision and she was less mad at Hansen since he had come over. However, the concerning eyes on her was almost burning a hole in her face. All she could do was drinking her juice. "Hi Hansen, my name is Lily. Warship Command Major. This is my roommate Jai Yanran. You should have heard of her. Chloe smiled and reached out a hand. Hello, I am in the archery department, and I am Jai Yanran's boyfriend. Hansen shook her hand friendly. Jai Yanran suddenly choked on her juice and everyone who heard that was appalled. Hansen said that naturally, while it was quite an arrogant remark in the ears of others, no one had dared to claim to be Jai's boyfriend. But Genius is just different. That's #T. Is he for real? They are really together. This is too fast. He has only been here for a few months. There goes our campus belle. But he would be the only one who deserves her anyway. Gossip filled the cafeteria as people whispered and sent pictures to the campus community. The genius's girlfriend exposed. You would not believe who she is. Campus belle taken. A variety of different titles and videos filled the community in a sudden. At this time, Chloe was looking at Hansen, stunned. Although she thought there was something going on, she did not expect him to admit being her boyfriend. Based on her understanding of Jai Yanran, her roommate would never let this happen. I will kick your ass right now if you keep talking this way, shouted Monkey among a group of men who had come over to this table. Our president has said before, whoever wants to be her boyfriend has to beat her at hand of God. Can you? Monkey asked coldly. That is easy, Hansen said casually. Staring at Hansen, Liu Feng suddenly said, now you have to beat me before you could pursue Yanran. Now isn't that even easier? Hansen laughed. What did you say? Monkey and the rest were furious. Liu Feng stopped them and threw a fiery gaze at Hansen. Then we will have one match. If you lose, do not let me see you around her again. Is that necessary? You have lost already. Hansen smiled. With both of her hands on the table and her eyes fixed on Hansen, she almost shouted, are you Jai Yanran's boyfriend? The onlookers were shocked by Chloe. They all felt that Chloe was making a big deal out of nothing, since Hansen just said he was. But Chloe quickly changed her way of asking, are you my girlfriend as Jai Yanran? All of a sudden, everyone opened their mouths wide. They did not expect that this was the guy who had beaten Liu Feng by 20 points on the BattleNet. Now that Hansen had personally admitted that he was Jai Yanran's boyfriend, was it not the most plausible theory that he was behind that ID? That's my BattleNet ID, Hansen replied casually. Liu Feng, Monkey and the rest all went pale. They could not believe this. If Hansen was really my girlfriend is Jai Yanran, then there was no need for another match indeed. No wonder the genius said he had won already. So he is my girlfriend is Jai Yanran. The genius is out of this world. I thought he was good at Warframes, but he is better at black and white boxing. Now he is even better at Hand of God and has beaten Liu Feng by 20 points. Great God, he is one of a kind. This news made many feel incredible and relieved at the same time. After all, unless it was Jai Yanran's boyfriend, who would be so shameless to use that ID? But the news was still earth-shaking in Blackhawk, whose campus belle finally had a boyfriend, Hansen. Jai Yanran was the campus belle, but Hansen was even more famous, the genius who had the Starry Cup in his pocket, beat the Chosen in black and white boxing and killed it at Hand of God. Many people only felt a bit surprised when hearing the news, and soon thought that it was rather natural. Even the photos of Hansen and Jai Yanran together looked sweet and natural. When the two stood together, people noticed that although Hansen was not as good-looking, he had a man's determination. What was more incredible was his skin was even better than his girlfriend's, making many girls jealous. Any picture with Jai Yanran and Hansen and it was beautiful. They looked perfect together like a sword belonged to its knight. Wait, have we met recently? The more she looked at Hansen, the more familiar Chloe felt. Suddenly, Chloe thought of something incredible and her eyeballs almost fell out. She pointed at Hansen. You, dormitory. Before could finish that sentence, Jai Yanran blushed and dragged her back to the dorm. Sweetie, I did not see that you have such potentials. Tell me, when did you have this guy under your skirt? I can't believe you pretended not knowing him and said you had no idea who your boyfriend was, said Chloe with a faint smile, glancing at Jai Yanran who had her face covered up in a blanket. Jai Yanran said with a look of pretended annoyance, it's not like that. I really did not know it was him. Digan had agreed to Hansen's terms and signed a contract with him. There were many activities that he needed to attend. One of the most important activities was that Digan would host a Digan Warframe match on the 10th of the next month, and Hansen had to participate in it. And the period of time before the match would see overwhelming advertising campaigns of the new Warframe, SKTS. On the 10th of the next month, the Digan Warframe match would start and SKTS would be launched, while Starry Cup finals would also begin. As the spokesperson of Digan, Hansen needed to appear in its commercials and campaigns, which he was glad to oblige. His silver killer had already been sent back to the lab to have a weapon system installed. But even if he still had it, Hansen could not operate Silver Killer, because the only warframe he should be driving for the time being was SKTS. SKTS had almost the same appearance as Silver Killer, but its performance level was much lower. As a prototype, Silver Killer was even better than ordinary military warframes, let alone the civil ones. But the outsiders could not distinguish between Silver Killer and SKTS at all. From their looks, they were the same warframe. All of Digging's campaigns had been about the concept of super biological warframe, but none had shown the appearance of this new warframe. At this time, Digging was seizing the time to shoot the commercials for SKTS for publicity. Digging had informed Blackhawk to allow Hansen to take a leave from school when there was no holidays so that he could go to a base of Digging for the shooting. Because it was a trade secret, Hansen could not tell anyone anything before the commercials were aired. Hansen just told Jai Yanran that he had some errands to run before he was taken by the staff of Digging. In a corner office at the base of Digging, an 18-year-old girl in white uniform was arguing in front of Liu Chenming. General Manager Liu, I believe that I have the ability and confidence to star the commercial. Why would you ask me to be just a pretty face and let an ordinary military school student to star the commercial? Please give me an explanation. Yu Kaing-sun was sizzling with anger. Although obedience was the first duty of a soldier, Yu Kaing-sun, who was from a service family, could not accept the fact that she had to be a stooge to an ordinary student. As a member of the Special Warframe Force, as well as the fourth and the only female among the chosen this year, Yu Kaing-sun was a bigger star than Tang Zhenliu and Lin Feng. As early as a year ago, Yu was designated as the official spokesperson of Digging and had endorsed most of the company's new products. The sales numbers of those products had been great. That was why it was difficult for her to accept the order to act in a supporting role to an ordinary military school student who was from Blackhawk. Maybe for an average person, Blackhawk was regarded as a prestigious school, but for her, who was in Alliance Central Military Academy, Blackhawk was nothing. Kaing-sun, you are not in a supporting role. You are the heroine, and he is the hero, and the commercial will be starred by both of you, Liu Changming said with a smile. Besides, now all young people like to see a beauty in the commercials. You will definitely attract more attention than he ever will. General Manager Liu, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? This is a Warframe commercial. Have you ever seen a heroine who does not drive the Warframe? Asked Yu Kaing-sun, biting her lip. She had seen the script. Although she was the heroine, there was no scene where she would drive SKTS. The point of her being there was her face, which was not something she was used to. And she was indeed playing a supporting role. After all, whoever drove a Warframe could be called a star in the commercial. Kaing-sun, you are not only a soldier, but also a star. Trust your performing skills, and I believe you can make yourself the protagonist of you too. Liu Changming narrowed his eyes and said. But Yu Kaing-sun wanted to say anything, but was interrupted by Liu. No, but this is an order. If you have any opinion, you can go talk to your superior. Liu Changming darkened his face. Yu bit her lip and had to step out of Liu's office. A soldier before a star, she must obey orders despite her own unwillingness. As a member of the Special Warframe Force, she could not even touch the Warframe in a Warframe commercial, which was definitely a shame for her. I want to see who it is that took this role from me. Yu Kaing-sun ground her fine teeth. If it was for any other commercial, Yu Kaing-sun would not mind as much, but she was really into SKTS. In her eyes, SKTS was leading the revolution in the Warframe industry. Hence it was her sincere hope to star the commercial for this Warframe. Hansen was received by Liu Changming himself when he came to the base. Hansen did not dare to trifle with Liu, who was the general manager of Digging and a major general. Fortunately, Liu Changming had a great impression of Hansen, and their meeting was also quite pleasant. Liu Changming personally arranged for Hansen's residence and welcome dinner, where almost everyone involved in the commercial showed up. Liu introduced the director, producer, and everyone else to Hansen. The only one missing was the heroine, but Hansen did not know there would be a heroine at all and simply enjoyed his meal. The next day, someone took him to the Warframe training ground to get familiar with SKTS. Looking at its appearance, Hansen could hardly distinguish between SKTS and Silver Killer. The only difference was that when folded up, SKTS was bigger than Silver Killer. Silver Killer was the size of a portable briefcase, while SKTS was like a luggage case. An array of SKTS were placed on the stage, looking identical. Hansen picked one and turned it on. Although it had the same appearance, Hansen felt the difference after he started to drive. In SKTS, the comfort of driver was improved, whereas the performance was significantly reduced. But even SKTS was much better than the King series of Starry Group in both performance and smoothness. Used to using a high-performance warframe, Hansen was driving SKTS in his usual style, which led to small deviations in the warframe's movements. Some acts that Hansen assumed that SKTS would perform easily actually failed due to its lack of horsepower. Having been watching him secretly in an SKTS on the side, Yu Kyung-sun felt even worse for herself being a stooge to this guy. Even if I could not get the leading role back, I will show you what it is like to be a true warframe operator, thought Yu. Turning her warframe on, she commanded it to draw a laser sword and rush toward Hansen. When practicing, Hansen suddenly saw an object approaching him at a high speed from the radar. He looked up and saw another SKTS coming toward him with a sword in its hand. Assuming that it was arranged to get him familiar with the warframe, Hansen was not surprised. Controlling his warframe to hold a sword in hand, he was ready for the fight. But Hansen misunderstood one thing. He thought there was an operator in each SKTS in the array, and was prepared to be thrown into a group fight. Hence, he thought he should get rid of the first warframe coming at him as fast as possible, so that it would be easier for him to deal with the rest. Liu Changming and the director of the commercial Zhu Wencheng were monitoring Hansen's practice through a monitor. Suddenly seeing a SKTS moving, they both paused. And then Liu Changming suddenly knew what was happening and his face became grave. It must be Yu Kyung-sun. This is such nonsense. Ready to ask someone to stop her, Liu Changming rose up but was stopped by Zhu Wencheng, who smiled and said, "Liu, it is okay. You said Hansen is a warframe genius, so wouldn't it be brilliant if you could just beat her so that she would play her role willingly?" Liu Changming said a wry smile. "Zhu, you do not know Yu's background. She comes from a warframe family where generations of people have been dedicated to warframe operation. She was sent to the special warframe force when she turned 16 and have been practicing with the best men ever since. Few at her age could be better than her at warframe." Having taken a deep breath, Liu Changming continued, "Hansen is very good, but I cannot guarantee that he will be able to beat her. Moreover, she has been practicing on SKTS for days, while he is just getting started. The performance of SKTS is much worse than Silver Killer, so he must be still getting used to it." "Ugh, let's stop her immediately then," Zhu Wencheng quickly said. "It's too late. Let's hope for the best," Liu Changming said with a wry smile. "Even if he sent someone right now, it would be too late for that person to stop you." Yu Kyung-sun's style of operation was like her character, taking the lead whenever possible. She would fight without fear even when she was against someone much stronger than herself. Yu Kyung-sun drove SKTS at full speed toward Hansen. With the power generated from the high speed, the SKTS wielded the sword from above fiercely. Seeing Hansen raising his sword to block her strike, she felt more disdained. With the same warframe, hers had a higher speed than his, so it was predictable that his warframe would suffer more. Once his warframe fell to the ground, he would have no chance to adjust before she beat him. Yu Kyung-sun's strike was so fierce that she seemed to have put all her anger in it. The swords were merely 10 inches apart and were about to collide. Considering the size of SKTS, the distance was alarming. At this time, Yu suddenly saw Hansen's sword had disappeared. Yu Kyung-sun was shocked. But at this point there was nothing she could do other than watching the other SKTS turning swiftly and briskly appearing behind her. Then, in the blink of an eye, Hansen controlled his SKTS to kick the other warframe on the back. Accompanied by its inertia of going forward, Yu's warframe was brought to its knees. With the intense impact, Yu Kyung-sun was dumbfounded, not just because of the physical pain, but also because she could not believe she would lose like this to someone that she despised. For a moment, she did not move. She knew her opponent could have used his sword instead of foot, which would ruin her and her SKTS. Liu Changming and Zhu Wencheng were also dazed. They had never thought that she would lose so fast. "This young man is really good," commented Liu Changming gladly. He had had enough of Yu Kyung-sun's festering these days. Now she had no reasons to complain. Zhu Wencheng also smiled and said, "Indeed, it is wonderful for an unevolved person to have such performance." Trying to taking it from other SKTS when Hansen got rid of Yu Kyung-sun, he found the other warframes remained still. It seemed that it was the only warframe that he was supposed to spar with. When Hansen was confused, a beautiful girl in white uniform came out of the SKTS on the floor. She was breathtaking and even comparable to Jai Yanran, although Jai was sweet, while Yu Kyung-sun was valiant. They were both gorgeous in their own style. "The real warframes have too much constraint. We should fight again using the holographic simulation machine," Yu said aloud, walking toward Hansen. She was not convinced and thought her loss must be because she had underestimated her opponent. However, at this time, she had to concede that Hansen was a great warframe operator, and not someone she could beat easily. After all, it was not the battlefield and SKTS was quite expensive, so she wanted to ask him to use the simulation to fight, where they would have less constraints. Hansen thought she was an opponent arranged by the company and followed her lead to the simulation machine. As he was walking, Hansen thought, "Digging is so thoughtful to have arranged such a beauty to spar with me. I was being so rude to her and have to act like a gentleman later." Hansen was, of course, not thinking about losing on purpose. He only intended to wait longer before he won, letting the girl show her strength. Diggin had paid for his operation skills, and why would they do that if he could not even beat the girl they had arranged? Coming from a military family, she had a straightforward style and respected whoever stronger than herself. Just lots of time and energy. Haven't you heard that saying? Hansen shrugged, feeling slightly proud of himself being praised by such a beauty. What saying? Yu Kyung-sun was confused. Success is 99% of talent plus 1% of hard work. Hansen laughed. You hesitated and asked him, "You mean that success is 99% of hard work plus 1% of talent, right?" "Sorry, made a mistake there." Hansen felt a bit embarrassed, thinking that he should go more often to the cultural courses at school so that he could pass the school's semi-annual assessment. Yu Kyung-sun looked at Hansen, and suddenly felt he meant what he had said. Without any calluses on his hands, he had skin as smooth as tofu and looked nothing like someone who would work hard. 99% of talent plus 1% of hard work. I will keep that in mind. She cast another glance at him. Although she did not believe in geniuses, Hansen seemed to be a living example. Liu Changming and Zhu Wenqing both watched their simulated fights and were surprised by the outcome. It was hard to find any match for Yu Kyung-sun among her peers. However, she lost to Hansen completely, which was absolutely beyond their expectations. It seems that Hansen was better than we have imagined. Great addition to the special squad. When he becomes an evolver in a couple of years, he will be even more extraordinary. Liu Changming pondered and said. Zhu Wenqing nodded. Ting Xuan has great judgment. It was impressive that she was able to pick him out. I have always had faith in the people chosen by the kids. Liu Changming laughed. Hansen later learned that Yu was the heroine instead of his training mate. As cheeky as he was, he felt embarrassed. Fortunately, Yu Kyung-sun did not know his thoughts. Because she had been convinced by Hansen's talents, she was very cooperative in the shooting. In fact, even if she was not convinced, as a soldier, she would do her best to follow the order. The only difference was that she would act more naturally this way. During the shooting, Yu Kyung-sun would spar with Hansen and ask him questions whenever she had the opportunity. As she got to know him better, she felt even more intimidated by him. Hansen's speed was one of the things that made her feel inferior too. She estimated that she would only be able to do that when she maxed out on her sacred Geno points. Later, she treated him as a superior and even an idol to catch up with. If it weren't for his tender skin, she might even treat him as a teacher. However, she rather enjoyed squeezing Hansen's face for the nice feel, which was actually quite alarming for Hansen. The effect of jade skin had shown and he was afraid that someone might be able to tell that he was practicing this hyper-Geno art. Because of the special properties of a biological warframe, its color could not be changed. An ordinary SKTS was in silver and even the owner added a coating on the outside, as long as the warframe was turned to its compressed form. The coating would disappear, so Hansen's request was to ask Liu Changming to add some blue patterns on his SKTS. Hansen had already had his silver killer and was not interested in driving SKTS. With some decoration, it could at least look impressive when he took it out for a spin. Liu Changming agreed, but the color changing was quite difficult and required high-level technology. If the warframe were to be made entirely blue, it would be easier. However, to add blue patterns required the professors in the laboratory to manually change part of the particle structure. When Yu Kyung-sun found out about Hansen's request and saw the holographic design of the blue and silver warframe, she requested the same patterns in red to be put on hers. For this reason, Hansen stayed at the base for several more days and did not immediately return to school. Finally, on September 1st, Digging held the press conference on time. Different from the press conferences before, this one was hosted by Liu Changming personally. Facing the journalists from all the major press in the alliance, he said only one sentence: "Please enjoy epoch-making creation presented to you by Digging." After that, the holographic commercial started to play and all the audience were placed in a campus in the springtime, with breezes blowing gently. Then, they saw a beautiful girl sitting under a tree next to the playground, reading a book, her silky dark hair slightly fluttering. The scene was so breathtaking that the audience were afraid their breath might disturb her. Sunshine, green grass, and the beautiful girl brought them back to their innocent school days. Yu Kang-sun, I knew it would be her, all the journalists were thinking. The recent digging products were all endorsed by Yu Kang-sun, with great market effect. Therefore, everyone thought digging would continue to hire her, and it seemed that they were right about it. The scene was followed by a close-up of the book in her hands. In the sun, it felt like the ink could be smelled. However, darkness suddenly fell on the pages and Yu Kang-sun looked up, frightened. The grotesque, giant warship appeared in the sky and covered the entire school like a dark cloud. A Shira warship. The journalists recognized what it was. Bang! An ugly warframe fell to the ground, leaving a deep pit. The warframe stood up, the sword in its hand yearning for blood. Next, Shira warframes flooded out of the monster like Shira warship. The monsters descended from heaven at the same time, turning a sweet scene into hell. The earth was shaking, the gunfire was roaring, and the students were crying and running around. The girl played by Yu Kang-sun was also desperately running, holding the book in her arms. But how could her legs carry her faster than the Shira warframes? Not to mention the warframes were everywhere. A suffocating despair spread in the hearts of all the audience. At this critical moment, she tripped over something and fell to the ground, and the book fell in front of her. Struggling to sit up, she reached for the book in panic. When she turned back, she saw the school under attack and the frightening groups of Shira warframes rushing over. Seeing the despair on her face, everyone was heartsick at once, wishing they could save the poor girl. But there were too many Shira warframes, and one of them had even slashed at the girl with a sword. Bang! A silver box suddenly hit the bloody sword aside, the letters TS engraved on the box. The silver box finally fell into the hands of a boy in school uniform, who pressed the box and threw it up in the air. Some journalists felt that the boy looked familiar, but none could think of who he was. Everyone's attention was on the silver box. The silver box rustled and turned into silver liquid, winding up the boy's body. In the incredulous look of the audience, the silver liquid turned into the parts of a warframe and armed the boy. Silver Killer. It is Silver Killer. Finally someone recognized it. And at this moment, SKTS threw a laser sword and a particle gun, moving toward the Shira warframes like a ghost. In the explosion, the sound of metal on metal, the sparks, and the gunfire, Silver Killer was killing away. Facing Shira warframes, Silver Killer was like a proud warrior, declaring to the Shiras that humans were the true owner of the land. Bang! The laser sword was broken. The particle gun ran out of energy and was thrown at a Shira warframe. With its ammunition exhausted, Silver Killer was still faced with endless enemies. Everyone was shocked by the incredible visual effect. It was even better than a movie. But the next scene was even more thrilling. From the bombarded school, the students rushed out one after another, each holding a silver box engraved TS. When the box was turned on, all of them were covered in silver warframes, which then launched fierce attacks on the Shira army. Warfare between Shira and human was displayed with passionate background music, motivating each audience to join. Boom! The last frame was focused on the first silver warframe, which blew away Shira that was trying to attack the girl. The lens was zoomed in on the TS engraved on the breastplate of the warframe in the end. A line showed up slowly, with a low male voice reading, SKTS by digging, September 10th, Die Garden. After a moment of silence when all the journalists looked at the screen with a blank look, Liu Changming appeared once again on the stage. The journalists were raising questions like crazy. Mr. Liu, is that a real warframe shown in the commercial? Mr. Liu, can a warframe really be compressed into such a small case? Mr. Liu, has any special effect been used in the video? Mr. Liu, is SKTS the same warframe that appeared on the Starry Cup? Mr. Liu, that boy driving SKTS must be that Blackhawk student disqualified by Starry Group, right? Liu Changming lifted his hands to quiet the room down and said quietly, see you on September 10th. And then he did not say one extra word before leaving under the escort of security personnel. The whole alliance was in a heated discussion of SKTS, and the commercial had gone viral. #T. That cannot be real. Must all be special effects. How can it be special effects? It will be sold on the 10th. So Silver Killer was the latest super biological warframe SKTS. No wonder it was not on the market. It had not been launched yet. Starry Group is rubbish to disqualify the student. How is this a warframe for military use? Everything is clear now. Digan deserves the hype. Digan is playing dirty by showing a virtual image as its selling point. A shame on the military business. Exactly, Digan rubbish. Yu Kang-sun is gorgeous. She has changed her style too. Yes, she is so beautiful. I did not expect she could also perform such a role. A true goddess. Hansen's operation skills are top-notch as ever. Can't wait for September 10th to come. I'm so eager to get my hands on this. The most expensive warframe for civil use at the time was the King series of Starry Group, which cost no more than a dozen million and could be customized as required. SKTS, however, would not allow customization. Every warframe was the same model, not even the color could be changed. A warframe like this would be at most 10 to 20 million. Plenty could afford it. But when they saw the pricing, people were all dumbfounded. It was an absurd 76 million, which could buy 6 or 7 King series warframes and probably broke the record of civil warframes. One could even get 2 or 3 military warframes with that price. Also, only 100,000 units would be sold. It sounded like a bit number, but with so many planets in the Alliance and tens of billions of people on each planet, 100,000 was not a lot at all. The competitors attacked digging ferociously, and the people were also very dissatisfied with the company's strategy. Han Hao, come to see this person. This person looks like Hansen. Han Yume frowned and called Han Hao while watching the digging warframe match. They just look alike. There is no way that's him. This is a star and Hansen does not even deserve to polish his shoes. Han Yume's commented cynically. That's right. How could Hansen star a digging commercial? But they do look terribly alike. Han Hao, come here and look at this latest digging warframe. 76 million. So expensive that we could probably afford one if we sold everything. Han Yume said admiringly. Han Hao came out of the room, his face dark. Seeing the commercial, he gritted his teeth and said, that is Hansen. Jai Yanran was not happy recently. She only learned from Hansen about the commercial right before it was publicized. Before that, she was not even aware that Hansen had gone to shoot a commercial. When the commercial was aired, many students came to ask her, Yanran, your boyfriend is actually a star. Why didn't you tell us? Yanran, it's the SKTS really how it looks in the commercial. You must know since Hansen's your boyfriend. Did he take you on a ride in SKTS? She must have been driving it. Yanran, could you talk it up to the genius and get me an SKTS internally? I am afraid I won't be able to snag one. Jai Yanran was so depressed, since she knew as much as they did. Fasshole. I need to show him who the boss is when he's back. Jai Yanran fiercely ground her teeth. But when she continued to watch the commercial and saw the incredibly pretty Yu Kaing-sun, she suddenly sensed crisis. Tan, good job. You are now the spokesperson of digging. Zhang Denfeng said to Hansen over the phone excitedly. Haha, do you want an SKTS? Hansen asked with a smile. Yes, but unfortunately it costs more than 70 million. And even if you could get some discount for me, I still would not be able to afford one. Zhang Denfeng laughed. Hang on, I could get you one in a few days. Hansen was someone who remembered others' kindness. Since her family went downhill, Zhang Denfeng and his father helped them a lot. Otherwise it would have been even harder on Liu Sulan. And a while back, Zhang Denfeng gave him a $2 million broadsword and Hansen took it. Although he never used it, he remembered. 2 million was not much for Hansen now, but it was quite a lot for both of them back then. Even if Zhang could not use it himself, he could have used it to exchange for the meat of creatures, which he did not, but gave the weapon to Hansen. That's not right. Zhang Denfeng was slightly surprised. Although Hansen had endorsed the warframe, there was no way digging would give these warframes away. That's nothing. I have 2 now and we'll get you one in a few days. We could hang out together in them and get the swag. Hansen laughed. I appreciate it, but I am not interested in driving warframes. If you see some nice broadsword skills, remember to teach me, replied Zhang Denfeng. Okay then, said Hansen. Hansen returned to school on September 6th. The remodeling of SKTS took longer than he had thought. He could only stay at school for 1 day before going back to Dai Garden for the digging warframe match. He could get another SKTS if he was among the top 3. Unfortunately, this one would not come with a free lifetime maintenance service. Jai Yanran was on the Battle.net playing Hand of God when she saw a reminder saying my girlfriend is Jai Yanran was online. You finally showed up. Jai Yanran would like to invite Hansen to her virtual room, but thought it would make her look bad. Hesitant if she should ignore him, she saw an invite from him. Jai Yanran subconsciously clicked yes, and immediately entered a room Hansen set up. Sister, playing Hand of God so late at night. Hansen sent a voice message. Yes, I do not have a commercial to star or any pretty girl to perform with. What else could I be doing? Jai Yanran said sourly. Hansen quickly said, do not mention it. I had thought that an actress would be pretty, but was so disappointed when I saw her in person. She does not have 1/10 of your beauty. As he lied away, Hansen thought to himself, Yu Kaing-sun, Thank you for the sacrifice. Jai Yanran was secretly delighted, but pretended to be mad, so that you went for her in the first place. No way, that went for you, Hansen quickly vowed. How does the commercial have anything to do with me? Jai Yanran pouted. You see, I already have a silver killer, but you don't. My family is not rich, so I had to work for digging to get you a new SKTS. In the future, we could drive matching silver warframes, Hansen said. Who needs that? Jai Yanran blushed. It's just a warframe. I could have bought it myself. I had this one customized. It has blue patterns and is unique in the Alliance, which shows our love is unique, Hansen said. Just a change in the color. If I want it to be done, Liu Changming would not dare to refuse. Jai Yanran still pretended to be mad, while rejoicing at heart. My thought is unique though. Hansen was a bit shocked. He knew Jai Yanran was from a prominent family, but her tone suggested that her family was probably more powerful than he had imagined. You would really give it to me. Yours should come with the digging mark, right? Jai Yanran pondered and asked. Of course. Nothing is more important than my future wife, Hansen said. Who is your future wife? A warframe for a wife? You are too clever. Jai Yanran pouted prettily. Okay, a lover then, Hansen said, grinning. I'll give you a chance. If you could show up in front of me when I count to 3, I could totally be your lover. Jai Yanran teased Hansen. That is not fair. You know I'm not on campus, cried Hansen. Anyway, I gave you the opportunity. It's not my fault you can't make it. Jai Yanran knew Hansen would participate in the digging warframe match and must not be at school. 1. Jai Yanran counted with delight. No, Hansen whimpered. 2. You have to seize the time. Jai Yanran laughed. Can you count down in a few days? Hansen begged. No, I cannot wait to want to be your mistress. I've showered and been waiting for you to come. How can I stop now? Okay, 2.5. Hurry. Jai Yanran continued to tease him. Sweet sister, wait for me a bit longer. Hansen continued to plead. I have been so horny. It has to be now. Jai Yanran fell into a strong arm before she could finish the sentence. Surprised, she felt warm breath next to her ear and heard a familiar voice. Sister, you need to stay true to your words. Now you can be my lover. How can you be here? Jai Yanran was suddenly so shy that even her neck was crimson. She teased him because she was convinced he must be on the way to Dai Garden or there already. Hansen was holding Jai Yanran behind her, looking at her pink ear, and could not help pecking on it. Jai Yanran suddenly felt an electric shock, going limp in Hansen's arms. Looking at how pretty she was, Hansen felt an urge and kissed her deeply on her lips. Arms around Hanlan's neck, she kissed him back. While the two were at it, a scream scared them and they quickly separated. I am just passing by. Please continue. Lily, who had come to look for her roommate, went away, grinning. You come back here. Jai Yanran was full of shame. She quickly ran over to chase Lily. Hansen looked at his own right hand with contempt. It was this guy that had touched Jai Yanran's breasts when she was dazed. Hansen only spent 1 day at school before he took an interstellar spacecraft to Dai Garden. He needed to compete in digging warframe match for the endorsement and the prize. There were many applicants for the match in the end, and all the finalists were strong. Some players from military schools even gave up the Starry Cup finals for this. Compared to the King Series warframes, the mysterious SKTS was clearly more attractive. At this point, the SK series had become a synonym for high-end warframes. Hansen had also become quite a celebrity among the unevolved. In Steel Armor Shelter, young Manly widened her eyes, glaring at Hansen. Why? Why would you want to refuse to Digging's new warframe SK Wolf? Young Manly could not begin to understand that. Digging had offered Hansen excellent conditions for him to endorse their new 4-legged warframe SK Wolf, but Hansen had turned their offer down. In the view of young Manly, Hansen was just arrogant. He thought he had become a big star after shooting a commercial. Why did you turn it down? King Xuan looked at Hansen and calmly asked. The endorsement could bring me a lot of wealth and popularity. Hansen paused, and then continued. But my goal is not to become a big star, and this endorsement takes up too much of my time. I do not have time to be wasted on these things. SKTS was quite enough for now. Please explain on my behalf and turn down Digging's offer. I believe you would not want to see me failing the semi-annual assessment either. King Xuan smiled and said, since you have decided, I will reply Digging and you can focus on other things. Thank you, Captain. Hansen was glad that he was working for King Xuan, who was an admirable boss in every aspect. After Hansen left, young Manly was very puzzled. She looked at King Xuan and said, Captain, why did you agree to let him turn down the endorsement? It would do him and the special squad good. King Xuan grinned. An endorsement does not mean much. He has done quite enough. And he was right that the special squad does not need an expelled student. Do you really believe what he said? Young Manly widened her eyes. He was exaggerating, but was right about one thing. If his own strength cannot keep up with his fame, then everything is just void. He really should not waste too much time on vanity. King Shuan paused and said, draft a document to turn down Digang's endorsement request, please. Hansen was taking Wang Mingmeng to Devil Desert in order to get the S-Class license as soon as possible. Hansen spared no effort to make Wang Mingmeng max out on all types of geno points other than the sacred ones. Fortunately, Wang Mingmeng was resourceful, so it should not take too long. And he was not her only protector either. She would only ask him to accompany her to the extremely dangerous places like Devil Desert. There were quite a lot of sacred blood creatures in Devil Desert, and Hansen would like to take a chance and see if he could gain a sacred blood weapon. If he could, then in the future, he would not have to run from the sacred blood creatures like the silver bird, but could try to kill them. Wang Mingmeng rarely went to school. The reason she had chosen Heavy Warframe Society was that there was no constraints there so that she could spend most of her time in God's Sanctuary. In addition to Hansen, there were several other special squad members taking her out on hunting trips, coupled with adequate advanced meat for her consumption. Wang Mingmeng improved fast. Currently, she could fight a mutant creature alone. Hansen leisurely followed Wang Mingmeng riding the mutant three-eyed beast, watching her fight. All he had to do was to summon the golden rock worm to clean up the creatures she had killed. Now Hansen's targets were limited to mutant and sacred blood creatures. However, Wang Mingmeng still needed some primitive geno points, so they were still hunting for rare primitive creatures. Brother Han, there seemed to be a group of creatures eyeing us from above, said Wang Mingmeng, sitting on the back of her big white bear. It has been a while. I wonder why they did not attack us. Hansen nodded, as he had already noticed them. It was a group of black-feathered beasts. They were primitive creatures with a monkey-like body and a pair of black wings. Hansen had spotted them before, but they usually appeared in small groups instead of a large group like this. There were at least 3 dozen black-feathered beasts gathering in the sky right now. These black-feathered beasts were hovering over them, but did not mean to attack. Hansen had some doubts about this. Although they were intelligent, he did not believe that they could tell he and Wang were strong from their looks. With so many of them, the beasts could have tried to attack. When Hansen was wondering, he suddenly heard faint sounds of fighting ahead of them. The two exchanged a look and urged their mounts up a dune. From there, they saw a group of people being attacked by thousands of black-feathered beasts, some of which were mutant creatures. Surrounded by black-feathered beasts, the group had no way to escape. They were fighting hard, but there were bodies of both the black-feathered beasts and humans on the sand. So these guys hovering over us are just the sentinels. No wonder they had not attacked us. We were never their goals. Hansen was scared by how intelligent the creatures could be. They even had a strategy. That looks like Huanfu Pinking. What's she doing here? Wang Mingmeng watched for a while and looked surprised, her eyes on a woman in red armor among the group of people. Huanfu Pinking. Who was she? Hansen paused as he had never heard such a name in steel armor shelter. Judging from Wang's reaction, she seemed important. She is the daughter of Huanfu Hao. The Huanfus and Wangs have been friends for generations. We have been cooperating in many businesses. She is 2 years older than me and has entered God's Sanctuary 2 years before I did. Her shelter should be Faith's shelter. Why would she be here? Wang Mingmeng asked. Brother Han, can we help them kill the creatures? Do you know the rest of them? Hansen did not answer, but asked. No. Wang Mingmeng shook her head after looking carefully. How tight are you and Huanfu Pinking? Hansen asked again. We have known each other since we were little and our families have business collaborations. Wang Mingmeng thought and replied. Then we'd better stay here, so that they would not assume that we wanted to steal the creatures. Hansen narrowed his eyes and said. Wang Mingmeng instantly understood what he meant and stayed quiet. Obviously, Hansen believed that the group was able to cope with the group of black-feathered beasts. If the two of them rushed over, the group might misunderstand their intention. After a while, a young man of the group summoned a pair of white wings, flew up and started a killing spree. He is great. Wang Mingmeng was slightly surprised to see the young man moving. Your friend is better? Hansen smiled and said. Her. Wang Mingmeng looked to Huanfu Pinking in surprise, only to find her shooting arrows under several people's protection. Compared to the winged young man, she seemed less impressive. Every arrow she shot would kill the beast that poses the most danger to the group. And even a mutant beast would be shot dead by her. She looked ordinary, but her threat to these creatures is greater than the young man. She is both calm and capable. I think she is probably better than I in archery, said Hansen, squinting. Wang Mingmeng observed carefully, and found Hansen was right. Huanfu Pinking's arrows seemed out of order, but would always hit the most dangerous black-feathered beast. Suddenly, with a strange cry from afar, the cloud-like black feathered beasts scattered quickly, leaving thousands of dead bodies on the sand. The group of people clearly had noticed the two of them a while ago. Some of them stayed to clean up the field, and Huan-Fu Pinking walked over to the two together with the young man who had beast soul wings. Mingman, so great to see you here. Huan-Fu Pinking held Wang Mingmang's hand and said dearly, Sister, I was afraid that you might misunderstand, so I did not go over to help. You will not blame me, right? Wang Mingman blinked and said, Of course not. I understand that you meant well. Huan-Fu Pinking said and looked to Hansen in surprise. Aren't you the spokesperson of SKTS? I did not expect to see a celebrity here. It is my honor to meet you. Huan-Fu Pinking had reached out her hand. It seemed that she was genuinely happy to see him. Miss Huan-Fu, you flatter me. I just got lucky. Hansen felt a chill. Although Huan-Fu Pinking had a beautiful smile and cordial manner, he had an instinct that she was more dangerous than Son of Heaven. The poisonous plants were always beautiful. Since Mingmang is my friend and you are hers, then we are friends and you can call me Pinking. She then introduced the young man with her. This is Wang Dongling. He has been a great help in the shelter. If it weren't for him, I could never get here and chat with you. Wang Dongling's face was grim when seeing Huan-Fu Pinking talking to Hansen like that. But now hearing her remark, he suddenly smiled and said hi to Hansen and Wang Mingmei. After the four chatted for a while, Hansen learned that Huan-Fu Pinking and the rest had traveled from Faith Shelter and across the Devil Desert to reach here. It is really good to see you here. Can you take us to Steel Armor Shelter? Huan-Fu smiled and asked. Wang Mingmeng was ready to agree. But Hansen suddenly said, Miss Huan-Fu, we are not far from Steel Armor Shelter. Here is a map and if you follow this, you will get there in days. We have just arrived and will not head back now. Huan-Fu looked surprised for an instant before she put on a smile and gave the map to Wang Dongling. That being the case, I have to trouble Mr. Wang to take the group there. I have so much to talk about with Ming Neng, and will join you on your hunting trip. Wang Dongling's face slightly darkened. He quickly said, Pinking, it is too dangerous for you to be here alone. I will ask the rest to go to Steel Armor Shelter and I can stay to protect you. Hansen could not help frowning. Huan-Fu Pinking and Wang Dongling decided to stay without his consent, while the rest of the group took the map and went to Steel Armor Shelter. Miss Huan-Fu, do you need these black feathered beasts' bodies? Hansen pointed to nearly 1,000 dead black feathered beasts on the ground. So much primitive meat. Even if I want it, I won't be able to take it back. If you can use it, be my guest. Huan-Fu wondered what Hansen could possibly do with it. Hansen thanked her and summoned the Golden Rock Worm King, which was now the size of an ox. It quickly squirmed to the bodies and started to swallow. Huan-Fu Pinking and Wang Dongling were both shocked by how the worm ate its food. They had seen nothing like this since there were not a lot who kept advanced beast soul pets. Mr. Han, is this a sacred blood beast soul pet? Huan-Fu looked at Hansen and asked. It is, but it's basically useless. All it does is eating. Hansen laughed. He gained the beast soul of the Golden Rock Worm King when he was with Wang Mingmei, so he did not hide it from them. Plus, everyone knew it was hard to make a beast soul pet transform, let alone a sacred blood one. Hansen was trying to seize every opportunity for him to feed the Worm King. You are full of surprises. It's so impressive that you have a scared blood pet. I've always wanted one. If you could sell it to me, I promise that I will pay handsomely. Huan-Fu said unexpectedly. Before Hansen answered, Wang Dongling could not help saying, Pinking, what do you need a beast soul like this for? It is almost impossible to make a sacred blood beast soul transform. Without a lot of sacred blood meat, that could never be done. Hansen chuckled inwardly and thought, this guy is so dumb. That was just a probe. She does not really want to buy the Worm King. Huan-Fu heard Wang Dongling and said with a smile, I just really like it. Would Mr. Han be willing to sell? Hansen smiled faintly and said, Miss Huan-Fu, if you like it, of course I could sell. But I have spent quite some energy to feed the Golden Rock Worm King and the price would be high. I suggest that we barter. I could trade this sacred blood beast soul with another. What do you think? Huan-Fu pondered and said, I also need sacred blood beast souls. Do you accept cash? I am willing to buy it with 100 million. Hansen slightly shook his head. I am sorry for Miss Huan-Fu. I am not short of money and would only consider another sacred blood beast soul. It is really a pity. Huan-Fu seemed to feel genuinely sorry. The conversation had ended. Huan-Fu never wanted to buy the beast soul pet, but her probe did not get her what she wanted to know. But Hansen did make her feel alarming. She had an intriguing smile on when seeing him. Because Huanfu Pinking and Wang Donglin had joined them, Hansen did not need to do much. He simply protected Wang Mingmeng to hunt and did not fight himself. Wang Donglin, on the other hand, had been very eager to show off in front of Huanfu. He was constantly killing creatures, making Wang Mingmeng quite unhappy. Wang Mingmeng planned to practice her skills in Devil Desert. Mr. Han's Warframe skills are the best among the unevolved. I wonder which aspect are you good at when it comes to martial arts? Huanfu Pinking wanted to see how well Hansen could fight when they saw the mutant creatures, but Wang Dongling was quite eager to show off and her plan failed. There is nothing in particular that I am good, Hansen casually replied, wondering if he should end the trip early. With these two following, he could not achieve anything. With his skills in Warframe, Mr. Han must have spent all his time on that. Wang Dongling cut in. Hansen almost laughed out loud. Wang Dongling was definitely the worst teammate ever. He did not understand the minds of Huanfu at all and was playing cover for Hansen. Huanfu frowned. As astute as her, she was impatient about Wang Dongling, who had disrupted her probe for Hansen. Wang Mingmeng also felt amused. Seeing it getting awkward, she said, Brother Han is in the archery department, so he is good at archery, but definitely not as good as pinking. Hansen being an archery student was reported by various media, and Wang Mingmeng felt it was okay to share that. So Mr. Han, you are in the archery department. We shall have a little competition later. Huanfu did not pay any special attention to Hansen before and only learned his name via the Digant commercial. Knowing he was an archery student, she was quite delighted. I think we should forget it. My archery skills are quite ordinary. Hansen was tired to cope with Huanfu. As pretty as she was, this woman was too cunning. Hansen did not like women like her. Pinking, do not embarrass him. He must have spent all his time on warframes instead of archery. If you want to compete, I can join you. I have practiced archery for a long time. Wang Dongling said with a smile. Hansen and Wang Mingmeng exchanged a glance, and both of them twitched the corners of their mouths. This guy was so dumb that he was almost cute. Huanfu was about to burst with rage. She thought, Wang Dongling, you must be a pig. Hansen is obviously Wang Mingmeng's protector. If Hansen had nothing special about him, would the Wangs trust Mingmeng alone with him in such a dangerous place? Huanfu was so mad that she stopped talking. The four continued into Devil Desert. After a while, Hansen suddenly looked up at the sky and said grimly, we should go back. So soon. Wang Dongling slightly hesitated, not understanding what made Hansen say so. Huanfu Pinking and Wang Mingmeng looked in the direction of Hansen's sight and saw two black feathered beasts circling in the sky. You are worried about the black feathered beasts? Huanfu lowered her voice and asked. Hansen nodded. These days there have always been black feathered beasts around us. Maybe it has something to do with that large group of them. Wang Dongling said with a confident smile, Mr. Han, you worry too much. They are merely beasts and not as intelligent as you think they are. And even if they come here, I could kill as many as there are. Hansen did not have time to explain to Wang Dongling. He summoned his mutant three-eyed beast mount and called Wang Mingmeng. Mingmeng, let's go. Hansen had seen what the sacred blood fox king could do, and these black feathered beasts might also have a king like that. Constantly seeing them around gave him a bad feeling. Since he had taken Wang Mingmeng here, he needed to be responsible for the safety, not to mention the trust she placed in him. Sister, let's go together. Wang Mingmeng summoned her big white bear and asked Huanfu Pinking. Huanfu nodded and summoned her mount, following the two. Wang Dongling had to summon his mount and follow them. He murmured, just a few black feathered beasts. What's to be afraid about? Hansen simply ignored him, and guarded Wang Mingmeng run at full speed. Half an hour later, the sky darkened. It was daytime and in a desert, but the sun was suddenly gone. The black feathered beasts rushed toward them like bats. The four were filled with aghast. This group was even bigger than last time. They must be more than 10,000. Among them many had wings like iron, which indicated they were mutant. Among the black feathered beasts, there was a red one over 9 feet long and its wingspan more than 60 feet roaring and snapping. In its roar, the horrifying black feathered beasts were like soldiers, launching organized attacks at them. A scared black feathered beast, Huanfu cried. Wang Dongling's face was grim. He summoned beast soul armor, his white wings and a pair of beast soul knives, throwing himself at the black feathered beasts. He seemed to plan to get rid of the black feathered beast king first. But Hansen put away his mutant mount and jumped on the big white bear's back. he shouted, Ming Ming, to the southeast cliff. Wang Ming Ming rode the big white bear at full speed over there. Standing on the bear's back, Hansen summoned his horn bow and mutant black stinger arrows, aiming at the black feathered beasts. Huanfu did not expect Hansen to act so decisively. She threw a glance at Wang Dongling, who was in the center of the beasts, and urged her mount to follow Hansen and Wang Ming Ming. In the meantime, she summoned Beast's soul bow and arrows, and turned back to shoot at the beasts from time to time. Her archery skills were truly great, and she had more than one Beast's soul arrows. With her mount carrying her at full speed, she managed to shoot 7 Beast's soul arrows at the same time, killing the 7 black feathered beasts closest to her. Hansen did not mind her. Whenever there was a black feathered beast coming close, he would simply whack it with her horn bow. With the Geno points he had unparalleled strength. Although the bow was no blade, it was still sacred blood and blew the black feathered beasts away instantaneously. None could approach the white bear. Huanfu's mount had great speed and kept up with the white bear, sharing the protection from Hansen. At least she did not need to worry about beasts on his side. Wang Dongling regretted immediately after flying among the black feathered beasts. There were simply too many of them. Groups of mutant black feathered beasts surrounded him, leaving him no chance to approach the sacred blood one. His situation was highly risky. Although he had a pair of knives and was using them to the extreme, he could not block the black feathered beasts coming at him in all directions. One got a chance and bit on his unprotected thigh. Ouch! Wang Dongling screamed and kicked the beasts away, turning around to run. But the group of mutant black feathered beasts would never let him go easily. Flapping their iron wings, they snapped at him and he was stuck in a bloody fight. Soon his skin was ripped apart everywhere and blood was welling. At this time, Hansen and Wang Mingmang had rushed to the cliff, which was more than 60 feet tall, standing aloof in the sand like a yellow cake. The bastards are too fast. We can't run away. Let's fight them here. At a corner, Hansen carried Wang Mingmang and jumped down from the big white bear's back. He turned his back to the cliff and stood in front of Wang Mingmang. Having summoned a black chopper, he slashed at a black feathered beast coming at them, cutting it in half. This was one of the 2 mutant beast souls he gained from Gumei. It was called the Beast Chopper and was much more useful in a melee like this than lighter weapons. Huanfu Pinking also jumped off her mount and came next to Hansen and summoned a pair of daggers, fighting off the black feathered beasts. She knew that if they fought as a team, there might be a chance for them to survive, whereas she would be doomed if fighting alone. But even if they were against the rock and did not need to worry about attacks coming from behind, Huanfu still felt her heart racing. She regretted taking the risk alone. Wang Dongling had some strength, but no brain, and was by no means helpful. Wang Dongling screamed and screamed, making the 3's hearts sink. But they did not have much energy to think about him, as they could barely deal with the overwhelming black feathered beasts. Blood soon colored the rocks and sand on the ground red. The bodies of the black feathered beasts almost buried Hansen and the girls, limiting their space of movements. Bang! Suddenly a bloody body fell from above in front of the 3. It was a headless body, and looked like it belonged to Wang Dongling. And in the sky, the black feathered beast king was grabbing the head of Wang Dongling, and let out a cry of triumph. The scene sent a chill down Huanfu's spine. Her face became grim as she felt doomed. With so many black feathered beasts, it would take them a while to kill them all even if the beasts did not fight back, not to mention the mutant and sacred blood black feathered beasts. And now they had been trapped in the bodies of the black feathered beasts. If they did not manage to go out, they would be torn apart before the king came to them. When Huanfu was in despair, she saw a giant golden object in a sudden. It turned out to be the Golden Rock Worm King. Summoned by Hansen, the Golden Rock Worm King quickly ripped at the beasts' bodies. With its size like a rhinoceros, the Worm King pushed away all the bodies, blocking the 3 away. The black feathered beasts threw them at the Worm King. However, the Worm King's shell was already really hard and the claws of the beasts could not harm it at all. The Worm King did not mind them and continued to devour the dead bodies. With the help of the Worm King, the 3 had gained space to move around, wielding the chopper seamlessly. Hansen killed all the black feathered beasts that dared to come close. Primitive black feathered beast killed. Beast soul of primitive black feathered beast gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive Geno points. With so many black feathered beasts killed, Hansen eventually gained a primitive beast soul. Huanfu killed about the same number of beasts as he did. Dancing with her daggers and using different martial arts, she caused the great damage to the beasts, making Hansen quite surprised. But the black feathered beasts were so great in numbers that they could never kill them all. Hansen frowned and knew this would not work. The sacred blood black feathered beast king was determined to kill them. Last time they scattered because Huanfu had lots of men with her, and now there were only a few humans, so they had come back. The Beast King did not care about its own kind. Hansen knew their strength could not last them very long. "Man, stay here and I will lead the beasts away. After I have finished, run back and leave the desert," Hansen said. Huanfu felt that he must be lying. The only reason Wang Mingmeng was safe was his protection. Once he was gone, how could she fight all these black-feathered beasts? And with so many black-feathered beasts here, how many could he lead away? Even if he could get half to chase him, Wang Mingmeng still needed to deal with the rest. In Huanfu's view, Hansen was simply making an excuse for leaving Wang Mingmeng and escaping on his own. When Huanfu Pinking was guessing, Wang Mingmeng said, "Take care, brother Han. Are you really one of the Wangs? Can't you see he is running alone? And you are still worried about his safety?" Huanfu thought, but she suddenly saw Hansen reach out a hand, and a blue suite of crystal beast soul armor covered Wang Mingmeng's body from head to toe. The armor was simply like a beautiful piece of art, showing off Wang Mingmeng's nice body shape. She suddenly looked like a goddess of war from heaven. At the same time, Hansen summoned his hornbow and black stinger arrow and shot the arrow at the Beast King. The hornbows attached great strength to the arrow, which buzzed as it flew across, and Hansen had tied a thread at the arrow's nock at some point. With the other end of the thread in his hand, he was carried by the arrow and went close to the Beast King. Holding the thread in one hand, a sharp green dagger in the other, Hansen slayed every black-feathered beast that dared to approach him. This dagger was the other beast's soul that he gained from Guming. The chopper was too heavy and big, which would weigh him down as he rushed to the Beast King. That was why he had used the dagger instead. Watching Hansen using an arrow to approach the sacred blood Beast King, Huanfu was dazed. Originally, she had thought Hansen was about to leave Wang Mingmeng alone and escape. So, she had made up her mind that as long as Hansen moved, she would follow him to make her way out. But in fact, Hansen was trying to approach the Beast King flying in the sky like this. She had not expected this to happen. What was the use of doing this? He could not even fly, so how could he cause the sacred blood Beast King any harm? Once the arrow slowed down, he would be shredded into pieces by the numerous beasts. Stupid. He is more stupid than Wang Dongling, Huanfu thought. Glancing at Wang Mingmeng, Huanfu found that with the armor, the black-feathered beasts could not even leave any mark on it, let alone hurt the girl. Sacred blood beast soul armor. Huanfu was shocked and her expression became complicated. With such armor and his strength, he could have easily go out himself. However, he had chosen to risk his life and leave the armor to Wang Mingmeng to protect her. This man is either mad or arrogant. Huanfu looked up and saw Hansen in the sky. The arrow had lost the momentum because of his weight and the obstruction from the black-feathered beasts. Hansen did not make it to the sacred blood Beast King, and mutant black-feathered beasts started to throw themselves at him. He had lost all means of defense in the air. But at this time, Huanfu suddenly saw a red shadow. Suddenly Hansen was covered in red armor and his short and black hair had become long and blonde. With a ruby crown on his head, he was glistening in the sun. Once he had shapeshifted into a fairy queen. Hansen felt the world had slowed down. All the mutant black-feathered beasts seemed to act in slow motion. Seeing the first mutant beast approaching, Hansen held his hands down on it and jumped over its head, his dagger cutting its throat. Mutant black-feathered beast killed. Beast soul of mutant black-feathered beast gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 of 10 primitive geno points. Hansen was not moved at all by the voice. Without a pause, he stepped on a mutant beast and sent it down to the ground. With this step, Hansen instantly reached another mutant beast. Beheading it with his dagger, he turned to push another beast to jump up and dodge the blow from 2 other beasts. Huanfu was shocked by Hansen's ghostly move in the air. His smooth movements and killing made it hard to believe that he was human. At least Huanfu had never seen anyone who could accomplish this in First God's Sanctuary. I have never heard of such a person in steel armor shelter. Huanfu thought Hansen must be one of the chosen, but he was not even in the final rounds. But then she thought that although Hansen was impressive, it was Dollar who represented steel armor shelter this year. This way, it was understandable that Hansen never became the champion of his shelter. In the middle of her thoughts, Huanfu suddenly saw Hansen jump from the back of a mutant beast and summoned his hornbow, shooting an arrow and followed it to throw himself at the sacred blood beast king that was commanding the beast's attacks. This time Hansen was really close to it. The Beast King screeched and simply flew higher, flapping its giant red wings, making Hansen miss. Hansen stayed calm and shook the thread in his hand. Once again he drew the string and shot the arrow which carried him to the Beast King. Now he was even closer. He slashed at the Beast King's throat with the dagger. Seeing it was too late to fly away, the Beast King roared and grabbed the dagger with its red paw, blocking it from moving further, and its other paw clawed at Hansen's face like a red lightning bolt. Hansen let go of the dagger and grabbed its arm with both hands. Like a snake, he coiled around the Beast King's body using Ghost Hunt. With a twist, he broke one of its fingers. Roar! Screamed the sacred blood black-feathered Beast King, flapping its wings and rolling around, wanting to get Hansen off its back. No matter how it rolled, Hansen stuck to its back and could not be touched. Hearing the screams of the Beast King, the black-feathered beasts returned to save it. Suddenly, all beasts surrounding Wang Mingmeng and Huangfu Pinking went to save their king and rushed to Hansen. "Sister, let's go," called Wang Mingmeng on the back of her big white bear, disappearing in the direction of the desert's border. "You won't wait for him." Huangfu looked at Wang Mingmeng, feeling odd. Hansen went there to save Wang, and she would just leave. Wang Mingmeng said calmly, "Others might not be able to do this, but Brother Han is. I would only become a burden to him if I were to stay. When I get somewhere safe, he will come to me." Huangfu paused. Although Hansen was indeed very strong, Wang Mingmeng's trust seemed a bit too much. He was a group of beasts with a sacred blood king. Huangfu did not believe Hansen could easily make it back. "Sister, we should go," Wang Mingmeng said and urged her white bear to accelerate. Glancing at the beasts in the sky rolling like clouds, Huangfu followed Wang Mingmeng with complex feelings. Seeing the girls had left, Hansen was relieved. He shapeshifted back to himself and put on the black beetle armor. Still on the sacred blood beast king's back, he repeatedly punched at the back of its head. The sacred blood beast king was quite tough. With the Geno points Hansen had at this point, his strength was considerable. However, the beast king was only bruised after taking a dozen punches from him. Screeching in pain, it buried itself in a dune below. Hansen thought, has it lost its mind? Holding the beast king with his arms, Hansen planned to take its life when it was in the sand. However, the place where they landed was full of shifting sand. Both the Beast King and Hansen fell in deep. Under the protection of the sacred blood armor, Hansen did not suffer from too much impact. Thump! Hansen and the sacred blood Beast King fell on the rocks, bearing the pain. Hansen looked up and was surprised to find them in a huge underground cave. Hansen could not tell how large the cave was. Stalactites were so tall that they were like skyscrapers. Many unknown vines were wrapped on the rocks, and there was an underground river. And on the surrounding rocks and vines, blue lights that looked like stars were everywhere. They lit up the dark cave, and with Hansen's good vision, he could see everything clearly. The sacred blood black-feathered beast king tried to wiggle free, but was pinned back down by Hansen. Growling, it did not struggle again. As Hansen was wondering why it had stopped, he saw the lights were disturbed by the Beast King's growl, and started to fly toward Hansen and the Beast King. "What is that?" Hansen was shocked. After taking a closer look at them, he noticed that the lights were each a blue butterfly the size of his palm. Their blue wings were glistening, and soon the blue butterflies had reached them. Only then did Hansen know that the Beast King was not here by accident. It was trying to use these butterflies to get rid of Hansen. Hansen became vigilant and slashed at a butterfly before it could fall on him. Primitive creature ghost butterfly killed. No beast soul gained. Meat inedible. As Hansen was puzzled, he suddenly saw that dead ghost butterfly burst into blue flames. Hansen rolled to the other side of the Beast King and the flames fell on the Beast King. It suddenly cried in pain, its fur burning. Flocks of ghost butterflies rushed over, hitting Hansen and the Beast King one after another. Once they were in collision, they would immediately burst into blue flames. There were simply too many ghost butterflies and neither of them could manage to avoid them. The Beast King growled from time to time from pain. Although Hansen's sacred blood armor could protect him from burning, it could do nothing about the heat, and Hansen was burned inside. Hansen cursed the Beast King inwardly, but at this point, he was in no mood to deal with it. Hansen threw himself in the underground river, since otherwise he would become barbecued. As Hansen jumped into the underground river, the Beast King followed him and jumped. It was very swift considering its size. With its wings folded, it swam downstream quickly. Hansen gritted his teeth and followed up. There were so many ghost butterflies, many of which were mutant creatures, generating great heat. But the Beast King was so fast that it almost disappeared from his sight. Hansen would not like to see that and shot an arrow at it underwater. The arrow could not travel too far underwater. Fortunately, Hansen was not too far from the Beast King. The black stinger arrow hit its wing and the thread attached to the arrow was entangled with its feathers. When the Beast King moved forward, Hansen was carried to go as well. It was faster than a fish, pulling Hansen forward. Is it an amphibian? Having followed the creature in the water for a while, Hansen could no longer hold his breath. He had not evolved to the stage where he could breathe underwater, whereas the Beast King seemed to be able to do that. Otherwise, it would have been out of breath by this time. Hansen gritted his teeth and summoned the black stinger arrow back, leaving the Beast King alone and stuck his head out of the water to breathe. He looked around and found himself in the cave still. There were still some ghost butterflies, but only several of them, staying still on the rocks and vines. Since he had lost the Beast King and this place was not dangerous, Hansen was in no hurry. Looking at a ghost butterfly on the rocks, Hansen shot an arrow at it. With a pop, the butterfly turned into flames. Primitive creature ghost butterfly killed. Beast soul of primitive ghost butterfly gained. Beaten edible. Hansen was thrilled. He had good luck today in terms of beast soul. Although it was merely a primitive beast soul, it was a one-off beast soul like the wasp arrow that Son of Heaven once used, which was generally more powerful than the beast souls on the same level. In addition to the primitive ghost butterfly beast soul, he had also gained a primitive beast soul and a mutant beast soul from black feathered beasts. Type of primitive ghost butterfly beast soul, one-off hidden weapon. Type of beast soul of primitive black feathered beast, flying. Type of beast soul of mutant black feathered beast, flying. Hansen saw the latter too and became overjoyed. There were so few creatures near his shelter that would produce flying beast souls that few people had wings in the entire steel armor shelter. These black feathered beasts actually produced flying beast souls, which was great. He needed the wings himself as well, since he could only use the purple-winged dragon wings when he was Dollar. Hansen only regretted that he did not manage to kill the Sacred Blood Beast King. Otherwise he would have a chance to get another pair of Sacred Blood wings. I need to go back and kill a few more black feathered beasts. Even the primitive flying beast souls could be sold at a good price, since many youths would buy them just for the look. Hansen summoned the ghost butterfly beast soul, and suddenly a blue butterfly flew into his palm, changing into a butterfly-shaped boomerang. The two wings of the weapon were thin and sharp, looking rather scary. Hansen threw the butterfly boomerang out, which whirled in the air and came toward Hansen. Hansen was startled and quickly dodged the boomerang. The boomerang's sharp edge cut into the rock behind him and burst into blue flames. Hansen was stunned by the power of a primitive ghost butterfly boomerang. If he could get a mutant one, it would probably even be a great threat to sacred blood creatures. The shape of the boomerang was quite unique, and he must learn some special methods to use it. Hansen was very intrigued. There were ghost butterflies in the cave and he could easily gain a lot of beast soul boomerangs if he killed all he saw on his way. As for the danger, he was not worried at all. If he shot the arrows hidden in the underground river, he could make a dive whenever it seemed dangerous. And he also had his mutant black barracuda mount and did not need to swim and dive himself. The ghost flame butterflies could not harm him anyway. Well, I will go along the underground river and kill all the ghost butterflies I see. Then I can exit from where I fell. If I encounter the black feathered beasts again, maybe I could even get a few more flying beast souls to sell, thought Hansen, going up along the underground river. The Sacred Blood Black Feathered Beast King had actually taken him to a wonderland. Hansen killed numerous ghost butterflies, which could not cause him any damage at all. Although there was no meat, Hansen had harvested a lot of butterfly beast souls. In the end, he had gained 24 primitive ones and 7 mutant ones. Another flock of ghost butterflies flew over, and Hansen welcomed them waving his chopper. Ouch! In the blue flames, a ball of flame that was nearly purple burned on him. He uttered a piercing scream before jumping into the underground river like a rabbit. Sacred Blood Creature Ghost Butterfly killed. Beast Soul of Sacred Blood Ghost Butterfly gained. Beaten edible. When Hansen crawled out from the river, his armor was greatly damaged. Many parts were melted, bearing his charred flesh. The Sacred Blood armor no longer had lost all its prestige. Struggling to get up, Hansen took the armor back. It was lucky that the armor was not ruined completely and could recover over time. At the same time, Hansen was also glad that the armor had blocked most of the harm brought by the Sacred Blood Ghost Butterfly, which was very powerful. Since Hansen had gained the Black Beetle armor, he had not suffered so much as this time. He was burned badly all over. Had he been farther from the river or a bit slower than he was, he would have been burned into ash right now. Hansen still had some lingering fear, as his package was burned. He had nothing left, let alone medicine. Hansen had to use Jadeskin, hoping to ease his burn. He had to recover a little before he could leave the cave. Using Jadeskin, Hansen felt the coolness calming his burn and easing his pain. Hansen ignored those ghost butterflies and traveled underwater on the back of the mutant black barracuda. Once in a while, he would take a breath above the water, not daring to disturb the ghost butterflies. The ghost butterflies were countless like stars in the galaxy. If he were to kill them all, it would probably take him forever. Leaving Devil Desert safely, he hunted several creatures for food on his way, and then met Wang Mingmeng and others who came to look for him. Back to school, Hansen needed rest for his burns to heal. which gave him time to go to lectures. This day, Hansen was in a lecture of theories of hypergeno arts. While listening, Hansen was playing with a palm-sized butterfly boomerang in his hand. The blacksmith who had sold Hansen these steel weapons had custom-made it for him according to the size and weight of the beast-soul butterfly boomerangs. The blacksmith's craftsmanship was impressive, and this almost looked the same as the beast souls. Hansen had ordered a total of 10 butterfly boomerangs. He was only using these to practice, since he would have used his beast soul ones up before he could practice properly. Hansen had the foundation of Sleevablade and had looked up many atrial arts of hidden weapons, so he was able to learn how to use the boomerang on his own. Listening to the professor, Hansen let the butterfly boomerang dance in his hand as if it was alive. Hansen carried it everywhere to get the hang of it. "Genius, can I ask you something?" After class, several students went to Hansen, and one of them said to Hansen, "What?" Hansen was slightly surprised, as he did not know this person. "Genius, so we are from Martial Arts Society and my name is Zukayan. We have registered for a black and white boxing competition on the Skynet, and it is a team challenge. We have 4 now and need 1 more player. Can you join us?" After the student finished, all 4 of them looked at Hansen full of hope. "There are many who are good at black and white boxing. Why have you come to me?" Hansen asked, puzzled. "So if it is any other game, we could afford to lose, but this one is different. We are against St. Germain and we cannot lose. That's why we've asked you to help," said the student excitedly. Seeing Hansen was at loss, the students knew that Hansen was unaware of the conflicts between Blackhawk and St. Germain and started to explain. Soon Hansen learned that in terms of martial arts, the 2 academies were bitter rivals. After Hansen heard them out, the students looked at him nervously. Although they knew Hansen was great at black and white boxing, he was not a society member and did not have the obligation to join them. Hansen saw their look, pondered and said, "When is the game scheduled? If there is no time conflict with my schedule, I could join you." The students were ecstatic. "It will be in the weekend. Other matches are unimportant, but the one on October 6th was against St. Germain. We really need you for this one, but we need to include your name in our registration now." "No problem. I should be able to participate in that one." Hansen smiled and said, "Also, do not call me genius. It does not represent all my strengths." "Okay, so we will call you Hansen then. Here is the form. You have to fill it out before we submit." Zukayan handed a form to Hansen excitedly. "Right, genius." Hansen, "For the Skynet game, you need to register with an ID, so fill that in as well." Liu Yuhu, who was one of the students, reminded him. "Okay." Hansen thought about it and filled the form out. Black Fist Emperor. The students saw his ID and were dazed. That was so arrogant that they did not believe Hansen had chosen such an ID. "It can't be already used, can it?" Hansen looked at the students and asked. "No, it can't be. We are registering as a group, so there will be a prefix of the school name. Even if the ID is used, it will still be fine," Zukayan quickly said. The students thought to themselves, even without the prefix, no one would be so daring to use such an ID. But they did not say anything. If someone else had used such an ID, they might try to talk that person out of it. However, when it came to Hansen, it seemed okay. At this point, he had almost recovered from his burns. Recently, he had been in so many classes that he was a bit tired of studying, and decided to go test his physical fitness. He had not tested his fitness in a long time, and had no idea how well he could do. After reaching the test hall, Hansen chose to pay for a private test room so that none could see his test result. In fact, Hansen only planned to test a few key items, such as strength, speed, and reflex. Bang 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 bang. With a fierce blow on the machine, the number 15.4656 showed on the screen, and as Hansen bolted, his speed was rated 15.76665. He was rated above 15 in all his test items, which surprised him. According to the statistics of the Alliance, when one maxed out on all 4 kinds of Geno points, one could reach 15 in these items. If one was especially good at certain things, then one might be rated 16 or 17 in 1 or 2 items. But now Hansen was quite lacking in sacred and mutant Geno points, and his test results were already higher than 15, which was a bit scary. If he continued like this, even Hansen could not be sure how high his fitness index would be when he maxed out on everything. Hansen guessed that this was because he had practiced Jadeskin. Hyper-Geno arts could enhance one's fitness, but he had never heard of any improvement like his. Normally, one who had practiced Hyper-Geno arts could reach 17 or 18 when one maxed out on all Geno points, and might reach 20 in 1 or 2 items. But Hansen estimated his fitness index could probably pass 20 when he maxed out, which was something unheard of before. Coming out of the test room, Hansen encountered a man who had stopped and seemed to recognize Hansen. But Hansen did not recognize this guy, so he continued on. So you will participate in that black and white boxing competition, the man suddenly said. Hansen stopped and looked around to make sure this man was talking to him. Yes, you are. Hansen looked him up and down. This man was about 20. He was tall and slender and his face had some tough lines. He looked like a shining weapon with a unique sharpness. Aoyang Jiaosen. The man's voice was without emotion. You are him. Glad to be your teammate. Aoyang Jiaosen was a celebrity in the martial arts department, and Hansen had heard of him. He was the slugger in all kinds of competitions, and Hansen thought he would be in this one as well. Seeing Hansen reaching out his hand, Aoyang was not about to shake it. Aoyang Jiaosen said coldly, I did not sign up for that. Why? Hansen was surprised. As one of the best players, how is it possible that Aoyang was not on the team? I know we won't win, so that would be a waste of time. It's pointless to waste one's time and energy on some stupid game like that anyway. Aoyang regarded Hansen. I have seen the match between you and Yu Mingjai. You have talent. Are you interested in joining the martial arts society? With my training, you could become an excellent martial arts player. The two of us might have a chance at the championship of the Alliance tournament. Looking at Aoyang, Hansen smiled and said, I understand now. It was because you did not want to participate that the team was one man short. And that was why they came to me. Do you want to transfer to the Martial Arts Society? Aoyang continued to ask with no expression on his face. Well, let's make a bet. And if you win, I can promise to join your society. If you lose, you will join this black and white boxing game. Hansen laughed. I never bet on luck, Aoyang said quietly. Black and white boxing duel, best of 9. Hansen said. Okay, Aoyang agreed without any hesitation. Shall we flip a coin to decide who attacks first? Which side do you want? Hansen took out a coin and put it in his palm. Tails, Aoyang said. Hansen casually threw the coin in the air and caught it. It was tails. You first. Hansen saw Aoyang's fist as soon as he finished the 2 words. Aoyang's punch was fast and ruthless, as if there was no turning back. But Hansen did not dodge, or even raise his hand. He simply stood there watching Aoyang's fist approaching his face. Aoyang's punch stopped less than an inch away from Hansen's nose. The contrast between the dynamic and static forces was so strong that it was dazzling. Deliberate in counsel, prompt in action. Well done. Hansen smiled. Losing is losing. Your turn, Aoyang said. A punch of that kind of speed and strength was not enough to deceive Hansen, who did not even try to block it and was confident that it was a white fist. Do you know what idea I am going to use? Hansen did not throw a punch, but smiled at Aoyang and asked. That has nothing to do with me, said Aoyang indifferently. No, it has. My 499 is Black Fist Emperor. So, for this punch, I will be using a black fist. Pay attention and don't copy my reaction. At least you need to block it with your hand, so that you don't get injured too badly. Hansen said earnestly. Cut the crap. Just attack. Aoyang had been in numerous competitions and was tough mentally. He was not the least swayed by Hansen's words. Hansen suddenly threw his punch at Aoyang in an equally fast and ruthless manner. Aoyang Jiaosen was not shaken by Hansen's words. Staring at Hansen, he was making his judgment based on his ability and experience. There was no doubt that this was a white fist. Aoyang Jiaosen thought it was simply impossible to be a black fist. Verbal attacks would not work on me. This punch was not provocative at all, and would never be a black fist. Aoyang Jiaosen did not even move, calmly watching Hansen's fist approaching. Like Hansen, he did not even try to block it with his hands, because he was confident that this was a white fist. Since Hansen did not really use his strength, his fist would stop when it got close to his face. Deep in his thoughts, Aoyang suddenly felt a soreness in his nose, and then he fell back involuntarily before he sat on the ground. How could it be a black fist? Ignoring his nosebleed, Aoyang looked blankly at Hansen. Hansen offered tissues to Aoyang, and said with a smile, I told you so. Aoyang did not take the tissues, but wiped the blood off his nose and stood up. He said firmly, best of 9, that was just 1. Hansen smiled and put the tissues back. Standing opposite Aoyang, he said, I'll continue then. Aoyang said nothing, staring at Hansen. He would not miss his slightest movements, which were the basis on which he would make his judgment. Once one used great strength, one's muscles would move. The key was to see through one's disguise. Hansen looked at Aoyang, who looked grim, pursed his lips and threw another punch. This time, Aoyang had seen clearly that although Hansen's muscles looked tightened, the direction of this punch would not be forward, which meant this could not be a black fist. This time you can't fool me. Aoyang stood firmly, raising his arms to block Hansen's fist. Although he had judged this fist to be white, Aoyang still raised his arms. It seemed that he had taken Hansen for a serious opponent, so he still prepared for the worst scenario when he was confident about his decision. Boom! Hansen's fist hit Aoyang on the arm. Aoyang's body shook but did not fall back. Aoyang was pale since Hansen's punch was still a black fist with enough strength. He was wrong, too, said Hansen with a smile. Aoyang looked at Hansen and was puzzled. Can he really hide his strength so well? Aoyang cast an odd look at Hansen. Black and white boxing was only a popular practice in martial arts, and the key was the yin and yang. There had only been matches of black and white boxing recently. Although it could not be regarded as the mainstream of martial arts, it was now quite popular. After all, it would make a great match to watch. Aoyang had participated in a lot of black and white boxing games and seen a lot of black and white boxing masters. A lot of people had mastered yin and yang forces, but whenever they throw a punch, he could still tell. Aoyang had rich experience and was particularly sensitive about his opponent's intentions, which was an advantage for him in black and white boxing games, especially when he was the defensive side. The probability of his misjudgment was very low. Even if there were occasional mistakes, it would be because his opponent had used something he had never seen. And after he got familiar with it, it would not work anymore. But in the 2 rounds against Hansen, he had felt something different from all his previous experience. That feeling was hard to describe. Hansen's moves were misleading not only because of the false appearance of his body, but because Aoyang felt that Hansen did not intend to hit him. There has to be flaws. If it is something unknown to me, I can always find out how it works. Once I do, he can no longer fool me. Aoyang calmed down and got ready. Again, Aoyang slowly spit out the word bend. Hansen threw a punch and Aoyang raised his arms. This time Hansen punched harder, but Aoyang could still stand still. You are very fit. Hansen regarded Aoyang, surprised. Although he still reserved his strength, Aoyang would not be able to block it with a fitness index below 13. Aoyang did not reply, because he lost again. Again, Aoyang was not discouraged. Hansen threw another punch, and the result was the same. Aoyang took another black fist. This time, Hansen deliberately weakened his strength, because he did not want people to know how good he actually was. To do well in black and white boxing was not just about strength, but also about fooling your opponent. This is your last chance. Hansen looked at Aoyang and said, go. Aoyang did not hesitate to say. Hansen threw another fierce punch at Aoyang. It was as fast as a bullet. Suddenly, Aoyang moved away and dodged Hansen's fist. At this critical time, Aoyang did not insist on his own judgment and tried to block, but chose to dodge. Since whenever I think you are using a white fist, you use the black one. Then if I act counterintuitively, I could beat you, Aoyang said with a smile of self-confidence. But very soon, Aoyang's smile froze. Chen-Ling was both happy and worried. She was happy that Hansen had promised to participate, while worried that Aoyang had refused to participate. If Aoyang and Hansen could join forces, maybe Blackhawk could be the champion of the Skynet competition. Although this game was not that important, but Blackhawk had not been a champion in a long time. This championship would still be a big comfort to her, a part-time coach of the Martial Arts Society. Suddenly Chen-Ling saw Aoyang coming through the door and quickly walked to him. Aoyang, I know the old players' retirement reflect negatively on our results, but you need to give the young players a chance to grow. Count me in. Cut in Aoyang before Chen could finish. Do not rush to refuse. You listen to me. We have invited Hansen in the match against St. Germain. If you, Chen-Ling suddenly realized what he had said and was surprised. You just said you will participate. If you have the form, Aoyang said indifferently. Chen-Ling quickly asked someone to bring him the application. They could not imagine how his mind was changed. Because I lost to Hansen and he told me to. Aoyang filled the form out. But Chen-Ling and the members of Martial Arts Society were shocked. How many rounds did you play? Zhu Kaiyan asked. 5. Aoyang casually replied. So that is 3-2. Zhu Kaiyan continued to ask. 5-0. He was 5. And I was 0, Aoyang said, giving the form that he had filled out to Zhu Kaiyan, who opened his mouth so wide that it could fit a duck egg. 5-0, Hansen did that. Not only all members of the Martial Arts Society were dumbfounded, but Chen-Ling also looked surprised. The worst score Aoyang had seen was 1-4, and his opponent was someone who ranked first in black and white boxing in the alliance. Brother Hansen saw an attractive woman after he stepped out of a gravity trainer. Hyunfu pinking. Why are you here? Hansen paused and asked. Not being a Blackhawk student, Hyunfu was not supposed to show up here. I am studying as an exchange student at Blackhawk. In the next 2 years, I will stay here. Hyunfu looked at Hansen with a smile. In order to come to Blackhawk, she spent quite some efforts. Hansen thought it was a bit too coincidental. Seems that Brother Han would not welcome me. Hyunfu leaned forward, blinking at Hansen. Hansen then noticed that Hyunfu was wearing a pair of jeans, Chelsea boots, and a low-cut ecru blouse that showed a little too much, making the young man feel hot. That is quite busty, thought Hansen, unable to move his eyes from her seductive curve. The last time he saw her, she was wearing beast soul armor, so it was hard to tell. But this time in clothing like this, her breasts would attract so much attention, not just from guys, but from girls as well. Hyunfu saw Hansen's eyes fall on her chest and slightly leaned further. Suddenly Hansen thought his nose would bleed if he did not leave right away. Ms. Hyunfu, do you need me for something? Hansen subconsciously rubbed his nose for fear that there would be blood. Nothing important, just to say hi. I just arrived and there must be a lot that I don't know. Please help me if you could. Hyunfu smiled. Hansen was dazed by her look and figure. Of course, Hansen suddenly felt it would be best if he stayed away from her. Also, 2 days until the auction of beast souls in steel armor shelter. Brother Han, you must come. Hyunfu blinked. I will, but I'm wondering about the form of payment in the auction. Hansen had sold a lot of stuff recently, plus his salary and endorsement fee. He had a total of more than 60 million. But it was obviously not enough to get a sacred blood beast soul with this kind of money. As long as the beast soul was not too shabby, it could easily sell at more than 100 million. Not to mention Son of Heaven, who was super rich, was also in the steel shelter, and Hansen was no match to his in terms of wealth. Leave $dollars work, and you can also barter. Hyunfu smiled at Hansen. If you saw something you like, you could let me know and I could keep it for you. Hansen thought, I haven't even seen the beast souls. How would I know? Hyunfu saw through his mind and shook her hand in front of him. Her breasts were also moving and Hansen almost passed out. There is the information of the beast souls in the auction. Let me know if you like something and I can keep it. Hyunfu put the chip in his hands. You mean it? Hansen was so happy that he wanted to insert the chip into his comlink right away. Don't rush, and this is not the best place to talk about things. This information is still a commercial secret at this point and we don't want others to see. Let's go, I will buy you lunch. Then, Hyunfu held the Hansen's arm and took Hansen out. Hansen felt the softness on his arm and went blank. Sister, I will buy you lunch. Hansen felt that he was molested during this meal. Hyunfu sat next to him. When she spoke, her lips were almost touching his ears. The warmth from her breath ticked him. However, he was not thinking about the woman, but the beast souls. Hyunfu and her people were selling the beast souls that they had brought to Steel Arbor Shelter, and made quite some money. But those were only the primitive beast souls, and the beast souls for auction were at least mutant. Hansen did not look carefully at mutant beast souls and directly turned to 2 sacred blood ones. One was a flying beast soul called Holy Bird, which was a pair of colorful wings, and the other one was a beast soul weapon that Hansen had always wanted. It was a shiny silver harpoon only 2 feet long. Its blade and the tip were so shaped that it made one feel scared by looking at it. Hansen fell in love with the harpoon at first glance. A harpoon required harder techniques than a dagger, and was a very rare weapon. Hansen was very interested in the sacred blood harpoon and checked its name. He then asked Hyunfu, Sister, how much is the 3-blade harpoon? Hyunfu sat up and said, in principle, the 2 sacred blood ones had to be shown at the auction. But if you want it, I can sell it to you beforehand. In that case, we would have to trade with the estimated price. I am not the sole owner of the business and can do nothing about that. How much is it? Hansen asked again. Hyunfu took out her comlink and showed Hansen the price list. When Hansen saw the price of the harpoon, he said bitterly, 230 million. That I cannot afford that. All his property added up to more than 60 million, and he had 3 warframes. He did not plan to sell Silver Killer and the blue SKTS. Even if he sold the other SKTS, it would be an additional 70 million, which would still cover the price of the harpoon. The estimated price is certainly very high, mainly because this time Son of Heaven will be attending. Hyunfu said. If you really want it, I could give you an employee discount, after which it would be 180 million. Hansen then understood the immense profit margin in the beast soul industry and also learned how much a sacred blood beast soul was worth. If you are willing to sign a contract and work for our company for 2 years, then the 3-blade harpoon can be paid as the salary to you. Hyunfu said slowly, looking at Hansen. Hansen hesitated and then laughed. I did not know that I would be worth 100 million per year. Hyunfu said, even if you are the spokesperson of SKTS, I would not pay that kind of money to hire you. but after I saw your ability in Devil Desert, I know you will be a great help for us to do business in other shelters. Do you want to join us? The reason why she went through the troubles to come to Blackhawk was to hire Hansen. Thank you, sister, but I can't agree to the terms. Hansen did not hesitate to refuse her. Although her people would travel to other shelters and run into advanced creatures for business's sake, they would avoid risks, and that was not what Hansen wanted. Well, let's change the subject then. Whenever you change your mind, you can always come to me. Hyunfu opened a bottle of wine and poured it into their glasses. Taking a sip, Hyunfu held her glass and said, as a member of the company, I have finished the work talk, and now we can talk about private matters. What are the private matters? Hansen looked at her puzzled. Hyunfu suddenly hugged Hansen's arm and asked with a charming smile, Brother Han, do you have a girlfriend? If not, would you consider me? Hansen spewed the wine he just sipped on Hyunfu. Then he quickly took some paper towel to wipe it off her, but felt something was wrong. Under the paper towel were the magnificent boobs, which were bouncing when he wiped them. Hyunfu's cheeks turned crimson. Hyunfu bit her lip and gave Hansen a fierce stare, covering her wet blouse with her hands. Hansen quickly took off his jacket and put it on Hyunfu, covering the great view. Sister, now it's late and we should get back. We can talk next time we meet, Hansen said. Leaving the private room embarrassed, Hyunfu thought of the places where Hansen stroked and her face was red like a piece of red cloth. Hansen walked away and looked at his hands. That was magnificent. Hyunfu was a calculating woman, and Hansen was very sharp. When he touched her boobs, she had a sudden urge to kill him. Although she tried to hold it back, he still sensed it. And Hansen also glanced at her comlink, which was blinking, and was likely to be recording. If he did anything else and she taped it and showed it to Jai Yanman, he would be seeking small gains at great costs. No, it should be seeking big gains. Hansen corrected himself in his mind. Jai Yanmans were not small either, but somewhat smaller than Hyunfu. Wen Zixu was now very unhappy. As an intern host and journalist of Black and White Boxing Contest show, she was assigned to work for the famous Fang Minkwon. Originally with her qualifications, she could not have been assigned to shadow Fang Minkwon, who was a big shot right now. The only reason she was here was her prominent family. She had thought she could show the world her talent under Fang's guidance. However, the first task Fang had assigned to her was to go to Blackhawk Military Academy. This black and white boxing competition on Skynet was sponsored by a well-known gaming platform, and all famous military schools had been invited to participate. Wen Zixu expected to be assigned to the schools that had ranked first or second last year, but Fang insisted that she go Blackhawk, which was not even in top 16 last time. Although she had argued, Fang Minkwon still sent her there and said there would be a surprise. After Wen Zixu had done the interviews, she had even less faith in Blackhawk since she did not even see Aoyong Ziosen during the interview. Well, I will just read more about St. Germain and talk more about them during the live. Wen Zixu returned the room arranged for her on campus, casually wrote a newsletter, and checked St. Germain's team online. She was doing a black and white boxing show because of her interest in it. Coach Chen, what do you think of this match? Black and white boxing is one of St. Germain's strengths, not to mention Nalan Chenyuo's fame. What plan or strategy do you have? When Zixu asked Chen Ling. No plan or strategy needed. Blackhawk will win, period. Chen Ling said casually. Chen Ling's answer made Wen Zixu pause. She could not begin to understand Chen's confidence, because Chen Ling's answer was beyond her imagination. Her prepared materials were now useless. Mr. Aoyong, I would like your opinion on Nalan Chenyuo. When Zixu finally found a chance to interview Aoyong Ziosen. I don't know him. Aoyong did not even lift his eyes. When Zixu had no idea that her interviews had caused a debate in the Skynet. Fang Minkwon sent Wen Zixu to Blackhawk not to fool her. Wen Zixu was from an important family, and as someone who cared about his future, Fang Minkwon had to take good care of her. He knew Hansen would also participate in the game, and that was why he had sent Wen to Blackhawk. The moment Wen's show began, he promoted it in his own show, and many of his loyal fans and audience tuned to her program. Fang Minkwon was now doing great. All his shows had been successful. As he promoted Wen's show, Wen suddenly had more than 10 million audience watching. It chanced that one of the St. Germain players was a fan of Fang Minkwon's and was watching his show in the lounge. Seeing the show promoted by Fang Minkwon was the live show of their match, he clicked in and became livid. Blackhawk, you think you are good. Wait till you see how we kick your asses, Wang Yongjun thought ruthlessly. St. Germain and Blackhawk had always been foes. In the most important martial arts games, St. Germain had kept Blackhawk from entering top 8 multiple times. Seeing a loser so arrogant made Wang Yongjun mad. Cheng Yuo, come to see this. Wang Yongjun walked to Nalan Cheng Yuo and played that interview bit again. The Blackhawk team must be out of their mind. Liu Yuncheng sneered after watching. An illusionary. Ma Chengkong laughed. Poor things. Wang Yongjun also laughed. Nalan Cheng Yuo glanced at the video, blinked and did not speak. He narrowed his eyes and kept eating the jelly in his hand. Cheng Yuo, you are eating too much jelly. It might give you diabetes. Wang Yongjun looked at Nalan's flawless skin jealously. Diabetes. That is an ancient disease. Liu Yuncheng laughed. The team talked and laughed, not taking Blackhawk seriously. In fact, this year, St. Garmin was especially strong in black and white boxing. They not only had a star player, Nalan Chengyuo, but also had 3 other players in the top 20, plus the newly recruited talent Liu St. Germain was very likely to win the championship of the Military Academy League game. This kind of competition should be a piece of cake for them. The only threat to them in Blackhawk was Aoyang Xiaosim, who was no match to Nalan and not much better than the rest in St. Germain. Chengyuo, how about you go first this time and give them a 5-0 to teach them a lesson? Soon the first lineups of both teams were shown and first up were St. Germain's 5 members. Wow, these are the best they got. They are not giving Blackhawk any chance to fight back. I don't think this is necessary when they are against Blackhawk. Nalan alone could nail it. As everyone was talking, the player list of Blackhawk was also shown. With a glance, people were attracted by the first ID name they saw, Black Fist Emperor. Black Fist Emperor, who is so arrogant to use this ID. Strange, I have never heard of the ID. Blackhawk is so good at bragging, even with their IDs. Black Fist Emperor, I think it is more like Kick My Ass Emperor. Haha, he's the first. We will see how this emperor was overthrown. The St. Germain players were also upset with this ID, as it implied they would be ruled by him. Black Fist Emperor is a bench player of Team Blackhawk. His real name is Hansen, 16, freshman, never been in a black and white boxing match before. It seems he has no experience and is a new player. When read out Hansen's information, how can a new guy be so arrogant? After the beginning of the game, both sides sent their first players to log in, and when Zixu introduced Hansen first, Jai Yanran listened to her and was even more upset. What's with this host? She interviewed us, and why is she on the other side? She must be out of her mind. Lily was also annoyed. In fact, after Fang Minquan heard Wen Zixu's commentary, his face became grim. He meant well when he sent her to do this show and did not expect her to take such a stand. Fang Minquan immediately called her, Wen, you are doing the show in Blackhawk and should take their stand. If it was not because of her family, he would have said something harsh by this time. Mr. Fang, I think that the commentator should take a neutral point of view. Since Blackhawk is the weaker team, I can't lie, right? Well, then based on what you believe, which team do you think will win? Blackhawk would lose miserably, Wen did not hesitate to say. In fact, she still held some grudge that Fang sent her here. So what if I say Blackhawk will win? Fang Minquan asked softly. That won't happen. Wen was doing the show because she liked black and white boxing. No matter how she thought about it, Blackhawk would not win. Mr. Fang, you think that Blackhawk will win? Wen now had doubts about the professional level of Fang. Whoever had the slightest understanding of black and white boxing should know that Blackhawk could not win. Blackhawk will not only win, but their victory would also be overwhelming, Fang Minquan said with a certain tone and hung up. Now Wen was regretting that she had requested to work for Fang. She used to admire his capability, and had used her family connections to get into Huaxing Station. But now the professional skills that Fang Minquan demonstrated were simply disappointing. This team competition took the form of an arena race. If the first player won the first round, he could stay on and fight the next player in the other team until he was beaten. Such a game system allowed the situation where one player fought 5. After the game began, Hansen threw a punch, and his holographic image online was synchronized, hitting Liu's image. The professional equipment could scan Hansen's body, so that it could tell the strength he had put into the punch. Once the strength used passed a certain level, the punch would be considered a black fist. Otherwise, it would be considered white. But the scanning data were invisible to the players, and they would only know the result after. Liu calmly stared at Hansen. This punch was very fierce, but Liu stood still and did not even try to block. Liu was very confident of his own judgment. Hansen's punch looked like a black fist, but from some of the details, he could tell that it was a carefully disguised white fist, and no real strength had been put into it. Because it was on the Skynet, Hansen could not hurt him for real, so he did not even bother to defend himself. Windtalker was just a new player, but we can tell that he is very skilled and confident in his own judgment. Wen Zixu praised Lai Yu because she had made the same judgment. An average person might believe this to be a black fist, but she had studied black and white boxing and could tell from the details that it was indeed a white fist. But before Wen finished her sentence, an explosion sounded and Hansen's fist had landed on Lai Yu's face. The system automatically showed the special effect of the black fist, blowing Lai Yu's image away. For a moment, everyone was dazed, including Wen Zixu and the Sint Germain players. The comments became scarce online. There are consequences for making my girlfriend mad. Hansen's eyes were cold. He had wanted a close victory so that it would not attract him too much attention. But now he had changed his mind. In addition, he had also got a kiss waiting for him, so he would show no mercy. Haha, why have the St. Germain team stopped commenting? Genius, well done. Blackhawk students became thrilled. Although there were not many, they soon filled the gap of the comments. Jai Yanran was more excited than everyone else. Her face flushed. She waved her fist and cried, "Now you don't dare to talk nonsense, do you?" Impossible. That punch was clearly a white fist. Lai Yu's face was dark. "You don't let down your guard. It seems that their new guy has some skills." Zhu Yundi urged Lai Yu. Lai Yu was a young talent who he thought could reach the level of Nelan, and he lost a point to Blackhawk's new guy, which was somewhat embarrassing for him. "Yes, coach," Lai Yu answered, took a deep breath, and once again turned to his opponents. Each round was best of 5, and Lai Yu had only lost a point. The game began again. When Zixu continued to explain, "Looks like Black Fist Emperor was quite lucky getting the first point. It must be because Lai Yu was not paying attention." Then, before Wen finished, Lai Yu was once again sent into the air. The system also played the special effect of him being sent to the galaxy. Wen Zixi was stunned, and so were the viewers. If they could explain Lai's first loss with his carelessness, the second loss was hard to justify. Those who were arguing with the Blackhawk students suddenly stopped. All that was left in the comments was support to Blackhawk. "Good job. This is a true Black Fist. Where did this Black Fist Emperor come from?" 2 consecutive Black Fists, and Windtalker could not tell either. "Loser. That kid was trying to play tough and did not even block. Even the special effect changed. Haha, our genius is the best." When Zixu did not dare to comment anymore. When Lai Yu came to the stage again, she was not as confident as she had been. Black Fist Emperor is a very good player, and this will be a fight between 2 powerful teams. Boom, another loud bang. Lai Yu did raise his arms this time, so the special effect was not as dramatic. But the system still showed his image sliding backward more than 30 feet. There were even sparks from the friction. Although it was only a virtual special effect, many still got excited over it. As #T, 3 consecutive Black Fists and Windtalker was gone. So impressive. 3 consecutive Black Fists and Windtalker did not see it coming. Where is he from? Wow, the Sint Germain player was eliminated with 0 point by a new player at Blackhawk. Young players do not have the psychological quality. He lost the first point and continued to make mistakes and forgot to dodge. That was just a new player. What you are proud of. Next round, Wang Yongjun would show you Sint Germain's strength. Young people cannot be trusted with important tasks because they lack experience. "You, what's wrong?" The other player had been using Black Fists. "Why didn't you dodge?" Zhu Yuni was upset. His favorite student was eliminated 0-3. That was a shame on him. "I am sorry, coach." Lai Yu was bitter. He knew that it was likely that his opponent would repeatedly use Black Fist, but no matter how he saw it, he still felt Hansen was using White Fist and could not bring himself to move away. Lai Yu thought Hansen was going to use Black Fist, but his judgment told him it was a White Fist. In the end, his judgment trumped his instinct, and that was why he had lost. "Do not be sad. I will avenge you." Wang Yongjun laughed, patted Lai's shoulder and went up. Remember, since his name is Black Fist Emperor, he must be very confident in his Black Fists. "Black Fist Emperor, I will reduce you to Black Fist Eunuch." Wang Yongjun stood opposite Hansen confidently. Because it was an arena match, Wang Yongjun followed Lai Yu to become the second player, and was automatically determined to be the defensive side, which was also a compensation mechanism for the party which had to fight continuously. Windtalker is lacking in experience, but Wang Yongjun is a veteran, so that Black Fist Emperor's tactics would not work that easily. The game started again. Hansen threw a punch out that looked extremely fierce. Wang Yongjun looked carefully, and felt just like Lai Yu did. From many details he could tell it should be a White Fist, and he should not dodge. However, after watching the match between Lai Yu and Hansen, Wang told himself that was how Lai Yu lost, and I cannot make the same mistake. Then he moved backward to avoid the punch from Hansen. Wang Yongjun is worthy of his fame. His tactical goal is clear and his execution is also in place. This blow should be. When Wen Zixu was in the middle of her passionate commentary, she suddenly stopped. Beep. Hansen's fist froze in the air, and a sign of a white fist lit up. How could it be a white fist? Wen Zixu shouted out loud, her eyes wide. Damn, I should have believed that my judgment was right. Wang Yongjun bitterly swinged his arm, regretting. Yongjun, what are you doing? Do not get confused, and believe in your own judgment. Su Yunyi shouted to Wang Yongjun anxiously. Wang Yongjun gritted his teeth and went up for the second punch. Watching Hansen's fist approaching, Wang Yongjun saw clearly that like the last blow, this one was also a white fist judging from the hardly noticeable details. Boy, you want to use the same trick twice. You can't get me like this. Wang Yongjun stood upright and reached out a hand to block Hansen's fist. With my experience, I could deal with this boy simply by using my instinct. Bang! Hansen's punch fell on the hand of Wang Yongjun, and Wang was suddenly thrown away. He rolled in the air and thumped to the ground. Black fist. It turned out to be a black fist. At this time, the St. Germain's supporters became silent and so did Wen Zixu, forgetting to comment. Bang! There was no suspense. Wang Yongjun was eliminated 0-3. And this was just the start of this madness. Liu Yinsheng and Ma Changkong, who followed Wang, simply could not stop Hansen's performance. 3-0, still 3-0, 3-0 in 4 rounds. The audience's comments had become wild. My god, who is this guy? Black Fist Emperor, so domineering. Even players in top 20 like Wang Yongjun, Ma Changkong, and Liu Yinsheng were unable to get a single point. Cruel? It is too cruel. Black Fist Emperor, where did such a guy come from? Hansen. The name seems ring a bell. He is our genius at Black Hawk and spokesperson of SKTS. How can you be so dumb no knowing him? So it is him. I just searched the Skynet. Wow, isn't he driving Warframes? How come he is also so great at black and white boxing? 4 of the St. Germain team members were already eliminated by a new guy. Blackhawk will not only win, but their victory would also be overwhelming. Thinking of Fang Mingquan's words, Wen felt bitter and ashamed. Nalan Changyuo, there is still him. The number 2 player in the alliance. He had lost to none but that person. He will not lose. Thinking of the last player of St. Germain, Wen Zixu felt like she had grabbed on the last remaining gambits. Nalan Changyuo, the best martial arts student St. Germain had ever seen, had shown excellence in various competitions. In addition to black and white boxing, he could rank top 3 in almost every item he had signed up for, and his overall ranking in the Military Academy League Martial Arts Tournament. His skills were beyond the level of a military school student. Nalan was even more popular than the chosen in military schools. Nalan, this one you must win, Su Yunbi said grimly. Hello, I am Nalan. Standing opposite Hansen, Nalan Changyuo greeted his opponent. His ID was simply Nalan. Hello, I am the Black Fist Emperor. If you feel it's too long, you can call me Emperor, Hansen said with a smile. Chen Ling's hands were sweaty. She knew Hansen was strong, but did not realize he could eliminate 4 members from St. Germain. But even so, Chen Ling was still very nervous. After all, now Hansen had to face Nalan, who was a legend in the Military Academy League. Nalan had lost to no one but the monster from the Alliance Central Military Academy, especially in the black and white boxing. Even the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy only beat him 3-2. According to a well-known black and white boxing expert, Nalan had a pure mind, and it seemed that he had some kind of ability to see through the false. Any disguise in front of him was useless, so it was almost impossible to cheat him. And Hansen was clearly a player very good at cheating. Theoretically speaking, Nalan was undoubtedly Hansen's nemesis. That was why Chen Ling is worried. Lily, can he beat Nalan? Jai Yanran tightly grabbed Lily's arm and asked. Although she did not pay much attention to martial arts contests, Nalan Changyuo was so famous that even she had heard about him. Although Jai Yanran believed in her boyfriend, she was still so nervous that her palms were sweaty. This is really hard to say. If the opponent is someone else, the genius will definitely win. But Nalan, Lily also hesitated. So what? Sen will certainly win, Shi Jiking cried. Sen is someone that will only be beaten by me. And before I do, no one can beat him. Jiang Yong said. Blue Meng smiled. Sister-in-law, you rest assured. Sen will not lose. This made Jai Yanran blush, but also made her feel more relaxed. On the Skynet, a middle-aged man was also watching the match between Hansen and Nalan. This middle-aged man was named Bai Yisham. He was a rare surpasser at his age. Bai Yishan was famous among surpassers not only because he had many Geno points, but also because he was among the few that could be called martial arts master. Bai Yishan came from an aristocrat family. Since childhood he had been obsessed with martial arts. Dedicated to the research work of hyper-Geno arts, he was also a professor, and the youngest Meister at the St. Hall. Many S-class Super Geno arts came from his research. Meanwhile, he also taught at the Alliance Central Military Academy and enjoyed a high prestige in the military and alliance. In his busy schedule, the reason for him to take time to watch such a game held on the Skynet was not his interest in the black and white boxing game itself. In the eyes of a surpasser, this kind of game was simply like children playing house. What intrigued him to watch was Nalan Chengyuo. Recently, Bai had been doing research on a hyper-Geno art called Yin-Yang Blast, whose concepts were complex, but did share some similarities with black and white boxing. It was also about yin and yang forces. The birth of each hyper-Geno art had to witness a lot of experiments. Otherwise it would not be allowed to be sold or promoted at St. Hall. If a hyper-Geno art involved a great risk, it would be classified as banned and could not be sold. Yin-Yang Blast that Bai Yishan was studying was one of the hyper-Geno arts that was demanding on those who practiced it. Although the practice of the hyper-Geno art did not involve too much risk, it might generate risks in using. But Yin-Yang Blast had cost Bai Yishan nearly 10 years of hard work, and if he hadn't found an incomplete ancient copy of the magic of Yin and Yang, he would never have been able to invent Yin-Yang Blast, which was very unique and powerful. Its only flaw was that it was too demanding on the user's prejudgment abilities. The two volunteers from the military who had practiced Yin-Yang Blast all ran into issues when using it in combats. One had died and one became disabled. Yin-Yang Blast was about to be classified as banned. But after all, this is what Bai Yishan had come up with, and he did not want to see Yin-Yang Blast buried. That was why he tried his best to get another chance of experiment. In order to ensure the success of this experiment, Bai Yishan needed to pick a person that he thought could control Yin-Yang Blasts. After a lot of screening, Bai Yishan had his eyes on Nalan Chengyuo. What Nalan was practicing was a Kala mantra, so his faith was immovable and he had a great perspective on Yin and Yang. But Bai Yishan was only listing Nalan as a candidate and had not decided. This time he was trying to determine whether Nalan would be a good fit by watching the black and white boxing game, which despite its simple form, shows the fundamentals of yin and yang. Before Nalan showed up, Hansen's performance had amazed Bai Yishan. It was not how strong he was or how well he had mastered the yin and yang forces, but his ability of psychological gaming and prejudgment that made Bai Yishan regret not seeing the boy earlier. This kind of ability is so rare and perfect for Yin-Yang Blast. If he was not just lucky, he should be the one. Bai Yishan knew how valuable Hansen's abilities were. This required both talent and effort, and among the people he had met, Hansen was the best in this aspect so far. Bai Yishan listed Nalan as a candidate exactly because of his ability to see through his opponent's thought. But now he could tell that Hansen was even better at that. Let me see how well you could do. Bai Yishan watched the game, interested in the online black and white boxing competition. After Hansen observed Nalan, he threw a punch as fierce as an uncaged tiger. In Nalan's eyes as clear as water flashed a trace of surprise. He grew up practicing a Kala mantra, and had a mind that was like a mirror. No fiber or dust could pass unnoticed. Although he was still very young, he had a character that was suitable for practicing a Kala mantra, and had become advanced in this hyper-Geno art. Most people's minds were affected by a lot of distractions, and he could see through them. With Hansen's blow, he could not see what his opponent was thinking, which naturally made him a little surprised. Even though he could not see through Hansen's mind, Nalan could see through his body. The body could make a lot of deceptive appearances, but under the Akala mantra, he could see almost every inch of Hansen's muscle. It was almost impossible to fool Nalan. After all, one would have to move certain muscles to use real strength, and there was no way around that. For Nalan Chengyuo, this kind of judgment was not difficult. Hansen had no secrets in the eyes of Nalan. All his muscles and even the speed of his breathing were imprinted in Nalan's mind. White fist. Nalan made his own judgment. There was no doubt that it was a white fist since Hansen used hardly any muscles that he would use for other moves. Although Nalan had determined it was a white fist, he still raised his arms to parry. It was not because he had no confidence in his judgment, but out of his respect for the opponent. Bang! Nalan's expression suddenly changed, as Hansen's fist landed on his arm and threw him away. It was determined as a black fist. It turned out to be black fist. Nalan was slightly startled. The audience was deadly silent. When Zixu opened her mouth wide and her eyes almost popped out of her head, she could not believe Hansen got another point against Nalan Chengyuo. This is not possible. Zhu Yundi also felt incredulous, except for the guy in the Alliance Central Military Academy. He had not ever seen anyone who could get the first point facing Nala. After a brief silence, people who were watching online became wild. My god, he scored first against Nala. Is he about to achieve 5-3-0? Sent. Germain will go insane. As Hashchi, that's amazing. This guy is not just great with a warframe. Black Fist Emperor. If he could give Nalan a 0, I will call him Your Highness. Your Highness, please accept my allegiance. It's just 1 point. Don't get excited too early. The comments were exploding, and in the end, no one could see what they were saying since the page rolled down too fast. Except for in the match against the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy. People had not seen Nalan fail for a long time. Blackhawk students were cheering and Jai Yanran was so excited that her face reddened. Bai Yishan was intrigued. Touching his chin, he asked himself, this is really interesting. One is pure and insightful, an angel from heaven. The other has strong control, but is more like a cunning devil from hell, who can do better in the end. In the game, Nalan had restored his zen. A failure like that was not enough to shake him. But he had to admit that he had underestimated Hansen. Hansen's techniques were not as good as the guy from Alliance Central Military Academy, but he was more cunning. Maybe his flaws had made him strong. You're good. Nalan stood opposite Hansen and said, thank you. Hansen accepted the compliment. Ready. Nalan's eyes were calm and steady, without any emotional fluctuations from his failure. Hansen did not hesitate to punch at him. An ordinary punch as it was, it attracted the attention of millions of people. All were nervously staring at Hansen's fist. Among all the people, Nalan was the calmest. He watched Hansen's punch quietly. It was almost exactly the same punch as the last one and seemed to be a white fist again. No matter how Nalan saw it, it was a white fist, since the punch simply could not carry the kind of strength that a black fist would require. There were still a lot of flaws in Hansen's move. But now Nalan knew that Hansen had immense control of his muscles, and the barely noticeable flaws that only he could see were traps Hansen had set. But Nalan did not panic. Even if he could not tell whether it was a white fist, Nalan could still make a reasonable judgment. And that was the judgment of Hansen as a person. Since Hansen used an ID such as Black Fist Emperor, he must be a person with absolute self-confidence. In the 4 previous rounds, Hansen had attacked 12 times, only 3 of which were white fists. And Nalan had paid attention to every detail and knew that Hansen would have the smile on his face whether he used a black fist or a white one. But when Hansen was using a black fist, his smile would be slightly more tilted than when he was using a white fist. An average person would not see the difference, and only someone as observant as Nalan could notice this clue. Nalan knew that this was due to Hansen's preference of black fist. Hansen must really enjoy the kind of pleasure of hitting his opponent, and was excited to experience that. That was why he would smile a little more, and this subtle clue was again tested to be true in the previous punch. Nalan Chengyuo had confirmed that Hansen had the same kind of smile when using the black fist. That's right, this one must be a white fist. Nalan's eyes lit up. He crossed his arms and was ready to block the white fist. Hansen's smile at this moment was the one he would put on when giving a white fist. Boom. With the sparks generated by the system, Nalan Chengyuo was blown away. Nalan had lost again. 2 points in a row. Not even the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy could do that to Nalan. Thinking back of what she had said and done before the competition, Wen Zixu felt her face burning, as if she had been slapped by someone. Wen Zixu even touched her face, as if that feeling was real. As strong as Nalan Chengyuo, he had been shaken by the situation. Biting his lips, he fixed his eyes on Hansen. Has he been calculating right from the start? Bai Yishan saw Nalan Chengyuo's look and sighed. Nalan is still too young and is easily shaken. He has lost already. But Bai Yishan's gaze at Hansen became hot. Maybe this person is the best candidate to practice Yin-Yang Blast. And the fact was exactly like how Bai Yishan had predicted. Nalan Chengyuo's mind was shaken completely. He could no longer maintain his keen observance nor his calm. In the 3rd round, he was blown away by Hansen. At this moment, even Hansen's friends could not believe that their school had beaten St. Germain completely. It was a victory they had never seen before. After a short silence, all the students from Blackhawk started to cheer, and they were shouting Emperor. In the online community, people had also gone insane. St. Germain had lost like never before, and it was accomplished by the guy whose ID name was Black Fist Emperor. He is indeed an emperor. All players in front of him had to bow their heads, even Nalan Chengyuo. Wow, has St. Germain ever lost like this in their history? Taha, I feel like this game rule should be changed. When night falls, by the glistening pond and under a willow tree, a young couple were standing together. Close your eyes. Why should I do that? Please, no. If you don't close your eyes, I'll leave. You can't eat your own words, so close your eyes. Okay, no peeking. All right. Seeing Hansen had closed his eyes, Jai Yanran, whose cheeks were red, tiptoed and leaned her face towards Hansen's. However, before her pink lips touched his face, she saw that he opened his eyes and watched her with a faint smile. Feeling ashamed, Jai Yanran wanted to stop and turn away. Yet Hansen's hands had held her small waist and she suddenly fell in his arms. His mouth covered hers. When Hansen was enjoying making out with his beautiful girlfriend, his comlink suddenly rang. Hansen wanted to turn it off, but his girlfriend pressed answer. Suddenly, a sexy woman in white lingerie with her boobs almost popping out showed up in the holographic image. I'm sorry, said. It seems that I am interrupting you guys. I will hang up, the sexy woman said with her face gloomy, and hung up. You asshole. Jai Yanran stepped on Hansen's foot madly and turned away. I can explain. Hansen chased after her. I don't want to listen. Jai Yanran did not really want to run. She turned her head away childishly. Having to explain to her while walking, Hansen blamed Hyunfu Pinking secretly. He believed that she was doing it on purpose. In her dorm, Hyunfu Pinking was in a great mood and humming a song. Of course she meant it. She had been informed that Jai Yanran and Hansen went to the lakeside, and that was why she had calculated the time and changed into the right outfit before she dialed Hansen's number. You won't be able to run from me, Hyunfu Pinking said to herself while enjoying her bath. Hansen went to the auction that Hyunfu Pinking mentioned, and the two sacred blood beasts' soul both ended up with skyrocketing prices. He had nothing to bid with in the auction. The sacred blood flying beast soul was bought by Lin Beifeng with $178 million, whereas the three-blade harpoon was even more popular and was won by Son of Heaven in the end with $230 million, which made Hansen feel quite unbelievable. He had wanted to sell his SKTS and put in all his savings, but had to let that thought go because he simply did not have enough. The crazy prices made him want to sell his own sacred blood beast souls at one point. He could become rich immediately. Even if he could sell his sacred blood beast soul each at just 100 million, he would have several $100 million by now. However, this kind of money was not enough for someone rich to buy an interstellar spaceship, so it really was nothing. After the auction, Hansen was thinking where he should go hunting. The moment he walked out of steel armor shelter, the sky suddenly became dark. It is noon now. How come it suddenly became dark? Is it going to rain? Hansen felt weird because the sky was very clear just now. When he looked up, Hansen almost jumped. There was not a piece of cloud in the sky, but a giant island floating above the steel armor shelter like a mountain upside down, blocking the sun and covering the shelter and its surrounding areas in the shadow. Mystery Island, it is a mystery island, exclaimed someone. Hansen also recognized that it was a mystery island. He had only seen it online before. It was his first time to see a mystery island in the real life. The mystery island was a floating island that occasionally appeared in the sky. Each mystery island had a sacred blood creature guarding it, and according to people's experience, if someone killed a sacred blood creature on the island, one would get its sacred blood beast soul for sure. Therefore, seeing the island meant chance of getting a sacred blood beast soul. However, it was not easy to fly that high and land on the mystery island. Neither primitive nor mutant flying beast souls could carry one that high. Only sacred blood beast souls could, which was the threshold to land on the island. Hansen became thrilled. Steel Armor Shelter did not have many flying beast souls to offer, and people here had not even heard of any sacred blood wings, except for his purple-winged dragon. The other pair of wings known to people in addition to his was just sold by Hyunfu Pinking, and was now in Lin Beifeng's hand. Hansen felt amused. Hyunfu Pinking must be regretting right now. As she waited a little longer, the sacred blood wings would be even more expensive than the three-blade harpoon. Son of Heaven is definitely also regretting not having bought the sacred blood wings. Hansen found a secluded spot and summoned the black beetle armor which had recovered from the previous damages and his purple-winged dragon beast soul. He could not wait to fly to the mystery island. When he was up in the air, he saw from afar that from the other direction someone else was also flying toward the mystery island. Lin Beifeng is fast enough, Hansen thought, and approached that person. But when he was closer he saw that it was not Lin Beifeng, but Son of Heaven. What's wrong? Didn't Lin Beifeng buy that pair of sacred blood wings? How did it end up in Son of Heaven's hand? Hansen frowned, feeling puzzled. Although Son of Heaven's eyesight was not as good as Hansen's eye-catching golden outfit was easy to recognize. After seeing Hansen, Son of Heaven speeded up toward the mystery island. Obviously, he did not want to be approached by Hansen. Hansen was still far from Son of Heaven and decided to go to the island directly. This is a great opportunity to kill Son of Heaven, now that he is alone, and none of his gang member is with him. Maybe I could even get rid of him right now. Squinting his eyes, Hansen flew toward the island. Son of Heaven's wings were no slower than purple-winged dragons. Hansen was not able to close in. The wind became cold when he went higher up, but Hansen felt nothing because he had sacred blood armor and jade skin. On the other hand, Son of Heaven was not that lucky. His armor only covered his upper body and he was shuddering. If it was not because Son of Heaven had almost maxed out on all his Geno points, even with the sacred blood beast soul wings, he wouldn't be able to fly up to the mystery island. After flying for a while, Son of Heaven's eyebrows and hair became white with ice. Damn it, why is the wind so strong? Son of Heaven cursed. It was also the first time for him to come to a mystery island. He had seen it before, but he did not have sacred blood beast soul wings and was not able to go up. Son of Heaven had slowed down. It seemed that he was really frozen. When Hansen was hesitating whether or not he should rush over, he saw someone else flying toward the island. Steel Armor Shelter has more sacred blood wings. Who is the owner? King Xuan. Feeling odd, Hansen took another look and it was Thumb who was flapping a pair of bat-like wings. Hansen frowned, although he knew Thumb, but they could not be called friends and Thumb did not know that he was Dollar either. Using the identity of Dollar and as a competitor for the sacred blood beast souls on the mystery island, he was now Thumb's enemy. While Hansen was still thinking, Son of Heaven quickly flew to Thumb, which surprised Hansen. Although Son of Heaven and Thumb had some collaborations, they represented two major gangs in the shelter. It seemed odd that Son of Heaven had proactively approached Thumb. How about you and I work together to get rid of Dollar first? Son of Heaven said to Thumb. Why would I work with you? Thumb curled his lips and said, I can sell you the warframes that you want with 10% off. Son of Heaven said without blinking his eyes. 20% off, said Thumb. All right, but you have to help me gain this sacred blood beast soul. Deal. After reaching the agreements, the two flew to Hansen. Hansen saw them, but did not seem to panic. Dollar, I am so sorry. I respect you a lot and do not want to antagonize you. However, Son of Heaven has paid well and I have to fight you. If you leave now, I will not stop you. Thumb said to Hansen aloud. I understand, but I have to get the sacred blood beast soul on the island. Hansen said calmly. Cut the crap. If you still want the discount, you know what to do. Son of Heaven summoned his bloody red sword and slashed at Hansen. Holding his round shield with one hand and a broadsword in the other, Thumb rushed to Hansen as well. The shield was the one that Hansen gave to Thumb, so Hansen knew how good it was. However, Hansen did not plan to retreat. Drawing his Shurikatana out, he cut it to Son of Heaven's sword. Son of Heaven of course recognized the katana, which might be stronger than the Z steel weapons, but was not even close to his sacred blood sword. Not only was Dollar's weapon inferior to Son of Heaven's, but Son of Heaven had almost maxed out on all his Geno points and with his Hyper Geno art, so he was definitely stronger than Dollar in physique. A few months ago, when Dollar was fighting King Xuan, he was not even able to beat her. Son of Heaven did not think that the guy's strength could be compared to his in such a short amount of time. Even though Dollar's strength was similar to his, Dollar would lose his balance after trying to block Son of Heaven's sword. By then, HW would have to take the deadly attack from Thumb. There was a dull noise of metal on metal. Bang! Son of Heaven was blown away by Hansen. He was only able to steady himself after a few seconds and his face darkened. How could he have become so strong? Son of Heaven could not accept the fact that Hansen's strength was so much greater than his. He had almost maxed out on all Geno points. Thumb, who had to come to Dollar, growled and attacked with his broadsword. However, Hansen's katana was so fast that when Thumb had only drawn his broadsword, Hansen's katana was already hitting his shield. Bang! Thumb was also blown away, which shocked Son of Heaven even more. He had seen Thumb's strength and how great his shield was. Dollar could ignore Thumb and his shield, which made him wonder how strong Dollar was right now. Hansen originally only wanted to test how well could he do at this point. It seemed that the effect was even better than he had imagined. Even Son of Heaven, who had almost maxed out on all Geno points, was inferior to him. The enhancement brought by Jadeskin was indeed tremendous. But then he thought of Zhu Longyan, who was able to use Jadeskin to cut a mutant weapon like it was made of tofu after being severely injured, and believed that he could do so much more with this Hyper Geno art. Son of Heaven and Thumb became serious and attacked Hansen at the same time. Hansen used one katana to fight two foes and forced them to step back using Bladestorm. In Steel Armor Shelter, those who were watching their fight with binoculars were dumbstruck. Although they knew that Dollar was very strong, They did not realize that he was so strong that even Son of Heaven and Thumb combined could not stop him. "Brother, I'm here to help you." Another person flapped a pair of wings and came close. It turned out to be Huanfu Pinking. "This woman is trouble." Hansen frowned. Huanfu Pinking was obviously calling Son of Heaven, who was the young master of the Starry Group. Being the granddaughter of Huanfu Qingchen, president of Ares Martial Hall, she could not be his sister. But Hansen had no time to think about it. Huanfu Pinking was not weak. If they were fighting one-on-one, Hansen could easily beat her. However, with two strong enemies attacking him at the same time, she would create a lot of troubles. The three were attacking Hansen at the same time, who moved quickly and used his katana to block all the blows, which made the onlookers surprised. Dollar is great. He could even handle three enemies at the same time. Had he showed up, Lin Feng might not have become the first chosen. So strong. How can he be so strong? Son of Heaven and Thumb are both going to max out on all Geno points. Kim Chuan said softly. It is shocking that Dollar has made so much progress since the contest. It's just been a few months. Because he is Dollar, King said, holding his binocular. It is such a shame that Dollar was not in the final round of the contest, or he could have beaten Lin Feng, Yuan lamented. When people were feeling amazed, they suddenly heard metal smashed. Hansen's katana was not sacred blood after all and could no longer take the hits. When cut by the bloody sword of Son of Heavens, it was smashed into pieces. Without a weapon, Hansen had to turn away. Although he could fight all these three people, he could not kill Son of Heaven without a sacred blood weapon. Stop. Son of Heaven would not let him go and smacked the bloody sword at him. Hansen's eyes became cold and he suddenly shapeshifted into the Bloody Slayer. He waved his fist at the bloody sword and knocked the sword away. Hansen wanted to keep hitting Son of Heaven, while Thumb and Huanfu Pinking had come over, waving their weapons. Hansen forced Thumb back with one fist, and used his palm as a knife and struck at Huanfu Pinking. Huanfu Pinking's strength was weaker after all. Her sword was struck away and a silver three-blade harpoon cut through the sacred blood armor on Hansen's arm. Blood was flowing. What a sharp harpoon! Hansen flapped his wings and flew higher. The three persons were chasing after him, but the higher they went, the stronger the wind was. With Jadeskin, Hansen did not fear the wind, yet the rest three were trembling and gradually slowed down. They had to watch Hansen land on the island and disappear from their sights. I was just wondering why Huanfu Pinking would be willing to sell the sacred blood beast souls. So she was only working together with Son of Heaven. What Hansen did not understand was why the flying beast soul bought by Lin Beifeng would appear on Son of Heaven. And Lin Beifeng was definitely not working together with them. There was little point in thinking about that right now. Without a sacred blood weapon, it was not very likely he could kill Son of Heaven today. Such a great loss. My katana was ruined and all that I have at this point is a mutant spear. Hansen had decided that he would gain the sacred blood beast soul on the mystery island to compensate his loss. When he came above the cloud, Hansen finally saw the entirety of the island. Above the ocean of clouds, there were magnificent mountains, among which one was outstanding. The sacred blood creature should reside in that mountain. Hansen went towards the mountain at his full speed, wanting to kill the sacred blood creature before everyone else and gain the beast's soul. Before he could approach the mountain, Hansen stopped and was appalled. He did not dare to go any closer because of what he saw. On top of the mountain there was a tall tree with a huge canopy and exceptional fragrance. An angel-looking creature with white wings behind its back and a halo above its head was standing under the tree with both hands placed on the hilt of a sword stuck in a rock. The sword looked like it was made from diamond and glittered in the sunlight. A humanoid sacred blood creature, and it even has a sacred blood gear. Hansen was pleasantly surprised. If he could gain a sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul from this creature, it would be undoubtedly powerful, just like Bloody Slayer and Fairy Queen. According to people's experience, all humanoids were exceptionally powerful, even the Bloody Slayer, which was not that close to a human. If it was not for the one-off sacred blood arrow used by Son of Heaven, the Bloody Slayer would not have been killed. The three gangs were attacking the Bloody Slayer at the same time and even the combined effort was almost thwarted. Hansen did not believe that himself was as strong as the Bloody Slayer, and he sensed that this creature was probably even stronger than Bloody Slayer. If Hansen could shapeshift into the Bloody Slayer for a long time, he would have some confidence. However, there was a time limit to that, and he might get himself killed if he risked to go over the limit. More importantly, the three people following him were about to arrive. If Hansen started to fight the creature right now, they would be able to take advantage of it. Thinking of this, Hansen did not hesitate to hide in the mountain and start observing. There was normally only one sacred blood creature on one mystery island. Hansen did not worry he might run into any danger and sat down on a tree where he could watch the sacred blood creature, waiting for the three to come. In less than half an hour, the three persons had arrived, faster than Hansen had thought. The three also saw the angel-like humanoid creature and reacted the same way Hansen did. They stopped far from the creature and did not dare to approach. Come out. Let's talk. Son of Heaven stepped back and called after consulting with Thumb and Fu Pinking. Obviously, they were also terrified of that creature and were also worried that Hansen might take advantage of them. Hansen ignored them. Half a day had passed, and Son of Heaven did not dare to go into the mountains. Let us talk. None of us can profit from this if we do nothing. Son of Heaven was worried. If it was some other sacred blood beast soul, he would probably let go. However, a humanoid sacred blood beast soul was very rare. If he missed this one, he might never see another in his lifetime. I will offer you $50 million to help me kill the creature, but the beast soul must be mine, said Son of Heaven. I will give you $50 million for the beast soul. Son of Heaven held back his curse and said, what would you want in return for this beast soul? Name your price. 1 sacred blood beast soul. Hansen said, I am only getting a sacred blood beast soul by killing this creature. Don't you feel that you're too greedy? Son of Heaven wanted to kill Hansen at that moment. I do not have to tell you the value of a humanoid sacred blood beast soul, right? A humanoid beast soul is indeed precious, but you are asking for too much. How about we both compromise? We will offer $100 million for the beast soul. Fu Pinking smiled sensually and said, I am not interested in money. A sacred blood beast soul, or may the best man or woman win. You decide, Hansen said decisively. Since you do not know your place, I will have to teach you. Son of Heaven suddenly growled and moved to attack Hansen. Fu Pinking also summoned her bow and arrows and shot 7 arrows at Hansen at the same time. Hansen decided not to waste time on them and flew away. However, there was no wind on the island and Hansen was not fast enough to lose them. Fu Pinking's arrows also distracted Hansen and slowed him down. Son of Heaven, if you promise to give me a sacred blood beast soul now, it is not too late. Otherwise you will regret it, exclaimed Hansen. My only regret is not killing you earlier, said Son of Heaven, gritting his teeth. Then you will continue to live with regret, Hansen laughed. Suddenly, Hansen changed his direction and rushed to where the creature was. The rest were dumbstruck. Thumb slowed down and said, he went after the creature. Should we follow him? Son of Heaven said, do not slow down. Follow him. That bastard would never go risk his life. He is only trying to lose us. Thumb felt it was a reasonable explanation. Could never be so stupid that he would hand his life over to the sacred blood creature. The three were following Hansen as close as they could. But soon they felt that something was wrong. Hansen went all the way to the mountain and did not intend to change direction or stop. Brother, it feels weird. We should stop, said Fu Pinking. Son of Heaven also felt that and gradually slowed down. But it was too late. Hansen had already gone into the mountain. When he was 300 feet from the sacred blood creature, it suddenly opened its eyes, golden lightning bolts shining in its pupils and blonde hair dancing in the air. A sword as gorgeous as a diamond was also drawn from the rock. Spreading its wings, the creature flew up and threw itself at Hansen. Hansen moved towards the three at full speed. They suddenly understood that he was trying to force them to fight the creature. Shameless bastard. Let's run, cried the Son of Heaven. No way. We cannot make it. The creature is faster than we are, Thumb said calmly. We should work together to kill first, said Son of Heaven, seeing Hansen was only 50 feet from them. The sacred blood creature had come behind Hansen and slashed to him with its sword, shapeshifting into the bloody slayer. Hansen summoned his mutant spear and used it to block the sword. Crack. As a mutant weapon, the spear was cut into halves by the diamond sword. Shocked, Hansen threw himself at the three. The three wanted to attack Hansen, but was all appalled by how powerful the creature was. All of a sudden, Hansen was already in front of them. When they were ready to attack Hansen, he stopped less than 15 feet from them and turned to face the sacred blood creature. Having summoned his chopper, he used it to parry with the sacred blood creature. The chopper was a commonly seen beast soul weapon, so he was not worried that people might tell who was from it. Crack. The chopper was also cut in half by the diamond sword. Hansen fell to the ground and dodged the sword of the creature. Now the sacred blood creature was faced with the other three. Without hesitation, the creature cut to Thumb, who was closest to it, with its sword. Thumb gritted his teeth and used his sacred blood shield to block the diamond sword. Then, Thumb was forced back more than 50 feet before he could stop himself in the air. With a roar, he shapeshifted into a giant bear more than 9 feet tall. With his shield in one hand and his broadsword in the other, Thumb ran toward the sacred blood creature. He exclaimed, "Dollar, now if we work together, we will have a chance to kill it. If you run away right now, if we could not gain any benefit, we will not leave anything to you." Just now when fighting with Hansen, Thumb did not really want him dead. After all, he held no grudge against Hansen. All Son of Heaven offered was a discount, and that was not worth risking his life. "Come to the ground. We are not its match in the air," Hansen cried while flying to the ground. Son of Heaven and the rest also knew that the flying speed of the creature was too fast for them to keep up with, so they followed Hansen to the ground. Thumb was the last to follow. Using his sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul and sacred blood shield, he barely blocked the creature's sword. All four of them were now on the ground. They all took back their wings and shapeshifted into different creatures to attack the sacred blood angel-like creature. Hansen had seen the strength of sacred blood creatures. He knew that with his own power, he could never kill the creature. The only chance was to collaborate with the three. He also had to try to kill the creature while they were still able to shapeshift, because the angel-like creature was too strong. Thumb was now a giant bear. Using his shield, he was fighting the creature head-on. Deep marks were left by the diamond sword on the sacred blood shield. Son of Heaven had turned himself into a huge lion. Fu Pinking did not shapeshift, but was shooting arrows from far away to limit the range of motion of the creature. Without a humanoid shapeshifting beast soul, she would not be able to use the weapon she was best at if she chose to shapeshift. Although all four of them were attacking the creature, they still did not cause much damage. Hansen found a chance to cut at the creature, but his mutant dagger did not even break its armor. Damn it, without a sacred blood weapon, I could never kill this creature. Hansen felt depressed. All he needed right now was a sacred blood weapon. It was such a shame that he had not bought the free blade harpoon. Otherwise he would not be so helpless right now. "Carry on. My shapeshifting would not last very long," exclaimed Thumb as he was blocking the blows from the creature. Most attacks from the creature were handled by Thumb. If his shield were not sacred blood, it would have been broken 1,000 times. Son of Heaven was also worried. Had he not given Luo Tenyang his sacred blood ape beast soul, which were ruined by Hansen, he could do much better. Now with the lion beast soul, he could not use weapons after shapeshifting, so he could not commit his full strength. The three men could all last around 2 hours with shapeshifting. As time went by, they could not hurt the creature whatsoever. "We could not keep doing this. Someone lend me a sacred blood weapon," Hansen had to ask. Without a sacred blood weapon, all he could do was to distract the creature. There was no chance he could cause any damage, and their shapeshifting time was almost up. But none of the rest responded. It was a great risk to transfer a sacred blood beast soul to Hansen. Who could tell if he would run away the moment he got the beast soul? Even if he did not run, no one was willing to see him killing the creature. "Since we could not beat it, we should go home." Running out of shapeshifting time, Hansen turned away to leave the mystery island. Without Hansen, the rest could never beat the creature. With Thumb's defense, they also left the mystery island. The sacred blood creature of Mystery Island would not leave the island. So after they left, the sacred blood creature went back to the tree on that mountain. The plan to besiege the sacred blood creature had failed. After some discussion, the three went back to the shelter, because they did not believe that Hansen would go find the creature alone. That creature was not something an individual could kill. Impressive. The beast soul of this creature must be amazing. Hansen went back to the mystery island after dark. He needed to kill this creature, otherwise his katana and 2 mutant weapons would have been ruined for nothing. In fact, he had one sacred blood weapon, which was the sacred blood butterfly boomerang. However, it was a one-off weapon. If he did not have to, Hansen would not use it. Going back to the mountain, Hansen saw the sacred blood creature under the tree, its hands still on the hilt of the diamond sword and its eyes closed again. He did not have time to pay attention in daytime. Now under moonlight and starlight, he noticed how gorgeous this creature was. It was definitely a she. The jade armor covered her body, yet still showed off her long legs and curves. The white wings and long wavy hair accentuated her beautiful facial features. Pretty yet aloof, she was really like an angel. Had he not seen how well she fought, Hansen would even be reluctant to hurt such a beautiful creature. She is so strong. I only have one chance. If I don't succeed, I might not even be able to escape. Hansen was considering which beast soul he should use. A sacred blood beast soul armor would not be enough. It might keep him alive, but what he needed now was to kill the creature. The fairy queen was summoned. Hansen's body was covered in red armor and the ruby crown appeared on his head. His black hair became blonde. Hansen also summoned the horn bow and mutant black stinger arrow. Hansen was confident in his ability to hide his intentions, but when he aimed at the creature, she suddenly opened her eyes full of golden lightning bolts. Whoosh! The diamond sword was drawn from the rock and cut at Hansen. Hansen did not shoot the black stinger arrow. He did not dare to. Once the arrow was cut by the sword, it would be ruined. This arrow had cost Hansen a lot of efforts, and Hansen would not want it to be ruined like the mutant spear and chopper. Watching the sacred blood creature approaching him, he felt she did not seem as fast as she was. The ability of the fairy queen had turned the actions of the creature into slow motion in his eyes. Watching the sword cutting at himself, Hansen suddenly took back his bow and arrow and made an incredibly fast move. Spartacle. The footwork that Hansen had been working hard on was eventually put to use. Even the sacred blood creature's sword was not fast enough to follow his body. Instead of stepping back, Hansen narrowed the distance between him and the creature. The sacred blood butterfly boomerang appeared in Hansen's hand and was thrown at the creature. With an unlikely trajectory, the boomerang approached the creature in the blink of an eye and was about to cut her throat. However, even at such a short distance, the sacred blood creature was still able to take back her sword and slash it at the butterfly boomerang. The moment before the sword touched the boomerang suddenly made an incredible dive and then cut the creature's throat from below. Boom! The horrifying blue fire exploded and covered the entire body of the sacred blood creature. It almost looked like she was going through a nirvana. This angel was not a friendly one. Bathing in fire, she was still trying to attack Hansen. Using both Fairy Queen and Spartacle, Hansen was able to dodge all her attacks. In fact, the creature's speed and strength were no longer comparable to before because of her injury. She gradually slowed down and her sword fell to the ground with a clank. Her body turned into lights and scattered like fireflies. Sacred blood creature Holy Angel killed. Beast soul of sacred blood Holy Angel gained. Meat inedible. She really is an angel. Hansen was excited. He was not too surprised by the fact that the meat was edible. He had read before online that the sacred blood creatures on the Mystery Island were most likely inedible. Wrapping the diamond sword with the cloth he had prepared, Hansen left the Mystery Island in the dark. Son of Heaven must still be thinking how to kill the Holy Angel. There is no way that he would know that I've killed it. I'm really curious to see his face when he has prepared everything and find no creature there. Hansen returned to Steel Armor Shelter in a great mood. Putting the diamond sword on the table, he couldn't wait to check out his newly gained Beast Soul of Holy Angel. A teenage girl with long dark hair stood barefoot in front of Hansen, wearing a white dress, her eyes blinking. Beast Soul Pet, another one, looking at the Holy Angel in the form of a pretty little girl. Hansen did not know how to react. This was such a big change. She had lost her wings and halo. You could not even tell that she was an angel. There was nothing fearful about her and she looked just like a cute human girl. Despite her cuteness, she could not fight at all. He did not even know how long it would take for a sacred blood beast soul pet to transform. Fortunately, Hansen also had gained sacred blood gear, the diamond sword, otherwise he would be very upset. After all, he had traded one katana, 2 mutant weapons, and a sacred blood butterfly boomerang for the sacred blood pet. One thing was for sure, the sacred blood holy angel was worth a lot of money. Sacred blood pets were rare, and a pet as cute as this one, which looked almost exactly like a human, could be sold at a great price, maybe even higher than the price of any practical sacred bloods. Can you talk? Hansen looked at the holy angel and asked. She looked so much like a pretty human girl. The holy angel widened her eyes and smiled at him, looking innocent. Seeing that she could not talk, Hansen took her back and took up the gorgeous diamond sword. The diamond sword was like an ice sculpture and was slightly heavier than a steel sword. Hansen waved the sword around and thought it was very smooth to use. What a great sword. It is very much worth what it has cost me. Hansen felt more and more at ease waving the sword around, thinking it was easier to use than the katana. As for the sharpness and toughness of the sword, there was no question, since it could cut through his sacred blood armor. Even the sacred blood shield of thumbs was left with deep marks, whereas the sword itself was still intact. It was easy to imagine how good it was. It is such a shame that the sword could not be taken back like a sacred blood beast soul. I could only carry it with me and use it here in God's sanctuary. Hansen thought. The sword had a very memorable look. Since Son of Heaven, Fu Pinking and Thumb had all seen it. It would be a lot of trouble if he wanted to use it in the future. He could only use it when he pretended to be Dollar. Otherwise any of them could guess that Hansen was Dollar. Leaving God's sanctuary, Hansen's comlink immediately rang. Seeing Fu Pinking's number, Hansen bristled. It was because of this woman that his girlfriend was still mad at him. Having answered the call, he wanted to talk some sense into Fu Pinking, teaching her right from wrong. While he just opened his mouth, he was rendered speechless. Fu Pinking was in a bubble bath, covered under foam. He could only see her arms and the top of her globes, which still made his heart race. "Brother Han, am I interrupting something?" As she asked, she lifted one of her legs and started to caress it. Hansen felt his nose was about to bleed. He touched his nose and said seriously, "Miss Fu Pinking, do you need me for something? If not, I have to go." Hansen could not help throwing another glance at her leg. "Of course I need you. Did you know that there is a mystery island floating above the steel armor shelter now?" Fu Pinking smiled sensually. "Of course I know that. But I could never go up there since I do not have sacred blood wings." Hansen became nervous. "That's a problem easy to solve. I can lend you a flying beast soul." Fu Pinking turned around in the water and moved closer to the lake. Looking at the close-up of her white globes, he was about to explode. Hansen said hurriedly, "Don't joke with me. Why would you lend me such a precious sacred blood?" "I am not joking. If you want it, you can come and get it right now. My door is open," Fu Pinking said, blinking. "You could say what you want here and now." Hansen did not believe Fu Pinking would be so generous. "Since you won't come over, we should find somewhere to discuss. How about the cafeteria in Section A?" Fu Pinking said. "No, I'd rather talk in the shelter." Since this was breakfast time, if someone saw Fu Pinking and him together, he could never prove his innocence. Although Fu Pinking was sexy and as pretty as Jai Yanran was more Hansen's type. Fu Pinking was too cunning. Even though she looked great, it was tiring to talk to her. When she first came to Steel Armor Shelter, she pretended not to know Son of Heaven, so that the young master could help raise the price of many beast souls. The sacred blood flying beast soul was thus sold at a high price to Lin Beifeng. Because of the appearance of the Mystery Island, Son of Heaven had to buy it back from Lin, who ended up making some money. Such a woman would not invite him to a date for no reason. She must want to discuss with him the sacred blood creature on the Mystery Island. He knew that Holy Angel was gone now, which other people were not aware of, and they were still preparing to hunt the creature. "Maybe I can even gain something from this," Hansen said to himself. However, he was still not sure how Son of Heaven and Fu Pinking knew each other. This time Son of Heaven had spent several hundred million on buying the sacred blood flying beast soul from Lin Beifeng and borrowing a sacred blood shape-shifting humanoid beast soul from Qin Xuan. In addition to the price he paid to hire Hansen and Thumb, all of his efforts were for the beast soul of this sacred blood creature on the island. Hansen simply took the sacred blood flying beast soul and the sacred blood beast soul arrow Fu Pinking lent him, and followed all instructions of Son of Heaven quietly. Secretly, Hansen was amused. "Son of Heaven, you've spent so much effort. When you land on the Mystery Island and find the sacred blood creature gone, I wonder how you would look." Everything was ready and Son of Heaven took Thumb and Hansen to fly towards the Mystery Island again. When they arrived at the island, Son of Heaven did not go immediately into the mountain, but let the team rest for half a day so that they were all prepared and energetic. For this humanoid creature's beast soul, Son of Heaven had considered everything. Hansen did not say a word and simply followed what Son of Heaven said. He was only looking forward to seeing Son of Heaven's disappointment when he found that the Holy Angel was gone. At last, Son of Heaven led Hansen and the Thumb into the mountain. "Where is the sacred blood creature?" From afar, Son of Heaven used binoculars to watch the top of the mountain, but did not see the Holy Angel. Son of Heaven accelerated towards the mountain, but did not see a trace of the creature at all. Feeling reluctant, Son of Heaven circled around the mountain top and he asked Thumb and Hansen to search elsewhere on the island. But in the end, they found nothing. I will kill you." Son of Heaven bristled and gave up in the end. He hated this person even more than he did a murderer. On the way back, Son of Heaven's face was dark. It seemed that his anger had controlled him completely. Hansen would not provoke him, but was dying with laughter inside. Back in his room at the shelter, Hansen summoned the three-blade harpoon and tried it out. He loved how it felt in his hand and could not wait to fight a sacred blood creature with this weapon. "It is time that I go to the Devil Desert again." With this three-blade harpoon, the sacred blood fox king and black-feathered beast king could no longer escape from me. Hansen was excited, but before he went to the Devil Desert, he had received a message from King Xuan, who asked Hansen to see her. Her voice is a bit weird and she did not mention what it was regarding, which made Hansen feel puzzled. It should not concern the special squad, otherwise she would just say it. Hansen could not think of anything King Xuan would need him to do. At the same time, King Xuan was holding some paperwork and had a strange look on her face. Why would Professor Bai from the St. Hall choose Hansen? King Xuan muttered to herself as she read. Such a big shot as Bai Yishan would like to transfer Hansen to work for the St. Hall as his assistant. When he contacted the management of the special squad, they were all quite shocked. Feeling equally surprised was King Xuan. At the same time, she felt more confident about her choice of talent. Come in. King Xuan saw Hansen was outside her office and said. Hansen was the biggest gem that she had found in steel armor shelter. He was a little greedy and cowardly, but his growth was faster than she had expected from him. Seeing King Chuan smiling at him, Hansen felt a bit scared. Hansen, you have done well recently. King Chuan smiled at Hansen. Under your guidance, Hansen said quickly. Well said. King Chuan's smile became brighter. This made Hansen more nervous. He cleared his throat and said, so why have you called me here? So Professor Bai Yishan from the St. Hall wants you to work as his assistant. Do you want to go? Without further ado, King Chuan told Hansen what has happened. A professor from the St. Hall wants me as his assistant. Hansen paused and realized that he had nothing to do with the St. Hall, and Professor Bai was also a stranger. It is many people's dream to work for the St. Hall, not to mention under Professor Bai Yishan. It is a great opportunity and you should think about it. King Xuan grinned. She wanted to make Hansen her successor, but if he did not want the same thing she did, there was no point in keeping him. What do you think? Hansen looked at King Xuan and asked. He felt it was a bit weird, since he had never even heard of this professor. So, you think I should go? Hansen pondered. On the contrary, I hope you could stay. King Xuan shook her head and said, you know that I have high hopes for you. Of course I wish that you could continue to stay on the squad. In a couple of months, I will become an evolver and enter Second God's Sanctuary. I will recommend you as my successor to lead the squad. All right then, I'll pass and follow you, Hansen said decisively. In the St. Hall, there might be a lot of benefits, but he still sensed something fishy about this. In addition, he was practicing Jade Skin. If he walked around experts of Hyper-Geno arts all day, they might be able to tell that. Hansen believed that based on his credentials and knowledge, he was more likely to become a guinea pig in a place like the St. Hall. He would not go even if King Xuan did not try to keep him on the squad. And now he was also doing King Xuan a favor, so that was two birds with one stone. King Xuan's eyes lit up. She did not expect Hansen to agree so fast and give up a great opportunity because of what she had said. You're great. I chose the right man. King Xuan was excited and patted Hansen on the shoulder. Keep up the good work. Although leading the squad might not be as glamorous now, you would have a harder time at the St. Hall because of the glass ceiling there. I assure you that you would never regret today's decision. I did not think that far. As long as I can follow you, that's good enough for me, Hansen said quickly. King Xuan blushed and the thought of Hansen's words when she hypnotized him. Well then, I won't keep you here. Watching Hansen leave, she thought, he was just too young, otherwise I might consider him as a suitor. Hey girl, you're so good at this. Hansen found Jai Yanran soon. There were better players than Jai Yanran on campus, but only a few, and they either did not want to beat her or did not play on Battle.net at all. It's not fun playing on campus. I'm playing on the Skynet platform. This player's good. He has beaten me 3 times, each time by 10 plus points, said Jai Yanran. Which virtual room are you in? Let me avenge you. Hansen was ready to sit at one of the holographic equipment. Use my account. Jai Yanran got up and offered him her seat. Hansen sat down, but pulled her back into his laps. Let go. Jai Yanran blushed and pretended to struggle. Stop. If you leave, how can you see justice served? Hugging her from the back, Hansen invited that player to continue to play. How can you move like this? If you lose, I will not forgive you, said Jai Yanran. That's not a problem. This is the unevolved section, and I will not lose even with my eyes closed, Hansen said. Such an egoist, Jai Yanran teased him. This is confidence. If you don't believe that I will win, let's make a bet. If I win, you need to kiss me. Hansen laughed. And if you lose? Jai Yanran curled her lips. If I lose, I will kiss you, Hansen said shamelessly. Nice try. Just do well. You must be Jai Yanran from Blackhawk. Seeing the message, Hansen looked to his girlfriend suspiciously. The latter shook her head and was at loss. The platform randomly matched me with him. I don't even recognize this ID. Could he be from our school? Hansen checked the ID name, which was quite arrogant, the third hand of God. Just reply to ask if he's from our school. We don't have a lot of players at this level and I know all of their ID names. This one is not one of them, said Jai Yanran. When Hansen was ready to reply, he saw another message from the opponent. I am Lu Batao from the Hand of God Society at Alliance Central Military Academy. My nickname is Three-Handed King. You should have heard about me. Jai Yanran was surprised. The Three-Handed King from the Alliance Central Military Academy is among the top 10 in the Military Academy League. I wonder how he found out about my ID name. No matter how he found that out, I will not let a guy who had his eyes on my girlfriend off the hook easily. Hansen grinned and sent a message over. I will not make friends with those who are weaker than I. Lou Bottle sent a message back. I have just beaten you 4 times, each time by more than 10 points. And you call that weak? I was eating just now and have just finished, replied Hansen. Haha, okay then. We'll play another round, and let's see what you say when you lose again, said Lou Bottle, sending an invite to fight. Hansen clicked yes without hesitation and the countdown started. What are you doing? Jai Yanran smiled and asked. Nothing, just to remove all his desires to play the game Hand of God. He has to pay for wanting to steal you, Hansen said with his eyes narrowed. Jai Yanran did not speak but blushed. She felt sweet at heart and enjoyed watching her boyfriend getting jealous. Lou Bottle was overjoyed. Last year, he watched the promotion videos of the Hand of God societies from all military schools and was stunned by a beautiful female player named Jai Yanran. However, Blackhawk did not compete against the Alliance Central Military Academy and was not even among the top 8. So, there was no chance for him to meet Jai Yanran. Lou Bottle had to ask around to find out Jai Yanran's ID on the Skynet gaming platform. When he wanted to friend her, he found that her privacy setting was set to reject all friend requests. Lou Bottle had almost forgotten about that bummer and was suddenly randomly matched with Jai Yanran today by the system. He did not notice it was her in the beginning and thought his opponents had good techniques. That was when he checked her ID and found out it was Jai Yanran's. Holding back his joy, he beat her a few times to show off his power before he texted her and asked if she was Jai Yanran. Learning it was her, Lou Bottle was even more excited. He was prepared to show her how strong he was, and hopefully he would be able to earn her heart. When he was about to touch the spot, a finger suddenly crushed it and his opponent gained a point. Well done, you're offering her points early on. Vang Yimin thought Lou Bottle did it on purpose. Had to, Lou Bottle said reluctantly. It was not part of his plan. I should pay more attention. Lou Bottle still thought he was just being careless and reached toward another spot. Before he hit the spot, the finger once again crushed it. Lou Bottle panicked a little as his opponent had beaten him to all the spots he wanted to hit 8 times in a row, leaving him with no point. Bottle, this is a little extreme. The beauty's level is okay. Be careful or you might even lose. Liang Yiming still thought Lou Bottle was doing this on purpose. Lou Bottle, however, was no longer in the mood to joke around. He was completely focused on the game, with his forehead sweaty. He did not want to let his opponent win, but lost nonetheless. Very soon, Liang Yiming could tell that something was wrong. Blue veins stood out on Lou Bottle's temple, and his fingers were dancing like crazy. Still, no point was gained, and the other hand in the holographic image could always hit the spot first. Liang Yiming widened his mouth. He knew very well how good Lou Bottle was. Although Lou Bottle was relatively weak among the Alliance Central Military Academy players, he would be absolutely the first place in any other military school. However, until now, Lou Bottle still had not gained a single point, which was almost unbelievable. In the 100-point game, the opponent had already gained 80 points, while Lou Bottle still had nothing. At this point, Lou Bottle was covered in cold sweat. His movements became stiff due to too much pressure. The hand of his opponent was like a devil's hand in Lou Bottle's eyes. Although the military school would teach hyper-geno arts, there were nothing advanced. However, the military school students had certain benefits when it came to purchasing hyper-geno arts. After graduation, it would depend on their achievements in the army whether they could buy more advanced hyper-geno arts. Different from the St. Hall, the hyper-geno arts sold in military schools came with only 1 bottle of Geno solution, and the D-class arts and under did not require any Geno solution. Both Jai Yanran and Kalili were juniors, and according to the rules they could purchase the 2 B-class and 4 C-class ones. Hansen could also purchase 1 C-class at this point. However, he was not interested in the less advanced hyper-geno arts after seeing Holy Angel and Spartacle. Kim Chuan still owes and S-class license. How can I try to retrieve it? Hansen kept thinking about it but had no good solutions. King Chuan asked to get it in the steel armor shelter. However, it would be so dangerous with the strong guys and Son of Heaven in the shelter who hated Dollar's guts. The 3 of them came to the school's hyper-geno art store and there was no shop assistant but all vending machines. The tutorials were up for download after payment and the Geno solutions would pop from the vending machines. Jai Yanran, what do you think I should buy? Lily could not decide. Genius, give me some advice, she then said to Hansen. Maybe you could try the B-class momentum and windbreak. A strange voice next to them sounded. The 3 students looked to the direction of the voice and saw a well-dressed, mild-tempered middle-aged guy. He seemed to be at most 50 years old. How do you know that those 2 suit me? Lily looked to the middle-aged guy in surprise. He smiled and replied, "The hyper-geno art that you are practicing now should be Jetaforce." Lily was even more shocked. "You can even tell this. Are you a professor at the martial arts department?" The guy did not reply and continued, "Jetaforce focuses a lot on the speed, and you have made a lot of progress so that momentum and windbreak will bring you a step further." "Really?" Lily was overjoyed but still could not believe him completely. "I believe your linear acceleration should have reached 13 in fitness index and your muscle strength 12.5, so you're the perfect candidate for those two." Stared at the middle-aged guy, unable to believe that he could even tell this. Her linear acceleration was 12.98 and her muscle strength was 12.51. Almost exactly the same as what he said. At this point, Chloe had believed that middle-aged was a professor in martial arts department. She gladly thanked him and said, "I will buy momentum and windbreak then." Lily swiped her card and purchased those two. Hansen and Jai Yanran regarded the middle-aged guy in surprise. He must not be an ordinary professor with such keen observation. "Do you need my help?" the guy asked Hansen and Jai Yanran. "You should really use the professor's help." Chloe checked out the details of her newly purchased martial arts and felt they did suit her very well. "I don't have any quota left. How about you?" Jai Yanran said to Hansen. "All I have is a C-class quota and it will not be really useful to me, so I'll pass," said Hansen. "That's not right. Although advanced hyper-geno arts are powerful, the foundation is also very important. Even C-class arts could lay a great foundation for many hyper-geno arts. If you practice it well, it would even be helpful when you become an evolver or surpasser." The middle-aged man looked at Hansen and continued, "I will recommend you to practice a C-class and you will find out how helpful it is." "That makes a lot of sense. Genius, you should try it," suggested Chloe. Hansen shook his head. "No, thank you." Hansen had just bought the 3-blade harpoon and mailed some money to his family. Now all that was left in his account was $200,000. Even if it was cheaper in a military school, the C-class martial art would still cost $500,000, so he did not really have the money. The professor meant well, and you need it anyway, so let's just purchase it, Jai Yanran also said. "Bro, be honest, all I have is $200,000 at this point. I cannot afford that," Hansen had to say. "That's fine, I have it." Jai Yanran smiled and transferred $500,000 to him. "Since my girlfriend is rich, I'll get it then." Hansen did not refuse and turned to the middle-aged man. "Professor, what's the C-class hyper-geno art that you recommend?" After going back to his dorm, Hansen checked out the details of E-Blast that he just purchased, playing with a bottle of purple Geno solution in his other hand. "This is neat for a C-class martial art." Hansen was surprised. He had little hope for a C-class martial art, but this one was even more complicated than Spartacle. Maybe it's a C-class because it is very hard to practice, and the result is not great. Since it was in the military school and Hansen had purchased the martial arts from the vending machine, he did not suspect there to be any issue. Most importantly, after he had checked out E-Blast, he was immediately attracted by the content. It was exactly something he would have wanted. But after checking it out, Hansen did not immediately start to practice E-Blast, nor did he use the Geno solution. He locked them all in his locker. Although E-Blast did not seem to have any problems, Hansen felt that the middle-aged man acted weirdly. As observant as Hansen, he could even tell that the middle-aged man came for him, and helping Chloe pick her hyper-geno arts was merely a cover. Therefore, Hansen did not immediately start to learn E-Blast. Hansen was not wrong. The middle-aged man was in fact Bai Yishin from the St. Hall, and the E-Blast bought by Hansen was the Yin-Yang Blast invented by Bai. Bai Yishin believed that Hansen was the perfect candidate to practice Yin-Yang Blast. He had tried the official way and did not get Hansen's consent. In a few days, the St. Hall would pass the resolution to ban Yin-Yang Blast. At that time, even Bai Yishin himself could not teach Yin-Yang Blast to anyone else. Using a banned hyper-geno art was a severe crime in the Alliance, and the punishments included death sentence. So, Bai Yishin's had to make Hansen learn E-Blast in these few days. Those who had practiced the hyper-geno art before it was banned would be exempt from the law. Originally, Bai Yishin did not want to use this method. However, he had no time to prove himself in the St. Hall and had to make Hansen learn. In the next 2 days, Bai Yishin was observing Hansen through the on-campus cameras. His face darkened, because obviously Hansen did not use the Geno solution or practice Yin-Yang Blast. Otherwise Hansen's features would have certain change. As the inventor of Yin-Yang Blast, Bai Yishin knew that very well. What's wrong? Why haven't he practiced Yin-Yang Blast? Bai Yishan became nervous. He had applied for the eligibility to practice Yin Yang Blast on behalf of Hansen as a volunteer. As soon as the St. Hall banned Yin Yang Blast, they would collect the copy of Yin Yang Blast from Hansen and ask him to sign a non-disclosure agreement. If at that point, Hansen still had not used the Geno solution, then the solution would be collected as well. So after that, even if he remembered the tutorial of Yin Yang Blast, without the special solution, he would not be able to succeed. When Bai Yishan was feeling nervous about it, he saw Hansen walking towards the teleport station, wanting to enter God's sanctuary. Bai Yishan panicked. The resolution would be passed in the Saint Hall in 2 days. If Hansen went to God's sanctuary, he would lose his last opportunity to practice Yin Yang Blast. Bai Yishan had to go stop Hansen. Bai Yishan stopped Hansen before he went in the teleport station. You are. Hansen recognized Bai Yishan but did not know what his name was. My last name is Bai, and we've met the other at the martial arts store. I recommended you to buy E-Blast. Why didn't you start practicing? Bai Yishan didn't even think that much at this point. With this question, Hansen was even more certain that Bai Yishan had some agenda. Professor Bai, I'm sorry I don't really have time. I'll practice it later, said Hansen casually. No, you have to start practicing within 2 days, Bai Yishan said hurriedly. And why is that? Asked the Hansen, staring at Bai Yishan. Bai Yishan knew that it was out of the question to cheat him into practicing Yin Yang Blast. He hesitated and said, I'm sorry, Hansen. I had to do that. You're the most suitable candidate among everyone I've seen. And you refused my offer to come to the Saint Hall. I just did not want to see Yin Yang Blast banned, Bai Yishan said apologetically. Hearing Bai Yishan, Hansen had 1,000 thoughts in a sudden. This is a surpasser and a meister at the Saint Hall. He had been studying martial arts for years and is a walking treasure. God won't even forgive me if I don't blackmail him. Hansen have checked Bai Yishan's ID and searched him on the Skynet. A celebrity like him had millions of photos online. Hansen smiled and threw a gaze at Bai Yishan. He thought, don't blame me. You're the one who had the wrong idea first. Hansen, I hope that you could start to practice Yin Yang Blast right now. Bai Yishan said quickly. Professor, I want to ask you something. Why didn't you go find an evolver or surpasser to practice your invention? Asked Hansen. I've thought about it, but Yin Yang Blast was based on ruler, and ruler has a requirements for those who practice it, which is the age of them should not be over 20. Although I had made a lot of improvements, the limit is still there. For those over 20, they would make very slow progress in practicing Yin Yang Blast. They could spend 10 years and make less progress than a young person in a few months. Bai Yishan sighed. So I'm the most suitable candidate to practice Yin Yang Blast under 20. That's right. Otherwise I wouldn't go to the extreme and try to lie to you. Bai Yishan nodded. So I'm your only candidate now? Asked Hansen. Yes, it will be too late for me to go find someone else. I really hope that you can help me too. Hansen cut in before he could finish. So what can you offer me? What? Bai Yishan paused. I mean compensation. Since Yin Yang Blast is about to be banned, it means it's dangerous. And for me to take such a risk for you, I need to be compensated. Don't you agree? Hansen smiled. Bai Yishan hesitated. He had never seen the young man like this. He never had to ask for a favor and people always came to him and back to learn the new martial arts he invented. Okay, if it is necessary, I could pay you. How much money do you want? Bai Yishan would do anything to keep Yin Yang Blast relevant. 100 as Class St. Hall licenses, said Hansen. Bai widened his eyes, as if Hansen was a lunatic. He had never seen a young man so daring. After a long while, Bai Yishan looked at Hansen and asked, Hansen, do you understand what 100 S-Class St. Hall licenses mean? You are the one who invented the S-Class Hyper-Geno arts. So what does it matter? If you think it's too many, 99 will do as well, said Hansen. Hansen got up and was ready to go. He had reviewed Yin Yang Blast and understood that there was no harm in practicing it. The risk was mainly in its usage. Wait, I could pay you a lot of money, said Bai Yishan. Professor, I am not so poor that I would risk my life for money, said Hansen softly. There is no risk in practicing Yin Yang Blast. And based on your talent, you don't have to risk much using it. Bai Yishan tried to explain. I'm sorry, Professor. I'm afraid I cannot help you, said Hansen. Bai Yishan had no idea whether or not he made the right decision to pick this guy. He said helplessly, the St. Hall gives me 2 seconds class licenses per year. I have used some and given some away. Now all I have left are 5. That's all I can offer. Think about it. Hansen was satisfied with such compensation. He had reviewed Yin Yang Blast and knew that it was not dangerous to practice. Bai Yishan was very glad that he had the S-Class licenses with him. Otherwise this greedy devil might never agree to help him. Bai Yishan had never seen a young man like Hansen. All other young men he met were respectful and never asked for anything. After signing the contract with Hansen, Bai Yishin gave the 5 S-Class St. Hall licenses to Hansen. These universal S-Class licenses would only be given to people on his level. An average professor would not even be able to have one. Although he is greedy, he did fulfill his promise. I hope that he could make Yin Yang Blast shine. Maybe one day Yin Yang Blast could be made public again. Bai Yishin tried to comfort himself. Hansen nodded and went directly to the teleport station after Bai Yishin had left. The creature he was feeding had evolved into a sacred blood creature. He was feeding a color shifter this time. It was a primitive creature like a chameleon. The reason he had chosen a color shifter was its beast soul. Its beast soul was a shape-shifting one. After using the beast soul, one would not only be able to gain better fitness, but could also get protective coloration. If one stood in the same spot for a while, then the protective coloration would allow one to be integrated into the surroundings, as if one was invisible. However, when using the beast soul of a primitive color shifter, the color shifting was slow and not really that effective. If he could get the beast soul of a sacred blood color shifter, then the effect would be much better. My dear God, Jesus Christ, Buddha, please show your mercy. Hansen was praying to all kinds of gods while killing the color shifter with his 3-blade harpoon. Sacred blood color shifter killed. Beast soul of sacred blood color shifter gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Maybe the gods had heard his prayer. Hansen actually gained the beast soul of the color shifter. Hearing the voice in his mind, Hansen jumped. Putting the meat in his pot on the stove, Hansen started to feed a primitive cloud beast. He had fed one before, but failed to gain its beast soul. After some experimenting, Hansen was overjoyed because the sacred blood beast soul of a shapeshifter was even better than he had thought. As long as he stood still, he would immediately become part of the surroundings. Even someone like himself could hardly tell, and the protective coloration would also extend to his armor and weapon. However, once he moved, the speed of color shifting would not be able to catch up with his movements, and a keen observer could always tell. Even so, Hansen was very happy with the result. There was no doubt that this beast soul was fantastic for assassination and running for life equally. Hansen, it's almost the semi-annual assessment. I've never seen you on the training field of archery. Can you pass? Shijiking muttered when Hansen came back to the dormitory. Hansen then realized he had been in the school for half a year, and the assessment was impending. If he failed the assessment, it would be a lot of trouble. I should do fine. Hansen had confidence in himself. He had studied hard for the past few months, and the most important archery assessment was his strong suit, so he was not worried either. However, others might not agree with him. For example, his student advisor Sidhu Xiang. As one of the leaders in revitalizing the archery department in Blackhawk, Sidhu Xiang had high hopes for the freshmen in the department. Hansen was obviously a bad student in her eyes. Although his grades were good, they were not outstanding, and she could never see him in archery lessons. As a member of the archery department, instead of participating in archery contests, he kept competing in Warframe and black and white boxing contests. What was worse was that he even went to shoot a commercial. These behaviors told her that he did not commit himself to study. Sidhu Xiang felt it was necessary that she have a talk with Hansen. As a specially recruited student in archery department, Hansen's behavior was a big disappointment to her. However, Sidhu Xiang did not go to Hansen straight away. She planned to talk to him after the semi-annual assessment. After his grades were out, her words would make much more sense to him. Archery needed tons of practice. One day without practice meant he would fall behind. According to what Hansen had done in the past few months, Sidhu Xiang believed that his grades would definitely fall. The semi-annual assessment began. When it was the turn of the group that Hansen was in, many students who had finished their assessment or were still waiting for it came to see how well Hansen could do. The genius is great at warframes and black and white boxing. I wonder how well he could do with archery. He's in the archery department. That's what he does. Of course, he's even better at archery. For sure he's the first place. The students' discussion was upsetting to Sidhu Xiang. It seems that Hansen is really popular. One of the supervisors, Liu Dong, smiled and commented. Sidhu Xiang said with some contempt, being popular does not mean that he will do well in the assessment. I wonder if the students will worship him after looking at his grades. Liu Dong looked at Sidhu Xiang in surprise. Normally speaking, a star student like Hansen would be popular among the instructors. However, this student advisor did not seem to be a fan. Does he have bad grades in archery? Asked Liu Dong. Just average. I barely see him, replied Sidhu Xiang. While the two are talking, it was Hansen's turn to shoot at the fixed target. He made 10 shots instantaneously, all of which ended up on the bullseye. Liu Dong widened his eyes. Coach, you call this average? You're so humble. Liu Dong thought she was being humble. Skills like this would definitely get the student an S-level rating. Sidu Zhang also paused, because Hansen was more than accurate. He was really fast. The genius is so amazing. It was like he shot 10 arrows at the same time. For sure he will have an S-level rating in the assessment. The semi-annual assessments in military schools divided grades into 8 levels: S, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A student would get a rating in each subject. Ratings below D level would be considered fail, and all subjects below D needed to be retaken. If the overall rating was below D, then the student would most likely have to drop out. Coach, I'm jealous that you have a student like this in your department. Sidu Zhang could not believe that without showing up at all, Hansen could maintain his grades and even show improvements. No need to be humble, coach. We could all see Hansen's level. Sidu Zhang did not say a word and cast an odd look at Hansen. After the fixed target test, it was the moving target test. When it was Hansen's turn, the bow and arrow became a rifle gun in his hands. Wherever he wanted to hit, there was no missing. Again, he was rated S. In the combat simulation, Hansen acted like a professional soldier. There was no miss, no error, and no accidental injury. With his high speed, he got an S without doubt. His grades did not bring Sidu Zhang joy, because with his skills, he never thought of joining the school team or the archery society, which was unforgivable in her eyes. As a specially recruited student in our department, he never thought about contributing to his own major. I need to teach him a lesson. Sidu Zhang of course wanted to use him. However, since Hansen did not apply to join the school team, she did not want to ask him herself. In her heart, she had already treated Hansen as one of the core players to participate in the tournament. But she had to make him suffer a little before that. In her room on campus, Sidu Zhang watched the video of Hansen's assessment repeatedly. In the end, she dialed the number on her comlink, and it went through. Zhang, it's been a while since you came to visit me. A man's voice sounded in her comlink. After a long while, Sidu Zhang turned her comlink off and had a smirk on her face. She had to ask for her dad's help this time to frighten Hansen into joining her team. Before Sidu Zhang's dad retired, he was the famous Nazi in the military. The soldiers trained by him would go limp when hearing his name. After Sidu King retired, he came to Blackhawk and became a vice president, but there was not much to be done. When he just came to Blackhawk, the president asked him to train the archery students. However, within the few days, no student could get out of bed, since they were either injured or sick. The archery students were about to write a blood letter co-signed by 10,000 people, which scared the president. Sidu King was then asked to do no more. Sidu Zhang had repeatedly told Sidu King to train Hansen according to the highest standards. I'll see how long you can last. Sidu Zhang thought of the miserable look of Hansen under her dad's training and secretly celebrated. After the semi-annual assessment, Hansen was celebrating with his roommates, Jai Yanren and Kalili, in the cafeteria. Hansen, we are all human. How come there is such a difference? I did not spend time in the relationship or playing. All I did was training in the archery department, and all I had was an A. You're never in our department and was driving warframes and playing with your girlfriend all the time. How come you got an S? It's not fair, exclaimed Shijiking. Come on, you're in the heavy warframe society all the time as well, said Lu Meng. Lu, whose side are you on? Shijiking stared at Lu Meng. Not yours. Lu Meng laughed. The next morning, Hansen was waiting for Huanfu Pinking in front of the teleport station. He got a text from the Office of Academic Affairs when he just saw Huanfu Pinking. In the text, he was asked to attend a training by Sidu King. I'm so sorry, I have to go. Hansen showed Huanfu Pinking the text. Huanfu Pinking took a look and frowned. If this is the Sidu King that I have heard of, I'm afraid you're in trouble. What about him? A vice president of Blackhawk. He used to be an archery coach in the military and had a nickname Nazi. Hansen did some research on the online school community and got a better idea who Sidu King was. Based on the text from the Office of Academic Affairs, Hansen came to an indoor training facility. When he arrived, he felt that something was off. In the entire facility, he was the only trainee. The student advisor Sidu Zhang and a nice-looking, well-dressed middle-aged man were waiting for him. Hansen, this is Coach Sidu King. From today, he will be training you for a month. You need to study hard under his guidance. Sidu Zhang patted Hansen's shoulder and left. Sidu Zhang smirked secretly. Boy, I'll come back and see how miserable you are in a few days. By that time, you will beg me to take you with me. Hansen shrugged and came over to Sidu King. The coach smiled at Hansen. Hansen, I've heard about you. You're very popular in our school. I heard that you are voted the most desirable date by girls. You have good grades and many talents. You flatter me, coach. When talking to Sidhu King, Hansen maintained the standard stance of a soldier, which he learned during the military training. Sidhu King smiled and reached his right hand in front of Hansen. There was a piece of metal of 1 inch by 1 inch. It looked like Z steel. Sidhu King's hand suddenly gained the color and texture of gold. It was nowhere near human's hand. Crack. With a light squeeze, Sidhu King's fingers flattened the Z steel. This is a little gift for you. Sidhu King put the piece of Z steel in Hansen's hand with a smile. Hansen understood very well that it was a warning. But it was indeed impressive. Hansen could not achieve this so far. He had read about this kind of strength on the Skynet. It was a kind of martial arts that could only be practiced by evolvers. Alright, here begins our training. We will start with the horse riding stance. Ordinary people would think that archery relies on the strength of one's arms and fingers, which is wrong. Most strength needed in archery comes from the waist and belly. This morning we will practice your core strength with horse riding stance. Sidhu King instructed Hansen to make the stance and sat down in the chair, watching him. Coach, a small request. One of my hobbies is black and white boxing. During the training, I'm not allowed to go on the Skynet. And this is not something I can practice alone. After training, could you join me? Sidhu King was very interested in black and white boxing and no longer required Hansen to make the horse riding stance. Hansen walked over to Sidhu King with a smile. He had learned from Fu Pinking that although Sidhu King taught archery, his biggest hobby was black and white boxing. Come on, you attack first. Watch me and I'll teach you how to do defense the right way. Sidhu King thought highly of himself in black and white boxing due to his decades of practice. Hansen's request pleased him very much. Sidhu King's expression gradually changed. Originally he wanted to instruct Hansen, while later on he started to treat him like a serious match. In the end, Sidhu King was extremely shocked. How did you manage to do that? Sidhu King stared at Hansen. He was not able to win a single round in a dozen matches. Sidhu King suspected that the student might have cheating equipment on him. That was easy. The way you use your strength was outdated. For example, when you use the black fist, the muscle on your arm. Hansen said something in the theories of the yin-yang blast. Sidhu King nodded hard, looking like a primary school student listening to his teacher. I'm sorry. I've said too much. I should go back to do the horse riding stance. Sidhu King stopped him and put Hansen in his own chair. Pouring Hansen a cup of tea, the coach put a smile on his face. Forget about that. Please continue. That doesn't seem to be right. Hansen blinked and said, what's not right? I have watched your test videos. You're doing great. I will show you some tricks later and you just need to practice them. Sidhu King suggested, let's do this. You can show me how to improve black and white boxing skills, and I can show you archery techniques. If you have anything that you don't understand, you could always ask me about it. Then I'll continue, asked Hansen. Please, insisted Sidhu King. Hansen grinned and continued to talk about black and white boxing, while Sidhu King took up the bow and arrow to show Hansen some special archery techniques. Don't stop, Hansen urged Sidhu King. He found that the coach had stopped demonstrating as he listened to Hansen. Yes, Sidhu King said and continued to shoot the arrows. After 2 days, Sidhu Xiang felt it was about time to check on Hansen. She would go see how miserable he was and would try to make him join the team proactively. Imagining the look on Hansen's face, Sidhu Xiang couldn't help smiling and quickening her steps. The moment she stepped in the training facility, what she saw made her pause. Opposite to her imagination, the popular student was even sitting in her father's chair, drinking a cup of tea. Her dad, on the other hand, was shooting arrows next to Hansen, smiling to the student from time to time. Fu Pinking was somehow informed that Hansen's training was over and came to find him to accompany her in the hunting trip. Fu, won't you bring more people? In the steel armor shelter, Hansen looked at Fu Pinking in surprise. She had a lot of strong friends, but did not bring anyone. You're quite enough, said Fu Pinking with a smile. She herself was quite strong as well. With Hansen here, unless they ran into sacred blood creatures that were especially tough, they would never be in trouble. Normally speaking, a sacred blood creature that was the king of a group would be weaker than the sacred blood creatures that were alone. Black Feathered Beast King was not that strong among all the sacred blood creatures Hansen had seen. Its beast soul was sacred blood wings, which were quite useful. The two rode their mounts toward the Devil Desert and ran into a lot of primitive creatures on their way. Unfortunately, in 2 days, they had not even seen a mutant creature. When they came to the place where they ran into the group of black feathered beasts, they did not see a single creature. They must have either moved away or been hunted down. Last time when I was here, I saw a sacred blood creature in the Sand Valley. I was not able to kill it at a time. Are you interested? Have a look there. Hyunfu Pinking suggested with a smile. What kind of creature is that? Hansen looked at her in surprise. She was leading a strong team last time and the creature that they were not able to kill was definitely very strong. Looks like something inedible. It looks like a warframe made from a piece of rock, only smaller. It was about 6 feet tall, very tough, strong and fast. Even a sacred blood weapon could only leave a shallow mark on it. Hyunfu Pinking added, apart from that, it also had a black hammer that should be a sacred blood gear. Last time on my team, one was killed and one was severely injured by the hammer. We should go check it out. Hansen was very interested. As long as a sacred blood weapon worked, he had some chance to kill it. For a 6-foot-tall rockman, it would be easy to cut its neck. Brother Han, do you think you could kill this creature? Hansen smiled back at her. Hyunfu, I believe you did not bring me here just to let me look at it. I could lend you the sacred blood beast soul arrow. But if you gain its beast soul, I need to claim half of it, said Hyunfu Pinking. She had planned this out when she took him here. He had a sacred blood bow and she had a sacred blood arrow, so they could shoot at the sacred blood creature from outside the Sand Valley. If they could kill it, then it would be great. If not, the creature would be injured and provoked to come out of the valley. And then they could try to kill the creature together. Hyunfu Pinking did not fear that the creature might hurt herself since she had sacred blood wings anyway. I will do without the arrow. After I kill this creature, I will buy you dinner. Hansen summoned a pair of wings and flew toward the Sand Valley. Looking at Hansen flying with a pair of primitive wings, Hyunfu Pinking was shocked. Brother Han, you do not mean to use a primitive pair of wings to enter the valley. The wings were from a primitive black feathered beast, so they were slow and ineffective. They were just enough to keep Hansen from falling into the sand. Hansen used to have a pair of mutant wings, which he sold to Hyunfu Pinking for the 3-blade harpoon. He also had the purple-winged dragon beast soul, which was Dollar's signature, and he could not use that. Hansen smiled and did not answer, flying into the Sand Valley. The valley was full of quicksand, and the creature was standing above the sand. For unknown reason, its heavy body did not sink. 300 feet into the Sand Valley, Hansen was discovered by the creature, who immediately lifted its hammer and ran over like a tank. 100 feet from Hansen, it jumped up and swung its hammer at him. Although Hansen had put on the Phantom Ant armor, the impact from such heavy weapon would still kill him. Hyunfu Pinking saw that Hansen was in danger. His wings were too slow to bring him away from the creature's blow. If he chose to land on the ground, he would not be able to run away from the hammer either, because he would be trapped in the shifting sand. The sacred blood creature had such strength that even someone who had maxed out on all Geno points would not be able to spar with it. Not to mention Hansen's weapon, the harpoon, was extremely short. Hyunfu Pinking summoned her beast soul bow and arrow, wanting to shoot an arrow to help Hansen and buy him some time. Before the arrow left the bow, Hansen had already taken back his wings and fell to the sand. He stepped on the ground but was not trapped. Under his feet, the golden rock worm king the size of a car suddenly appeared. Although the rockworm king had not transformed, it did not fear the sand since it originally came from the desert. Leveraging this step, Hansen used Sparkle to avoid the attack from the creature and approached it. The 3-blade harpoon flashed on the neck of the sacred blood creature like a silver lightning bolt. The 3-blade harpoon was sharp enough to cut sacred blood armor, and Hansen's strength was even greater than someone having maxed out on all Geno points. With one strike, the creature's rock-hard neck was cut off, its head thrown into the air. The headless creature still managed to make several steps forward before the hammer fell from its hand into the sand, and the creature gradually sank into the sand. Hyunfu Pinking was dumbstruck. She could not believe that the creature which her entire team did not manage to kill was easily beaten by Hansen. At this point, she regretted selling the 3-blade harpoon to Hansen. With the weapon, he was too formidable. How did this guy get so far? Was it really just because of Ken Xuan? Hyunfu Pinking could not believe that was the only factor in Hansen's success. Son of Heaven was equally, if not more resourceful than Kim, but Son of Heaven was not as strong as Hansen. In addition, even with Kim Xuan's help, Hansen would not have gained the same resources Kim Xuan did. When he eventually pulled the hammer out of the valley, Hansen asked Hyunfu Pinking, who was dazed, "Miss Hyunfu, how much do you think this sacred blood gear is worth?" Hyunfu Pinking walked to him, reached out to lift the hammer and failed. She slowly frowned. "This thing is too heavy. Those who had enough strength to use it would not need it, while those who did not have enough strength could not make any use of it. I would say you could sell it 4 to 5 million tops. And even with that price, we would need to find the right person to buy it. Several million is also quite some money. Whenever you have another auction, would you list it as one of the items?" Hansen was short of money recently, And the several million was not a small number, of course. But you have said that you will buy me dinner, and that I'm counting on that. Fu Pinking said with a smile. Of course, said Hansen quickly. He understood that it was not easy to sell a sacred blood gear. Back then when King Xuan bought the golden axe, only a very strong man in the special squad could use it. His hammer was much heavier than the golden axe, and it would be very difficult to find a buyer for it. Before Hansen made it back to school, he was summoned by King Xuan. When he saw her, he felt something must be off. The entire team of the special squad and steel armor shelter were present, which was rare. Young Manly's face was dark. Gambler and those who were friends with Hansen were blinking at him, and Hansen was not sure what they meant. Sit down, please. King Xuan asked him to sit and looked across the room. She said, in a month I will be able to finish my first evolution and enter Second God's Sanctuary and need to make the transfer now. She paused and looked at Young Manly. I have recommended Young Manly to become the head of Steel Armor Gang. She then looked at Hansen and said, as for the head of the special squad, I would like to nominate Hansen. Hansen was surprised and did not expect this to happen. Now he came to understand why Young Manly's face was dark. Although it sounded like the head of the gang was more powerful, it was not a formal organization. On the other hand, the special squad was in the military system. Being a member of the special squad, Young Manly would actually be under Hansen's supervision. As for the steel armor gang, Hansen did not go there again after he entered the military school. Young Manly had thought that based on her ability and qualifications, she should naturally become the new head of the special squad. However, she did not realize that King Xuan would recommend Hansen to become the next head. Hansen was very glad to see Young Manly being upset. He had never liked her, but being her subordinate, he had to listen to her. Now, he had become her boss. I believe I am the better candidate for the head of the special squad, said Young Manly. This is already decided. It is in order. I will hear no discussion about it, said King Xuan and got up. Okay, this is the end of this meeting. Hansen and Young Manly, you two stay, the rest of you could go back to work. Hansen's friends gave Hansen a secret thumb up and left the conference room. Young Manly, I should have nominated you as the new head of the squad. But you do have a temper. Just focus on the gang and try to evolve as soon as possible. King Xuan said softly. Young Manly was more than her subordinate. I believe I have what it takes, Young Manly said sullenly. Hansen, what do you think? King Xuan looked to Hansen and asked. I will not let you down, Hansen said resolutely. At last he was able to boss Young Manly around and that he would never let this opportunity go. In addition, being the head of the special squad also had its benefits. Not only could he utilize the human resources within the squad, he could also make connections with the upper level. The pay was much better as well. More importantly, as the head of the special squad, he had the authority to purchase internally. Not only could he now access Sacred Blood Beast Souls and S-Class St. Hall licenses, he could enjoy the discounted price. In the entire squad, the head was the only one who could enjoy this. Great. King Xuan smiled and nodded, and then turned to Young Manly. Since you think you are the better candidate, you two can have a competition. If you could win, then I will take back my decision and recommend you instead. Okay, I will take any competition and will never lose to him. Young Manly immediately stood up. She used to be the instructor of Hansen in archery and did not believe that she would lose to him. Not only archery, Young Manly did not think she would lose to him in anything. Since you are both good at archery, let's do archery. King Xuan asked Hansen, do you have any objections? None. I could compete on anything but having a baby, said Hansen with a smile. Young Manly gave him a fierce stare. He was implying that she couldn't do much except for giving birth to a child. Then let's go to the virtual training field, said King Xuan and walked out. After going back to school, Hansen went to the holographic equipment hall and entered the virtual training field designated by King Xuan. King Xuan did not ask them to have the competition in the training field of the shelter, for she did not want anyone else to find out about the result. No matter who lost, the person would suffer in his or her honor, which was not something King Xuan was willing to see, because they were both future leaders that she had handpicked. This is one of the classical game rooms on Sagittarius. It is called White Bird's Forest. You will see a path in the forest 2 miles long. When you go through the path, there will be black and white birds on the trees. You cannot shoot the white birds, but only the black ones. If you mistakenly shoot a white bird, you will be out. And we will decide who the winner is based on the number of the black birds you shoot. If your numbers are the same, the winner will be the one who finishes faster. Do you have any questions? After explaining, King Xuan looked at them. No, answered Young Manly and Hansen at the same time. Okay, you shall begin now. Hansen and Yang Manly started their tests respectively and entered the White Bird's forest. Although King Xuan did not want anyone to know the results of this competition, an acquaintance happened to see both of them when they entered Sagittarius. Su Xiaoqiao often went to Sagittarius to practice his archery. Despite his carefree appearance, Sagittarius was obviously more fun than shooting at a target. How come the three of them would log in on Sagittarius at the same time? What are they trying to do? Su Xiaoqiao suddenly became curious and followed them into the game room. The game room was open to everyone, but after one entered the scene it would become a unique experience for the player. Su Xiaoqiao saw Hansen and Yang Manly had both started the White Bird's forest test and hesitated. He could use the observing mode and pay to watch one of them. However, he was alone and it was impossible for him to watch both. Su Xiaoqiao only paused for a moment before he chose to watch Hansen's test. It was not because Su Xiaoqiao thought Hansen was the better archer, but because everyone in Bullseye knew how great Yang Manly was. Su Xiaoqiao was not sure how well Hansen could do, so he was intrigued to see Hansen's test. After entering the observing mode, Su Xiaoqiao saw Hansen waiting to begin the test. Su Xiaoqiao was familiar with this game room and had trained here before as well. This was a scene easy and difficult at the same time. Anyone could easily pass the challenge by running through without shooting any white bird. However, if one was fast but did not shoot many black birds, one's score would be very low. And if one killed the black birds slowly, one would still get a low score. Also, the scene was set in the nighttime and the forest was very dark, so some black birds would blend in the darkness and it was easy to miss them. Su Xiaoqiao would normally get a D rating and occasionally see if one could kill more than 90% of the black birds and guarantee one's speed. One could be rated A. As for the highest rating, S, almost no one could achieve that. He started to record this test. At this time, the countdown ended, and Hansen embarked on the path of the White Bird's forests. The moment he started walking, he had already shot an arrow. It seemed like he did not even look. Also, he was shooting non-stop while walking. There was barely any interval between his arrows, which went in all directions. King Xuan also chose to watch Hansen's test. Yang Manly was her subordinate and best friend, and she did not need to watch to know her skills. All she wanted to find out was whether or not Hansen could give her another surprise. Having done detailed analysis and research on the guy, she was surprised by his potentials. He was from an ordinary family and was able to get this far. Other people might think that Hansen had benefited a lot from her help, but King Xuan herself knew very well that his achievements were all accomplished on his own. Even the help she had offered to him was because of his contributions. If King Xuan had not hypnotized him to learn the truth, she would strongly suspect that Hansen was dollar. Although Yang Manly is very powerful, she is not the best leader, and Hansen is much better in that regard. King Xuan sighed. It was not an easy position to be in, pressured from the upper and lower level at the same time. If King Xuan could choose, she would rather be just a soldier whose only responsibility was to fight. But since she was put on the spot, she had to shoulder her responsibilities. King Xuan believed that Hansen was the better candidate to take care of all kinds of issues. When the test began, all King Xuan's attention was attracted by Hansen. She was unable to move her eyes from him. This is amazing. Unbelievable. Su Xiaoqiao clenched his fists and thoroughly enjoyed himself. King Xuan was extremely shocked. Although King Xuan was not a great archer, her eyesight was much better than Su Xiaoqiao's, so that she could notice more details that escaped Su Xiaoqiao. Hansen almost started shooting immediately since the beginning, and King Xuan never saw his arrows miss. He never hurt any white bird. Sometimes, King Xuan only saw the black birds after he shot the arrows. Some arrows were significantly slower than others and did not even aim at the black birds in the beginning. However, the arrows would always end up in the bodies of black birds. If it was occasional, King Xuan would not be impressed. But she had seen the situation happening repeatedly. His judgment, eyesight, and archery were all super impressive, King Xuan had to admit. If Hansen were to be rated S, there was no doubt that Yang Manly would lose. This was a result that King Xuan was willing to see. After all, if a leader of the team did not have the absolute authority, the stability of the team would be endangered. If Hansen was able to beat Yang Manly in her strongest field archery, he would be able to establish the necessary authority to deter Yang Manly from questioning his ability. Yang Manly was very satisfied with her performance. She had outdone herself because of her strong desire to beat Hansen and prove herself to King Xuan. Although she was still rated A, her score was among the top in a level. She had killed much more blackbirds and had also increased her speed by 3 minutes. As Yang Manly walked out of the test scene, she saw that both King Xuan and Hansen were there and thought, He is out so early, which meant he was even faster than me. Then he must have not killed enough blackbirds or have even shot a white one. Here's my score. Young Manly directly demonstrated her report to Kim Chuan. A level 964 blackbirds killed. Well done. You've made a huge progress by only missing 36. Kim Chuan read the statistics in the report and complimented. Indeed, a score like this was outstanding him on the unevolved. So, Kim Chuan thought secretly, young Manly would have been invincible in steel armor shelter. It's just there is Hansen. How about you? Young Manly asked Hansen. She was not happy that her position was stolen by a teenager. Hansen did not speak and showed her his report. With only one look, young Manly suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked incredulous. A golden S on the report told her that she had lost. He must have killed all 1,000 blackbirds, and he was also faster than her. How is that possible? Young Manly could not believe that Hansen was so strong. Half a year ago, she trained him, and he had made such progress in just 6 months. S level. Many professional archers would not even be able to get such a rating. Although Hansen was in the archery department, his progress was still awe-inspiring. According to young Manly's knowledge, Hansen was in the Warframe contest and black and white boxing competition. He even starred a commercial. How much time did he have left to practice archery? Young Manly regarded Hansen. No matter how reluctant she was to admit this fact, the fact is the fact. S level, she could not even try to compete. All right, this is a done deal then. Kim Chuan did not say much, but felt satisfied with Hansen's performance secretly. When the three left the online community, Su Zhao was still thrilled, watching the video he just took. I had never thought Hansen's archery skills are so strong. Su Zhao watched the video repeatedly and could not stop. The hunting frenzy was like the best movie, full of excellent frames. Hansen's figure stood aloof and cold, and his movements smooth and perfect. Without any edit, this video was comparable to any well-designed movie. You're keeping such a secret from me. Now it's time for a punishment. Su Zhao grinned and uploaded the video to the farm of Sagittarius. He also named it S-Level White Bird's Forest. Su Zhao hesitated for a second and still blurred the facial features of Hansen to protect his identity. S-Level, for real. I don't believe it's real. Many watched the video with suspicion and started a heated discussion in the forum. This is unbelievable. Must be special effect. I just checked on the official website. And this test was indeed rated S. Super. How did he do it? I watched more than 10 times and could not stop myself. I'm totally hooked. Young Manly also saw the video. Because of the timestamp of the video, it was easy for her to tell that it was Hansen in it. Looking at Hansen, young Manly got goosebumps. This kind of performance would be any archer's ultimate pursuit. He was more than accurate. It was like he could predict everything. No matter for archers or snipers, the toughest thing was never the accuracy, but the judgment under complex situations. Obviously, Hansen was one of the best archers she had seen in this aspect. He did not aim at any target when he made the shot, but was able to tell where the target was going to be. Young Manly felt a chill. If she and Hansen were shooting at each other, she might not even be able to make a single shot. It was a feeling hard to describe. Kim Chuan was right. He is a natural, thought young Manly, after finishing watching the video. The video was very popular in Sagittarius, but its popularity ended among archery lovers. Archery was, after all, a less popular skill. After going back to school, Hansen wanted to call his girlfriend when his comlink suddenly rang. Sidu Zhang was summoning all the archery team members. At the training field of the school team, Hansen saw Shi Jiqing, Lu Mei, and Zhang Yang, who were also summoned by Sidu Zhang. Today I have summoned you to show you some recordings of a student who will become one of your rivals this year. Sidu Zhang turned the holographic device on and projected the video. It was an edited video of one person shooting at different times, and most of the scenes were shot in the venue of the Military School League tournament. In more than 40 minutes, the entire school team was so quiet that one could even hear a needle dropping on the floor. After the video ended, Shi Jiqing wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "OMG. Are you sure this guy is just a military school student instead of an evolver professional archer? We are against him. Impossible. We'll definitely lose. He must not be human. He is our opponent and absolutely a military school student. I believe you have all heard of him. Kim Jiwoo, the captain of the archery team of Alliance Central Military Academy. People call him Monster. In his freshman year, he had led their archery team to become the champion of the tournament." Sidu Xiang nodded and did not say anything. She turned to Hansen and asked, "Hansen, what do you think?" "We can only know after a match," replied Hansen with a smile. The senior team members cast odd looks at him. If the comment was from any other freshman, they would definitely tell the person all about the bad performances of Blackhawk in history. However, it was Hansen who said it, so they remained silent. After all, Hansen was the genius on campus and had achieved great success in other items. Deep down, they still felt contemptuous about what Hansen had said. Sidu Yang was satisfied with Hansen's remark. She was glad to see that at least one person had morale on her team. Blackhawk had been a loser for so long that it was natural for the senior team members to lose confidence. We will watch another video, also from an unevolved person. Sidu Yang played another video, the background of which was a virtual gaming platform. It is the White Bird's Forest from Sagittarius. Someone suddenly recognized that. When the video started to play, Hansen was surprised. It was the video of him taking the White Bird's Forest test. I have seen that. It is a real video and has been recognized by Sagittarius. Hansen, do you think this person is stronger than you? Sidu Yang asked Hansen. She wanted Hansen to lead the team in this tournament. If he did not have the resolve to win, she would have to reconsider despite his good skills. I should be on more or less the same level. Hansen cleared his throat and answered. It was him in the video, so of course it was the same. Hansen's comment sounded arrogant to others. The level of the guy in the video was clearly beyond that of a monitoring school student. Although Hansen did well in Warframe and black and white boxing, he rarely went to archery classes, like what Sidu Yang was thinking before. His teammates felt unsure about Hansen's archery skills and were reluctant to believe that he had the same skill level. Hansen, do you have a minute? A sensual female voice sounded when they were going back to the dormitory. Hansen's roommates all widened their eyes, staring at Fu Pinking, who had walked up to Hansen. What's the matter? Asked Hansen reluctantly. Have you forgotten what you have promised me? Fu Pinking smiled and asked. She then turned to his roommates. Do you mind if I borrow him for a second? Not at all. Shijikin blinked at Hansen. Hansen remembered that he had promised to treat her to dinner. Now that she had even come to him, he had no other option than to follow her. First hooked up with our campus belle, now the new goddess. How come I never got lucky? Said Shijikin admiringly. Because your skin isn't as smooth. Why would the pretty ladies like a rough guy like you? Lu Meng tried to put him down. When the beauties get older, they would understand the benefits of being with the rough guy, rebutted Sam. Lu Meng threw a contemptuous gaze at Sam, who was tough-looking and full of dirty jokes. Hansen checked the name on the building, and it was really a restaurant called Queen. And next to the name were 3 stars. Fu Pinking took Hansen to a private room on the top floor. The declaration of this room was a bit strange, different from a regular restaurant. The sofa was crescent-shaped, facing a wall covered by a curtain. The table was also an arc facing the wall. As Hansen was wondering, Fu Pinking had sat down on the sofa and took the remote to open the curtain. Behind the curtain, the wall was made of one-way glass, and they were actually on the balcony. When looking down, they could see a gigantic martial ring. On the martial ring, a heated combat was going on. Outside the ring was a cheering and shouting crowd. With another click on the remote, the sound could suddenly be heard. What do you want to order? Fu Pinking clicked the remote again, and the holographic images of different dishes and prices were all projected. It's my treat, so you should order. Hansen was completely attracted to the 2 persons in the combat. They were both evolvers, and it looked like they had already gained a lot of Geno points. They both had practiced great Hyper Geno arts. The man had both his arms looking like black metal, and the woman was wearing a pair of shorts, with her long legs gleaming like silver. One used fists and the other legs. They both had extraordinary strength and speed. Whenever there is the flesh-on-flesh clash, it sounded like metal. Hansen was strong among the unevolved. Compared to these evolvers, he still fell short. What do you plan to do after graduation? Asked Fu Pinking, without answering Hansen's doubt. What plan could I have? I am in the military school and I will naturally be enlisted. Hansen said casually. Fu Pinking poured Hansen a glass of wine and herself one. After taking a sip of the wine, she continued, do you know why this restaurant is named Queen? Hansen shook his head and thought, how am I supposed to know that? I'm not part of your organization. Because there is a real queen here, Fu Pinking said seriously. Queen? Hansen paused. There was no queen in the alliance. The highest political figure was the president, followed by the senators and generals. Not the queen of the alliance, but the queen on the martial ring, explained Fu Pinking, pointing to the martial ring. Hansen then noticed that the 2 evolvers had left of the ring, and a host had walked to the center and said in an excited voice, now the highlight of the evening, the queen of ours will fight her 1000th combat. Will Her Highness remain undefeated? Let's wait and see. Please welcome the queen to the stage. Next, the lights were off in the entire martial ring, and the only spotlight hit on a tall woman in combat suit. She walked towards the ring wearing a butterfly mask to cover her face. She was about 6 feet tall and looked like a fierce weapon herself. The moment the woman walked out, all the audience started to cheer and calling her name with the same rhythm. The woman stood on the ring, raising her left arm and pointing her index finger and middle finger to the sky. With this gesture, the audience started to stand up and the atmosphere has become much heated. Today challenging Her Royal Highness is Zhu Zhiqing from the Iron Fist Martial Hall. With the introduction by the host, a man around 30 years old also came to the martial ring. Hansen did not listen to the host, but kept her eyes on the woman who was called the queen. She had such a fierce manner that it looked like she had seen a million deaths. Hansen himself also had a fierce vibe, but compared to her, it was nothing. When Hansen was regarding Queen, the combat began and Zhu Zhiqing turned his fists into golden alloy and smashed them at Queen. The strike was fast and fierce, compressing the air as it went. Even with Hansen's eyesight, he could not tell how Zhu Zhiqing started the strike. Hansen thought to himself, indeed, I am no match to strong evolvers. This is such a formidable strike. This was the famous Super Alloy Fist, an S-Class Hyper-Geno art of the Evolver section in the Saint Hole. Even among revolvers, only a few could use it well. This man was obviously much stronger than the last man. Soon Hansen discovered that what Zhu Zhiqing was best at was not his fist, but his footwork. His footwork was so fast that he approached Queen in just 2 steps. He also managed to make the fiercest strike in her weakest angle. Queen did not even move, letting the fist tougher than iron hit her temple. Bang! The fierce strike hit the woman's temple, only making her head move slightly. Very soon, she recovered and gazed at Zhu Zhiqing with coldness. Zhu Zhiqing looked incredulous. He could not believe that his signature could not even hurt this woman. My turn. Queen raised her left hand shaped like a knife, her white skin suddenly turning red. Seeing her raising her hand, Zhu Zhiqing could no longer take the pressure and summoned his beast souls. His upper body was suddenly covered in armor and a long knife appeared in his hands. With a growl, Zhu Zhiqing smacked at Queen with his knife. Like a lightning bolt, the blade was about to cut Queen. Her eyes cold, Queen did not mean to dodge. When the knife was in her face, she suddenly waved her hand at it. Her hand met the beast's soul blade and the weapon broke in the middle as if it were made of wood. And her hand did not even stop there and moved past Zhu Zhiqing. Crack! Zhu Zhiqing's beast soul armor was broken, blood flowing from the gap. Queen moved her fingers and her hand became normal again. Zhu Zhiqing thumped to the martial ring and never got up. In the cheering of the audience, the medical team immediately rushed over and tried to save Zhu Zhiqing. Queen raised 2 fingers to the sky again, giving rise to even louder cheers. Then she walked off the martial ring and disappeared in the channel. Hansen's eyes lit up. He had seen many videos of the combats between evolvers, but none of them was as good as Queen. Obviously, Queen was among the top evolvers. In the 1,000 combats, she never lost to a single person from any other martial hall. She is the queen here and our best student. If you are willing to join the Ares Martial Hall, you could enjoy the same cultivation that she went through. You have great talents and might even do better than she. Huan Fu Pinking said with a smile. She must not be just an ordinary student. Hansen refused to believe that Queen was an ordinary student at the Martial Hall. Of course not. And if you are willing, you could become extraordinary as well. She blinked. How? If you marry me and become related with the Ares Martial Hall, then you would certainly be extraordinary. Hansen choked on the water he just drank. Hansen, unevolved. Status, none. Lifespan, 200. Geno points needed for evolution, 100. Geno points gained, 100 ordinary Geno points, 100 primitive Geno points, 64 mutant Geno points, 50 sacred Geno points. After leaving the shelter, he looked around and suddenly saw a red rope tied on a crooked tree. This was the signal he told Lu Weiden. At the time, he was only saying it casually and did not really want to cooperate with Lu Weiden. After all, they had fought each other, and Hansen could not be sure that Lu Weiden would not hold a grudge. It looked like Lu was quite anxious. Why are you looking for me? Hansen turned into dollar and walked to Lu Weiden. Brother, you have come finally. I've waited for you for so long. Lu Weiden came over excitedly. What do you need? Hansen frowned. Brother, I found a sacred blood creature in Dark Swamp, but I was not able to kill it, so I want your help. Lu Weiden explained everything. Lu Weiden had been waiting for Hansen for several days. He could not take care of the sacred blood creature, but he did not want to seek the gang's help either, because the gangs would take a big cut. That's when he thought of Hansen and left the signal. When he was about to give up, Hansen really came. What? You found a humanoid sacred blood creature? Hansen stared, his eyes wide. Yes, it was covered in black armor and was holding a black spear in its hand. It was riding a black unicorn horse, which could float above the swamp, Lou Winan described. A spear and a mount? What kind of creature is that? Are you sure you did not see a human? Hansen looked at Lou Winan incredulously. Brother, I kid you not. Although it looks like a person, you will see that it is definitely a sacred blood creature. So did you fight it? What's the outcome? Hansen asked Lou Winan. Lou Winan blushed. It was too strong and its mount too fast. I had to use my iron-feathered bird to escape. Hansen suddenly understood that Lou Winan must have been completely beaten, and that was why he had come to Hansen. So if I could kill the sacred blood creature, how do you suggest we divide the gains? Asked Hansen. Whoever gains the beast's soul gets to keep it. As for others, I think the humanoid would be inedible, and all there is to share are its spear and mount. What do you say we each pick one, and I will let you pick first? Lou Winan asked. Take me to check it out first. If I could kill it, then we can talk about how to divide. If not, then it doesn't even matter. Hansen thought about it instead. Okay, Lou Winan gritted his teeth and agreed. Hansen did not kill him last time, which gave him some faith in Hansen's character. If he were talking to another person, he would not show that person the creature first, as the information was his value in the deal. Half a day into the swamp, Hansen found a mutant centipede more than 6 feet long. He cut the centipede in half with the diamond sword and cooked the insect for some mutant geno points. The tough shell of the centipede was like tofu under the diamond sword. Lou Winan saw the sword and his eyes lit up. Brother, this must be the sacred blood gear from that creature on Mystery Island. Did you manage to get its beast soul? You know your stuff. I did not get the beast soul, replied Hansen casually and summoned Meowth to share the meat. Hansen did not turn Meowth into its transformed state. It still looked like a kitty cat, eating meat at Hansen's feet. Such a pity that I cannot summon the golden rock worm king, thought Hansen. The Worm King was always with Hansen instead of Dollar, so he did not want to blow his own cover. Brother, you're still feeding it. Lou Winan thought the cat was harmless as before and reached out to touch its head. Roar. Before his hand could touch Meowth, the cat suddenly turned into the transformed state, a black tiger biting at Lou Winan. Lou Winan was indeed great at escaping. Using his incredible footwork, he was able to take back his hand and run from the tiger. Meowth had already thrown itself at Lou Winan and was ready to launch another attack. Meowth, come back to eat, Hansen called. He was counting on Lou Winan to lead the way and did not want him to be killed. Lou Winan pointed at Meowth and shouted, "Isn't it Mutant Beast's soul pet? How come?" Hansen did not reply and continued to eat. Lou Winan suddenly understood. It evolved. Yes, I was lucky, Hansen thought to himself. If you see Holy Angel, you would know what a truly valuable pet looks like. Thinking of Holy Angel, Hansen was a little upset. He had tried to feed her mutant meat, and she would not even look at it. When Hansen was eating sacred blood meat, she became very interested. Unfortunately, Hansen couldn't afford to feed her sacred blood meat yet. After the 2 persons and 1 cat were fed, they continued their trip. Because the centipede was too large, Hansen was not able to gain a single mutant geno point with his full meal. After flying for several days in the dark swamp, they reached the destination. Unfortunately, all the mutant creatures they saw were too large, and Hansen only gained 1 mutant geno point. They were at a water meadow. In the green grass stood a unicorn horse, on the back of which sat a knight covered in shiny black armor, with the black spear in his hand. Only by looking at it from afar, Hansen was certain that it was not a human being, like Lou Winan had said. The armor of the knights was neither metal nor stone. It was more like shell of the turtle or some kind of beetle, and there was no gap between the parts of the armor. It was very odd. Hansen was sure that this was a sacred blood creature, and one that was very hard to deal with. It was much stronger than the stone man that Helen showed him. Just by looking at its spear and mount, Hansen was sure that it was not an ordinary sacred blood creature. Humanoid creatures were already very strong, and this one even had a mount, which was something that Hansen had not even heard of before. Brother, am I right? Is it a sacred blood creature? Hiding in the grass, Lou Winan whispered to Hansen. Yes, it is indeed a sacred blood creature. However, it looks very strong and I am not very confident that I could take care of it. Hansen told him the truth. The sacred blood creature was so strange. Hansen did not think it would be weaker than the Holy Angel from the Mystery Island. However, he did not have a second sacred blood ghost butterfly at this point. This kind of rare sacred blood creature must be worth a lot of money. If we happen to get its beast soul, then we will be able to make a fortune. After the two had finished the discussion, they sneaked up on the sacred blood creature hidden in grass. Hansen thought, no matter how strong the sacred blood creature was, as long as it could not fly, it will not be too risky for the two of them. When they were 500 feet from the sacred blood creature, it suddenly looked to their direction. Hansen saw very clear that behind the helmet of the sacred blood creature were a pair of red eyes, as red as the flames in the hell. Before Hansen and Lu Weinen could react, the sacred blood creature quickly urged the black unicorn horse to charge them and raised his black spear. Watch out, this guy is too strong. Hansen grabbed the diamond sword with both his hands and used Jadeskin to its full. The unicorn horse had an incredible speed. It could also float above the water and did not sink. Almost immediately, the sacred blood creature was merely a dozen feet from Hansen. With its high speed, it quickly used its spear to stab Hansen in the chest. Hansen used Bladestorm to slash the diamond sword at the creature. The spear and the sword clashed. Hansen was blown away with the sword in his hand by the magnificent strength of the creature. Hansen was among the top of all humans in First God's Sanctuary. However, he could not block a strike from the sacred blood creature. After being thrown a couple of feet up in the air, he rolled in the water meadow for quite a while before he could stop himself. Lu Weiden, who was trying to launch a sneak attack at the unicorn horse, was dazed. He knew very well about Hansen's strength, and even Hansen was blown away. Lu Weinen quickly ran away when he saw that the sacred blood creature had made a turn to face himself. But Lu Weinen's footwork was incredible. He wiggled away like a fish and summoned his iron-feathered bird to carry himself into the sky. The sacred blood creature did not chase after Lu Weinen, but turned to Hansen. The unicorn horse was so fast that it was immediately in front of Hansen, and the spear was about to reach the guy. Boom! The two fierce monsters started a huge fight. Lu Weinen, who was up in the sky, was dumbstruck. He never thought the sacred blood creature would be so strong. Dollar was absolutely a celebrity in steel armor shelter. Just a while back, he killed the sacred blood creature on the Mystery Island alone, beating Son of Heaven to it. Such a strong man was not able to beat this creature at all, which was beyond Lu Weinen's imagination. Hansen was also shocked. This sacred blood creature was not weaker than Holy Angel at all. Its skills to use the weapon was also so incredible that Bladestorm seemed weaker. Although Hansen had seen the Sly Fox King and Black Feathered Beast King, as well as the powerful Holy Angel, he still marveled at the spear skills of this sacred blood creature. He believed that few in First God's Sanctuary could match the creature in spear skills. Brother, let's go now, Lu Weinen cried to Hansen in the sky. Although Hansen was no match to the creature, he did not want to retreat. It would not be that easy for the sacred blood creature to kill him right away, so he wanted to test what is the weakness of the creature. Hansen was attracted by the odd spear skills of the creature. Although it seemed that the creature would only stab and sweep with the spear, Hansen discovered that both the stabbing and sweeping carried a strong spinning force. When the creature was stabbing, the spinning force would turn the spear into a drill that could penetrate anything, even a suit of sacred blood armor. When the spear was used in the sweep, it would make the perfect shield, and that anything touched the spear would be blown away. Magnificent spear skills. Hansen was observing as he fought. However, he was still not able to tell how the sacred blood creature was making it work. As Hansen was not able to continue fighting the creature, he summoned Meowth in its transformed state. Meowth threw itself at the creature, while the unicorn horse suddenly gave the pet a kick. Meowth did not anticipate this at all and was suddenly sent into the air. Fortunately, Meowth was very strong and the kick did not really hurt it seriously. With some blood on its mouth corner, it growled and ran toward Unicorn Horse. Hansen took Meowth back and flapped his wings to fly up, leaving the creature alone. OMG, that was so scary. How come there would be such a formidable sacred blood creature in the dark swamp? Said Lu Weinen, controlling the iron-feathered bird to fly near Hansen. I was right. It was not one sacred blood creature, but two. Hansen was still staring at the sacred blood creatures from above. You mean the Mount was an independent sacred blood creature? Lu Weinen suddenly understood what he meant and cried. Then how can we ever win? Hansen regarded the sacred blood creature and remained silent. It was still possible. It had Meowth, which could be used to distract the unicorn horse. However, Hansen was not great at riding a mount and could not fight on Meowth's back. Also, the spear skills of the sacred blood creature were so strange that Hansen had not thought of a solution. He was only able to fight that long using Sparticle, which helped him dodge many key attacks from the creature. If he were on Meowth's back, he would not be able to use Sparticle, which would make him vulnerable to the creature's attack. In addition, he had to borrow the strength of Bloody Slayer, which made him unable to use a mount. He thought about it and decided that Meowth could only function as a distraction, and he had to be the one who did the fighting. You are not able to fly anyway, so there is nothing you could do to me. If I cannot beat you this time, I will come 10 more times. One day, I will definitely kill you, thought Hansen to himself. He then found a place to rest with Luwinen until they were ready to fight the creature again. When he had recovered, Hansen went to the water meadow. Before he reached the destination, Hansen saw the sacred blood creature emerging from a lake, which puzzled Hansen. Hansen did not find anything peculiar about the lake, which was quite shallow. There were a lot of grass growing in the water and around the lake. Otherwise, there was nothing special about it. Maybe the guy is a neat freak and went down for a shower, but then he should have left its mount. Hansen could not tell the reason and decided to forget about it. He took up the diamond sword and summoned Meowth, charging the creature in the form of Bloody Slayer. Hansen and Meowth fought the creature together, but they could only last for about 20 minutes. The spear skills of the creature were so great that Hansen's arms were only still functioning thanks to Jadeskin and Sparkle. Even his sacred blood armor was broken. Hansen did not hesitate to fly away and take back Meowth. If it were not for Meowth, Hansen could not even last 20 minutes. With his wings saving him each time, Hansen fought the creature once in a while for a week. Brother, it doesn't make sense to continue. How about we seek other people's help? Luwinen saw Hansen continue to fail and became worried. Although Hansen would not die, it was clear that he was not the creature's match. Although Hansen kept failing, he started to understand the weird spear skills of the creature. Now he was even more interested in the spear skills than the creature itself. The spear of the creature would not only spin, but it could spin both clockwise and counterclockwise. When it was spun clockwise, anything touching it would bounce off. When it was spun counterclockwise, anything touching it would be drawn in. This was similar to yin-yang blast, which could reach the same effect by combining the yin force and yang force. Like yin-yang blast, the clockwise and counterclockwise spin also depended a lot on understanding the opponent's psychology, which was similar to black and white boxing. The sacred blood creature was formidable in that it could always use the spinning force spot on, which puzzled Hansen. Hansen was a master of tricking his opponent, yet the creature could always predict his movements and use the corresponding force. Can it really read my mind? Thought Hansen. Luwinen was very upset and said to Hansen, "Brother, you keep trying. I will hunt some mutant creatures nearby and try to spot other sacred blood creatures." These days, Luwinen had seen countless failures of Hansen's and now he had given up. Even with more help, these two sacred blood creatures could hardly be killed. With their speed and strength, even a large group of people could not block them from running away. Hansen agreed and was still thinking why the sacred blood creature could see through his mind. He thought over all the fights with this creature in these days and was even more certain that the creature could see through his mind. Otherwise, it was impossible for the creature to make the right decision every single time. If it really could read my mind, then regular attacks would not work, thought Hansen, touching his chin. If he wanted to beat the creatures, the only way was to conceal the actual force he was using. Even if the sacred blood creature could see through one's mind, the best it could do was to tell the target of the attack, instead of what kind of force would be used. In order to achieve that, yin-yang blast was a great option. With the same strike, the yin force and yang force would create completely different effect, which was perfect to beat this creature with. However, Hansen was still worried. Unfortunately, I have just started with the yin-yang blast and could not even use it to its full potential. In the next 2 days, Hansen fought with the creatures multiple times, and was even more certain that the creature could tell what his target was. Hansen had to start practicing yin-yang blast, which was the only method through which he could kill the creatures alone. More people would not really be a help, because the creatures could always manage to run away. Not to mention Hansen was not really willing to share with other people such special sacred blood creatures. It was fairly easy for Hansen to practice yin-yang blast because he had already accumulated a large number of Geno points. However, to switch between the yin force and yang force was not easy. Hansen had gained some experience in switching forces during his fight with the creatures and made some progress. However, it still took him more than half a month to reach the first phase of yin-yang blast and use the forces properly. In the beginning, Luwinen would come back at times. Recently, however, Hansen rarely saw him. Hansen did not know if Luwinen had given up or gone to seek others' help. With no one around, Hansen thought about using his bow and arrows to shoot at the sacred blood creatures. However, he did not even have a sacred blood beast soul arrow. Even if he could hit the creature, a mutant arrow could not cause enough harm anyway. Luckily, Hansen had reached the first phase of yin-yang blast and was ready to try it out. Taking a deep breath, Hansen carried the diamond sword on his back and shapeshifted into the bloody slayer. Clenching his fists, he threw himself at the sacred blood creatures. The reason why he did not use the diamond sword was not that he did not want to, but that his level in yin-yang blast was not enough for him to integrate the forces in his weapon. This time, Hansen was completely focused. Without the sword, he could get seriously hurt once he made a mistake. Hansen was not sure why the creatures were lingering here. Hansen had been here for almost a month, and the two creatures did not mean to leave at all. They were always around the lake, and sometimes in the lake. Seeing Hansen was here again, the creatures were not surprised at all. The knight immediately charged Hansen with its spear, which reached Hansen's neck almost instantaneously. Hansen growled and used Sparticle to dodge the spear with his forehooves moving rapidly. Hansen wanted to hit the knight in the face, but did not control his strength very well, which was why the blow ended up thumping the creature in the chest. Hansen quickly moved backward after the blow, because the unicorn horse had already come toward him. Fortunately, in nearly a month, Hansen had seen how the mount fought many times and was prepared for it. I used the yin force, which should have some effect on him. Hansen was not certain about the result. The creature stared at Hansen with a pair of bloodshot eyes and did not charge again. A second later, blood began to flow from the corner of its mouth. Hansen was pleasantly surprised. He did not realize that the yin force had such a great penetrating effect. He believed that the armor of this creature was no weaker than any sacred blood armor, while he was still able to use the yin force to hurt its inner organs. Roar! When Hansen was getting excited, he suddenly saw the sacred blood creature growling and charging with a spear in his hand at a greater speed than before. Hansen did not dare to spar with it without a weapon anymore. He drew his diamond sword and blocked its attack. Bang! When their weapons clashed together, Hansen lost his balance and moved back, while the sacred blood creature had blood welling from its mouth. Using fierce spear skills, the creature was unstoppable. This is so weird. How come it became even stronger after getting hurt? Hansen decided to give up after taking 2 hits from it. He quickly summoned Meowth to distract the knight so that he could fly away himself. When he was up in the air, Hansen took Meowth back and thought he was safe. Feeling a chill all of a sudden, he tried to fly higher, but it was too late. A black lightning bolt went across the sky and hit a wing of Hansen's with a strong spinning force. Crack! Although the wings were also covered in sacred blood armor, it could not stop the spear carrying a strong penetrating spin. A wing was pierced by the spear. Hansen was covered in cold sweat. He was fortunate that the spear merely hurt his wing. If it were his body, he would be dead by now. His instinct and experience gained in all his fighting and hunting saved his life. Hansen wanted to explore the lake, but the sacred blood creature would not leave the area, giving Hansen no chance. In addition, Hansen did not want to take the risk in case there were anything dangerous in the lake. I should finish off the sacred blood creatures first before exploring the lake. Hansen had made up his mind to kill the sacred blood creatures. Now he had a better command of yin-yang blasts. As long as he practiced it more, it would be easy for him to kill the creatures. It seems that I have to understand what's going on in the lake before I can ever kill them. Hansen flew in the sky and watched the lake from above. The lake was around 6 feet wide, shallow and clean. In daylight, it was easy to see the aquatic plants growing on the bottom. When the knight rode the unicorn horse to enter the lake, the head of its mount would still be above the water. Hansen looked around and did not see anything but some aquatic plants. He had also watched the sacred blood creatures healing in the lake. They basically did nothing and became healed after a little while. Is the water special? And that must be why the creature would not leave here. Hansen guessed, but did not believe that was the reason. There were so many lakes like this in Dark Swamp. All these lakes were formed through rain. Since other lakes did not have any special features about them, Hansen did not think that this lake would be different. There must be something in the lake, Hansen told himself. After observing carefully for a long while, he still could not tell what was in it, at least not anything visible. When Hansen was there for almost 2 months, he was able to use yin-yang blast quite well, much faster than the previous candidates selected by Bai Yishan. It took at least 2 years for those soldier volunteers Bai Yishan picked to get the hang of this hyper-geno art. And Hansen only spent 2 months. Hansen did not know if it was because he was talented, or because he had a large number of Geno points, or because he had practiced Jadeskin. At this point, Hansen was able to fight with the sacred blood creatures well, but it was still difficult for Hansen to kill the creatures. In darkness, Hansen shapeshifted into the color shifter and moved in the direction of the lake. The sacred blood creatures were on the other side of the lake, but Hansen was still taking extra care when moving. Until he slowly entered the lake, the sacred blood creatures were still unaware of his presence. Under the effect of the color shifter, Hansen's body and belongings were all integrated into the water. No one could sense his presence. Hansen's assassination skills did not go to waste. As he was controlling his breath, neither creature noticed him there. Not realizing the danger nearby, the creatures came to their usual spot. When they were about to reach the spot, the unicorn horse suddenly neighed with terror and kicked about. A long wound almost split open its belly. Blood and inner organs fell into the water, coloring it red. The knight immediately fell off its mount into the water. Hansen was excited. His target was the unicorn horse to begin with, and without the mount, it would be much easier to kill the knight. Struggling in the water, the unicorn horse was too injured to fight. The sacred blood knight stabbed Hansen with its spear furiously. Moving sideways, Hansen dodged this blow and shortened their distance, his three-blade harpoon slashing at the creature. The creature lifted its spear and blocked the harpoon. All of a sudden, Hansen threw a punch at the creature's chest with his left arm. The creature was indeed strong and managed to block Hansen's fist with its spear swiftly. Without being affected by the spinning force, Hansen's fist avoided the spear and still hit the creature in the chest. The yin force suddenly penetrated its armor and hurt its inner organs. Without moving its body, the sacred blood creature suddenly spitted blood and swept the spear violently toward Hansen. Hansen remained still and suddenly became one with the water, confusing the sacred blood creature temporarily. Jumping out of the water, Hansen threw another punch at the creature, who learned from the previous experience and spun the spear in the other direction. Unfortunately, Hansen was using the yang force this time. With the clockwise spinning, Hansen's fist was drawn toward the creature's chest even faster. Boom! The sacred blood creature fell in the water with a splash. Hansen did not stop and threw himself at the creature. Previously, when the knight had its mount, Hansen couldn't approach it. However, they were now both in the water and the unicorn horse was dying. There was no suspense in how this was going to end. The water was suddenly red and Hansen heard the voice. Sacred blood creature beetle knight killed. Beast soul of beetle knight gained. Meat inedible. Sacred blood creature magic horn killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. As the beetle knight died, its mount died as well. Hooray! Hansen stood up from the water and almost jumped up. He was so lucky to gain a beast soul and some sacred blood meat at the same time. The body of the beetle knight quickly dissolved in the air, and Hansen dragged its spear and the body of the magic horn to the bank. The body of the magic horn was the size of a camel. Hansen did not waste any time and started a barbecue. Hansen also dried some meat to preserve, in case it went bad. He hadn't seen Lu Weinen in more than a month. It seemed that Lu Weinen had given up on the two sacred blood creatures. Hansen wondered what Lu Weinen would think if he ever learned that they were killed by Hansen after all. Soon after, Hansen searched the entire lake but saw nothing special. Then Hansen had some time to look at his newly gained beast soul of sacred blood beetle knight. Type of beast soul of sacred blood beetle knight, doppelganger. Hansen was puzzled, as he had never heard of this kind of beast soul before. He tried to summon the beetle knight, but it simply did not work. How can I use this doppelganger beast soul? Hansen studied for a long time and did not find out how it was supposed to be used. He did not have too much time for research anyway. It was about time that he should go back eat the creature he had been feeding. On the campus of Black Hawk Military Academy, Sidu Zhang was going crazy. After Hansen entered God's Sanctuary, she hadn't heard from him in 3 months. It was almost time for the archery tournament, and Sidu Zhang was afraid that Hansen might have run into some accident in God's Sanctuary. On one hand, she was worried that he would miss the tournament. On the other hand, Sidu Zhang did not want anything bad happening to such a talent. Sidu Zhang almost went to ask the security department of the academy every day, trying to see if Hansen had been back, since every student needed to swipe a student ID when entering and returning from God's Sanctuary on campus. Sidu Zhang would know if he was back. After her morning exercise, Sidu Zhang heard from the security department that Hansen was back. Hansen saw Sidu Zhang, who came in a hurry and did not know what happened. "Follow me." Sidu Zhang took his arm and led him away. Hansen was crucial to the school team and she had to make sure he was his best self. Sidu Zhang took Hansen to the facility of his last training. Instead of calling her dad, she decided to train him herself this time. Sidu Zhang knew very well that at Hansen's level, he no longer needed to learn more techniques. She was only worried that after staying in the God's Sanctuary for so long, he would be less familiar with archery. She wanted him to do a recovery training to make sure his archery skills were perfect. "Coach, I don't think I need to do a full-on training. Some exercise will do." Hansen licked his lips and said. He had always been using his archery skills, which were in his bones. 10 moving targets. If you could beat me, you can skip the training, said Sidu Zhang decisively, handing the training bow and arrows to Hansen. Coach, this is not fair. You're an evolver, and much better in strength, speed, and reflex than I. If I beat you as an unevolved person, you would feel so bad, said Hansen casually. Sidu Zhang paused. She had anticipated complaints from him, but did not expect Hansen to have such a response. If you could beat me, I would be very happy. Sidu Zhang suddenly smiled and narrowed her eyes. However, Hansen, it is not easy to achieve that. 10 moving targets meant that 10 targets would randomly came from different locations. Whoever hit the effective area of the target first would gain a point. They both drew their bowstrings. Suddenly, a target in the shape of a human emerged from behind a wall. 2 arrows left the strings at the same time. Bang! The 2 arrows hit the neck area of the target, which was the effective area, almost at the same time. Din, Sidu Zhang's scorekeeper rang. She gained a point because she hit the target first. A coach is a coach, said Sidu Zhang with content. Well done. You almost needed no time to react. Hansen had spared no efforts, but Sidu Zhang was absolutely faster than him, which was something he could not make up for. Even among evolvers, Sidu Zhang was doing very well. You did pretty well already. Top of the unevolved for sure. Sidu Zhang meant what she said. It was only slightly slower than her. She had never seen this kind of speed among Black Hawk students. Sidu Zhang was even more satisfied with Hansen after this round. He was also able to hit the target right in the neck, which showed that he was dexterous. Sidu Zhang was considering losing to Hansen on purpose in the next round. Otherwise, Hansen might end up with too bad a score to maintain his confidence. As the two were talking, the game was still on. Suddenly, a fox-shaped target jumped up from the floor. All the targets appeared randomly in this game. Because Sidu Zhang needed less time to react, she could always hit the target first. Sidu Zhang shot her arrow with confidence and saw Hansen shooting slightly slower than her. Although she was pleased with Hansen's performance, Sidu Zhang believed that she had won. Just when her arrow was about to hit the target, Hansen's arrow knocked hers away from the target and ended up hitting the target. Din, as Sidu Zhang was dazed, Hansen gained 1 point. 1-1 now, coach. It seems that I'm rather lucky. Hansen smiled at Sidu Zhang. Is it luck? Sidu Zhang frowned. This kind of situation would happen when 2 archers were shooting at the same target. However, the probability of such circumstance was really low. Maybe it is luck. Sidu Zhang did not pay too much attention to this incident and prepared for the 3rd round. After all, even she could not guarantee hitting the effective area of the target after knocking another arrow away. Soon, Sidu Zhang was shocked. She could not believe her eyes. 3 rounds in a row, Hansen's arrow knocked hers away and hit the effective area of all the targets. Sidu Zhang thought it was incredible and widened her eyes. Did you do it on purpose? She was not questioning him, but confirming. If Hansen could really accomplish this, his archery skills were simply beyond her imagination. Other than this, I could not think of any other method to win. Hansen shrugged and said. Hansen wanted to find his girlfriend, but had no chance at all. The moment she came out of the training facility, he was summoned by Qin Xuan to the steel armor shelter. Qin Xuan was supposed to enter as second god's sanctuary a month ago and had delayed until now just to wait for him to make the transition in the leadership of the special squad. From now on, you will be the captain. I'm leaving the special squad to you. Do well, but no need to linger here. Evolve as soon as possible. Second god's sanctuary is where you truly belong. The special squad system was very selective about the members' qualifications. Thanks to Qin Xuan, Hansen did not run into too much trouble in joining the special squad in the past. The missions accomplished by the 8 members would not only bring rewards to themselves, but also points to the head, which could be used to exchange for some internal resources. Hansen celebrated secretly. He immediately checked the available missions to take, and saw that only 1 mission was available in Steel Armor Shelter, which was submitted by Yuan. The content of the mission was to assist Yuan to kill a specific sacred blood creature with the condition that the last strike must be made by Yuan. The reward for this mission was a bottle of S-level Geno solution. He printed out the information of the sacred blood creature provided by Yuan and entered Steel Armor Shelter again. Calling young Manly over, he said, Manly, who do you think could finish this task in our squad? Captain, please refer to me using my full name. Young Manly saw the documents, but did not reach out. She said, this one is beyond our ability. How would you know that if you did not look at the file? Hansen frowned. Qin Xuan had determined that even with the entire squad, we will not be able to kill the sacred blood creature, and that was why she did not take it. If you need, there are more detailed reports on the sacred blood creature in the cabinet on your left, explained young Manly calmly. Hansen got up and walked over to the cabinet. He found King Xuan's report on the sacred blood creature, which was quite detailed. It seemed that King Xuan had tried to kill it but given up. After reviewing the files, Hansen smiled at young Manly. Manly, if I remember correctly, you have a duty to assist me. Only in the squad. Also, please don't call me. Hansen cut in. Okay then, go back and pack. You're coming with me. Where? Young Manly paused. Wherever the sacred blood creature is. Hansen knocked at the files on the table with his knuckles and added, tell Ewan that we will take the task and ask him to lead the way. Young Manly wanted to argue. I am the head and you are the deputy. Now I have decided to accomplish this mission. Do you have any question? Asked Hansen. No. Young Manly saluted him and did not argue any longer. Captain, it is a sacred blood creature we are going to hunt. I don't think we could bring any irrelevant person, objected young Manly when hearing King was also coming. Hansen, this is such a good opportunity. I really would like to see how you hunt. Please bring me with you. The condition was not a compulsory one written in the mission, so King had to beg Hansen. I'm only suggesting because of safety concern, said young Manly. It is fine. Let's go together. Hansen knew that young Manly was right, that they would save a lot of trouble without King. Although King and Ewan had maxed out on all other Geo points except for sacred ones with money, they were still lacking in real combat experience and would not be very useful when fighting a sacred blood creature. Hansen had his own plan, which was why he agreed to take King. Haha, Manly, you should learn more from your boss, said King contentedly. Hansen, the sacred blood creature is in that forest. It looks like an ape and is incredibly flexible. The scariest thing was its speed. Last time, if Gambler were not there to protect us, we would have been dead, said King with lingering fear. Hansen nodded, as he also heard that Gambler was severely injured. Due to the non-disclosure agreement, he did not know why he was hurt, and it turned out to be about this sacred blood creature. When they were at the border of the forest, Hansen stopped and said to young Manly, Manly, you go ahead and leave the sacred blood creature out. I will cover you with bow and arrows. Do not worry, I will kill the creature immediately when it's out. Young Manly was dumbstruck, her mind filled with the word revenge. With trees everywhere, what good will a cover do? Archery could barely be of any use here. Young Manly thought that there was only one possibility for Hansen to do this, trying to kill her. Hansen did not explain himself, but smiled and said, you can also choose not to execute my order. Young Manly gave Hansen a fierce stare and walked into the forest. Different from Hansen, she was from a service family and valued order. The trees were so dense in the forest that it was very dim. Young Manly summoned a broadsword and walked carefully. As she was walking, she thought she would definitely apply for a transfer if she could get out of here alive. King Xuan, you did make the wrong choice. The minute you leave, he is turning on me. Is this what you call a talent? Young Manly felt sadness and anger at the same time. As young Manly turned back, she did not see Hansen at all, and was even more certain that Hansen was trying to get a revenge. When she turned her head, a black ape jumped out from the thick fallen leaves on the ground. The ape was so fast that it was in her face in an instant. Because she turned her head back, young Manly did not discover the creature in time. It was too late for her to dodge or run. She had to hack her broadsword at the ape. Although she had nice broadsword skills and decent strength, she was not able to match a sacred blood creature in anything but archery. The sacred blood creature grabbed her weapon with one paw. The mutant weapon couldn't even hurt its skin. The ape's other paw quickly snapped at young Manly's neck. Watching the nails as sharp as daggers, young Manly could no longer fight back. She sighed inwardly, damn, I'm going to die under the bastard scheme. When she was almost desperate, she saw a silver flash cutting off the paw next to her neck. As the paw fell, blood sprayed out. Hansen quickly rushed from the side and moved to the screaming sacred blood creature. Young Manly watched Hansen's figure and did not know how he appeared. With complex emotions, she did not move. Didn't you want to get even with me? Where did he come from? Young Manly saw Hansen's figure moving swiftly, a silver weapon dancing away. The sacred blood creature lost all 4 limbs in an instant and was about to die. After returning to his office at Steel Armor Shelter, Hansen said to young Manly, Deputy, your performance today was not professional. With your ability, you should have done better. Blushing, young Manly moved her lips but failed to mutter a word. Indeed, as Hansen said, she could have done much better even though she could not beat the creature. The reason why she acted poorly was that she was distracted by her grudge. Young Manly had no argument to make. As a soldier, you should trust your comrade. Obviously, you did not trust me. I am sorry, Captain. It will not happen again, young Manly said with her head down. It was rare that young Manly would apologize. However, she realized that she had made a terrible mistake, and Hansen's performance had won him her respect. Great, Hansen said with satisfaction. This stops here, and I do not want to see it happen again. Never, said young Manly. Eventually, Hansen had time to enjoy a nice meal with his girlfriend Jai Yanran, without knowing that there was a storm approaching. Because the Military Academy League had forbidden one player competing in multiple subjects, Jin Jiwoo chose to participate in the archery tournament this year, driving many to pay special attention to the archery tournament. When the list of players and game schedule were published by the league, a lot of people discovered that the opponent of the Alliance Central Military Academy was Blackhawk in the second round. If it were the Blackhawk that people had known, no one would pay extra attention to them. However, people noticed that Hansen was one of the Blackhawk players. Many people were suddenly reminded that Hansen was an archery student after all. As Hansen was walking toward the cafeteria, his comlink rang. It was from Tang Zhenliu. When he answered the call, the holographic images of Lin Feng and Tang Zhenliu both appeared. Have you decided to participate in the archery tournament? Asked Tang Zhenliu hurriedly. I am in the archery department, and as a member of the school team, I will definitely be participating. Is there a problem? Hansen did not understand why Tang Zhenliu would care about this. Tang Zhenliu did not speak but looked at Lin Feng. Do you think you could win? Asked Lin Feng. I'm not sure, replied Hansen quickly. Jin Jiwoo was so strong that he could not tell whether he could win before actually fighting the monster. I'll be watching your game, said Lin Feng calmly. Hansen cast an odd look at Lin Feng, not knowing what he meant. Tang Zhenliu couldn't help but explain. Hansen, Jin Jiwoo used to go to the same school we went to. He was as strong as Lin Feng. Unfortunately, he transferred to the Alliance Central Military Academy later, and never had a chance to have a proper fight with Lin Feng. It will definitely be a difficult battle. You feel nervous now? Hansen shrugged and said, I have never thought that I would lose, so there is nothing to be nervous about. If Jin Jiwoo has heard this, he will definitely be very happy. Should I tell him you said that? Tang Zhenliu grinned. As you like, Hansen said casually. Be very careful. Jin Jiwoo is the most talented and hard-working guy I have ever seen. Lin Feng suddenly cut in. Hansen was surprised and nodded seriously. Someone that was able to get such a remark from Lin Feng was definitely incredibly formidable. When he came to the cafeteria, Jai Yanran had already took a table. Luckily, her roommate was not here, and Hansen felt he was about to get lucky. I heard that the archery school team will run into Jin Jiwoo in the second round, said Jai Yanran. Yes, what about it? Hansen was surprised that even Jai Yanran started to care about the archery tournament. If you could beat Jin Jiwoo, I will treat you to a 4-day deluxe couples tour to the Aegean Sea. Jai Yanran blinked and said. Hansen suddenly felt a strong desire to win. His eyes lighting up like a light bulb. Hansen muttered, 4-day deluxe couples tour. The reason Jai Yanran wanted Hansen to beat Jin Jiwoo was that last year when she led the team of Hand of God, they lost to Jin Jiwoo and stopped before entering the top 16. Women were vengeful creatures, and Hansen's team happened to be running into Jin Jiwoo. Obviously, Jai Yanran did not want her boyfriend to lose to the same person. Eyes on the bonus. Hansen researched many videos of Jin Jiwoo's previous matches. Hansen had to admit that Jin Jiwoo was very strong. He could barely find any flaw. It was almost impossible to beat the guy through his weaknesses. However, Jin Jiwoo was also absolutely among the top of all military school students in terms of strength. To overpower him was also out of the question. Tang Zhenliu told Hansen that Jin Jiwoo had already maxed out on all Geno points. The reason Jin Jiwoo had not gone to Second God's Sanctuary was that he wished to fight with Lin Feng in the next chosen contest. In addition, the Hyper Geno art practiced by Jin Jiwoo was also incredible. Even Lin Feng and Tang Zhenliu did not know what kind of Hyper Geno art it was, but it worked very well in that an average person whose Geno points were maxed out was not Jin Jiwoo's match at all. What Hansen did not know was that he was studying his opponent. His opponent was also studying him. Lin Feng had said that Jin Jiwoo was the most talented and hard-working person. Jin Jiwoo had a strong mind, but he never took any opponent lightly, especially someone that Lin Feng valued. Jin Jiwoo had gathered all the information about Hansen on the Skynet, including the video of the Warframe contest and the Starry Cup. He also watched the black and white boxing video and Hansen's commercial. Jin Jiwoo had found almost everything and watched them all carefully. Jin, what are you watching? Kim Chang walked over and stood behind Jin Jiwoo. Kim Chang was number 2 in the school archery team of the Alliance Central Military Academy. Originally, Kim Chang was not in the archery team, but the Warframe team. He used to be the captain of the Warframe school team and won the championship for the school. Because Jin Joo said I want you as my teammate. He transferred to the archery team. Even so, Qin Cheng was among the top in the military academy league. Even without Jin Joo, Qin Cheng could lead the team to win. Hansen from Blackhawk, said Jin Joo, his eyes on the video, not missing a single detail. What do you know about him so far? Very good, said Jin Joo. Qin Cheng looked at Jin Joo in surprise. Not many people could get such comment from Jin Joo, at least in all the contests that they participated together. He had never heard Jin Joo say this about anyone. All the archery teams from different military academies were also led to Planet Golf and arranged to stay in the hotel opposite the stadium. When Sidu Xiang went to arrange for the team's accommodation, the Blackhawk school team were standing in the lobby, watching other teams coming in and out. Are you Hansen? A girl in uniform saw Hansen and walked over. I am. And you are? Hansen looked at the girl standing in front of him, who was wearing a uniform of a different school and carrying a quiver. I liked your commercial a lot. Could I ask for signature? The girl took out a pen and paper, watching Hansen expectantly. Q Mingmei. You're Q Mingmei from Senwa Military Academy. Shi Jiqing and several old team members stared at the girl incredulously. The name of Q Mingmei was known by almost every archer in military schools. Last year, when she was still a freshman, she led her team, which was rather weak, to rank the third in the tournament. Q Mingmei had also become famous after that. This year, she and Senwu Academy received a lot of attention. Hansen had only studied the team members of the Alliance Central Military Academy and did not have much knowledge of other military schools. Nor did he know Q Mingmei's name. He signed for her and gave her the piece of paper back. Thank you so much. I wish that we could have a match together. Q Mingmei was very excited and returned to her team. Hansen turned back and saw the jealous look on his teammate's face. Shi Jiqing put his strong arm around Hansen's neck and shouted, Hansen, Q Mingmei asked you for a signature. Not only his own teammates, but also other students in the lobby were throwing angry looks at Hansen. Q Mingmei was gorgeous and had great archery skills. There was no doubt that she was a star in the archery tournament. Her asking for Hansen's signature naturally made many guys bristle. It's Jin Joo. When they reached the venue, Shi Jiqing whispered. Everyone looked over and saw the school team of the Alliance Central Military Academy were doing a training. Jin Joo was shooting at a moving target 300 feet from him and had hit the bullseye 8 times in a row. Insanely stable, commended Liu Meng. Suddenly, a guy came to Hansen with a bow in his hand and asked in a provocative tone, Are you Hansen? I am. Who are you? Hansen looked the guy up and down and did not recognize him. Remember me. I am Fang Wending from Smith Military Academy, and we will beat your team and enter the second round to face the Alliance Central Military Academy, said the guy arrogantly. Hansen smiled and did not speak. When Shi Jiqing was about to say something, another person came over to them. Shi Jiqing moved his lips and did not make a sound, staring his eyes wide at the person who had come. Not just Shi Jiqing, almost everyone was looking at that person, because it was Jin Joo from the Alliance Central Military Academy. Jin Joo introduced himself and reached out his right hand in front of Hansen. Hansen paused and shook his hand. Jin Joo smiled and said, I wanted to say hi when we meet at the match. However, since I've seen you here, I should probably say hi now. I look forward to our game. Me too. Hansen was quite confused. The strong players he had met were all kind of strange. Jin Joo just came to talk to him out of nowhere. Hansen did not feel anything when he heard what Jin Joo had said. But other people were quite shocked. The reporters around the venue were drafting millions of headlines in their mind. An invite from the monster, nemesis of the Emperor, on the probability of the victory of Blackhawk. Either way, many people now knew that Jin Joo took Blackhawk, or rather Hansen, very seriously. Fang Wending was left alone felt terrible. No one was paying attention to him and his remark was completely forgotten because of Jin Joo's presence. Wen Zixu was also doing a live show of the training in the stadium. When she saw the scene, she was pleasantly surprised. She was supposed to do a show on black and white boxing, but volunteered to do a show on the archery tournament, knowing Hansen would be participating. She did not understand why Hansen would give up black and white boxing for archery. He was doing so well in black and white boxing that he could guarantee great performance. Although he was from the archery department, Wen Zixu still did not understand his choice. This year, Jin Joo had chosen to take part in the archery tournament, and according to the rules, he could no longer show up in black and white boxing competitions, which made Saint Germain the strongest team. Hansen had proven that he could easily beat Saint Germain, and this was supposed to be a perfect opportunity for him. However, he chose to compete in archery and ran into the Alliance Central Military Academy in the second round, which was beyond her comprehension. Watching Hansen and Jingju talking, Wen Zixu suddenly thought she understood something. Hansen and Jingju must have made a pact to compete in the archery tournament. That must be why they have chosen the archery tournament together. Wen Zixu let her imagination run wild. She had even drafted the title of her piece, The Rendezvous Between the Monster and the Emperor. As Wen Zixu got more and more excited about her work, she went back to her office and started writing. Wen Zixu did have a lot of creativity. In fact, Jingju was only saying hi to Hansen because he had heard about Hansen from Tang Zhenliu with Lin Feng. In her writing, Hansen and Jingju had all sorts of love and hatred between them. Paired with the pictures she took, it almost seemed real. After reading her reports, everyone started to discuss the relationship between Jingju and Hansen. Like Lu Meng had predicted, Sidu Xiang was someone who valued morale very much. She would rather take Shi Jiqing than those who had lost their confidence. If the old captain Zhu Tianhao did not have faith, Sidu Xiang might even replace him as well. Don't worry, we'll be here for you, Zhan Yang patted Shi Jiqing and said. Shi Jiqing immediately exclaimed, what's to be worried about? This round we don't even have to face the monster. Even in the next round, Hansen will win it for us. In the show hosted by Wen Zixu, a famous archery expert Feng Jialun was invited to analyze the game. Professor Feng Jialun, could you make an analysis of the current situation of the two teams? Wen Zixu asked Feng Jialun. Although Wen Zixu did not know much about archery before, she did her homework before she came and now knew quite a lot about the rules and the teams. Smith Military Academy was on the same level as Blackhawk. Last year, Smith Military Academy did not do that well in archery either, only slightly better than Blackhawk. This year, Smith Military Academy also recruited many archery students, among whom Fang Wending was one of the top. Feng Jialun cleared his throat and said lightly, Blackhawk and Smith are on the same level and I will say it's a 60% chance of winning. You think Blackhawk only has a 60% chance of winning? Asked Wen Zixu, surprised. No, I believe Smith has 60% chance of winning, said Feng Jialun casually. Wen Zixu was a bit dumbstruck. Everyone knew that Hansen was the player that Jingju took very seriously, so she did not expect Feng to say that. Feng Jialun did not wait for another question before he continued. I know that there is a lot of hype on the Skynet about Hansen and Jingju. However, as a professional archery analyst, I could tell you that it is just a PR stunt. Hansen and Blackhawk did not have what it takes to be the Alliance Central Military Academy's match. I would say that it would be hard for them even to beat Smith. Feng Jialun's remark led to fury of the viewers. What kind of expert is this? What's all this bull crap? My emperor is handpicked by Jingju. Smith is nothing. Feng Jialun continued to say, Smith has recruited a lot of great students this year, especially a student named Fang Wending. If you knew anything about archery contests, you should have heard the names of Fang Hua and Feng Yunmei, the two professional archers among evolvers. Fang Wending is from such a great family background and talented himself as well. Such a star archer. Shameless. What kind of expert is this? How dare he say such crap? I've never heard that archery skills could be inherited. The viewers soon found out about the relationship between Feng Jialun and Fang Wending. At this point, the game had already started. Although there were many high-tech composite bows that combine ease of use and accuracy, Hansen still chose a traditional longbow. Longbow was the hardest to practice, but it was the most flexible under all kinds of circumstances. Hansen had been using a traditional bow since the beginning. He had learned the basics in the integrated education, and was further corrected by Yang Manley. Among the 5 bows, Hansen chose the one with lowest strength requirement, which led to Feng Jialun's criticism. He picked a bow of 11.0, which means he has a terrible fitness index. Even fans of the other team started to defend Hansen, not to mention Hansen's own fans. Professor Feng, I think that was a little subjective. Our viewers seem to have a lot of different opinions, said Wen Zixu. Feng Jialun glanced at the comments and said casually, the truth always lies in the hands of a few. I'm just stating a fact, which might not be easy to accept for those who have a weak mind. Very soon, I believe, they will see what I'm talking about, because the result of the game will prove everything. Words like this made the viewers hate this know-it-all even more. Jai Yanran and Lily were also pissed off by his remarks. Lily bristled. What kind of crappy expert is this? So unprofessional. Jai Yanran's face was grim. She curled her lips and said, he is right about one thing. The result of the game will prove everything, just not anything he said. Although the viewers had been complaining, Feng Jialun managed to ignore all those comments and continued to talk about Smith's strengths. Feng Jialun did have his own reasons to praise his nephew. who was indeed a strong archer. Fang Wending had great techniques and was good at commanding the team. In the military academy league, he could absolutely be counted as a top player. If it was not for Hansen, he could easily lead Smith to beat a good team. The team of 5 used different objects as their cover and quickly ran towards Smith's half-court, without any intention to occupy the heights. Haha, Blackhawk went all in. They did not even take Smith seriously. Awesome. That seems a bit dangerous, doesn't it? Dangerous how? Hansen does not need to worry about Smith at all. He is on the same level as Jingjuo. Awesome, I like this. Watching the 5 players of Blackhawk taking the risk, the viewers became thrilled. Seeing the Blackhawk players rushing over, Fang Wending smirked and ordered, lay low and occupy favorable spots. Shoot at my command. Captain, they have entered my shooting range. Should I start now? A player holding a 14.0 composite bowl asked. Hold it. When they entered the area of fallen trees, we will launch a serious attack, said Fang Wending, observing his opponents. Although the Smith players could shoot them right now, only one composite bow was close enough to them. At such distance, one bow could not make a huge difference. Since Hansen and his teammates were still running, Fang Wending would let them get a bit closer to launch a better attack. The area of fallen trees was the most open area in the entire field, and within the shooting range of all the Smith players. Seeing the Blackhawk players moving into that area, even the viewers felt bad for them. This game should be ending in less than 5 minutes. Feng Jielun saw that and smiled. Very soon, Feng Jielun's smile froze on his face. When Hansen and his teammates entered the shooting range of the Smith players, it also meant that the Smith players were now within the range of Hansen's shooting range. When Fang Wending gave the order to fire away, arrow after arrow flew toward where the Smith players were hiding. 2 of the Smith players who thought they were hiding well were out immediately. Although Fang Wending and the other 2 reacted fast and dodged the arrows, they lost the opportunity to shoot back. Silence fell as everyone was shocked by Hansen, who shot 5 arrows in the blink of an eye. The next moment, loud cheers sounded in the stands. What the heck? How did he know where the 5 persons of Smith were hiding? So fast. I did not even see him touch his bow. Such a strong player, no wonder Jingjuo takes him so seriously. He is not only the black and white boxing emperor, but also an amazing archer, invincible. The field was so large that if players were hiding, it would be hard for them to be found. However, Hansen's arrows were like missiles and located the Smith guys accurately, immediately pinned his enemies down. It was like a match between an adult and children. It was not that hard for Hansen though. He was good at assassination and the field had a fixed map. Hansen knew that the moment they reached the fallen trees area was the best opportunity for the Smith guys to launch an attack. And to tell where they were hiding was one of his strengths anyway. Let's go. No need to watch anymore. Jingjuo got up first. He is indeed a formidable opponent. I look forward to fighting against him. It's such a shame that all his teammates are weak. Qin Cheng nodded. As a player who had a similar style to Hansen, he was very impressed by Hansen's ability to judge correctly. Life was full of competitions, but to find a rival on the same level was something worth celebrating. When Qin Cheng observed Hansen, he kept thinking what he would do if he were Hansen. And it turned out that he would do exactly what Hansen did. Qin Cheng would have had the exact same speed, route, and timing. Although Qin Cheng had not met Hansen officially yet, he had thought of Hansen as his biggest enemy and strongest opponent. Now Qin Cheng wanted to beat Hansen even more than Jingjuo did. He even wished that Hansen's teammates could be stronger, so that he and Hansen could compete on the same level. Hansen hesitated and laid his eye on Sidu Xiang. As the coach of the school team, Sidu Xiang was doing quite well. If Hansen did not spend too much time in God's sanctuary and had more time to practice with his teammates, they could probably do even better. However, this would not make much of the difference in front of the Alliance Central Military Academy. When Sidu Xiang was explaining her arrangement in the next match, Hansen suddenly stood up and walked to her. Sidu Xiang did not know what the student wanted. He should listen to her or raise his hand instead of walking up to her. Coach, when you recruited me into the school team, didn't you tell me that the goal is to win the championship in this tournament? Hansen walked up to Sidu Xiang with his back straight and eyes sharp. I did. Sidu Xiang nodded and blushed a little. She had to admit that even she did not believe that Blackhawk could beat the Alliance Central Military Academy. Then please tell us how to win this. I want to win. Staring at the coach, Hansen said slowly. Sidu Xiang did not know what to say. She wanted to win more than anybody. However, the gap between the 2 teams was too big. Sidu Xiang had no clue herself as to how to beat the strongest military school. But as a coach, she could not tell her team that they had no hope. After watching the first match of the Alliance Central Military Academy, Sidu Zhang had to say that this was probably the best team the archery tournament had ever seen. With the monster Jin Jiwoo and other players like Qin Cheng, the team was so strong that it was beyond her imagination. If you really want to win, there is only one way. Sidu Zhang pondered for a while and said to Hansen. In fact, Sidu Zhang had thought about this match a million times, but no matter what decision she made, she thought they would still lose. The absolute gap in strength was beyond any strategy or tactics. But even so, Sidu Zhang still hoped to win. She had a tentative plan, but she did not even believe it was possible to execute. It was deep in her mind, but she did not even have enough confidence to share that with her team. From a coach, the plan was quite absurd. Although they had a huge advantage, it does not mean you have no chance. Sidu Zhang's gaze fell upon Hansen. Although this chance is extremely slim, if you're willing to try, there is a possibility. Whereas if you do not try, you will definitely lose. If you decide to give it a shot, you will still have a 99% chance of losing. Are you still willing to do this? Please tell us how to do it. Hansen was calm and determined. Other team members also looked at Sidu Zhang eagerly. Here, look at this. Sidu Zhang pulled out the simulation of the field and started to explain. Before the match began, the stands were filled with the audience from all over the Alliance. People were extremely enthusiastic about this match between Jin Jiwoo and Hansen. All sorts of media platforms were also all over this match. The unpopular archery tournament became such a hit this year. When Zixu was doing all the talking today, as the expert Feng Jialun was pulled off by Huaxing Station because of the complaints. At the back of the stands, two young men in sunglasses were whispering to each other. Lin Feng, do you think Hansen could win? Asked Tang Zhenliu casually. In terms of the overall strength of his team, Hansen has no chance. Lin Feng smiled. And Tang Zhenliu knew Lin Feng had more to say. Lin Feng thought about it and said, however, Hansen's strength was assassination. So, he might be able to get rid of a single person without using the entire team. You mean Hansen has a chance to eliminate Jin Jiwoo? Tang Zhenliu regarded Lin Feng. Very hard to say. Maybe there is a chance, whispered Lin Feng. Even he could not predict the result of this game and had to wait and see. On the stands were almost all the participating teams. Even the teams that did not have a match this day were here. Hu Mingmei was also here with her teammates. Most of them were here to observe the Alliance Central Military Academy. In the first round, the team's opponent was too weak to make them show their real strength. Although they did not believe that Blackhawk was the match of the Alliance Central Military Academy, they thought Hansen would be able to force the monster to show what he got, because the entire field had a blocking system. The Alliance Central Military Academy players could not hear or see the audience, otherwise they would know that something was wrong. From the beginning of the game, the 5 players from Blackhawk lined up in a single file and ran into the half-court of the Alliance Central Military Academy. Because there were obstructions including hills and woods, normally speaking, the two teams were not able to see each other when the game just started. It was a common practice to occupy the heights to observe the other team. There were a few heights in each half-court so that both teams could utilize the terrain. Blackhawk players had given up on the heights and chose to enter their opponent's half-court following a route hard to be discovered, which was a risky move. Once they were noticed by their opponents who had occupied the heights, they would be finished off in the blink of an eye. Everyone was shocked by the daring move of Blackhawk. Normally speaking, when the Alliance Central Military Academy occupied a height nearby, they would notice the Blackhawk players and end the game once the Blackhawk players were in their sight. What kind of tactics is this? This is so risky. They are bound to be found. Of course, Blackhawk have made such a bad move. I thought this game would be excellent to watch. Now it seems it will end very soon. Even an average motor school would not overlook such an intrusion, not to mention the Alliance Central Military Academy. What trick is this? Those who had the slightest understanding of an archery game thought Blackhawk was committing a suicide. At this point, Sidu Zhang was wringing her hands nervously, her eyes fixed on her team. She had designed the tactics, which looked like a suicide. No team would make such a mistake to neglect this daring move. However, this was her last resort after watching all the games of the Alliance Central Military Academy in recent years. If she used this tactics on another team, then the failure was almost certain. However, on the Alliance Central Military Academy, maybe they stood a 1% or lower chance of success. Sweat in her palms, Sidu Zhang was praying that there would be a miracle. Hansen was leading the way, watching the timer in his hand from time to time. Their route and timing were carefully designed by Sidu Zhang. in a way that it would allow them to circle behind the Alliance Central Military Academy under the circumstances that the team chose to go directly to the center. Maybe Sidu Xiang's prayers were working. The 5 players of the Alliance Central Military Academy indeed went to the center instead of occupying the heights nearby. A classic battle was often produced under the influence of many coincidences. When the audience saw the players from each team went past each other from different routes, they were shocked. As the Alliance Central Military Academy was marching toward the center, the Blackhawk players had arrived at the woods behind the central mountain. The backs of all 5 players in the Alliance Central Military Academy were exposed in the sight of the Blackhawk players. All of a sudden, arrows were shot from their rear. Although there were 5 players on their team, the target of the arrows was one person, Qin Cheng, the number 2 in the Alliance Central Military Academy, and the second star of the team. Maybe Qin Cheng was not as famous as Jing Jiwu, but his contribution to the team was no less than Jing Jiwu's. As a student Warframe commander, Qin Cheng had not only great archery skills, but also excellent leadership talent. With Qin Cheng on the team, Jing Jiwu could focus himself on getting rid of the opponents. Without Qin Cheng, the Alliance Central Military Academy would still be strong, but no longer invincible. From the very beginning, Sidu Xiang's plan was to first get rid of Qin Cheng, who was the brains of the team, instead of Jing Jiwu. On one hand, Jing Jiwu's physique was so strong that a sneak attack like this might not work. On the other hand, getting rid of Qin Cheng meant more to Blackhawk strategically. Watch out! Jing Jiwu noticed the attack before the arrows even arrived. It was too late for him to fend off the arrows, so all he could do was to use his voice. Qin Cheng acted quickly. It was an archery game, so it was forbidden to use anything to touch the opponent's arrows. A player could either dodge or use his or her own arrow to fight back. The arrows blocked every direction Qin Cheng could move. Their intention to kick Qin Cheng out was clear. Qin Cheng grabbed his bow and shot 3 arrows in an instant, which shot down all the 3 arrows coming at his face. Qin Cheng, well done. The coach of the Alliance Central Military Academy waved his fist in the excitement, feeling lucky to have Qin Cheng on his team. Such skills and calm were next to nobody other than Jing Jiwu. As they were celebrating, Qin Cheng suddenly exclaimed as an arrow ended on his chest. Beep, beep, Alliance Central Military Academy. Qin Cheng, out, Archer, Blackhawk, Hansen. The Blackhawk players were hiding in the woods, while their opponents were exposed on the slope with no cover. The players from the Alliance Central Military Academy were faced with 2 choices, either going up or down. Without hesitation, Jing Jiwu ordered everyone to go down, which was faster than going up and did not require them to expose their backs. It was not that easy to come down either. Blackhawk had made a thorough preparation for this part. None of them chose a strong bow. Everyone picked 11.0 bows for the speed. It was a very weak bow for these student archers, but they could shoot continuously. At the command of their captain Zhu Tianhao, a storm of arrows landed on one of the Alliance Central Military Academy players. Without any cover, that player was out immediately. It was me. Shi Jiqing waved his recurve bow in excitement. Watch out. Hansen wanted to pull Shi Jiqing, but it was too late. An arrow hit Shi Jiqing immediately. Although the arrows all had flat rubber heads, Shi Jiqing still rolled over on the ground in pain. That bow must be a 16.0. Jing Jiwu is indeed a monster, said Zhu Tianhao after hiding behind a tree. Hansen could also pull a 16.0 longbow, but could probably shoot no more than 2 arrows. There was no way he could make continuous shots like Jing Jiwu. The 16.0 bow looked like an 11.0 in Jing Jiwu's hands. Quick, do not allow them to come down, exclaimed Lu Meng at everyone. In another exchange of arrows, Jing Jiwu made a shot at Zhu Tianhao, who was out immediately. Luckily, Hansen got rid of another opponent as well. The audience became thrilled. Since Jing Jiwu joined the school team, it was the first time that 3 players were out in the Alliance Central Military Academy. The Alliance Central Military Academy was never pushed this far before. Blackhawk is only 1 step from victory, but that 1 step is so difficult, because in front of them is the best player in the Military Academy League. Jing Jiwu, said Wen Zixiu, thrilled. The viewers also became excited. At an absolute advantage, Blackhawk still lost 3 players to Jing Jiwu, who was indeed a monster. However, at this point, Jing Jiwu was the only one that had survived on his team. On Blackhawk's side, the remaining were only Hansen and Lu Meng. They had every intention to eliminate Jing Jiwu, but all their attacks were in vain. He is no human, cursed Lu Meng behind a tree. Indeed, said Hansen, also hiding behind a tree. Jing Jiwu had rushed down the mountain and entered the woods. It was almost impossible to see him at this point and both teams were reduced to the starting point. The viewers held their breath. Before the game, none of them had thought that the Alliance Central Military Academy would be pushed this far. Without a doubt, the tactics adopted by Blackhawk were extremely successful. However, Jinju was still there, and it was almost impossible to beat him. As they wished, they would see the duel between Jinju and Hansen, because the two players were both there, although Hansen had some advantage with a teammate on his side. Haha, the coach of Blackhawk is really good. Lin Fen, you think Hansen could win? Tang Zhenliu smiled and said, Hansen's bow is too weak. His 11.0 bow is not enough to shoot someone like Jingju, unless they were really close to each other, said Lin Feng. That's right, because of the tactics they used, they all chose 11.0 bows. Although that was successful in the beginning, facing a player like Jingju, the weapon is their biggest weakness. Tang Zhenliu knowingly nodded. Jinju, who was moving freely, turned into a real monster, gliding quietly on the field. Neither Hansen nor Lu Meng dared to move. Without knowing where Jingju was, they were faced with great challenge, although they were two. We cannot stay here, said Lu Meng, ready to get up. An arrow suddenly came to him. Move, roared Hansen, quickly shooting an arrow at the one threatening Lu Meng. Bang! Hansen's arrow bounced off immediately and Jingju's arrow only slightly turned, ending up on Lu Meng's shoulder. Jingju's arrow was meant to hit Lu's heart. But in an archery tournament, getting hit in the shoulder also eliminated Lu. All yours, said. Lu Meng left calmly, as he had done all he could. The audience were again amazed by how powerful Jingju was. As long as Jingju is here, we will never lose. Blackhawk could try as much as they want. Students of the Alliance Central Military Academy felt a sense of pride. Jingju is indeed the monster. They had such an advantage. They should have got rid of Jingju first instead of Qin Cheng. Bullcrap. How can 11.0 bow be enough to get rid of Jingju at that kind of distance? Indeed, Jingju could have completely dodged an arrow like that with his speed. Such a shame. Blackhawk is indeed a great team with a creative coach. However, they ran into Jingju. Hansen moved continuously, searching for his opponent everywhere. In the field mimicking a labyrinthine, Jingju was not the only hunter. Hansen was also looking for Jingju. The two students quickly moved in the field. Although they had not made a single shot, their movements surprised a lot of viewers with rich combat experience. Without the help of any equipment, both Hansen and Jingju could always avoid the danger one step early and find a favorable spot. If it were just only one time, that would not be so impressive. However, after half an hour that you were still not able to make a shot, because either Hansen or Jingju could not find a good opportunity. It was like playing chess under blindfold conditions. Without seeing each other, the two masters competed psychologically, using the entire field as their chessboard without a sound. People who really understood the game could hardly breathe when they watched this. The tension and excitement were even more intense than a real combat. No matter Hansen or Jingju could have fallen into the range of their opponents a million times, but they could always turn away from a crisis. Jingju had raised his bow 6 times and had to put it back down, and Hansen was the same. So impressive. Both of them. Hu Mingni's eyes lit up and murmured, this might be the greatest duel in the history of Military Academy League. No matter who loses, he is no loser, Wen Zexu said. The viewers on the Skynet agreed with her. Absolutely great. I'm afraid we could not see the same thing in the future either. It's a shame that they encountered each other so early. This should happen in the final. I wish to see Jingju and Hansen fighting each other again. But this year is Jingju's senior year. Hansen could participate again, but Jingju will not. Such strong players. I don't want either of them to lose. One has to beat the other. It should be Jingju. Hansen's bow is too weak. If he uses a 14.0 plus bow, he would have a chance to beat Jingju. However, for tactics, he chose 11.0. Hansen was born 3 years too late. If he's a senior student and has the same strength Jingju does, the duel would be even better to watch. Next year we will be here again. Seeing Hansen was forced into the area of fallen trees and had to face Jingju, Zhu Tianhao felt a strong regret. He had lost for 3 years and was never able to make it beyond the second round. This year, he was here again, and he really wanted to win. But their opponent was the Alliance Central Military Academy. Even they had worked so hard, they were still about to lose. As Zhu Tianhao was saying next year, he suddenly realized that he no longer had another year. This was his senior year and last year in the tournament. With mixed feelings, Zhu Tianhao's eyes went wet. Even I have to give 10 years of my life. Please give us a miracle. Zhu Tianhao felt suffocated. Sidu Xiang's eyes were also damp. She did not realize that Blackhawk could come this far. Her plan worked, and now it was king to king. The only thing was that Hansen was holding a 11.0 bow. Tang Zhenliu knew that Hansen was exceptional. However, under such circumstances, he did not see any chance for Hansen to win. After entering the area of fallen trees, Hansen did not try to run anymore. He had entered the range of Jingjiu's bow, and there was no cover anyway. Running was pointless. Jingjiu walked slowly into the area of fallen trees with bow and arrows in his hand, and did not immediately shoot at Hansen. Instead, he stared at his opponent and said, "You did well. Unfortunately, we will have no chance to fight again. It has to be today. Why next time? Now or never." Hansen stood still and raised his bow. Jingjiu did not speak, but nodded, raising his bow as well. Two persons, two bows, two arrows. Under the light, they stood like two sculptures. After 0.1 second, the two suddenly moved at the same time. The arrows were in the air and the two bodies were moving. Jingjiu's arrow was obviously way faster than Hansen's. The moment he let go, the arrow was already in Hansen's face. Hansen turned sideways slightly and dodged that arrow by a hair. Jingjiu was more at ease. At such a distance, Hansen's arrow was too slow to pose any threat to him. However, Jingjiu still approached Hansen quickly and shot at him again. Wiggling left and right, Hansen was shooting back as well. The viewers were dumbstruck. In a duel like this, the two had failed to shoot their opponent multiple times. Shockingly, Hansen's strange movements led Jingjiu to miss 3 times. My god, 16.0 bow at 60 feet, yet Jingjiu missed all 3. Is Jingjiu's luck too bad or is the guy's luck is too good? A team member of the Alliance Central Military Academy said, "It's not about their luck. It is because Hansen is too misleading. When he moved, he was constantly giving Jingjiu the wrong idea, making Jingjiu believe he was going into the other direction, which led to mistakes in Jingjiu's judgment," explained Qin Cheng. "He seemed to be just wiggling unintentionally. It turns out that's a serious skill." The team members all looked to Hansen in surprise. "You think you could dodge Jingjiu's arrow unintentionally? Even at 900 feet, I'll bet you could not," replied Qin Chen quietly. "This Hansen is really somebody." "Can Jingjiu still win?" exclaimed the team member. "Although Hansen is better than we thought he would be. His bow is too weak." "That's right. From 300 feet to 150 feet, Jingjiu will have the absolute advantage." As Hansen was only 300 feet from Jingjiu, Sidu Zhang was praying secretly, "Go over." He had to go over. Go over. Jai Yaman rubbed her hands together. Go over. Everyone who helped Hansen to win was shouting inwardly, although they all knew that the chance was quite slim. When the opponent was Jingjiu, who was carrying a 16.0 bow, even an evolver would probably not be able to make the perfect dodge. Hansen moved forward, shortening their distance to less than 300 feet. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Jingjiu started to shoot as he entered his perfect range. Even with Hansen's speed, it would be hard to fend off the volley of arrows from Jingjiu. However, when Jingjiu made the first shot, Hansen had shot a volley of 3 arrows in an instant. As Jingjiu's arrow brushed off Hansen's shoulder, Hansen quickly shot another 3 arrows. "No way!" Qin Cheng and his coach exclaimed at the same time. Even Q Mingmei, Sidu Zhang, Wen Zixu, Tang Zhenliu and Lin Feng were shocked. No one could have thought that Hansen would launch a full-on attack at such a distance, which was beyond what an 11.0 bow could do. If Hansen's opponent were any other military school student, Hansen might have some chance. However, opposite him stood Jingjiu and it was highly unlikely for Hansen to hit the target. No matter how many arrows he shot, Hansen rushed. He should have gotten closer. At such a distance, it is easy for Jingjiu to dodge his arrows. When Zixi was nervous, no matter how she saw this, Hansen could not pose any real threats to Jingjiu at such a distance. Launching the attack too early would do Hansen no good. Terrible. Hansen should have taken his time. Tang Zhenliu couldn't help but say, he did not have time. This is his last opportunity. With Jingjiu's ability, he could not get closer than 150 feet, and even if he could, he might still miss, replied Lin Feng. Although that's right, it is equally useless to launch an attack now. I believe he has only 20-something arrows left in his quiver, and when he uses them all, he will have no more supplies and then lose, said Tang Zhenliu. So, he has to win right here, said Lin Feng. How? No idea. Lin Feng shook his head. Even you could not think of an idea. I think Hansen cannot make it after all. Tang Zhenliu sighed. Under everyone's watch, Hansen was getting closer and closer to Jingjiu. An 11.0 bow had its benefits as well, which allowed Hansen to shoot volleys of arrows easily. A rain of arrows flew toward Jingjiu. Although they all missed him, they forced Jingjiu to move around. Hansen grabbed the opportunity, shooting and running towards Jinju. However, anyone could tell that at the speed, he would have used up his arrows before he made it to 150 feet. Jinju was so strong that even when he was dodging all the arrows, he was still able to make the shots using unlikely positions. Hansen was about 220 feet from Jinju and had to use Sparticle to the extreme to dodge Jinju's arrows. An arrow flew by Hansen's face. The flow of air even broke Hansen's strands of hair. The arrow was so powerful that even it was made with a rubber head, it would still cause serious damage once it ended up on one's face. Hansen still did not give up. As he moved away from Jinju's arrow, he steadied himself with only one foot on the ground. With his body extremely inclined, Hansen still managed to make a shot at Jinju. After this shot, Hansen completely lost his balance and fell to the ground. Hansen's movements were provoking in Jinju's eyes. When Hansen lost his balance, without trying to defend himself, he continued to attack. Jinju was not afraid of such a challenge. He made two shots at the same time. One went to hit Hansen's arrow, whereas the other one flew to Hansen's face, who seemed to have lost his ability to dodge. It seemed that Hansen had given up on avoiding Jinju's attack altogether. Before he fell, he shot twice at Jinju. The stands were filled with excitement. No one thought the duel would end so fast. At this point, it seemed that Hansen had already lost. Everyone thought Hansen was about to lose. However, when that arrow approached Hansen pulled the string when he completely lost his balance. The arrow in Hansen's hand did not go out. Hansen held the tail of the arrow and used its head to hit Jinju's arrow. This way, Hansen was using the weight of his body to move the incoming arrow, which was knocked away, and Hansen himself down to the ground. At this time, the first of the 3 arrows shot by Hansen collided with Jinju's second arrow, while Hansen's other 2 arrows flew toward Jinju. Now Hansen's arrow was shot from an 11.0 bow, so it was even more likely that it would be bounced off. However, Hansen's arrow suddenly became alive and moved half an inch away from Jinju's arrowhead. Like a snake, it dove under Jinju's arrow and ended up on Jinju's chest. Looking down, Jinju was dumbstruck. Qin Chen was speechless. So was Wen Zixu, Sidu Xiang, every team member from the Alliance Central Military Academy and Black Hawk Military Academy, and all the viewers. Although everyone saw what had happened, they could not believe that Jinju would be hit like this. Jai Yanran and Kalili were cheering and jumping like a couple of maniacs. Jinju is out, muttered Qi Jiking. I believe so. Zhang Yang wasn't so sure about it. No one in the Black Hawk team believed it had actually happened. They could not trust their own eyes. The monster, the invincible monster, who had ruled the Military Academy League for 3 years, was hit like this. Alliance Central Military Academy. Jinju out. Archer, Blackhawk, Hansen. When the voice of the AI ran in the field, everyone came back to themselves. Qi Jiking hugged Lu Meng, shouting and turning around. We won. Zhu Tianhao was still sitting there. Surprise and joy filled his eyes. Zhang Yang threw away the towel in his hands and jumped over the fence, rushing over to Hansen, and the other teammates followed him to Hansen's side. Jinju lost. What's that arrow made of? Did I see it right? It dodged Jinju's arrow itself. An era has ended. The monster just lost. Unbelievable. When Zixu felt that her blood was almost boiling and her voice changing. Disregarding that, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Miracle!" Blackhawk made a miracle. Hansen created a miracle. The monster Jinju fell under the miraculous shot. Our new emperor has crowned himself with an arrow. On the rooftop, 3 young men were looking at the night view of the city, leaning over the railings. How do you feel about the failure? Tang Zhenliu drank some beer and asked Jinju next to him with a smile. Not bad. That Hansen was beyond my expectation. I did lose. Jinju smiled. So, what happened with the last shot? Tang Zhenliu couldn't help but ask. The arrow was spinning. Jinju said casually. What do you mean by the arrow was spinning? Tang Zhenliu paused and did not understand Jinju. The arrow was shot from a bow instead of thrown by hand. Unless the arrow was special, it was impossible that the arrow would spin. In the tournament, all the arrows were ordinary arrows provided by the sponsor, so the arrow itself could not spin either. I don't know, replied Jinju. How is it that you don't know? Tang Zhenliu looked at Jinju in surprise. Jinju was facing that arrow. With his skills, he would definitely know if the arrow was altered. Lin Feng cut in. Indeed, he does not know. There are ways to shoot a spinning arrow like that, using the flow of the air to make the arrow shift its direction. However, none of them could be realized by the unevolved. Interesting guy. Unfortunately, this is already my last year and I will never have a chance to fight him again. Jingju threw the empty bottle into the trash can and walked to the staircase. Bye guys, I hope to see you again. What plan do you have now? Asked Lin Feng. Originally I wanted to go to the battlefield after the tournament. Now that is not necessary anymore. I will leave tonight, said Jingju without turning his head. I will wait for you, Lin Feng said, watching Jingju leaving. Jingju paused, turned back and smiled. You haven't fought him either, right? You mean Hansen? Lin Feng paused and understood. Jingju smiled and walked away. What does he mean? Tang Zhenliu felt puzzled. He meant that if he did not beat Hansen, I probably could not either, said Lin Feng casually. Hearing this answer, Tang Zhenliu couldn't even hide his surprise. The spinning arrow was a creation by Hansen using the reference of the beetle knight as spinning spear, and the theory of yin-yang blast. During the 3 months when Hansen fought the beetle knight, he learned nothing other than this skill, which led to his victory in the duel against Jingju. Even so, he was very lucky to win. If he were to do it again, Hansen was not sure if he could still beat Jingju. The championship of Blackhawk was the one and only miracle. The sky was blue and the beach was warm. A beauty with skin as fair as milk, long legs and beautiful curves were dipping in the water wearing nothing but bikini. Lying under the beach umbrella, Hansen could not move his eyes away from Jai Yanran and bikini. Life is good. Watching Jai Yanran's alluring figure, Hansen felt that God loved him. Jai Yanran really kept her promise and took him on a vacation, which was beyond Hansen's expectation. Jai Yanran even took care of asking for leave from school. I'm such a charming guy. Hansen took off his sunglasses and looked at his own reflection in the lens, appreciating his handsome look. Why don't you go swimming? Jai Yanran returned to the beachside and asked Hansen. Harry pulled her into his own arms, held her tiny waist, and whispered into her ear, we have 4 days and 3 nights, for which I need to save some energy. Jai Yanran suddenly blushed and pinched Hansen's waist. While Hansen was complaining, she ran away to another chair. Why is no one here? You didn't rent the entire beach, did you? Harry looked around and was curious why he never saw other tourists here. When have you ever heard such a thing as renting a beach? Jai Yanran rolled her eyes and said, this is a private beach, so of course there is no one here. You own the beach? Hansen was surprised. I don't. Jai Yanran grinned and said, but this planet belongs to my uncle. Hansen choked on the water he just drank. He knew that Jai Yanran was from a rich family, but did not imagine they would be so rich. Wonderful. As long as I'm with you, I would not need to work ever, Hansen smiled and said. You wish. In my family, only sons can inherit family businesses. Now I can still use the family resources, but when I am married, it's all up to you. Jai Yanran curled her lips and said, you have such a strong desire to marry me. I haven't even decided if I want to do that yet. Hansen pretended to be surprised by her. Jai Yanran suddenly became angry from embarrassment and threw herself at Hansen. Suddenly, with the sound of a whistle, Hansen saw an ancient yacht sailing over. Hansen had only seen such a thing in movies. Jai Yanran immediately stood up from Hansen's arms. As the yacht came into the pier, a young man of about 25 years old came down with a few bodyguards and walked towards the couple. Smiling, the young man waved to Jai Yanran from afar. Jai Yanran, it's been a while since you visited us. Brother, I'm a military school student now and don't have too much time. Jai Yanran introduced Hansen to the young man. This is my schoolmate Hansen. Hansen, this is my brother Jai Lingfeng. Brother, Hansen called Jai Lingfeng directly. Jai Yanran blushed. Jai Lingfeng paused and smiled. Hansen, are you the one who beat Jingju in the archery tournament? Yes, that's me, said Hansen casually. So impressive. No wonder Jai Yanran would bring you back. Jai Lingfeng cast a glance at his sister. Jai Yanran blushed and pouted. Brother, did you come to pick us up or did you come to chat? We'll talk on the ship then. Jai Lingfeng took the couple on board, and then the yacht sailed away into the ocean. Hansen, do you know any drinking games? Jai Lingfeng sat down in the lounge and put 2 bottles of wine in front of Hansen. Some, Hansen said with a smile. When he got back to Blackhawk, Hansen entered God's sanctuary and started to attend to the business of the special squad. The cloud beast still needed more than a month to evolve into a sacred blood creature. Hansen planned to use the time to hunt a few mutant creatures. The best place to hunt mutant creatures was Dark Swamp, but the mutant creatures there were too large. Devil Desert also had plenty of mutant creatures, but they often showed up in groups, which was troublesome. After some thoughts, Hansen decided to try his luck in the Jade Dragon Mountains. Before he became the head of the special squad, Hansen only knew the names of some mountains nearby, but had no idea about the specifics. After he became the head, Hansen read many useful insider materials, a lot of which were about the Jade Dragon Mountains. Although the Jade Dragon Mountains were discovered a long time ago, no one really dared to go hunting there. Even the three big gangs in the shelter did not dare to hunt creatures in the Jade Dragon Mountains. The main reason was the abundance of advanced creatures in the Jade Dragon Mountains. Hansen heard that the Bloody Slayer also came from there. According to the materials he read in the accounts of those who had been there, several sacred blood creatures would appear together on the edge of the Jade Dragon Mountains. Most people who had been there had died, and the few who had made it back did not dare to go there again. It was beyond the question of ability. Where there were too many sacred blood creatures, a large group would not even be useful. The survivors had described the 300 feet long gigantic serpentine, a bird as large as a piece of dark cloud, and a giant beast like a hill, among others. What impressed Hansen the most was that the survivors did not see any ordinary or primitive creatures. The least advanced creatures there were mutant ones. Although it was risky, Hansen had a sacred blood color shifter beast soul, which could help him sneak in and seek opportunities. As for his scent, Hansen uses 1 point of his special squad credits and purchased a bottle of vegetation water, which was a tried and true solution to cover up the scent of mankind. At the fringe of the Jade Dragon Mountains, Hansen became extra careful. He took me out the way and sprayed the vegetation water all over himself. Wearing his sacred blood armor, Hansen walked toward the mountains. Although he had wings, Hansen did not dare to fly around. A sacred blood flying beast soul was fast, but it fell short to a flying sacred blood creature. It would be a suicidal move if Hansen decided to fly. Traveling for a long while, he eventually saw a creature which was as big as a mammal beast. Just listening to its hoofbeat, Hansen could feel the earth was shaking. Although he did not know whether the creature was sacred blood or mutant, Hansen had lost his interest in it just by looking at its size. As the creature ran around in the Jade Dragon Mountains, Hansen followed it at a distance. With such a large creature in the front, all sorts of other creatures would be alarmed. This way, Hansen could reduce his risks significantly. After following the creature for a couple of hours, Hansen did not run into any trouble. Indeed, the creatures in the Jade Dragon Mountains were advanced, but there were fewer creatures here than in other places. Hansen started to think whether or not he should continue to follow this creature. It was a safe way, but he did not run into any mutant creatures. He wondered whether it was because there were none, or because they were scared away by this giant. As Hansen was hesitating, he suddenly heard a scream. The huge creature running in front of him was suddenly bit in the neck and dragged away by a creature that looked like a golden lion. The giant body of the huge creature was barely any larger than the head of the lion-like creature. The lion chewed a little and swallowed it down. Hansen was covered in cold sweats. The golden lion was as big as a mountain. In front of the golden lion, Hansen was not much better than an ant. Even the golden rockworm king in its largest shape was merely a pet to the lion. Shocked, Hansen was ready to retreat. As he turned around, he felt a chill and almost let out a scream. On the path where he came from, thousands of giant beasts that looked like the one eaten by the lion were running toward them. Their hoofbeat was almost like thunder, making the entire valley tremble. Hansen was distracted by the golden lion swallowing the beast he was following, and did not notice when the entire herd had got here. The herd was just 2 or 3 miles from Hansen. Hansen gritted his teeth and summoned the color shifter, planning to hide on a mountain wall. If he did not move too fast, no creature could notice him. When Hansen was about to climb, he noticed dark clouds were covering the sky. With a closer look, the dark clouds were actually formed by large black birds, each with a wingspan of 20 feet. Flocks of the birds occupied the peaks of the mountains, their red eyes staring at what was happening underneath. Birds have the best eyesight among all creatures. If Hansen stayed still, the color shifter might be able to fool them. However, if he started to climb, there would be certain gaps which would expose him. Hansen felt bitterly disappointed and cursed. Who the F-K said there were few creatures here. They're all acting in groups. Hansen was running out of time. The herd of beasts were about to arrive, and on the bare mountain walls he had nowhere to hide. Even if he stood clinging to the mountain wall, he was not sure if he could survive the jostling of so many beasts. He did not dare to climb up either with all the birds watching. Suddenly, Hansen ran toward the golden lion. Although the golden lion was obviously 1,000 times stronger than the herd and flock, it was also so large that Hansen was merely a bug in its eyes. When using the color shifter, the golden lion would not necessarily notice Hansen. Instead of risking it climbing the mountain wall, Hansen decided to try his luck with the golden lion. The birds would not dare to approach the lion, so he could just hide in its fur and try to run away when there was a chance. He tried to move toward the golden lion, which did not notice him. However, the birds on the mountains nearby were flapping their wings and squeaking. Obviously, they had seen him. Many birds were diving to grab him. Hansen just prayed that the golden lion would not take him seriously. Maybe his prayers had worked. The golden lion did not notice Hansen at all, but was distracted by the birds after him. The lion waved its paw and smashed one of the birds, which became a snack. The other birds flew away screeching, and no longer dared to chase Hansen, who was next to the hind leg of the golden lion. The hind leg was a hill for Hansen, and each golden hair as thick as Hansen's arm. Hansen quickly grabbed the hair and climbed up. He did not dare to leave the lion, as all the birds were watching him. Once he left, they would probably attack him again. The herd of the beasts were about to rush over, and Hansen had to make it to the golden lion's back in order to survive. Luckily, Hansen was too small for the golden lion to notice him. The angry herd of beasts were in the face of the golden lion and started their attack. However, it was like using an egg to hit a stone. It could not even be called an attack. The herd were simply suicidal. The golden lion could kill several of them with one swipe. Sometimes it even threw a beast into its mouth. Momentarily, the valley had become a blood river and the carcasses had piled up. The golden lion did not even take the thousands of beasts seriously. In its eyes, they were merely a dinner. The herd kept charging, which was a futile effort. The golden lion fed as it wished, and thousands of beasts all died within half an hour. After eating some of the meat itself, the golden lion lost interest in the carcasses and went deeper into the mountains. The flocks of blackbirds then made a dive, throwing themselves at the remains of the beasts. Sitting on the back of the golden lion, Hansen was quite upset. He thought he would eventually have an opportunity to leave the lion, but it turned out he was being naive. The golden lion was enormous and had an incredible speed. The flocks of birds were following the golden lion everywhere, treating it like a stable food source. The leftover meat of the lion's meal would always go into the bird's belly. What troubled Hansen was that the birds were all mutant creatures. With their size and strength, thousands of them together were quite scary. What was worse was that, among them there were two bird kings that had a wingspan of over 50 feet. Hansen was positive that they were sacred blood creatures. They were very similar to the silver bird that almost killed him, and there were a pair of them. Hansen did not know what to do. He was trapped on this enormous lion. The birds did not dare to approach the lion, while he did not dare to leave the lion, which was a dilemma. The silver lining was that when the golden lion was feeding, he could use a string-attached arrow to drag some meat over, which was all mutant meat. After a few days, his mutant geno points had increased a few. Several days later, the golden lion was deep in the Jade Dragon Mountains. Although it did not travel all the time, it was incredibly fast. Hansen was not sure where he was. Around him were the same black mountains. Fortunately, the golden lion did not change its direction, so Hansen knew how to go out. However, on his way here, he had seen numerous horrifying creatures wandering around in the mountains. Following the golden lion, he could keep himself safe, since no creatures could beat the lion. However, when he thought about going out, Hansen did not have a solution. I should have definitely remained humble. Hansen regretted so much that his pride drove him to Jade Dragon Mountains. It turned out God's sanctuary was way more dangerous than he had thought. He had believed that based on his capability, he could go anywhere he wanted within First God's sanctuary. However, after entering Jade Dragon Mountains, he found out how wrong he was. Hansen was trapped on the lion for more than a month and did not have any chance to run away. The birds were like minions, following the golden lion everywhere. The golden lion had left the Jade Dragon Mountains and entered a plain following a wide river. Hansen wondered where it was going. In more than a month, Hansen had seen countless frightening creatures torn into pieces by the golden lion. One time, he used a threaded arrow to draw back a piece of meat from a giant snake and heard the voice saying one sacred geno point gained, which was shocking to him. It turned out that some of the prey of the golden lion were sacred blood creatures. Traveling across mountains and rivers, the golden lion ended up on the ocean, which could not stop the lion either. Hansen was completely speechless. He did not know where the golden lion was going. But one thing was for sure, he did not know how to go back. Even if he remembered the way back, based on what he saw on the way here, he could not go back safely alone. Hansen thought about jumping into the ocean, but the giant figures swimming on the bottom of the sea made him give up the idea. One thing was rather odd. The enormous lion could always attract tons of creatures to give their lives and become its food. After observing for a long while, Hansen discovered that it was not a coincidence. The creatures did not wish to commit suicide, but was attracted by the birds. The birds could make a sound similar to baby cries. For some reason, when creatures heard that noise, they would be attracted over like crazy and end up dead under the lion's paw. Hansen then understood that the reason why the birds could follow the golden lion was not that the lion could not kill them, but that the lion wanted them to be there. Maybe the birds were indeed like what Hansen thought, the minions of the golden lion, attracting praise for the lion and enjoying the leftover. Even the creatures in the ocean could not resist the sound of the birds. They would often come over, and when the lion needed to feed, the water nearby would become red. Although Hansen had known that God's sanctuary was almost endless, he was still shocked by what he saw on the back of the lion. Now he understood why humans could not even make a full discovery of first God's sanctuary alone. Following the lion, Hansen had benefited a lot from the leftover meat. At this point, his sacred geno points were increased to 61 and mutant geno points to 84. Hansen did not know whether he should feel sad or happy. At this rate, although he could not go back to eat the sacred blood creature he was feeding, his progress was not slow. What made Hansen felt desperate was that another 2 birds in the flock had evolved into sacred blood creatures recently. With 4 sacred blood birds following the lion, Hansen felt that he really had nowhere to go. When he was about to give up, the birds suddenly scattered and disappeared. Hansen thought they would come back, but he never saw the birds again. One day later, Hansen saw a golden island appearing on the horizon. On the island stood a golden mountain connecting the ocean and the sky. Clouds were halfway up the mountain, and snow was covering the summit. At the foot of the mountain was a sea of red flowers. The entire island was covered by the same kind of flower, except for the mountain itself. The golden and red colors together made an astonishing landscape. When Hansen had recovered from his surprise, the golden lion had stepped on the island. Hansen did not know how to describe what he felt at the time. After crossing mountains, rivers, and the ocean, it turned out that the golden lion came to the desolate island just to give birth to its offspring. The golden mountain seemed to be a volcano with a large basin on top. The golden lion was crouching inside the basin, howling. Hansen had got off the lion's back and watched the lion for 7 days. In the beginning, he thought the lion might have gotten sick from eating too many red flowers, and wanted to see if the lion was going to die. However, after crying for a week, the lion gave birth to an elephant-sized baby lion. It turned out the lion came here to give birth, so it just gave birth to its baby. End of story. Hansen sighed and prepared to leave. The golden lion was so strong that Hansen would not survive its attack even though it was weak from giving birth. As Hansen turned around, he suddenly heard a shrill scream from the lion, which suddenly spit out a large amount of golden blood. Hansen paused. There was no other creature here, so why would the lion suddenly spit out blood? Momentarily, the golden lion spit out more blood like a fountain. As Hansen was surprised, he suddenly saw a golden crystal globe with a diameter of 3 feet. The crystal was as brilliant as a diamond and seemed to have the entire galaxy sparkling inside it. Hansen gazed at it and thought, what is that? After spitting out the miraculous golden crystal, the golden lion stopped roaring and tried to separate the crystal from its blood with its paw. Because of its giant size, the lion had a hard time moving the golden crystal in front of the baby lion that it just gave birth to, which had not even opened its eyes. Roar. After doing all that, the golden lion regarded the baby lion licking the golden crystal and closed its eyes. It seemed that it had died. Hansen was dumbstruck. He wasn't sure if the golden lion was really dead, but blood kept coming out of its mouth and the basin and became an inch-deep pool. There was no way the lion would live. The baby lion that was just born had no idea what had happened, but its eyes still closed. It was holding the golden crystal with 2 paws and licking it with its tongue. Let's do this. Hansen was good at assassination and was very sensitive about how lively a creature was. It was obvious that the golden lion had died. The golden crystal it spit out seemed to be something quite precious. He drew the beetle knight spear and stuck it between the baby lion and the golden crystal. Using the spear as a lever, he moved the golden crystal away from the baby lion's paws. The golden crystal rolled away toward the wall. The baby lion became upset. Being just born, it could not even open its eyes or stand up, and its paws were still weak. All it could do was to sniff in the direction of the golden crystal and make puerile growling. Hansen had flown into the air, observing the giant golden lion from afar. Seeing it remain completely still, Hansen then felt relaxed and flew toward the golden crystal. He first knocked at it with his spear. It sounded like a stone. Hansen reached out to touch it. It did feel cool. The lion would not do any harm to its baby. Right. Since the baby lion could lick it, there should be no problem. Hansen glanced at the growling baby lion, which was struggling to come over, and made up his mind. He too licked at the golden crystal. As his tongue touched the golden crystal, he felt the crystal melting into liquid. Although there was not much taste, the cooling sense was refreshing. As he drank it, Hansen felt a chill. He felt that all his spores were suddenly open and that he had more energy than he could use. Amazing stuff indeed. Hansen felt so energetic and overjoyed that he licked the crystal continuously. It was like sucking on an icicle. The faster he licked, the more liquid he got. Very soon, Hansen had licked away a football-sized piece of crystal. As he was drinking the golden liquid, he almost felt reborn. Energy filled all of his cells. What is this? This is much better than Viagra. This must be the life essence of the golden lion. Hansen was overjoyed, as he knew the golden crystal must be something amazing. The baby lion quickly struggled to get up. Hansen pondered and tried to hold the golden crystal up, which was lighter than he had thought, just around 200 pounds. Hansen held it up and flew to the other end of the basin. The baby lion wouldn't give up. Sniffing around, it kept crawling, persistent to get the crystal back. I did not want to kill you because you are just a baby. But since you will not give up, I will have no mercy. Hansen made up his mind and stabbed the spear at the baby lion. Then, the spear did not even break the baby lion's skin. The spear head was even bounced back by its fur. Hansen widened his eyes and looked at the baby lion incredulously. The spear was from the beetle knight and could be compared to any sacred blood beast's soul weapon. Yet it did not even break the fur of a baby lion. How could that be? Even if the golden lion was a strong creature, the baby was just born and already had such a strong physique. Hansen did not manage to hurt the baby lion, but irritated it. Stimulated by the pain, the baby lion opened its eyes. Although its eyes were not completely open, a fierce look had appeared in its golden pupils. Managing to stand up, the baby lion let out a tender roar, throwing itself at Hansen. Although it was not steady, the baby lion was rather fierce. Hansen clenched his fists and poked at the baby lion's eye with the spear. Hansen was using the spinning force this time, and the spearhead was jabbed into the lion's eye like an electric drill. Roar! The baby lion let out a painful cry and rolled over. Hansen became even more shocked. The spear carried all his strength and was targeted at an eye, which was the most vulnerable part of the whole body. Even so, the baby lion's eye was still intact. T. It is impossible to hurt it. Hansen fought the baby lion using the spear, which was like a toy in front of the baby. Although it could bring the lion pain, it could not really hurt it. Hansen almost doubted that the spear was a fake, and changed to the diamond sword and the three-blade harpoon. However, no matter what weapon he used, where he attacked, the golden lion would only suffer a bit pain. The golden lion, on the other hand, became more and more fierce. Gradually, it could steady itself and became stronger and faster. Although the baby lion could not threaten Hansen yet, it would be able to very soon. Since Hansen could not harm it, the baby lion was undefeatable. When the baby lion got tired, it would lie down and rest. When it got hungry, it would feed on the golden blood. As time went by, the baby lion grew stronger and stronger. Hansen felt terrible. He had used everything he got, but there was no way he could kill the baby lion. Eventually, Hansen decided to take off with the golden crystal when the baby lion was still little. It was not because he did not want to kill the baby lion, but because he has no way to do that. He had tried everything but could not even break its fur. There was little point in staying there. Hansen flew into the sky holding the golden crystal, with the baby lion roaring and jumping underneath. Unfortunately, the baby lion was just a baby and could not perform at the same level as its parent. Although it could jump 3 feet high, there was little it could do to Hansen. What a freak! Hansen glanced at the baby lion, left the golden mountain, and landed on the island. There were many creatures in the ocean, so Hansen could not fly far with the golden crystal. If he happened to encounter some strong creatures, it would be a lot of trouble. On the island, there were just the dead golden lion and the baby lion, so he should be safe temporarily as long as the baby lion could not come down the mountain yet. Hansen planned to eat the golden crystal first and then leave the island. Racing against time, Hansen licked the golden crystal the first chance he got. As he drank the golden liquid until he was full, he suddenly heard a voice. Life essence of super creature golden growler consumed. 1 super geno point gained. Hansen suddenly widened his eyes as if he were struck by a lightning bolt. He almost thought there was something wrong with his ears. As he recovered from his surprise, he quickly checked his own data. Hansen unevolved. Status none. Lifespan 200. Requirement for next evolution 100 genopoints. Genopoints gained 100 ordinary genopoints, 100 primitive genopoints, 84 mutant genopoints, 61 sacred genopoints, 1 super genopoint. Hansen was dazed for a long while. and suddenly let out a laughter. He laughed so hard that tears came out. Super gene, super gene, haha. It turns out there is super gene beyond sacred gene. Sacred genes are not the end. Hansen could not begin to describe his excitement. Humans had discovered God's sanctuary for almost 2 centuries and had been constantly growing. In the beginning, it was very difficult for humans to survive here. It was difficult for the beginners to kill even a mutant creature, let alone a sacred blood creature. However, with the development of hypergeno arts and the evolution of more and more people, it became easier to hunt advanced creatures. In recent decades, in First God's Sanctuary, there had been more and more people who evolved with every type of geno points maxed out. However, until now, no one had come up with the concept of super genes, which probably meant that no one had really killed a super creature before. Even if one had seen a super creature, it was not likely that one had the ability to kill it. Hansen had witnessed how strong the golden growler was. Even the baby golden growler was quite frightening. Hansen was already among the top of those who were in First God's Sanctuary, but even you could not hurt a newborn super creature. It was easy to imagine why human had never learned the existence of super creatures and super genes. Even if the entire steel armor shelter came to attack the adult golden growler, Hansen believed the result would still be the death of every human. It was the same as when there was no one who had maxed out on sacred blood genopoints or gained the sacred blood beast soul. No one could kill a sacred blood creature. When Son of Heaven killed the bloody slayer, he still had to use a sacred blood beast soul arrow. Now, human did not have super genopoints or super beast soul, so it would be almost impossible to kill a super creature. The black crystal that I got from that black beetle, could it also be the life essence of some super creature? Hansen thought about it and defeated his own theory. The black crystal didn't melt like the life essence of the golden growler. Otherwise it was so small that it would be gone by now. The black crystal did not change a bit. Hansen did not have too much time to think. Holding the life essence, whenever he felt he could eat again, he would suck on the golden crystal until he was stuffed. Hearing the voice sounding in his mind again and again, Hansen felt that must be the happiest thing in life. Hansen thought that his trip was totally worth it at this point. It took Hansen more than a week to finish the entire block of life essence, and he got 10 super geno points, which surprised Hansen. He hesitated and flew away from the island. Since he could not kill the baby golden growler, he should not stay there anymore. As the golden growler grew faster and faster, he might end up getting killed by it. Luckily, Hansen had sacred blood wings. Otherwise, he would not even be able to cross the ocean. With his experience following the golden growler, Hansen learned how big and complicated the god's sanctuary was. Now he was taking extra care wherever he went. Hansen thought that his trip over the ocean might be highly risky. After all, he could no longer tell the directions on the ocean and there were plenty of marine beasts. Although those beasts could not reach him in the sky, the sacred blood birds might endanger him. Maybe it was luck. Hansen flew for 2 days without running into any danger and also killed a mutant fish, whose meat contributed 2 more mutant geno points. At this point, Hansen had 86 mutant geno points. More fortunately, Hansen even saw an island and a large modern ship next to it. Although there were no visible electronic equipment, Hansen could still tell from the material of the ship that it was a high-tech product. It even had the inscription Moon Goddess on it. However, the ship seemed to be gravely damaged and weathered. It must have been here for a long time. When Hansen came close, he no longer felt good about it. The island was neither big nor small. Hansen could see the entire island from the sky, but he did not notice any buildings. Landing on the island, Hansen took back on his beast souls and was ready to find somewhere to have a rest. Suddenly, he saw a person walking out from the jungle. Seeing Hansen, that person paused, waved to Hansen and ran over. The existence of human beings made Hansen felt better about the place. He believed this meant the place was not too far away from a civilized location. Although humans could teleport the parts of ships and piece them together in God's sanctuary, no ship had modern energy systems since no technologies could be used here, which was why all the ships could only sail in a small range. Hansen regarded the person, who was a 20-year-old young woman wearing a blue beast soul armor. She looked at Hansen excitedly. "Are you from Green Island?" A young woman asked with a trembling voice. "I'm sorry, I don't know where Green Island is." Hansen shook his head and wanted to ask the woman where he was. At this time, a few more persons ran from the jungle nearby. They were all about the same age as the woman. They were equally excited when seeing Hansen. Everyone was asking Hansen all kinds of questions, but the most frequent one was the woman's question. Are you from Green Island? I am sorry, I am not from Green Island. I came from Steel Armor Shelter, suffered a shipwreck and ended up here. May I ask where I am? Hearing Hansen's reply, these people suddenly became extremely disappointed. Very soon, Hansen followed them through the forest and arrived at a cave. Inside the cave there were many supplies produced in the Alliance. It was a large cave with bonfire inside, so it's almost felt like camping. Hansen could tell that these people had been living here for a long time. There were more than a dozen people of the same age. From Hansen's perspective, these people were about the same age as King Xuan. But King Xuan only stayed in First God's Sanctuary for a long time because she wanted to max out her sacred Geno points. These people obviously did not have the same intention. Newbie, if you want to stay here, you must obey our rules and do your job. Otherwise we do not have extra food to waste on you, said a serious guy to Hansen. There are plenty of creatures in the ocean and on the island, so I think I will be able to feed myself. Hansen smiled and said. The group watched Hansen with contempt, as if they had heard something funny. No one spoke though. It was as if they didn't even deign to mock him. We are all unfortunate people. Here is a reminder, the Windend Island is full of danger. Do not wander around, otherwise you might lose your life. What kind of danger? Asked Hansen in surprise. The guy did not speak, but a skinny guy next to him cut in. There are sacred blood creatures on the Windend Island. Are you able to kill those? Sacred blood creatures. I did kill a few. Hansen laughed. Boy, you should know who you are bragging to before you brag. Do you know who we are? Said the skinny guy with his lips curled. Have you heard about the special squad? Asked the skinny guy complacently. You are members of the special squad. Hansen regarded the group in surprise. Hansen did not expect to meet people from the same organization on a desolate island. Such a coincidence. I am also in the special squad. I wonder which shelter are you in charge of? Asked Hansen with a smile. What? You're also a member of the special squad? The skinny guy looked to Hansen in surprise. My name is Hansen, head of Steel Armor Special Squad. Hansen told them his identity, which was no secret, so there was no point to hide it from them. Are you kidding me? At your age, you would be lucky to become a member. Head my ass. The skinny guy smirked and did not believe Hansen would be the head. He then pointed to the guy who spoke first and told Hansen, boy, see, this is what a head looks like. This is our captain, Fu Shan. Hi, I am Hansen from Steel Armor Special Squad. Which shelter are you from? Hansen felt lucky to meet members from the special squad. The skinny guy thought Hansen was lying and became angry. Before he wanted to say something, Fu Shan stopped him. Fu Shan looked Hansen up and down and said, as far as I know, the head of Steel Armor Special Squad is King Xuan, and her deputy is Young Manly. They're both ladies and there is no guy in the leadership. I have never heard of the name Hansen. You must have been trapped here for more than half a year. Hansen's gaze swept across the group. So what? The skinny guy stared at Hansen and asked. No wonder you did not know that King Xuan had gone to Second God's Sanctuary and I am the new head of Steel Armor Special Squad. Hansen smiled and said. The woman whom Hansen saw first suddenly looked at Hansen and asked. You should know King Xuan very well then. Yes, Hansen thought about it and nodded. Then you must know what was behind her left ear. The woman asked slowly. The whole group was watching Hansen, awaiting his reply. If I remember correctly, there is nothing behind King Xuan's left ear, but a small red birthmark behind her right ear, said Hansen casually. He had been in numerous combats with King Xuan and knew this very well. Fu Shan and everyone else looked to the woman. Obviously, they didn't know whether Hansen was telling the truth either. The woman let out a sigh of relief. You're right. King Xuan does have a small red birthmark behind her right ear. However, she usually covers it with her hair, so ordinary people would not be able to see that. The woman said to Hansen, although I'm not sure if you are really the head of the special squad. Now I know you are indeed close to King Xuan. Miss, are you also in the special squad? Hansen asked the woman. He believed that others were from the special squad because they looked like it. However, this woman did not. My name is Su Ruyan, and sort of a client of the special squad, the woman said with a smile. Hansen realized something and said, so you're the one who hired them to sail here. Su Ruyan smiled bitterly and said, this is not our original destination. We were attacked by a giant sacred blood creature on our way, and ended up here. We have been trapped here for about a year. Hansen continued to ask, where is this place? Do you know how far we are from the nearest shelter? The skinny guy named Liu Zhai said, it's pointless to ask that. Even if you could fly, you would not be able to get away from this place. How so? Hansen was puzzled. When he came to the island, he did not find any advanced flying creatures. Maybe the group had believed that Hansen was indeed one of the special squad. Liu Zhai and Zhu Ruyan told Hansen everything about their situation. There were indeed no flying creatures near this place, but there was a sacred blood marine beast wandering around the island, scaring them away from hunting creatures in the ocean. On the island, there was only one type of creature, which looked like gigantic bears. They moved swiftly and could even walk on the mountain walls, with a vertical eye on their foreheads. These creatures had incredible eyesight. They were mostly primitive creatures and few of them were mutant creatures. Their king was a sacred blood creature. The king of the ghost-eyed bears was much stronger and faster than others. It was almost impossible to hurt it and it had clever tactics, which made the special squad members feel quite helpless. All of them had to live on the wild plants and mushrooms in the forest, while avoiding the ghost-eyed bear group at the same time, which was why they were leading a hard life. In the beginning, they did not know how strong the ghost-eyed bears were and tried to hunt them down, which caused a great loss. They used to have nearly 30 members in the group, but after the fight, they only had a dozen people left. Yet the ghost-eyed bear king only lost a few primitive ghost-eyed bears. However, among the deceased, only one person belonged to the special squad. What surprised Hansen was the fact that Zhu Ruyan was in the management of Starry Group. Hansen also learned that they came from the Green Shelter on Green Island. Now they only knew that it took a ship half a month to arrive at Green Island from where they were. Other than the fact that Green Island was in the west, they had no idea where its specific location was. After all, after being attacked by the sacred blood marine beast, they were completely lost. Zhu Ruyan would not tell what they came here for, and being employed by Zhu Ruyan, the special squad could not leak the details of their mission either. However, Hansen could tell that Zhu Ruyan was quite somebody, as they had been trapped on the island for a very long time. Zhu Ruyan, I am also in the special squad. How about you and I make a deal? Asked Hansen after learning everything. We have ended up here. What deal can I possibly make? Zhu Ruyan frowned. I mean, while you're waiting on the island, don't you want to eat better? Hansen asked calmly. You have food. Zhu Ruyan watched Hansen, unable to see any possibility of him carrying a large amount of food. I don't have any food with me, but there is plenty of food on this island. Hansen smiled and said, you're thinking about the ghost-eyed bears. I think you should give up. I don't want to see anyone die. Zhu Ruyan was terribly disappointed in Hansen's idea. If they had any chance at hunting the ghost-eyed bears, they wouldn't wait until this day. Zhu Ruyan did not even believe that Hansen was the head of Steel Armor Special Squad. Even if he was, that would not change anything. Fu Shan was the head of a special squad and had a whole team with him. He did not have much chance against the ghost-eyed bear either. Being alone, Hansen had no advantage whatsoever. Zhu Ruyan did not want to say anything to Hansen anymore. She said she was tired and returned to her tent. Without actually seeing the ghost-eyed bears, Hansen suggested to hunt them, which left Zhu Ruyan with a terrible impression. Before Hansen could even suggest a deal, Zhu Ruyan expressed her distrust. But Hansen didn't care. When he had the meat of ghost-eyed bear, he believed Zhu Ruyan would beg for a deal. Zhu Ruyan must have a lot of resources to be able to hire the entire Green Special Squad. Hansen felt he was responsible to blackmail her in order to thank God for sending him here. In addition, Hansen hated everyone in Starry Group, and she would be no exception. Brother, you should be practical. Do not mess with Ghost-Eyed Bear. Liu Zhai patted Hansen on the shoulder and said. Obviously, members of Green Special Squad did not believe Hansen could hunt ghost-eyed bears. They had been trapped on the island for a very long time and had a million strategies, yet none worked. The terrain on the Winged End Island was very complicated. With their strength and flexibility, the ghost-eyed bears could easily move around. The Sacred Blood Ghost-Eyed Bear King and a dozen mutant ghost-eyed bears cost them a lot of good men when they had more people. Hansen alone would never make it. Hansen did not answer Liu Zhai but asked Fu Shan. Tell me about it. Out of everyone's expectation, Fu Shan did not turn down Hansen directly. Captain, what's to talk about with this guy? Do not believe his words, said Liu Zhai hurriedly. Hansen smiled and said, Fu Shan, since we are all in the special squad, how about we hunt the ghost-eyed bears together? Afterwards, I will take the meat of the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear, and we can share the rest half and half. What do you think? Fu Shan frowned. Hansen was being too arrogant indeed. He did believe Hansen had something special about him. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to come here alone. However, Hansen's words still made him cringe. Boy, you have no place to talk like that, said Liu Zhai impatiently. Really, Hansen of course disagreed. When he just came to the island, he saw some of the ghost-eyed bears from the sky. Ghost-eyed bear was not a unique species to the island, and Hansen had seen them before. On the way he came here on the back of the golden growler. Hansen had seen a sacred blood ghost-eyed bear from a large group swallowed by the lion alive. The sacred blood ghost-eyed bear had no chance of survival in front of the golden growler. Hansen did not even know it was called ghost-eyed bear at the time being. Before being swallowed, the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear tried to resist, and Hansen have learned what it could do. Hansen left the cave and decided to hunt a ghost-eyed bear to show the group, especially Zhu Ruyan, so that he would be able to blackmail her. "Are you really going to hunt the ghost-eyed bears?" asked Zhu Ruyan, standing in front of the cave. "You could expect a ghost-eyed bear for lunch, but do think about what price you are willing to pay." Hansen waved at Zhu Ruyan without turning back and marched into the jungle. Fu Shan sighed. Although he thought Hansen was special, it was almost impossible for someone to survive the attack of the ghost-eyed bear group. Once noticed by the ghost-eyed bears, one was unlikely to run away. Last time, they had to sacrifice a dozen lives before they were able to get away. Zhu Ruyan saw Hansen disappear in the jungle and had complex emotions. She did not believe that Hansen could really hunt a ghost-eyed bear either. Other people thought Hansen was either mad or arrogant to hunt the ghost-eyed bear alone. If Hansen was not killed by the ghost-eyed bear, he would probably ask for food from them. After going into the jungle, Hansen followed a trail and sneaked into the habitat of the ghost-eyed bears. Before the deal was made, Hansen did not plan to wipe out the entire ghost-eyed bear group. He decided to kill one first and go back to negotiate. A ghost-eyed bear was around 6 feet tall and covered in brown fur like steel brush. With a vertical eye on its forehead, it was able to come and go easily on the mountain walls. In the mountains, Hansen shapeshifted into the color shifter silently. The ghost-eyed bears were moving around, while Hansen was lurking in the dark. His goal was a mutant ghost-eyed bear, which would make Zhu Ruyan more willing to pay. No wonder they were not able to kill any ghost-eyed bear. The terrain does not work in anyone's favor. They suddenly heard howling from the ghost-eyed bear's habitat. "Did he really go?" exclaimed Liu Zhai. They knew from the sound that the ghost-eyed bears had noticed the intruder. There was one howling after another, so it seemed that the entire group was chasing Hansen. "It's a pity he did not last too long." Zhu Ruyan sighed. The howling stopped after a long while. The group did not dare to stay out for long. Since the ghost-eyed bear group had been provoked by Hansen, it would be terribly dangerous for them to run into the bears. Zhu Ruyan and Fu Shan discussed briefly and decided to give up on looking for food, ready to go back to the cave. A mutant ghost-eyed bear, not far from the cave. They suddenly saw a huge ghost-eyed bear, which scared everyone. People quickly summoned their beast souls and then found out the ghost-eyed bear did not move and was actually on someone's back. The person carried the dead ghost-eyed bear and walked toward them. Watching the ghost-eyed bear moving up and down as the person walked, everyone widened their eyes. "It's the boy. He did not die, and really hunted a ghost-eyed bear, a mutant one." Liu Zhai saw the person's face and exclaimed. The others were also shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Hansen was really able to hunt a ghost-eyed bear, and the mutant one, which was incredible. The first time they went, half of the people died and they were only able to kill some primitive ghost-eyed bears. Not a single mutant one was killed. The creature had incredible speed and strength. To kill one of them on the cliff was almost impossible. However, Hansen alone hunted a mutant ghost-eyed bear back. Fu Shan looked Hansen up and down and did not see a single injury on Hansen's body, which surprised him even more. It was obvious from the howling that the entire ghost-eyed bear group was alarmed. But Hansen still came back safe and sound, taking the body of a mutant ghost-eyed bear, which made him wonder how strong Hansen must be to be able to achieve this. "Miss Zhu, are you interested in a deal now?" Hansen scanned everyone's face and asked Zhu Ruyan. "Very much so." Zhu Ruyan's eyes lit up. They were all trapped here for more than a year. In the beginning, they had some meat jerky to eat, and after that they had to go vegan. It had been a while since they had any taste of meat. Seeing the body of the dead ghost-eyed bear, they immediately thought of barbecue. Of course, Zhu Ruyan was thinking more than just this mutant ghost-eyed bear. Since Hansen was able to kill a mutant creature so easily, it meant he could wipe out all the ghost-eyed bears. If he could do that, they could benefit from more than just the meat. In fact, they had been lying to Hansen from the very beginning. Their destination was always this island because they wanted something here. They did, however, run into an accident on the sea. That part was true. After they got here, they were not able to get what they wanted because of the ghost-eyed bears. Surprisingly, Hansen was strong enough to wipe out all the ghost-eyed bears, which was fantastic for Zhu Ruyan. Zhu Ruyan believed that someone would eventually come to their rescue. It was just a matter of time for the Starry Group to locate this island. If she was able to get what she wanted before they came, That would be the best. Otherwise, she would be no more than a failure. If she obtained that thing after the rescue team came, the credit would no longer be hers. Zhu Ruyan watched Hansen with desire. Although she did not know how Hansen achieved that, she believed his presence would work in her favor. So, Sen, what's the deal? Zhu Ruyan looked to Hansen and softened her voice. How much do you want for this mutant ghost-eyed bear? As calculative as Zhu Ruyan, she would not easily expose her real objective. Zhu Ruyan was secretly thinking that it would be fine for her to pay a high price for this mutant ghost-eyed bear. She could even pay more for Hansen to hunt a few more mutant ones. There were in total a dozen mutant ghost-eyed bears. As long as Hansen killed them all, one sacred blood ghost-eyed bear would not be such a big threat to the group. According to market price, you can have it for 100 million, said Hansen, narrowing his eyes. When the group heard the phrase market price, they were optimistic, because based on the market price, the meat of a mutant creature would be 2 to 3 million. Even he doubled it, that would be a small amount. However, Hansen's price made her cringe. Liu Zhai opened his mouth wide and thought, a mutant creature for 100 million, what kind of market price is that? Hansen, this is a bit too high. Even a rare mutant creature would only be marked 2 to 3 million on the market. Even if I am willing to pay you 10 times that price, that would be 20 to 30 million. Don't you think 100 million is too much? Zhu Ruyan frowned at Hansen. You're right, outside this island, that is the market price. However, we are in a different place, so of course we have a different price. Here, the market price is 100 million each. If you think it's too expensive, that's fine as well. I will just keep it for myself. Zhu Ruyan did not care if she cannot eat the meat. As long as Hansen could wipe out all the mutant ghost-eyed bears, she would be achieving her goal. Of course, I always have the same and fair price for everyone. Hansen then looked to the Green Special Squad, and I did invite them to cooperate before. It is not my fault that they turned me down. Liu Zhai blushed when hearing Hansen's words. He was the one who objected the most and thought Hansen was a lunatic. Zhu Ruyan heard Hansen's words and was secretly excited. She kept a straight face and snorted, Hansen, aren't you afraid that everyone will turn on you? Or are you not in the special squad at all? Since Hansen came back, Zhu Ruyan and her men were circling Hansen and the mutant ghost-eyed bear. As Zhu Ruyan made a long face, her people were also staring at Hansen. Obviously, Zhu Ruyan was trying to threaten Hansen. Originally, she was afraid that Fu Shan and his team might help Hansen. As Hansen's answer probably pissed off the entire special squad, she believed that Fu Shan would take her side if there was a fight. After all, they were trapped on an island and had not had meat in a long time. Fu Shan should not reject working with Zhu Ruyan against Hansen. 200 million. Hansen came up with a price that doubled the last offer. He did not even raise an eyebrow, as if he did not hear Zhu Ruyan's threatening remark. Fu Shan, this kind of behavior would never come from someone in the special squad. We should control him and interrogate him, said Zhu Ruyan. Zhu Ruyan thought Fu Shan would work with her for sure. After all, the special squad members were also checking out the mutant ghost-eyed bear greedily, and they did not have any affection toward Hansen either. To her surprise, Fu Shan shook his head and said, I have no idea whether he is in the special squad, and that doesn't concern me. Fu Shan ordered everyone on his team to step aside. It was obvious that he did not want to meddle in this matter, although his team members wondered why Fu Shan made the decision. They had a lot of trust in their captain and followed his order. Zhu Ruyan was dumbstruck. Based on her understanding, Fu Shan was a rational person. Even if he did not want to harm Hansen, he would agree to take the mutant ghost-eyed bear first. Fu Shan's decision forced Zhu Ruyan to reevaluate Hansen. The only explanation for Fu Shan to make a decision like this was that Fu Shan did not believe they could beat Hansen. So, it seems that you do not want to deal with me. Hansen picked up the mutant ghost-eyed bear. What are you doing? Zhu Ruyan did not dare to try to stop Hansen. Since I'm not welcome here, I will find a place for my own. I have a mutant ghost-eyed bear anyway. If I eat it slowly, it could last me 3 to 5 months. Hansen put the mutant ghost-eyed bear on his back. Fine. 100 million. I will purchase this mutant ghost-eyed bear. Zhu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, what she needed was for Hansen to kill the ghost-eyed bears. If Hansen really hid somewhere and enjoyed the food for himself, that would defeat the purpose. The price is no longer 100 million. It is 200 million now. Hansen's reply made Zhu Ruyan want to strangle him. 200 million is fine. However, it is impossible for me to bring so much money to God's sanctuary. I can write you a promissory note and the Starry Group will pay you in the alliance. It did not matter how many promissory notes she wrote Hansen at this point. because the rescue team from the Starry group would not let Hansen live. Sorry, I only take cash. Hansen turned Zurian down and looked her up and down. Although, you could pay me with beast souls as well. When do you propose? Zurian felt a stronger incentive to kill him. The market price for a sacred blood beast soul would be around 100 or 200 million. So I would say a sacred blood beast soul for a mutant ghost-eyed bear, Hansen said to Zurian. 5 primitive beast souls for the mutant ghost-eyed bear, suggested Zurian. 5 mutant beast souls are more like it, said Hansen, blinking. After bargaining, Zurian was able to trade a mutant beast soul for the mutant ghost-eyed bear, which pleased Hansen. Both from a mutant creature, a beast soul was worth a lot more than the meat. In other places, this would be an impossible deal. As for the sacred blood beast soul, Hansen knew that Zurian would never give him that in the first place. He left the cave soon after and did not want to stay in the same place with these people. Zurian could not help walking toward Fushan. Fushan, are you okay with him doing whatever he wants? She was not trying to blame Fushan, but only wanted an answer. Look closely at the body of the mutant ghost-eyed bear, said Fushan calmly. Zurian was dazed and walked toward the body of the mutant ghost-eyed bear. The rest of the group also approached the body, trying to understand what Fushan meant. Very soon, they all became silent. The ghost-eyed bear was only cut in the throat and was not hurt anywhere else. It was obvious that it was killed with one blow, before it could make any struggle. Everyone was shocked. To kill a mutant ghost-eyed bear in such a clean way was something incredible. Going into the ghost-eyed bear habitat alone, killing a mutant ghost-eyed bear with one blow and coming back with the body safe and sound, he is not someone we should view as an enemy, explained Fushan quietly. Normally speaking, a mutant ghost-eyed bear would not stay too far away from a sacred blood one. Zurian could not imagine how Hansen managed to do that. So what? He is also trapped on this island now. When the rescue team comes, he will not be able to fly away, thought Zurian cruelly. After leaving the cave, Hansen flew to a high mountain and observed the entire island. When he tried to blackmail Zurian, he felt something odd in her reactions. Hansen was asking for a ridiculous price, both to blackmail and to test her. Zurian's reactions and some details in her behavior made Hansen believe that the island must be special. Hansen did not believe that someone like Zurian would pay such a high price and be so tolerant just to have a nice meal. Very likely their destination was this island in the first place. She probably wants something related to these ghost-eyed bears, otherwise she should not be so interested in them. Hansen was more and more confident in his guess. As a great assassin, he knew how to read people, and he could tell a lot from what Zurian had said and done. There was not much special about the habitat of the ghost-eyed bears. When Hansen went to hunt the bears, he had explored the place as well. There was nothing other than the ghost-eyed bear group, which only had one sacred blood king among them. It was impossible for Zurian to make this trip just to hunt the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. No sacred blood creature in the world was worth so much trouble. In addition, Hansen knew from the fact that they could not do anything about the ghost-eyed bear that they did not come here for this specific creature. Otherwise, if they prepared well and had enough tools, it would not be that difficult to hunt the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. If they did not come here for the ghost-eyed bear, but for something related to the ghost-eyed bear, Hansen pondered, touching his nose. He suddenly thought of something. Maybe it's for that. Hansen flew higher into the sky for an overlook of the bear habitat. Going higher and higher, Hansen thought he must be right. The mountains on the island were layered. Watching from above, they looked like a giant lotus, with each mountain resembling a petal. The ghost-eyed bears lived in the center. That's it. Hansen was overjoyed when looking at the odd shape of mountains. The only place that would guarantee a beast soul in God's sanctuary was the nest of creatures, in addition to the mystery island. The number of creatures in God's sanctuary was almost unlimited. In an area, even if all the creatures were killed, new creatures would appear before long. Humans had done extensive research on this and concluded that most creatures did not come from their own reproduction, but somewhere humans called nests. These nests were usually hidden tens of thousands of feet underground. Once in a while, a large number of creatures would be born from the nests. Humans were still not sure how the creatures arrived at different locations in God's sanctuary. In a random expedition, some people found a nest that was exposed on the ground for some reason. After some exploration, they found that in each nest, there would be an egg. If one were to break that egg, one would get a beast soul for sure. The egg itself was not dangerous, but normally speaking, there would be many creatures living in the nest, which made it difficult to go all the way into the nest and break the egg. A nest on the surface had one significant feature, always located in a type of terrain called the life lotus. The life lotus was formed by layered mountains, and the entrance to the nest was always located in the center of the lotus. However, the entrance to the nest was occupied by the group of ghost-eyed bears. Zuruyan and others did not expect this to happen, and thus failed to enter the nest. Hansen did not realize that the reason that the group had not entered the nest yet was mainly because they had lost most of their equipment on the ocean under the attack of marine beasts. Since you had failed, I should probably go first. Hansen was considering how to enter the nest with great joy. Originally, he wanted to hunt some ghost-eyed bears and gain more mutant beast souls from Zuruyan. Knowing that this was a nest, he would not hurt the ghost-eyed bears anymore. Undoubtedly, these ghost-eyed bear were the best watchdogs. With them here, the group would never be able to enter the nest, and Hansen could look for the egg peacefully inside. Well done, Zuruyan. You tried to lure me to kill more mutant ghost-eyed bears and you could enter this nest. Hansen smirked secretly. Unfortunately, I already know your plan and you shall be disappointed. Hansen landed on the mountain and sneaked toward the center of the life lotus. He had been there once, and would be able to enter the nest without alarming the ghost-eyed bears. As for the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear, Hansen prepared to kill it after breaking the egg. Obviously, these ghost-eyed bears did not live in the nest. Their occupation of the surrounding area was merely a coincidence. Hansen used the color shifter to move slowly to the entrance. After more than an hour, he was in front of the nest. Like what was described on the Skynet, the nest was a stone cave going straight down like a well. The stones were black and smooth, and the entrance was so narrow that only one adult could pass at a time. Hansen did not hesitate before sliding down. With a fall of 12 feet, his feet touched the ground. In front of his eyes appeared a path zigzagging down. Surrounding him were black stones, among which there were many gleaming green crystals. Although they looked dismal, it was still much better than darkness. People called these crystals green gold, which could be seen everywhere in nests. They were not harmful to health, but were not useful in any way either. Hansen decided to be careful and summoned his phantom ant armor, protecting himself thoroughly, and slowly walking down the winding path. According to the Skynet, the length of this path should be around 8 miles. Normally speaking, there would be no creature on this path. Hansen did not dare to fully trust the Skynet and was still being wary. However, the Skynet was right this time and he did not see a single creature on the way. When he finally saw a wall of green gold blocking his way, Hansen knew he had arrived at the destination. He grabbed the diamond sword, took a deep breath, and slashed the sword at the wall. The green gold was not a tough material and only 1 inch thick. With Hansen's strike, a 6-foot-tall, 1-foot-wide opening suddenly appeared. Hansen looked inside the opening warily with the diamond sword in his hand and was dumbstruck by what he saw. It was an underground metropolitan bathed in green light. The roof was decorated with millions of pieces of gleaming green gold, like an entire green galaxy. All sorts of black rock cells crisscrossed like a labyrinth. There was nothing artificial. They were more like some hornet nests, both random and regular at the same time. Hansen knew that these cells constituted the so-called nest. In each cell there might be a creature. Once the creature noticed his presence, it would try to kill him without a second thought. Hansen saw that there must be tens of thousands of cells of all sizes, some as small as his hand, while some as large as palaces. They were all interconnected in a strange and natural way. All the deities in this world, please give me your blessings. I wish there would not be too many creatures. Some primitive creatures would do, prayed Hansen as he tiptoed. Although there was enough space for him to fly across the nest, Hansen did not plan to use his wings. When he flew up, all the creatures could see him clearly and would potentially attack him in groups. It was not like the roof was so high he could avoid all the attacks, so Hansen decided against that. Could this nest be empty? Maybe all the creatures had left. Hansen wondered. It should not be. According to what I read, unless the egg is broken, the nest will continue to breed new creatures. Since the wall was still intact, I don't suppose anyone has been here. So, the egg must still be here as well. How come there is no creature? Hansen did not dare to relax. Although it seemed everything was going well, he still remained alert. Every time he passed a cell, Hansen would always stare at it, in case a creature would catch him off guard. However, after seeing tens of thousands of cells, he did not see a single creature. It seemed the nest was really empty. This is so weird. Bang! Suddenly the cell was knocked open by something and collapsed. A figure rushed out of the cell, a humanoid creature. After seeing the figure, Hansen suddenly grasped the diamond sword tighter. Normally speaking, a humanoid creature was very likely to be a sacred blood one. The creature was a skeleton that looked like it was made of white jade. Between its bones, there were no gaps like an ordinary skeleton. With these extra links, it was extremely flexible. On the skeleton's bones there were many black patterns, and in its hands were a pair of black daggers. Gears. Hansen was surprised. The humanoid creature had its own gears, which were 2 daggers instead of 1, which meant the creature would not be easy to deal with. The skeleton turned to face Hansen. Its eyes were not hollow but contained a pair of white eyeballs. Staring at Hansen, the skeleton slowly approached him. In the beginning, it was slow. Gradually it became faster and faster. In a dozen steps, it swirled to Hansen's face like a storm. One of the black daggers were at Hansen's throat at a sudden. At this point, Hansen was certain that the skeleton was a sacred blood creature. He did not fear it. Swinging the diamond sword, he was about to stop the dagger. The daggers were short, so Hansen's blow would definitely knock them away. However, the moment the diamond sword was about to hit the daggers, the skeleton twisted in an impossible way and took back its dagger. With a swing, the skeleton's other dagger almost came between Hansen's brows. Hansen could almost feel the coldness of the blade through his armor. Then, Hansen summoned the 3-blade harpoon in his left hand and blocked the dagger in his face. In the next moment, while the skeleton had it back toward Hansen, it quickly twisted his arm backward and stabbed at Hansen again. The suddenness took Hansen at a disadvantage. He did not have time to take back his sword or swing the harpoon. Whoosh! Hansen used the sparticle and made a crucial step, dodging the dagger by a hair. The phantom ant armor was still scratched by the tip of the dagger and left with a shallow mark. Hansen was shocked by how sharp the daggers were. Instantaneously, the other dagger in the skeleton's hand came from another incredible angle. Hansen was also a master at short blades like these, but he had never seen someone could use these weapons in such a fascinating way. The skeleton's movements were as if they were all wrong. He could never predict the skeleton's next move, which made him feel very uncomfortable. It was like a musician hearing a song with all the wrong tempos. In addition, the skeleton was incredibly fast. Its attacks were almost continuous, making Hansen almost desperate. This kind of close combat made the diamond sword a burden rather than a help. Hansen did not even have time to put down the sword, because the skeleton's strikes were dazzling. The skeleton's footwork and dagger skills left Hansen in a huge disadvantage. Suddenly, he was injured in the chest. If it were not for the sacred blood armor, Hansen would have been dead by now. With goosebumps all over his body, Hansen summoned Meowth, which turned into a black tiger and threw itself at the skeleton. The white jade skeleton almost glided on the ground, moved away from the tiger and stabbed at Meowth with its dagger. Meowth turned back and snapped at the skeleton, which quickly took back the daggers and moved away. With its back toward Meowth, the skeleton turned its arm around in an impossible angle and stabbed at Meowth's stomach. Hansen seized the opportunity and slashed the sword at the skeleton, his other hand grasping the harpoon to block the attack toward Meowth. Fighting a man and a cat, the white jade skeleton still seemed effortless and constantly made threatening attacks at Hansen and Meowth. Very soon, Hansen discovered that it was not a great idea to summon Meowth, as the skeleton actually used its miraculous footwork to confine their movements. This creature is rogue, Hansen cursed secretly. When Meowth was attacking the skeleton, he quickly ran away. At this point, both he and Meowth were injured, while the skeleton remained unharmed. There was no point in continuing the fight. Hansen decided to retreat and think of a different method. Luckily, Meowth was distracting the skeleton so that Hansen could run far enough before he took Meowth back. The white jade skeleton would not leave Hansen alone and quickly ran after him. Hansen did not dare to hesitate anymore and dashed toward the path where he came from. The skeleton would not give up. It was even faster than Hansen. With Meowth's help, Hansen retreated while fighting, eventually arriving at the broken wall. Hansen quickly crawled through the opening, and the skeleton followed him. Drop dead, Hansen was happy to see the skeleton moving into the narrow path, where its footwork would no longer work that well. Hansen quickly drew the Beetle Knight's spear and stabbed it at the skeleton. In such a small space, a longer weapon was a lot better than a shorter one. The skeleton's daggers could not even reach Hansen, and the skeleton had nowhere to hide. It had to cross the daggers in front of its chest to block the incoming spear. However, Hansen's spear carried a strong spinning force, and the skeleton failed to stop it. Hansen thought he must have been successful, but the skeleton quickly glided back like a phantom, faster than Hansen when he used Sparkle. The skeleton seemed to be quite intellectual. Knowing it would not be Hansen's match in the narrow path, it no longer tried to follow him, but chose to stay and guard the wall. Hansen had to leave the nest. He had to think of a way to get rid of this white jade skeleton. Otherwise he would never be able to reach where the egg was. Damn, there just happens to be a powerful sacred blood creature in this nest. Hansen felt quite upset. He quietly crept out of the nest and killed a primitive ghost-eyed bear for food. Hansen looked for a safe place in the mountains and collected some branches to make a fire. He then barbecued the primitive ghost-eyed bear, the paws of which were delicious. However, Hansen's thoughts were on how the white jade skeleton fought. The skeleton had incredible techniques with the daggers, which mimicked assassination skills, in a way that the opponent would not be able to predict any attack. Hansen could tell that these techniques were still somewhat different from assassination. It was purely technical, and did not leverage the opponent's psychology. Using these techniques, the skeleton created a kind of disorder, and made it impossible for someone to judge how it would react. In addition, the structure of the skeleton was also different from a normal person, allowing it to achieve all kinds of movements. If I want to kill it, I have to understand this tempo, otherwise I would never win. Hansen carefully thought back every detail of the combats with the skeleton, trying to find some patterns from its movements. Zurian was a bit worried that Hansen might know about the life lotus. Although few people had seen a nest, all the information was readily available on the Skynet. Not seeing Hansen all day, Zurian became a bit uneasy. She quickly consulted with Fu Shan and went to find Hansen along with him and some other guys. Hansen was not sure how strong Zurian's followers were, but he could tell that the Green Special Squad had strong members. Based on the criteria of the Special Squad, Hansen assumed that all of them might be as strong as Gambler. When Zurian and the rest came to find Hansen, he was sitting on the lee side of the hill, enjoying delicious ghost-eyed bear barbecue. On the fire there was more meat sizzling with grease. In fact, they had followed the fragrance to find him. It seemed that Hansen had gotten another ghost-eyed bear. Others could not tell the level of the ghost-eyed bear anymore, since it was already cut into pieces. Welcome, what brought you here? Hansen did not mean to stand up. He continued to chew on the BBQ meat and licked his fingers once in a while. Others were very much tempted by the barbecue. Although they each got some meat from the mutant ghost-eyed bear purchased by Zurian, it was only a small piece. Most of the meat was kept as their food reserve. For people who had not tasted meat for a year, the small piece only triggered more greediness. Seeing Hansen eating away, they all could not help swallowing. Zurian saw that Hansen was still here and felt much more relaxed. Everything would be fine if Hansen did not enter the nest. Hansen, we came to talk about buying more ghost-eyed bear meat. You should know that the ghost-eyed bear would not last very long with so many people in the group. Zurian smiled and said she was only trying to tempt Hansen to kill more mutant ghost-eyed bears. Hansen pondered and replied, that is not easy. I hunted again today and did not find any chance to kill a mutant ghost-eyed bear, so I had to kill a primitive ghost-eyed bear. How much will you pay for a primitive one? Zurian did not really need the meat, and a primitive ghost-eyed bear would be useless to her. She smiled and said, we've all witnessed your ability. It is so easy for you to kill a mutant ghost-eyed bear. Now don't be humble. So how much do you want for a primitive ghost-eyed bear? Same price, Hansen said, not even thinking. That makes absolutely no sense. A mutant ghost-eyed bear for a mutant beast soul. So why is a primitive ghost-eyed bear also worth a mutant beast soul? What I'm selling is meat, so it does not matter whether it is primitive or mutant. Same price, take it or leave it. I am trapped here anyways and have no use of your beast souls. As long as I can fill my own stomach, I would rather not to take any risks. None of them was willing to trade a mutant beast soul for a primitive ghost-eyed bear, so they all had to go back to the cave empty-handed. Hansen did not mind that. Every day at lunchtime, he would go to the windward side of the cave and start a barbecue, trying to tempt the group. In the beginning, they could still hold it back and just eat pieces of the first ghost-eyed bear they bought. However, the taste of meat is addictive. After eating meat, they could hardly swallow the plants anymore. In addition, that first ghost-eyed bear did not last very long. Smelling the delicious barbecue every day, all of them wanted to kill Hansen and take the meat for themselves. Hansen was doing that every day both to keep them hooked and to reassure Zurian that he had no idea about the existence of the nest. In fact, Hansen would enter the nest every evening to fight the white jade skeleton. However, the white jade skeleton was so powerful that Hansen could not get rid of it anytime soon. In the process of fighting the skeleton, Hansen gradually became familiarized with its dagger skills and footwork. He was obsessed with finding a way to beat the skeleton. Hansen had set up his barbecue every day near the cave for half a month. Eventually, someone came to him. It was Fu Shan instead of Zurian. He was alone, too. For a ghost-eyed bear, said Fu Shan and transferred a mutant beast soul to Hansen. Taking a look at the mutant beast soul, which was a spear, Hansen smiled and said, "No problem. Tomorrow morning I will deliver the ghost-eyed bear to you." Fu Shan nodded but did not leave. He sat down next to Hansen and said quietly, "I am not sure if you are in the special squad. Either way, since you have come here, you have to rely on the Starry Group's rescue team to go back. To that end, try not to piss off Zuruyan too much." Hansen did not completely antagonize Zuruyan also because he knew that he would be putting the Green Special Squad in an awkward position, which would probably lead to consequences when Hansen got back to the Alliance. Although the Special Squad was a military organization, their management team would not be able to save them from a random island in God's Sanctuary. The only possible rescue would be from the Starry Group, since they were the only ones who knew where Zuruyan went. "If you trust me, I could make peace between you and Zuruyan. When the rescue comes here, I will make sure that you leave this place together with us," said Fu Shan sincerely. "I thank you for your kindness, but I am not going to bow my head to the woman. The worst-case scenario, I will die here of old age, and even that is better than begging Zuruyan." Hansen did not even need the Starry Group's ship to go back. Fu Shan gazed at Hansen and got up. "Think about it. If you need anything, come to find me." Hansen watched Fu Shan leave and continued to think about the skeleton's footwork and dagger skills. Hansen believed that Fu Shan meant well, but Hansen would not consider his proposal. Hansen hated Zuruyan and Starry Group. There was no way he would make peace with them. "If I don't blackmail her enough, how could I thank Son of Heaven for what he had done to me?" Hansen thought with a sinister smile. In these 3 months, Hansen had learned more and more about the weird footwork and dagger skills of the skeleton and saw the light. If it were not for the fact that Hansen was interested in learning more about the skeleton's tricks, he could have killed it half a month ago. At this time, Hansen had fully grasped all the tricks the skeleton had. It was time for him to kill the skeleton and break the egg. In darkness, Hansen once again sneaked into the nest and was greeted by the skeleton's attacks per usual. Different from what happened in the past, Hansen did not plan to retreat this time. He seized his 3-blade harpoon and calmly stared at the incoming skeleton. Hansen now knew everything about the footwork and dagger skills of the skeleton. As the dagger almost reached him, Hansen moved his feet slightly and stabbed his 3-blade harpoon from an impossible angle at the skeleton. Both Hansen and the skeleton had an unpredictable style, but the difference was that Hansen only had one weapon, while the skeleton had 2. Even so, Hansen was still at an advantage. He knew everything about the white jade skeleton and felt like he could control the skeleton. Suddenly, Hansen had an epiphany. The seemingly disordered footwork and dagger skills were actually of a unique order. It was because Hansen's understanding of order was too shallow that he felt it was out of order. After 3 months of learning, Hansen finally understood the order of disorder and gained a deeper understanding of rhythm and order. With this epiphany, Hansen had greatly improved his way of thinking. His opponent's footwork and dagger skills suddenly became boring in his eyes. Without any hesitation, Hansen made a fierce step. The moment he brushed against the skeleton's skull flew up into the air. Its pair of daggers failed to hurt Hansen, and its weird footwork did not bring it away from the 3-blade harpoon. Sacred blood creature skeleton king killed. No beast soul gained. Meat inedible. Hansen was not disappointed that he gained neither beast soul nor meat, for what he had learned in the 3 months was much more valuable than a sacred blood beast soul or meat. In addition, the Sacred Blood Skeleton King had a pair of gears. Different from the golden axe and iron hammer, the pair of bone daggers could be sold at an incredible price. They were on the same level as the diamond sword, not to mention they came in a pair. After appreciating his new weapons for a while, Hansen put them away and kept going. In the entire nest, he did not run into another creature. After reaching the end of the nest, Hansen saw a translucent ellipsoid set in the black stone wall. Inside the ellipsoid, there seemed to be a flickering light. The ellipsoid was taller than himself and looked exactly the same as eggs portrayed on the Skynet. Hansen regarded it and used the diamond sword to cut it open. Crack! The ellipsoid was cut in half and liquid-like glue flowed from it. Egg broken. Identifying beast soul. The voice was different from the one after a normal kill. Hansen did not get the beast soul directly. Hansen had also read this part on the Skynet. After breaking the egg, the beast soul gain would be random. Although it was possible to get anything between an ordinary beast soul to a sacred blood one. Based on other people's experience, most people got sacred blood beast souls, except for a few poor devils. God bless. Don't make me one of the poor devils. Tell me this is a sacred blood beast soul. After praying, Hansen paused as he suddenly thought of one thing. If the beast soul gained from breaking an egg was random, would it also be possible for him to gain a super beast soul from it? In the past, Hansen did not know the existence of super creatures, but now since he had discovered a super creature, there must be a corresponding super beast soul. Since it was random, Hansen might as well get a super beast soul. God, forget about my prayer just now. Let's do it all over again. Give me a super beast soul. This might be the very first super beast soul gained in human history. You have to help me, and other deities as well. I will be so pious to all of you if you grant me a super beast soul. Hansen quickly took back his own request and prayed some more. The liquid from the broken egg started to glow and gradually condensed into something like a holographic image. Hansen watched the beast soul formulating in front of him without a blink and kept praying, Super beast soul. It has to be a super beast soul. Boom. The moment the beast soul was officially formed, it turned into a shadow and entered Hansen's mind. At the same time, he heard the familiar voice. Beast soul identified. Sacred blood beast soul flame lieutenant gained. Hansen was slightly disappointed that he did not get a super beast soul, but he understood that it was normal not to win the lottery. Sacred blood beast soul was something nice too. Hansen summoned the beast soul he just gained. With a ball of fire, a devil-like creature appeared in front of Hansen's eyes. It was burning with red flames and looked rather magical. Type of beast soul of flame lieutenant, aura. Looking at the 4 letters aura, Hansen's disappointment disappeared completely. Instead, he was overjoyed. The 4 letters were simply a godsend in Hansen's eyes. Rare did not begin to describe the scarcity of beast soul aura. Even a mutant beast soul aura could be sold at an incredible price. And that did not just apply to first God's sanctuary. Even in second God's sanctuary. A good beast soul aura, even just a mutant one, would be highly popular, despite the fact that most sacred blood beast souls from first God's sanctuary would be useless there. As long as there was an aura, all the beast souls around it would be enhanced. As far as Hansen knew, Son of Heaven had a mutant beast soul aura. When he summoned the beast soul aura, it could improve the ability of all the beast soul within the range of 30 feet by 20%. Beast soul weapons would become sharper, armor and shields would become tougher, and even shapeshifting beast souls would bring the users more power. For a team, a beast soul aura was definitely a core strength. When a team went hunting, if they had a beast soul aura, their efficiency would be multiplied. Since a beast soul aura could empower all the beast souls within a certain range, if there were several beast soul auras in the same team, then the enhancement would be enormous. Unfortunately, aura beast souls were so rare that in the entire steel armor shelter, only Son of Heaven had a mutant beast soul aura. Even Huan Fu Pinking, who had a company dealing beast souls, did not have beast soul auras for sale. Since there was nothing left in the nest, Hansen could now kill the mutant ghost-eyed bears and sell them to Zhu Ruyan. In the mountains that formed the Life Lotus, there was no real path to walk on. They had to climb the rocks to get through many places. At many places where there were paths, it was also incredibly scary to go through. The paths were less than a foot wide, and with a slip, one would fall and die. For humans could not do the same as Ghost-Eyed Bear. In addition, on the ocean, the group had lost their climbing equipment and one of the team members who had sacred blood wings, which made their situation extra hard. After entering the Life Lotus, they were soon noticed by the ghost-eyed bears, whose giant bodies came and went like wind on the steep cliffs. Seeing the group of ghost-eyed bears came to them fiercely, Zhu Ruyan ordered everyone to find a secure spot and get ready to fight. The mutant ghost-eyed bears posed the most threat to them, while the primitive ones were not much trouble. At this time, since most of the mutant ghost-eyed bears had been killed by Hansen, they could cope just fine. The group of people stayed on a relatively flat platform and killed all the ghost-eyed bears coming at them. Having been holding back for more than a year, the group lashed out all their anger on these creatures. With a shrill howling from the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear king, all the ghost-eyed bears retreated instantaneously to higher mountains, leaving the group of people alone. The group continued marching ahead and killed all the ghost-eyed bears they saw. Because the mutant ghost-eyed bears were too few in numbers, they were not much of a threat. The sacred blood ghost-eyed bear dashed to them from the cliffs fiercely, its white fur gleaming like silver. Hansen had already landed on the top of a high mountain, watching the fight while eating barbecue. He had been curious how Zhu Ruyan planned to deal with the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. On mountains like these, there was not much room for people to move around. In order to fight a strong sacred blood creature, one would have to have sacred blood wings. As Hansen was making different presumptions, he suddenly saw Zhu Ruyan's body turning into a giant more than 12 feet tall. She raised a fist and threw a punch at the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. Her fist was like a sledgehammer and landed on the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear hard. The body of the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear was very strong. Unless one were to use a sacred blood weapon, one could hardly hurt it. However, with Zhu Ruyan's punch, the arms that the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear raised to defend itself were broken, after which the giant fist continued to hit the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear in its chest. Spitting out blood, the ghost-eyed bear fell off the cliff and was about to die. Zhu Ruyan, on the other hand, quickly shrank in size and turned back to herself. She looked a little pale. Hansen was dumbstruck and did not understand what kind of beast soul Zhu Ruyan had used. Looking at her face, Hansen did not think she could do that again. No wonder Zhu Ruyan had never given any thought to the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear, but feared the mutant ones a lot. Since she could only use the miraculous beast soul once, she could not afford to waste it on the mutant ghost-eyed bears, but had to save it for the sacred blood one. Hansen did not have more time to think. He quickly summoned the horn bow and the mutant black stinger arrow, aimed at the falling sacred blood ghost-eyed bear, and made the shot. The black arrow went across the sky like a lightning bolt. As if it were equipped with a GPS device, it pierced the ghost-eyed bear's head through its open mouth. When Zhu Ruyan, who had perfectly utilized the power of the beast's soul, was secretly celebrating, she was suddenly dumbstruck by the arrow coming out of nowhere. She quickly looked to the direction where the arrow was from and saw Hansen on top of the mountain with a bow in his hand. Bang! Under the cliff, the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear fell to the ground. Zhu Ruyan watched Hansen with her eyes almost spitting fire. Since Zhu Ruyan did not hear the voice telling her the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear was killed, it was obvious that the kill was counted on Hansen's head. Hansen was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. It seemed that every time he stole the last kill, he would always gain a beast soul. And this was no exception. Sacred blood ghost-eyed bear killed. Beast soul of sacred blood ghost-eyed bear gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. What a great harvest. It's a shame that they were not hurt. There is no chance for me to kill Zhu Ruyan, Hansen said with a sigh. Throwing a fierce stare at Hansen, Zhu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said nothing. They went all the way to the entrance of the nest and started going down. Zhu Ruyan specifically arranged for several people to guard the entrance, so that Hansen could not follow them inside. Hansen did not have any intention to follow them into the nest, which he knew very well was basically empty. At this point, Hansen had already come down from the mountain and ran away with the dead sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. Less than half a month after Hansen finished eating the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear, he saw a fleet sailing over to the island. Each ship bore the logo of Starry Group. Hansen did not know what Zhu Ruyan told the rescue team. One day later, the fleet left the island. Hansen followed the fleet afar. The ships could only rely on the wind to sail and was not very fast. All Hansen needed to do was to keep the fleet in his sight. In fact, Hansen even thought the fleet was too slow. However, there was no modern technology allowed in God's sanctuary, so it was only natural the ships were slow. In nearly a month, Hansen did not run into any danger and fed on some marine creatures from time to time. As for the sacred blood marine beast mentioned by the group, Hansen had never seen it. Maybe it was scared away by the fleet. Hansen finally understood that when the group of people came here, they must have come in a similar fleet. However, they ran into a sacred blood marine beast and only one ship of the fleet arrived at their destination. And that ship collapsed in the end as well. One day, Hansen eventually saw a piece of land and felt overjoyed. When he landed on the place he saw, he realized that it was the green island the group of people were talking about. However, it was not a real island, but a peninsula connected to the mainland. On the peninsula, there was a green shelter. Hansen used the teleport device and green shelter to return to Blackhawk. It had been almost a year since he came to God's sanctuary. Hansen wondered how his friends and the Steel Armor Special Squad were doing. After returning to his dorm, all his roommates were delighted to see him. They thought that Hansen must have died in God's sanctuary considering how long he had been gone. In this day and age, this sort of thing was very common. Few people could come back after disappearing for a long time. Hansen's roommates were all sophomores and about to become juniors. However, Hansen must take the makeup assessment, the score of which would determine whether or not he could stay in Blackhawk. There were many precedents like this, so there was a rule that as long as the returning students passed the assessment, they would be allowed to continue their study. He took up his comlink and saw many unanswered calls, the majority of which were from Jai Yanren. His mother also called him many times. Jiang Denfeng, King Xuan, Yang Manli, Tang Zhenliu, Wang Mingmet, Huanfu Pinking, Lin Beifang and Klili had also called him. Hansen first dialed his mother's number, and the call immediately went through. Although Liu Sulin did not know that Hansen had disappeared in the God's sanctuary, but she was quite worried since Hansen had not called him in a long time. Hansen did not mention anything about his adventure, but told his mother that he was busy with his study. He would rather hear his mother's complaints than for her to worry. After chatting with his mother for a long time, Hansen tried calling Jai Yanran. Although he knew that it very likely would not go through, he still decided to give it a shot. Indeed, her service had been discontinued. Hansen's roommates had already told him that Jai Yanran had left Blackhawk to do an internship. They said she was serving on an interstellar warship. After being enlisted, one must use a special comlink and could not use an ordinary one. So, there was no way that Hansen could reach his girlfriend. His roommates also told him that Jai Yanran had lost a lot of weight since Hansen disappeared. She also became extremely silent, except for studying like there was no tomorrow. She rarely went to any Hand of God Society activities. Several months ago, she left Blackhawk for an internship on the warship. Hansen felt guilty, but there was nothing he could do. He dialed back to call everyone who had called him and told them he was safe. Lily went to the warship together with Jai Yanran, so Hansen could not contact her either. Kim Chuan's number was still in service, but no one answered. Hansen assumed she must be in Second God's Sanctuary. Hansen thought that since he had been gone for so long, a new head of the special squad must have been appointed in his stead. After all, there were rules about that. What he did not expect was that he still had the position, and Young Manly had taken care of all the business of the special squad. Hansen was surprised. In this condition, Young Manly as his deputy could have stepped up and replaced him. However, she chose to leave the position to him. After talking to other members in the special squad, Hansen learned that the management wanted for Young Manly to take his place, but Young Manly refused. Hansen was surprised about this finding. He knew that Young Manly had always wanted to become the head of the special squad and could not imagine she would give up such a perfect opportunity. He dialed Young Manly's number and wanted to thank her. However, Young Manly simply told him what happened in the special squad in this year in an impersonal tone and did not give him any chance. In fact, the two of them did not have the best relationship, and Hansen felt it was difficult for him to say something nice as well. Although Hansen did not care that much about this position, he still needed to thank Young Manly for helping him. "Brother, why didn't you inform me when you came back?" "Because I'm scared," said Hansen with a smile. He had blackmailed Zurian in the worst way possible and of course had offended the Starry group. Hyunfu Pinking was Son of Heaven's cousin, so Hansen was not sure if he should call her. Ares Marshall Hall had always been conducting business among different shelters, so no one would know better how to go back to Steel Armor Shelter from Green Shelter than Hyunfu Pinking. "Haha, how did you dare to blackmail Zurian like that since you're scared? If my cousin Son of Heaven is still in Steel Armor Shelter, I would advise you never to go back." However, he had evolved and gone to Second God's Sanctuary, and you wouldn't have any chance to see him there again. Obviously, Hyunfu Pinking had learned what Hansen had done on Wind End Island, and she was rather shocked. Son of Heaven became an evolver. Hansen was dazed, but that made a lot of sense, since Son of Heaven had about the same geno point count as King Xuan, and it was about time that he evolved. "Do you want to go back from Green Shelter?" asked Hyunfu Pinking seriously. "Of course I do. Do you have any good ideas?" Hansen did not expect Hyunfu Pinking to bring this up first. "Of course. However, it could be very costly." Hyunfu Pinking grinned and said, "How much?" Hansen had blackmailed a lot of mutant beast souls from Zurian and had gained a lot of other stuff. At this point, he could afford spending some money. "If it were anyone else, I would not go through such trouble no matter how much I could earn. However, in your case, as long as you're willing to become a member of Ares Marshall Hall, I would make sure that you go back safely. Please name the price first." Hansen frowned and said he did not want to be regulated. In addition, since seeing the super creature Golden Growler, Hansen had a different mindset. At the time being, his goal was to hunt super creatures and gain super geno points. Becoming a part of an organization would only slow him down. "How about the sacred blood beast soul you gained from the nest?" Hyunfu Pinking was quite flexible. "This price is too high, isn't it?" Hansen frowned. "You know that from Green Shelter to Steel Armor Shelter, you have to go through more than 5 other shelters. The trip would be highly unsafe. I will have to dispatch our guys in each and every shelter to take you back safely. The difficulties and costs were beyond your imagination. If it were not for you, I would not even do it for 2 sacred blood beast souls. How about you give me a map, and I can travel on my own?" Hansen pondered and suggested, "Without someone leading the way, you might easily run into troubles. Think again before you choose to do this," advised Hyunfu Pinking. "That's fine. I just need a map," insisted Hansen. There was no way he would give her the sacred blood beast soul. However, the map, which was not even very detailed, was a trade secret. Hansen used 5 mutant beast souls to buy all the data and map from Hyunfu Pinking. There was not anything about super creatures on the Skynet or the special squad insider materials. It was very likely that humans had never killed a super creature so far. Maybe some people had encountered super creatures, but since they were not able to kill one, they would never know that it was a super creature, but took for granted that it was an especially strong sacred blood creature. When Hansen first saw the golden growler, he also thought it was just a strong sacred blood creature and did not realize there was a higher level. Without any data, Hansen had to rely on himself to kill super creatures. Without any way to gain a super beast soul, Hansen had to practice some stronger hyper-geno arts. Hansen would max out on his sacred geno points one day, which was bound to happen. However, even with all 4 types of geno points maxed out, Hansen did not believe he could be a threat to any super creature. Hansen found Bai Yishin's number from his comlink. As a professor and meister in the St. Hall, Bai Yishin was a part of many research programs of hyper-geno arts. There should be no one that knew hyper-geno arts better than him. Hansen decided to ask for his help. Professor, I have some questions about hyper-geno arts that I'd like to ask you. Do you have a minute? What you want to ask? Asked Bai Yishin. I want to know, in all the hyper-geno arts that could be practiced by the unevolved, which one had the most destructive power? Hansen asked. Destructive power is a vague term. Bai Yishin thought about it and said, for example, the yin-yang blast you practice could be very destructive if you use it properly. You could even use a mutant beast soul weapon to kill a sacred blood creature with that hyper-geno art. Isn't that enough? It is unfortunate that what I want to kill is much stronger sacred blood creatures, thought Hansen. Seeing the disappointment in Hansen's face, Bai Yishin touched his chin and thought for a long while before he said, I can't say there isn't, but... Bai Yishin paused and did not continue. Hansen, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He thought there was no hope and did not expect to get a positive answer. You know that hyper-geno arts all came from ancient martial arts. More than 20 years ago, an incomplete version of Heresy Sutra was unearthed. Since it was incomplete, most ancient martial arts recorded in the book are no longer suitable for practice. Only an ancient martial art called Heresy Mantra was relatively complete. If you could practice this ancient martial art to a certain level, it would be easy for you to break gold with bare hands. Is the Heresy Mantra in the S-class section of the St. Hall? Asked Hansen excitedly. Bai Yishin shook his head and said, although many authoritative professors had done research about the Heresy Mantra and wanted to modify it into a hyper-geno art, they had discovered its problems after many experiments. So, is the Heresy Mantra not as powerful as they thought it would be? Asked Hansen. Bai Yishin replied, it's not that. After practicing Heresy Mantra, the volunteers did experience incredible enhancement in their physique. However, they also went through something weird. Something weird. Hansen looked at Bai Yishin. Bai Yishin pondered and organized his words. So, every volunteer who tried to practice Heresy Mantra would have too good an appetite. After hearing Bai Yishin's reply, Hansen was dazed. He assumed it was some serious issue and did not expect it to be as simple as too good an appetite. Bai Yishin knew what Hansen was thinking from his look. He said seriously, maybe you cannot imagine what it's like to have too good an appetite. I'll put it this way, normal people would feel full, but those who practiced Heresy Mantra would lose the sense of fullness. The 6 volunteers had witnessed great improvements in their speed and strength. However, because of the unbearable hunger, they all gave up practicing. Since none of them had reached the first phase of Heresy Mantra, the enhancement of their physique disappeared with their sense of hunger. We had many volunteers who had practiced it, but none of them could get past the hunger. Nobody could persist to finish the first phase, said Bai Yishin. There are 4 phases, keeping the vital energy, seeing through the mirage, longevity, and immortality. The volunteers never even reached the first phase of keeping the vital energy. That was why Heresy Mantra was never adapted into a hyper-geno art. Hansen had been practicing the first phase of Heresy Mantra, preserving vital energy. Heresy Mantra was different from Jadeskin in that it did not enhance one's physique overall, but focused on the strength in blood. Blood came from the heart and went through the veins in the whole body. Hence, by practicing Heresy Mantra, one's heart and veins would become stronger. If the heart could be compared to an engine, then its horsepower could be improved by as much as 10 times after one practiced Heresy Mantra. If it was not done correctly, the other 3 phases would cause one's heart to explode. Hansen did not dare to slack a little bit when practicing Heresy Mantra. After several days, Hansen started to feel the sense of hunger Bai Yishin described. No matter how much he ate, he would still feel hungry, not only in his stomach, but his entire body. Among all the footnotes, Hansen had noticed an interesting hypothesis. The reason for the hunger during the practice was that heresy mantra needed a huge amount of energy to improve the genes that controlled the heart and veins, while the nutrition contained in food was not enough. In this case, the entire body was under a lot of pressure, and all the energy went to support those specific body parts, which was why other parts of the body had basically no energy. This theory was not corroborated. The previous volunteers were consuming most advanced nutrition solutions every day, which was still not enough to balance the hunger, which made people question the theory. This is incredible hunger. Riding on Meowth, Hansen was about to starve. He had eaten more than 10 pounds of mutant meat. If he continued to eat, his stomach would probably explode. However, in addition to the feeling of hunger, Hansen also felt energetic. The two contrastive feelings filled his body, which made Hansen understand why the previous volunteers would give up. It was definitely a cruel torture. As Hansen practiced more, both feelings got stronger. Hansen had hunted a lot of mutant creatures on his way and ate their meat, but it did not help. While feeling the incredible hunger, Hansen also felt his strength was improving rapidly and even his heart was beating stronger. On the map from Huanfu Pinking, all the paths had been tested by different teams in Ares Marshall Hall, so none of the paths was dangerous. Even the riskier parts of the paths were marked clearly, and solutions or tips were always provided. After Hansen was on the road himself, he came to understand how precious the map was. Its value, like Huanfu Pinking said, was well beyond 5 mutant beast souls. With this map, one could easily start to trade among these shelters, so the map was a highly valuable trade secret. Hansen did not know what was the reason for Huanfu Pinking to give him this map. By taking this map, he did over one. After half a year, Hansen traveled past 5 shelters. He did not even want to think back on this period of time. It was not because of all the risks and dangers on the way, but mainly because the terrible feelings he had when practicing heresy mantra. Hansen was devastated in the first 2 months when he just started practicing. In the end, he still made it and finished the first phase. Both his heart and veins were strengthened significantly. The main reason for his success was that whenever he felt the hunger was getting unbearable, he would practice Jadeskin. Then the coolness would flow in his body and ease his hunger. The hunger suddenly disappeared after he finished the first phase. However, in 3 months, Hansen's weight dropped from 170 pounds to 110 pounds. Even his bones were sticking out. Because none of the previous volunteers had gone this far, Hansen was not sure if his experience was unique. After finishing the first phase, Hansen started to practice the second phase of heresy mantra, seeing through the mirage. Then, Hansen felt his body was like a withered plant receiving water. After eating lots of mutant meat, he started to gain his weight back. The hunger was gone, so were the contrastive senses. In his practice, he felt more and more fulfilled. It seemed that his entire body was becoming stronger, and his current cardiac functions were much stronger than a normal person. When he completed the third phase longevity, he should be able to hurt a super creature, at least the baby golden growler. However, when Hansen started to practice the third phase, his progress became much slower. He could still feel he was moving forward, but he could no longer complete the third phase in 3 months. Hansen estimated that he would probably be able to finish the third phase in a year. After returning to Steel Armor Shelter, Hansen came back to his own room immediately. He had been feeding the Cloud Beast for over a year, and it was a huge waste of time. When Hansen went back to his room and saw the Cloud Beast, he could not believe what he saw. The Cloud Beast was there and had evolved, but it seemed somehow different from the sacred blood Cloud Beasts he used to eat. This Cloud Beast almost turned transparent and was surrounded in an aura. Why does this one look so different? Staring at the Cloud Beast, Hansen suddenly had a thought that gave him a chill. Hansen killed the Cloud Beast as fast as he could, and heard a voice that almost made himself jump. Super creature Cloud Beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its life essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points. Vegan edible. It works like this. So it works like this. Hansen was almost speechless. He could not believe in his wildest dream that the black crystal could be so miraculous that it could even produce a super creature. Before Hansen could dissect the body of the Cloud Beast, it gradually dissolved. A black crystal and a white one fell on the floor. The black crystal was the one Hansen found, and the white one was about the size of a pigeon egg, which was the life essence of the Cloud Beast. Hansen could not believe that the seemingly ordinary black crystal could produce super creatures that the entire mankind failed to hunt. Hansen became wild with joy as he finally had an access to Super Geno points and possibly Super Beast souls. If he had gained a Super Beast soul, maybe he could kill super creatures before he finished the fourth phase of Heresy Mantra. Hansen quickly went to the market, bought another Cloud Beast, and fed it with the Black Crystal. He was very curious to know how long it took for a Cloud Beast to evolve into a super creature. Life essence of super creature Cloud Beast eaten. 1 Super Geno point gained. Hansen heard the continuous voice and felt on top of the world, as an incredible strength filled his body. Hansen felt his bones and flesh were developing again, as if he were a child. In the end, the Cloud Beast provided 9 Super Geno points to Hansen. Time was a scary thing, especially in such an interstellar age. Each moment, many shocking incidents happened on the planets occupied by mankind. Many strong men fell, and many new stars were born. In 2 years, too many things had happened and too many things had been forgotten. There were people who were not as forgetful, such as Jingjia. Many people admired the Jings for the fact that they had a genius like Jingjiu. However, only those who truly knew the family knew. Jingjiu had a more brilliant brother named Jingjia. Although Jingjia was Jingjiu's little brother, those who had met him could only describe him as impressive. Jingjiu was a monster who could reach the top in every field, and his brother was someone who could reach beyond the top. The brother's grandfather had hired a lot of martial arts professors to instruct the two of them. Jingjiu was able to listen to and learn from all the professors, while Jingjia could not have the same professor for over 3 months. Jingjia had so many questions and thoughts that even the professor would be rendered speechless. All his professors quit within 3 months, because they believed they had nothing that they could teach the kid. In the eyes of Jingjia, Jingjiu was his idol. Jingjia was Jingjiu's biggest fan. In his eyes, his older brother was always sparkling like diamond. However, Jingjiu lost to Hansen in the archery tournament. He believed that Jingjiu only lost to Hansen because of the tactics picked by his coach. If it had been a fair game, Jingjia believed that Jingjiu would have won for sure. At this point, Jingjia had every desire to beat Hansen and tell him that he was not even as good as the big toe of his old brother. Spinning arrow. What is so fancy about that? Jingjia turned down all the invites from the Alliance Central Military Academy and other famous schools, and chose to come to Blackhawk Military Academy. Of course, the boy was not here to join Hansen's team, but wanted to beat him and tell him he was not nearly as good as Jingjiu. Jingjia was an elegant young man. When he was enrolled, no one knew that he was the brother of Jingjiu, but a lot of girls had already fallen in love with him for his looks. Soon, Jingjia proved that he was not just a pretty boy. Wanting to compete with Hansen, Jingjia participated in every item that Hansen was once in, including Warframes, black and white boxing, archery, and Hand of God. Jingjia won the championship in all these items and became the brightest star in Blackhawk. Since Hansen was already a senior student, he no longer needed to participate in different societies, which was why he had quit the school archery team. In fact, since Hansen came back to Blackhawk, people could barely see him. Jingjia wanted an opportunity to beat Hansen, but found that he could barely find the guy. Hansen was spending a lot of time in God's sanctuary, and seldom appeared on campus. Hansen. When the figure came closer, Jingjia asked, "Yes, you are." Hansen regarded Jingjia and was sure that he did not know this boy. "My name is Jingjia, a freshman in the archery department. I hope you could teach me a thing or two in archery when you have time," said Jingjia with a smile. "Brother, I am so sorry, but I haven't really had much time recently." Hansen had not heard the name Jingjia and thought Jingjia was one of his fans. Hansen patted Jingjia on the shoulder and left. Seeing Hansen rushing past him, Jingjia suddenly said, "Jingjiu is my older brother." Hansen stopped and turned around. He looked at Jingjia in surprise and asked, "You are Jingjiu's little brother." The reason that Hansen was surprised was that he remembered Jingjiu as a strong opponent. At the time being, Jingjiu was indeed much stronger than himself. Hansen did not expect that Jingjiu's little brother would be a Blackhawk student. "Do you think we can compete in archery now?" Jingjia asked Hansen with a smile. He did not take Hansen lightly but was confident that he could beat Hansen. Without thinking, Hansen grinned and said, "That sounds boring. Let's just forget about it. Give my best to Jingjiu." Hansen left without a second thought, leaving Jingjia dumbstruck and a bit humiliated. Hansen talked to him like talking to a child. Jingjia felt like he wasn't even taken as a deserving opponent of Hansen's. However, Hansen did not mean to make Jingjia feel this way. He did treat Jingjia like a boy, because in fact, Jingjia was 3 or 4 years younger than himself. Among the unevolved, few deserved his time. Many people who could match him such as Lin Feng and King Xuan had all gone to Second God's Sanctuary. At this point, Hansen was not at all interested in people remaining in First God's sanctuary. I hope I can win once today. Hansen chose a holographic device in the training hall on campus and logged in an online combat platform. The combat platform that Hansen entered was named Gladiator. As an unofficial combat platform, it would not categorize the players based on their status like an official one would. On the Gladiator platform, players were able to choose to enter the unevolved section or the evolver section. Since it was not operated by the Alliance, personal information was unknown to the operator. Since entering Gladiator half a year ago, Hansen had won 4 times in total. The first time, he encountered an unevolved person who clicked into the wrong section. The second time, his opponent did not finish the combat and had to go take care of something in real life. So, Hansen have only won twice really. As for his losses, Hansen did not even bother to count, but the number was for sure 4 digits. At this point, his fitness index had passed 20, which was the best of the best among the unevolved. Very few of the unevolved persons could raise even one indicator above 20, let alone the overall index. It was easy to imagine how strong Hansen was. This number was also under the condition of Hansen not using Heresy Mantra. When Hansen used Heresy Mantra, his strength would be even more impressive. However, although it seemed a great number of them on the unevolved, an index of 20 was too weak among evolvers. Very soon, Hansen was matched with someone and sent to a scene mimicking the Colosseum, which was the classic themes in Gladiator. Standing at the entrance, Hansen was able to see his opponent's profile while waiting for the countdown. His opponent's ID was slaying all with double blades, which sounded fierce. He was a man around 30 years old, holding a pair of shamshers, a player using double blades for sure, but Hansen did not know if he could slay all. Hansen thought about it, switched to the weapon interface, and picked a pair of shamshers similar to the one his opponent used. Hansen's goal was to learn from his opponent, so he would always choose the exact same weapon as used by his opponent. Hansen's ID was a soldier on warship, because he would give anything to work on the warship where Jai Yanran served, even just as a soldier. However, his opponents would often think that he was really a soldier serving on a warship. Slaying all with double blades thought the same and scoffed. 4 wins and more than 1,000 losses. How dare you, a mere soldier, despise me? I will teach you a lesson soon. Slaying all with double blades was very confident in his shamshir skills. Having practiced since childhood, he was especially good with double blades. Although he had not been an evolver for long, his weapon skills were among the top among evolvers. Even in Ares Martial Hall, not many could reach the level he did with double blades. Slaying all with double blades was holding one shamshir in each hand with one facing forward and the other facing backward. This unique gesture made his technique stand out. Without saying anything, Slaying all with double blades rushed toward Hansen as fierce as thunder. Hansen regarded him curiously. It was the first time Hansen had seen someone holding weapons this way. Hansen did not understand such techniques and was still holding his shamshirs the ordinary way. But he had also learned a lot about using double blades from the skeleton, which would be as strong as any S-class blade skills. The double blades kept coming in both directions, making it impossible to defend himself. Hansen became exhilarated. His opponent was not too much stronger than him in fitness index. Hansen estimated the number should be around 25, higher than his, but not much higher. However, his opponent had an incredible weapon skill, which made the person the ideal opponent of Hansen's. If his opponent was too strong in physique and had a fitness index around 30, or 40, Hansen would lose too fast and would not be able to learn too much from him. Someone like Slaying all with double blades was perfect, a bit stronger than Hansen in physique, but incredibly good at techniques. Hansen became focused and fought him with what he learned from the skeleton. Although his opponent was at an advantage, he was never able to cause any fatal damage. Slaying all with double blades became more and more astonished. A soldier on warship was clearly inferior to himself in fitness index, but he had never seen such weird skills. Every blow from Hansen and every step he took would cost his opponent lots of trouble. Slaying all with double blades felt that everything was disordered, which confused him as when to attack. Slaying all with double blades knew that he was stronger than his opponent and had better skills, but there was nothing he could do to win. Although he was at an advantage, he did not feel good. I can't continue like this, otherwise I will really lose. I can't imagine how strong people are in Gladiator. Even someone with only 4 wins and more than 1,000 losses had such awe-inspiring skills. I have to show all I have now. Feeling shocked, Hansen's opponents did not dare to reserve anything and turned the tips of both his shamshirs backward. 13 slashes were one of the hardest techniques to learn. Very few people could actually use 13 slashes, which was one of the secret skills in Ares Martial Hall. The reason that Slaying All with Double Blades could learn 13 slashes was that his father worked as one of the administrator of Ares Martial Hall. As he used 13 slashes, Hansen was suddenly under a huge crisis. The two shamsters kept getting faster and weirder. After fending off 7 blows, Hansen could not block the 8th slash. He stepped forward and dodged the slash, but the 9th attack cut his skin open. They were both in a simulated system, so there was no blood. The system notified that Hansen's health went down by 27%. If the health went down to 0, then the player would be kicked out of the game and deemed the loser, unless the player was beheaded or driven through the heart by a weapon. The game would end when one's health was drained. If it were in real life, Hansen would have been killed by now. Hansen's eyes lit up and used Sparkle to avoid the next attack from his opponent. The shamsters were like devil's fangs, dancing away in his opponent's hands, leaving one injury after another on Hansen's body. However, his opponent did not even feel good about it. Although he had injured Hansen, he still felt incredibly constrained. Each time he thought he was going to finish Hansen off, he merely left a small cut on Hansen. Holding the shamsters backward, Slaying All with Double Blades again used the secret skill, 13 slashes. Hansen's eyes were as calm as a deep pool, reflecting each and every move of his opponent. The first time he used 13 slashes, he managed to cut Hansen on the 9th blow. However, this time, only the 10th slash started to leave a small cut on Hansen, and the last 3 slashes did not work too well either. After the 13 slashes, Hansen still had 11% of his health remaining, much more than his opponent thought. Slaying All with Double Blades could not understand why the second round was so much less effective. However, all he could think about at this point was to get rid of Hansen as soon as possible. No matter what, after a third round, Hansen would be out for sure. In the third round, Hansen was able to block the first 11 slashes, and only 2 out of 13 slashes managed to hurt Hansen, taking away another 5% of his health. Although Hansen only had 5% of his health left, to his opponent's shock, none of the slashes could hurt Hansen in the 4th round. Hansen grinned. Panorama included all sorts of fundamental techniques. Despite that they were not advanced, they served as the basics of the more advanced skills. He had fought Slaying All with Double Blades for a long time, so he had already gained much understanding of how his opponent used force. After that, Hansen was even more excited to learn the ultimate Double Blade skill, 13 slashes. This fight was the best one for Hansen in the last 6 months. Most of his opponents before were much stronger than him in the fitness index. A difference of 10 points in the index was decisive at this stage. Hansen had the luck to encounter an opponent from whom he could learn a lot. In addition, their small difference in fitness level also bought Hansen enough time to learn 13 slashes. The key to 13 slashes was its smoothness. There was hardly any pause between one slash and the next. 13 slashes seemed to be one. Once cut by one slash, it would be impossible to avoid the following. There were also some tutorials on how to achieve smoothness between movements in Panorama, which Hansen had practiced before. While Hansen was learning, his opponent widened his eyes. Although Hansen had only 5% of his health left, he could not hit Hansen again whatsoever. He had used 13 slashes a dozen times, yet failed to harm Hansen. 13 slashes was by no means easy to copy. He had started to lay the foundation since he was 10 years old and was only able to start practicing 13 slashes since he entered God's Sanctuary at 16. Even with many years of foundation, it still took Slaying All with Double Blades more than a month to learn 13 slashes. Now his opponent had only watched it a dozen times. It should have been impossible for Hansen to imitate the skill. With 5% of health left, Hansen could easily be eliminated with one mistake. Here it comes. Slaying All with Double Blades held back his anger and watched Hansen's moves closely, ready to give him a deadly blow once he saw a mistake. Unfortunately, Slaying All with Double Blades underestimated his opponent. Although Hansen had never practiced 13 slashes, he had put a lot of effort in practicing the smoothness between his moves. Lacking a point of reference, he had never been able to use it well. Having watched 13 slashes, Hansen had fully understood the essence of smoothness so that he could easily master his opponent's skill. Hansen quickly left Gladiator after beating Huang Yulei, because he wanted to teach Zhang Denfeng 13 slashes. He had promised Zhang Denfeng that he would find the friend a nice blade skill. Zhang Denfeng would not accept an S-Class St. Hall license, and when he tried to teach Zhang Denfeng the skeleton's daggers skills, Zhang Denfeng could not grasp the essence. The skeleton's dagger skills were demanding on the user's flexibility and understanding of order. However, Zhang Denfeng always pursued a swift and fierce style, so it was only natural that the skeleton's skills did not fit him. 13 slashes, however, was very likely Zhang Denfeng's cup of tea. Hansen was eager to teach it to Zhang Denfeng so that his friend could improve. Hansen called Zhang Denfeng, who happened to be in the alliance, and showed him 13 slashes via the holographic image, which Zhang Denfeng loved. Praising the amazing skill, Zhang Denfeng asked Hansen to teach him all about it. It was midnight when Hansen finished teaching Zhang Denfeng. Planning to go to bed, Hansen heard his comlink ringing. It was Young Manly's number. Hansen answered the call and saw Young Manly's holographic image. "We have a difficult client, and no one could take care of him," Young Manly said casually. Hansen frowned and asked, "Even you? In more than a month, I will evolve and go to Second God's Sanctuary. So, you must take care of the things from now on," said Young Manly, blinking. Young Manly was a terrible liar. Whenever she lied, she would blink. The real reason that Young Manly asked Hansen to take care of the client was that she actually failed to do so. Hansen was excited to hear the news. Where there was a nest, there was an egg. Maybe he even had a chance at a super beast soul, which was crucial to him at this stage. After learning what had happened, Hansen became more cheerful. It was the Son of Heaven gang that discovered this nest first. However, after Son of Heaven and his henchmen evolved and entered Second God's Sanctuary, their gang was not what it used to be. It had become a second-class gang at this point. Currently, the strongest three forces were the Steel Armor Gang, the Fist Gang, and the Disciples. The Steel Armor Gang was backed by the Special Squad and recruited a lot of military school students randomly assigned to the Steel Armor Shelter. Therefore, Steel Armor Gang remained the strongest in the shelter. The Disciples was something established by Yuan and King. With many good men on their team, they were only second to the Steel Armor Gang. Many of the leaders of the Fist Gang had also evolved and left. Littlefinger was the only one who was managing the gang at this point. With some fresh blood, the gang was still considered top 3 in the shelter, but it was not as strong as before. Although the Son of Heaven gang was the first to discover the nest, they did not gain any benefits after entering the nest. Instead, they suffered a great loss. According to the survivors, there were at least 1,000 creatures in the nest, some of which were sacred blood creatures. After getting the news, Young Manly organized the Steel Armor gang to march toward the nest, and on behalf of the Special Squad, Hansen also brought Gambler and the other 2 Special Squad members. At this point, the Special Squad was basically constituted of new people, except for Hansen and Gambler. When they reached the nest, the Disciples and the Fist Gang had also arrived. A bunch of people stopped at the center of the Life Lotus, and none dared to enter first. Seeing Hansen, Yuan, King, and Littlefinger said hi. "Brothers, we cannot stand here forever. How about we set some rules?" Yuan said with a smile. "What kind of rules?" Littlefinger replied. Since the Fist Gang was the weakest at the moment, he did not want any conflicts. Yuan thought about it and said, "How about we do a lucky draw to decide which group shall enter the nest first? It will be all about luck." "Agreed," said Littlefinger. No one had any different opinions. Yuan then suggested Hansen make the lots, to which everyone else agreed. Since they all knew who Hansen was, no one believed he would be playing tricks. To be fair, Hansen, who was responsible for making the lots, had to draw after everyone else. In the end, the one lot left for Hansen said he should go in the last, after all 3 other teams. This case, Hansen had no one to blame but his own luck. The other teams thought Littlefinger would spend at least hours in the nest. However, their team emerged from the entrance with several people hurt and several people missing. The rest looked at the team in surprise, and King asked Littlefinger what happened. Littlefinger cursed. "The Sons of Bitch Gang are horrible people. They attracted the attention of God knows how many creatures. A whole lot of mutant creatures and sacred blood creatures are blocking the way. Since it was very narrow, we could only go one at a time, and no one could fight off so many advanced creatures alone, so we had to come back. What bad luck. It is blocked. Let's go and have a look." Yuan did not believe the creatures were so strong that people could not enter. Yuan and King's team went back even faster than the Fist Gang. However, they were clearly in better shape. Everyone was back, and they were only slightly injured. Damn the sons of bitches. It is completely blocked. We can't even tell how many creatures are inside. And the path is so narrow, muttered King after he came back. If the nest had never been entered before, they could still choose to slowly kill off the creatures. However, at this point thousands of creatures were blocking the path, which meant the first person going down would walk into an ambush. Everybody looked to Hansen. Hansen had the least people, only 3 team members and himself. Let's go there and check it out, Hansen smiled and said to Gambler. Gambler and the other teammates nodded and followed Hansen down the nest. After going through the winding path, the special squad soon arrived at the wall of green gold which was already broken. Several Z-steel shields were put up to block the broken part of the wall. The thick fields were all deformed from attacks, which looked frightening. Through the gaps, they could still see lots of creatures jostling. Many claws had reached out from the gaps. Seeing the 4 people, all the creatures near the shields started to screech and knock on the shields which were about to be shattered. No wonder none of them went inside. This is goddamn mission impossible. Gambler shook his head after seeing what was behind the wall. Damn those sons of bitches. The 2 new members of the special squad Genkai and Ju Qingyu looked frightened as well. Hansen, let's go back now. There is no way we can go farther. We have to wait for the creatures inside to come out, and by then we can kill them slowly. Afterwards, maybe we can find a chance to go in, said Gambler. Alright, you guys go back. I can go inside alone, decided Hansen. Genkai and Ju Qingyu widened their eyes and said, Captain, that is too dangerous. Hansen smiled and said, although it is dangerous now, there is a chance to break the egg. After the creatures rushed out, everybody would have a chance at the egg then. Just go back to the entrance, I will take a look inside, and if it doesn't work, I would retreat as well. Hansen, I should go with you. It is too dangerous, Gambler gritted his teeth and said. That's okay, I can do it alone. There are too many creatures inside, and I would be more efficient alone. I'll be back in a while after I break the egg. Hansen then summoned the Sacred Blood Phantom Ant Armor and 3-blade harpoon. Seeing that Hansen was determined, Gambler did not say anything. However, he insisted on waiting for Hansen at the wall, so that it would be safer for Hansen to come back. Hansen nodded and cut the Z-steel sticks supporting the shields. The shields were immediately pushed away by the fierce creatures. Hansen waved his harpoon and beheaded a creature coming at him, its blood flowing like a stream. Hansen kicked the dead creature in the head and its body blocked the creatures coming after him, making some space for Hansen to squeeze himself inside. Will Captain be fine? Genkai swallowed and asked. There were so many creatures that even with the protection of Sacred Blood armor, safety will not be guaranteed. Relax. He is a prudent fellow and would never do something that he is not certain of. Since he dared to go, he could definitely make it. Having spent a lot of time with Hansen, Gambler knew Hansen best. If Gambler did not want to evolve with his sacred geno points maxed out, he would have gone to Second God's Sanctuary a long time ago. In fact, Gambler did not believe too much in his own words. There were simply too many advanced creatures that he saw more than 30 mutant creatures and a Sacred Blood Black Spirit at a glance. Gambler was not sure about the level of the creatures he did not recognize, so there might be more Sacred Blood creatures. Seeing Hansen besieged by Sacred Blood creatures, Ju Qingyu said with his voice shaking, "It is too risky." Captain did not even know what was going on inside. No one could tell how many Sacred Blood creatures there were. As they spoke, Hansen had already disappeared in the group of creatures. His team members could only tell their captain was still fighting from the roaring of the creatures. Don't just stand there. There are creatures coming out, fight them off. Gambler exclaimed and slashed his weapon at a creature coming toward the path. The risky situation in others' eyes was like a walk on the beach for Hansen. Wherever he went, blood would bloom like flowers. One creature after another fell under his 3-blade harpoon. Nothing could touch him other than the splashing blood. Golden Rock Worm King was summoned by Hansen, which was already as large as a tank. Opening its mouth, the worm swallowed all the creatures Hansen killed. Although the Golden Rock Worm King had not transformed yet, its shell was so hard that even a mutant creature could not hurt it. Except for its bean-sized eyes, it did not have any Achilles heel. It could only get hurt when a Sacred Blood creature launched an attack directly at it. In the beginning, Gambler, Genkai and Ju Qingyu felt some pressure trying to stop the creatures from coming at the path. But gradually, they found that the creatures no more came their way. When they looked inside, they saw a person covered in blood slaying away in the group of creatures, with piles of bodies stacked next to his feet. The devil-like figure was imprinted in Genkai and Ju Qingyu's minds. They would never forget about what they saw. They were new members of the special squad and had never seen Hansen in a combat. The only time they saw Hansen showing his strength was with the boomerang. When they just joined the special squad, rumor had it that Hansen became the head of the special squad because of nepotism. Many said he had some special relationship with King Chuan. For the time they had entered God's Sanctuary, they had never seen anyone killing creatures like this. Hansen was slaughtering the creatures as if they were chickens. The slaughter was so thrilling that even Genkai and Ju Qingyu wanted to join him and feel the heat of the blood on their skin. Suddenly, they saw the sacred blood murky beast throwing itself at Hansen from his back. The murky beast looked like a cross between a lion and a tiger, with 2 heads and 3 tails, covered in steel like feathers. "Captain, watch!" Before Zhang Kai and Zhu Qingyu could finish their words, they suddenly froze. Hansen moved as fast as electricity. Grabbing a lion-like head, Hansen cut it off with the 3-blade harpoon. The slaughter continued. The creatures were killed by Hansen one by one. "He is becoming more and more awesome." Gambler leaned against the stone wall, lit a cigarette, and sighed. "Gambler, has the captain always been so strong?" Zhang Kai couldn't help asking. "What should I say? I used to teach him things." Gambler inhaled deeply and blew a cloud of smoke. "For real?" Both Zhang Kai and Zhu Qingwu widened their eyes and could not believe that. "Look at how he draws his weapon. You can't even tell where the weapon was hidden. This is called sleeve-a-blade, passed down in my family. If Hansen were not a genius in martial arts, I would never have taught him my family secret. Luckily, he did not let me down," bragged Gambler, enjoying the worship in Zhang Kai and Zhu Qinglu's eyes. Gambler would never admit that he only taught Hansen sleeve-a-blade for some dirty movies. Eventually, Hansen had come to the egg. Looking at the giant egg, Hansen slashed at it without hesitation, identifying beast soul. As Hansen cleared away the remaining creatures absent-mindedly, he again witnessed the formation of a beast soul, which turned out to be a long sword burning with black flames. Beast soul identified. Sacred blood beast soul devil sword gained. Others might celebrate this result, but Hansen was slightly disappointed. Despite that a sacred blood beast soul was precious, what Hansen needed was a super beast soul. Since he had come thus far, Hansen decided to wipe clean all the remaining creatures. For once, the Golden Rock Worm King could not eat anymore. Although there were mutant creatures left, it stopped moving around. Hansen had been feeding the Worm King for a long time, but it was the first time he had seen the Worm King stop eating, which amazed Hansen. Huang Yulei and Zhu had waited for him for 2 days. They were about to give up since Hansen was never online. This day when Zhu logged in, he sent another invite to a soldier on warship. This time, he did not hear the prompt tone of the system. Zhu quickly sent a voice message to Huang Yulei. "Huang Yulei, the soldier is online." "Ah, where are you? Did he agree to fight?" "This time we must teach him a lesson," said Huang Yulei hurriedly. Zhu quickly sent Huang Yulei an invite to observe. Huang Yulei clicked yes and found himself on the stands of the Colosseum, and he was not alone. Huang Yulei was surprised to find someone else there, and he knew that person as well. "Desperado, how come you're here as well?" Huang Yulei quickly asked the person next to him. "I was about to ask you the same thing," said Desperado. "Zhu did not invite me. A soldier on warship is in my friend list. I saw him entering a fight and chose to watch." Huang Yulei was shocked and asked, "How come you are his friend? Do you know him?" Desperado was one of the more advanced evolvers in Ares Martial Hall. He was only second to Queen. If Desperado was the soldier's friend, then it was very likely that the soldier was also a big shot in Ares Martial Hall. "No, I do not know him. I was only randomly matched with him a couple times. I added him because I found him interesting." Desperado then asked Huang Yulei, "So what is this about?" Huang Yulei did not answer but asked, "This person is on your level." No wonder Huang Yulei was surprised. No evolver could beat Desperado in Ares Martial Hall, except for Queen. Desperado said he had fought the soldier several times, which meant the soldier was on the same level as Desperado. In this case, there was no way that Zhu could beat him. He is not. I was able to beat him each time in a very short amount of time. His fitness is just so-so, but... Desperado paused. "But what?" asked Huang Yulei hurriedly. "This person gave me a strange feeling. Even I was able to beat him easily. I did not feel good about the win. So I added him as a friend and wanted to see his other fights. Just now, I saw him entering a fight and chose to watch. I didn't realize that I would meet you guys here," said Desperado. With some reluctance, Huang Yulei explained his encounter with the soldier. "What are you saying? You learned 13 slashes after watching a dozen times." Desperado regarded Huang Yulei incredulously. "I suspect that he was hiding his real ability in the beginning. He must have always known 13 slashes, otherwise it was impossible for him to learn in such a short amount of time," said Huang Yulei. "That is very likely." Desperado nodded and looked to the Colosseum. The fight had begun. Zhu had a special way to twist joints. Once grabbed by him, his opponent would immediately be put out of action because of the pain. Of course, in a simulated fight there was no pain involved. However, Zhu's grappling was still very handy on someone weaker than him. As the fight began, Zhu immediately approached Hansen. The reason why Huang Yulei asked Zhu to kick Hansen's ass, in addition to their close relationship, was that Zuju's specialty allowed him to disable Hansen and force Hansen to surrender. The most humiliating way of losing in a simulated fight was undoubtedly to surrender. After all, one could never die in the simulated fight, so everyone would want to fight until the end instead of giving in. Crack! Hansen's right hand, which was holding Zuju's wrist, was immediately dislocated by this flick. Zuju's left hand then wound around Hansen's right arm and put his shoulder out. With his wrist and shoulder both dislocated, Hansen had lost all movability of his right arm. If they were in reality, only the pain would make Hansen scream. However, this was just a simulated fight. Hansen was not significantly hurt and was only taken off 7% from his health. Seeing Hansen trying to retreat, Zuju immediately followed up. Suddenly, Zuju saw Hansen grabbing his own right arm with his left hand and put the dislocated joints back to place. Zuju couldn't help frowning. Hansen was very skilled at it, that he must be someone who had practiced similar skills before. However, Zuju did not pay too much attention to that. Hansen was so much worse in fitness than Zuju that even if Hansen had practiced diversion, he would not be able to compare to Zuju. Zuju threw himself at Hansen one more time. The two were 10 points apart in their fitness index. Even if Hansen wanted to run away, it could not be done. Without moving a muscle, Hansen's heart suddenly started to beat much stronger and faster than a normal person's. Motivated by the heartbeat, the cayenne blood in his body started to flow at a high speed, pushing Hansen's fitness to a high level. Although Hansen's fitness index was still lower than 30, but his strength and speed must be around 28. Indeed, he was faking it. His fitness level is not that low. Wang Yulei exclaimed when he saw Hansen's speed and strength got much better. Watching Hansen, Desperado remained silent. He felt Hansen's behaviors were strange, but he could not tell how so. Hansen and Zuju were once again at each other's throat. Although Hansen had used heresy mantra to enhance his fitness level, he was still much less stronger than Zuju. In addition, Zuju's grappling and diversion techniques were both much better than Hansen's. Therefore, Hansen was still at an absolute disadvantage. Hansen's arms were dislocated by Zuju a couple more times, but he survived each time using Ghost Hunt and the disordered footwork of the White Jade skeleton. No way. There is no way he could learn diversion from Zuju. Wang Yulei shook his head and denied his own speculation. Diversion was much more demanding on the user than 13 slashes. One must lay the foundation since little. He had hardly heard someone could succeed starting as an adult. Wang Yulei did not believe that Hansen could learn diversion during this fight, as he did not even believe that Hansen learned 13 slashes on the spot when fighting himself. As the fight continued, Wang Yulei's face became stiff. Indeed, Hansen was making incredible progress. He could clearly sense that his opponent was getting better at grappling so fast that it frightened him. Zuju found that there was little he could do against this opponent. Although he was still at an advantage, it was hard for him to beat Hansen. A soldier on warship was like a soldier in opponent's territory, fighting fearless and looking death calmly in the face. And he could do nothing to the soldier, but watch him getting stronger and stronger. Wang Yulei's pupils contracted as he saw Zuju's arm broken at a flick of Hansen's wrist. Zuju was shocked as well. He did not expect his opponent could really use diversion well. Zuju still did not believe Hansen could have learned everything in such a short amount of time. "I know why I would feel bad when beating him," exclaimed Desperado suddenly. "He was copying my moves. When he fought me, he did the same thing. No wonder I felt bad. He wanted to beat me with my own techniques." After watching Zuju and Hansen's fight, Desperado finally understood why he had that feeling. When he was fighting Hansen, although Hansen used a seemingly disordered footwork, it was not the root of his discomfort. He was upset because Hansen wanted to use his own moves against him. Because Hansen lost too fast, Desperado thought it was a coincidence that the guy practiced the same type of martial arts. Now thinking back, it was not at all a coincidence. Hansen was copying him on purpose. When Zuju clawed Hansen's chest, Hansen dislocated Zuju's wrist with a shrug. Then he quickly threw himself at Zuju. At this point, Hansen had edited Ghost Hunt with Zuju's techniques, so it was now even stronger than diversion. Walked down by Hansen, Zuju found him unable to divert Hansen's force since Hansen's haunting techniques prevented him from doing that. Unable to wriggle free, Zuju had to surrender and end the game. Having learned the tricks of diversion, Hansen was exhilarated. He stopped looking for other opponents but left Gladiator. As he still remembered everything, he decided to practice diversion a bit more. After Hansen left the training hall, he felt extremely sore. Blue veins stood out all over his body, which looked frightening. Hansen knew that it was because he had used heresy mantra for too long, which was a heavy burden on his body. Had his heart and veins not been strengthened during the first phase of heresy mantra, his organs would probably have exploded. Even after the enhancement, his body still couldn't stand the tremendous burden. At this time, Hansen became so exhausted that he could barely stand. He originally wanted to practice diversion a bit more, but could no longer do that. News was playing in the training hall, most of which was about God's sanctuary, such as someone had gone to the fourth God's sanctuary, someone had become a demigod, and someone had become a sacred blood aristocrat. After watching a while, Hansen's attention was suddenly caught by a specific message. It was a short story read by the anchor, which was soon drowned in many similar stories. However, Hansen suddenly became excited. The news was about the glory shelter in First God's sanctuary. Someone found a strong sacred blood creature in the mountains near Glory Shelter. Almost the entire Glory Shelter teamed up to hunt the creature, but they were not even able to hurt it, even at the cost of many lives. Hansen found the comments on this matter from people in Glory Shelter. Because many of them had seen the sacred blood creature, their description of it was rather clear. It was a turtle-like creature, dark as ink and large as a car. Its body was so stiff that even sacred blood weapons could not scratch its shell. Many people died in its teeth. The huge turtle was not fast, otherwise more people might have died. Many believed that this black turtle was even stronger than a sacred blood crystal-shelled turtle, and should be the strongest turtle creature that people had ever witnessed in First God's sanctuary. Many people described the fighting scene, which convinced Hansen that it was very likely to be a super creature. According to people from Glory Shelter, the black turtle was obviously much stronger than a typical sacred blood creature. No sacred blood weapons could hurt it, and its only weakness was its speed. Otherwise, more than half of the Glory Shelter would die there. Brother, you spent a long time using the holographic device and you are soaked. Keep hydrated. Someone suddenly appeared next to Hansen, throwing a bottle of water to him. To his surprise, it was Jingjia. Jingjia had been waiting for Hansen to challenge him proactively, but nothing had happened in days. Jingjia realized that Hansen was much more mature than he thought, completely unaffected by the rumors. However, Jingjia was not someone who would easily give up. Getting the message that Hansen was in the training hall, he quickly came over and waited for Hansen there. In fact, he had been here for quite a while. After Hansen came out from the device, he was sitting near Jingjia, but Jingjia did not come to him right away. The freshman first went to purchase 2 bottles of water before he sat down next to Hansen. Relax, I did not poison the water, said Jingjia with a smile. The younger brother of Jingjia would not use that kind of scheme. Hansen's words made Jingjia pause. The freshman did not realize that Hansen would have such respect for his older brother. If you are not willing to accept my challenge, then I will have to use some dirty tricks even if I don't want to. Such as? Hansen took another sip of water and asked, I know that your mom's name is Luo Sula and the shelter she belonged to in Second God's Sanctuary. And you have a sister named Han Yem. She is very cute and studies. Jingjia always had a faint smile on his face and looked harmless. When girls saw him, their hearts would race. Hearing Jingjia's words, Hansen smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Jingjia, if you want to threaten someone, you'll have to be smart. When you speak, try to act like a tough guy so that I might be scared. Jingjia's face became grim. He said, Brother, I am not joking. Leaning against the back of his chair, Hansen stretched and said slowly, Since you have investigated my family, you should know who I am. Do you dare to touch them? Now tell me again you're not joking. Jingjia smiled and said, Brother, you're right. I do not dare to touch your family, but your friends might not be as lucky. I don't dare to do anything to Wang Mingmang or Lu Meng either, but Shi Jiking and Zhang Yang were under no one's protection. I would be interested to know how you plan to hurt them in Blackhawk, said Hansen. Jingjia was still smiling. It will not be easy for me to injure them on campus, and it's gonna be a waste of time to hurt their family. But do you think I could seduce their girlfriends? You think I'm going to succeed? Jingjia, there are things that you should never do, replied Hansen solemnly. Whether Jingjia could succeed or not, he will not let it happen. If you're angry, you can take it out on me during our duel anytime, said Jingjia with politely. As you wish then. Although Hansen did not want to waste his time, he no longer wanted to tolerate the kid's provocation. He would take care of what should be taken care of. Jingjia appeared to be exhilarated. I will be waiting for you. Please keep your words, otherwise. Jingjia did not finish his sentence, but even an idiot could understand him. Hansen smiled and said, Jingjia did not teach his brother well, so I will be a good friend and do that for him. Jingjia was a bit upset hearing that, but he did not talk back. Since Hansen had agreed to his challenge, all he needed to do was beating Hansen. The next morning, before Hansen and Jingjia got there, the stands around the archery range was packed with audience. This Chen, you're also here to see the duel. Sidu Xiang looked at Chen Ling in surprise. Yes, Hansen once represented the Martial Arts Society, and I have come to support him, said Chen Ling with a smile. Come and join me. The view is better here. Sidu Xiang brought Chen Ling to the coach's bench. Coach, who do you think he has a better chance, Hansen or Jin Jia? Chen Ling asked. It is very hard to say. So many things had happened to Hansen in the recent 2 years, and I can say that Jin Jia has even surpassed his brother, replied Sidu Xiang with a bitter smile. Chen Ling knew what the coach was saying, so she nodded and did not speak again. Hansen's roommates also came to cheer him up, and Wang Mingmen came with them as well. However, the stands were so full they had to watch on their feet. Can Hansen win? That Jin Jia kid is quite something, said Shi Jiking with his brows knitted. He had seen Jin Jia's match and the kid was indeed quite talented. Han said, there is something that I should probably tell you beforehand. Jin Jia walked over to Hansen and said with a smile. If you want to tell me, then tell me, said Hansen casually. Jin Jia smiled and said nothing. He walked to the bow rack, took a 16.0 practice bow, and a quiver full of arrows, and returned to Hansen. The next second, Jin Jia straightened his back, knocked an arrow, and made a shot casually. That was only a start. He then quickly shot 9 more arrows, between which there was almost no gap. The 10 arrows were like a straight line, flying toward the target 60 feet away. Students were dumbstruck. If it was very hard to believe that with a 16.0 arrow, Jin Jia was able to shoot a succession of 10 arrows. His strength was beyond their imagination. He is indeed even stronger than Jin Jiu at his age, mumbled Sidu Xiang. Chen Ling was also amazed. Among the unevolved, very few people had this kind of strength, not to mention Jin Jia was just a freshman. Jin Jia used a 16.0 bow to shoot a succession of 10 arrows, 9 of which were spinning. Judging from the way that the arrows were aligned, she knew that Jin Jia was already an archery master. A monster more formidable than Jin Jiu was, lamented Sidu Xiang. She had hoped that Hansen would win, but did not have much faith after watching Jin Jia's performance. Hansen's most impressive skill was spinning arrow, with which he beat Jin Jiu. However, Jin Jia seemed to be even better at that, and he even had a higher fitness index than his older brother. What do you think my spinning arrow, brother? Jin Jia asked, amused. Jin Jia, it is quite impressive for your age. Good job, said Hansen in appreciation. He did appreciate what Jin Jia could do. Although Jin Jia had not practiced Yin Yang Blast, he managed to achieve the effect of the spinning arrow by practicing archery techniques alone. Hearing Hansen's words, Jin Jia felt belittled. At your age, it sounded like he was a kid trying to impress his parents with a golden star awarded by school. The students were surprised by Hansen's choice of bow. He picked an 11.0 practice bow, which was too weak for any archery student. Anyone could easily use a bow like this. Hansen seems to be overly confident. Seeing Hansen's bow, Jin Jia's face darkened. He could no longer keep up his good manners and asked sharply, brother, are you really going to use the bow? Can't I? Hansen said quietly, sure. Jin Jia took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He walked away from Hansen and stopped when they were 220 feet apart. Jin Jia turned back and said to Hansen with a smile, you beat my brother at this distance. How about we have the duel under the same condition? Jin Jia had thought about this a long time ago. He wanted to avenge his brother at the same distance. As you like, said Hansen indifferently. Coach Sidu Xiang, would you do the honor and blow the whistle? Jin Jia asked Sidu Xiang with a smile. Sidu Xiang nodded, gave a pause, and blew her neck whistle. All eyes were on Hansen and Jin Jia. The moment the whistle was blown, Jin Jia shot the exact same succession of 10 arrows at Hansen. Because the bow was strong, the 10 arrows were at Hansen's face in no time. Jin Jia knew very well that although the 10 arrows seemed to be aligned, they would scatter into a storm at Hansen's face and block every direction. Thanks to the spinning techniques, Jin Jia had worked hard on spinning arrow in order to beat Hansen this way. Hansen saw what Jin Jia did, but only shot 1 arrow in a languid manner. It seemed that he did not even pull the string to the fullest, and he did not make a second shot either. Putting the bow down, Hansen stood there and watched. Looks like Hansen has given up. He didn't even want to win. No wonder he picked an 11.0 bow. The genius has fallen. Even Jin Jia was dumbstruck by Hansen's attitude. He wanted to beat Hansen, but not like this. Such a loser and such terrible skills. What point would he be making even if he could beat Hansen? It would probably bring his brother Jin Jiu more shame. If Jin Jiu had lost to a genius, Jin Jia could accept it. However, it seemed that Jin Jiu had lost to a scum. Hansen, on the other hand, was very satisfied with the shot he made. The power of the spinning arrow did not lie in its speed or strength, but how it span. Although Jingji's spinning arrow seemed impressive, in Hansen's eyes, those arrows were barely spinning. Jingji's arrow did not move aside, but was leaning toward Hansen's arrow like it was a magnet. Bang! The two arrows clashed. Hansen's slow arrow knocked Jingji's away and then became faster. Bang bang bang! Hansen's arrow clashed successively with all 10 arrows shot by Jingjia, and knocked all 10 away. Its strength was not weakened but enhanced after the cracking sounds. Whoosh! The arrow ended up on Jingjia's chest. Taking the hit, Jingjia staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. Jingjia looked down at the arrow on his chest incredulously with his mouth gaping. Silence fell on the entire range. No one anticipated this result. No one could believe that an effortless shot made by Hansen using an 11.0 practice bow could carry such miraculous power. Hansen walked to Jingjia, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Jingjia, if you want to learn the real spinning arrow, come find me when you have time. I'll teach you." Then Hansen took down the practice arrow on Jingjia's chest and put it back in the quiver. Putting the bow back on the rack, Hansen left the range. Jingjia watched Hansen leave and sat there like death. A genius is the genius. This is what spinning arrow really looks like. I know it was not that easy to mimic the genius. It seems Jingjia just learned some tricks and did not master the skill. Awesome. Hansen never took Jingjia seriously. He did so well with just an 11.0 practice bow. Imagine what he can do if he had picked a 16.01. Once again, Hansen entered the dark swamp. Last time it took him half a month to travel from Glory Shelter back to Steel Armor Shelter by way of Dark Swamp. Last time, he only had the mutant three-eyed beast as his mount and needed to fly on his own over Dark Swamp. This time, he could just use Meowth all the way as the mount, and no mutant creature could stop it. Hansen tried to kill as few creatures as possible. Except for sacred Geno points, he did not need anything. The second day he spent in Dark Swamp, Hansen saw from afar that an island was floating in the sky. He was suddenly thrilled and thought, there is a mystery island in Dark Swamp. A mystery island meant a sacred blood beast soul. In the past, Hansen needed a sacred blood ghost butterfly boomerang to kill the holy angel, but now he no longer needed that. In the entire First God's Sanctuary, there was hardly any sacred blood creature that he could not kill. Dark Swamp was remote and dangerous. It is not very likely that someone happened to be here. Therefore, Hansen believed he would not have a lot of competitors. Having summoned his sacred blood wings, Hansen flew toward the mystery island. The strong wind could not stop him at all. This time, Hansen only used the wings of the purple-feathered dragon. He did not look exactly like Dollar, but he did not mind either. No one had seen the wings without the black beetle armor. In addition, all those who had seen these sacred blood wings had evolved, including Son of Heaven. When Hansen landed on the mystery island, he frowned as he heard noises of a combat. Someone still beat him to the mystery island in Dark Swamp. Hansen saw that it was a man and woman fighting a giant wolf with silver fur. Hansen thought the wolf must be the sacred blood creature on the mystery island. Hansen could not tell who the man and woman were. It seemed that they were not from Steel Armor Shelter. Maybe they are from Glory Shelter. Both the man and woman had a fabulous set of beast souls. They not only had sacred blood wings, even their weapons and armor were sacred blood beast souls. In addition, the two of them had both shapeshifted with sacred blood humanoid beast souls. The level of the beast souls they used were shocking even to Hansen. However, with their luxurious beast souls, they were not able to beat the silver wolf. The silver wolf was so fast that when it ran, it became a blur. Hansen could tell that the silver wolf was a huge threat to the man and woman. After watching for a while, Hansen smiled and did not hurry to go over. Standing afar, he decided to watch them fight. At this point, he was able to tell that the man and woman were not the wolf's match. He had no intention to fight with them and wanted to kill the wolf after they retreated. Indeed, a man and woman found it was more and more difficult to parry with the wolf. They also seemed to have noticed Hansen and did not want to fight anymore. Fighting while retreating, the man and woman approached Hansen. "Friend, I am Ma Mingjin from Glory Shelter Gang. How about we work together to strike down this sacred blood creature?" exclaimed the man when he approached Hansen. "If we work together, Hole gets to keep the meat and beast soul," Hansen asked. "Whoever makes the fatal strike gets to keep them." Ma Mingjin was 150 feet from Hansen. "All right." Hansen smiled and joined the two. The spinning spear and the diamond sword were both kept in Hansen's backpack. Of course, Hansen will not use them. He summoned the three-blade harpoon and threw himself at the silver wolf. Ma Mingjun and Su Xinmei exchanged a look and quickly joined Hansen. They did not expect Hansen to be so decisive and were suddenly a bit scared that Hansen might snatch the beast's soul. With Hansen on the team, Ma Mingjun and Su Jinmei suddenly felt less pressured. They were both shocked by how well Hansen could fight. Since they did not know him, they thought that Hansen probably was not from Glory Shelter, otherwise they would have heard about him. The two did not dare to slack, for fear that Hansen might kill the Silver Wolf first. In fact, Hansen did not use what he got. Otherwise, the Silver Wolf would be killed in the first round. Hansen was trying to practice 13 slashes on the Silver Wolf, although the two of them had tried very hard to kill the Silver Wolf before Hansen. Hansen was the one who took the wolf's life with 13 slashes. Ma Mingjun and Su Jinmei were dazed. They had decided when to make the fatal attack, but did not foresee Hansen's sudden move, which beheaded the Silver Wolf instantaneously before they had a chance to use their trump card. Sacred Blood Creature Tornado Wolf killed. Beast Soul of Tornado Wolf gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 Sacred Geno points randomly. Hansen took a look at the Tornado Wolf Beast Soul and discovered it to be a Beast Soul mount. Hansen was pleased as he eventually gained his first Sacred Blood mount. Meowth was not a mount per se, because despite its speed, riding on that was a terrible experience. Thank you, Hansen said and went to pick up the Tornado Wall's body. 1 second, Ma Mingjun suddenly stopped Hansen. Are you going back on your words? Hansen asked calmly, without getting upset. Friend, we don't mean to do that. We just wanted to ask whether you are willing to sell the meat in Beast Soul. Ma Mingjun asked Hansen. No, Hansen rejected Ma Mingjun without a second thought. He still needed some Sacred Geno points himself. Even if he did not, his holy angel needed it. Friend, if you are willing to sell, we can make you a very generous offer. Ma Mingjun exchanged a look with Su Jinmei and said to Hansen, I'm not interested in cash, but if you have a Sacred Blood Beast Soul from Second God's Sanctuary, I could consider a swap, said Hansen quietly. From his last cooperation with Lin Beifeng, Hansen earned a cut of 700 million. Plus the mutant beast souls he gained from Zuruyan and the Nest. Hansen was quite a rich man at this point. He had used some connections to buy a few mutant beast souls and Second God's Sanctuary for his mom to use, which were a great help to Luo Sulan. However, a Sacred Blood Beast Soul from Second God's Sanctuary was so rare that Hansen had found no chance to purchase any. After all, he had not entered Second God's Sanctuary himself. That does not even make sense. We do not have Sacred Blood Beast Souls from Second God's Sanctuary. Even if we do, it is impossible that we exchange them for something in First God's Sanctuary, said Ma Mingjun with his brows knitted. The Sacred Blood Beast Souls in Second God's Sanctuary were much harder to come by than those in First God's Sanctuary. However, an unevolved person could not receive any beast soul from Second God's Sanctuary. If Hansen was to purchase a beast soul from Second God's Sanctuary for his mother would have to receive the beast soul from the other party directly. Otherwise, a primitive beast soul from Second God's Sanctuary would easily beat most Sacred Blood Beast Soul from First God's Sanctuary. Because the beast souls from a higher phase could not enter a lower one, the Sacred Blood Beast Souls of First God's Sanctuary were still very valuable. However, using a Sacred Blood Beast Soul of First God's Sanctuary to exchange for one in Second God's Sanctuary was still out of the question. Forget about it then. Hansen was very casual about the deal. Since Ma Mingjun was from Glory Gang, it was very likely that his gang was like Steel Armor Gang and had military affiliations, which was the only reason that Hansen even considered a deal with them. Ma Mingjun and Su Jinmei whispered to each other, and then Su Jinmei said to Hansen, who had already put the Silver Wolf on his back, what is your name? Are you from Steel Armor Shelter? Yes, replied Hansen and quickly left Mystery Island with the Silver Wolf's body. Su Jinmei bristled. Should we just let him go like this? We have fought the Sacred Blood Creature for a long time, and he basically took advantage of us. Ma Mingjun shook his head and said, this person was using the secret skill of Ares Martial Hall. Not a lot of students could use the skill. He should be a very important person in the Martial Hall. After Hansen returned to the ground, he summoned Meowth and put Tornado Wolf's body on its back. They traveled a long way to find a clean lake and Hansen made a barbecue out of the wolf. Ma Mingjun and Su Jinmei accompanied Hansen to Copper Mountains, saving Hansen a lot of time. Seeing the Tornado Wolf Hansen was riding on, Ma Mingjun and Su Jinmei felt a bit upset. However, they were not able to kill the Tornado Wolf in the beginning and would not have been able to fetch more people to help them in any case, since they did not have extra Sacred Blood wings. In 2 days, the three arrived at Copper Mountains. The body of the mountains had a burgundy tint, which made the stones look like copper. There was little plantation on these mountains, so it was easy to spot someone in the mountains. However, with the peaks rising one over another, it was hard to find the turtle even though Ma Mingjun and Su Jinmei saw which direction it went. Either way, having them as guide was much better than figuring out the direction alone. Hansen followed Ma Mingjun and Su Jinmei deeper into the mountains. After less than a day, they saw a group of 8 people who had noticed them as well, waving at them. Very soon, the group came over. Among them, a guy of Hansen's age greeted Ma Mingjun. Mr. Ma, how come you are also in Copper Mountains? Are you also interested in that sacred blood turtle? Although the guy was smiling, he did not sound like he was joking around. You are kidding, Mr. Zhao. We Glory Gang suffered greatly last time. How do I dare to take the risk again? Just taking a friend to look at it, said Ma Mingjun. Zhao Yuking's gaze fell upon Hansen. He asked with a smile, I don't believe I have met this friend before. Just a stranger. No need to know me, said Hansen and bypassed the group of people, riding the tornado wolf. Mr. Ma, thank you for all your help. I think this is where we should part ways. Hansen turned and said to Ma Mingjun, then continued to travel. Anyone could tell that Zhao Yuking clearly had an invested interest in the sacred blood turtle. Since Hansen also came for the turtle, they were competitors and Hansen did not want to waste time on small talks. For Hansen, his time is so precious, and Zhao Yuking did not even deserve to be his opponent. The other people in Zhao Yuking's group bristled and wanted to stop Hansen, while Zhao Yuking stopped them. He stared at Hansen riding away on the tornado wolf, turned back to look at Ma Mingjun and asked, Mr. Ma, your friend is quite full of himself. I wonder where he is from. Looking at Hansen who had left, Ma Mingjun did not say anything. Although he wanted to make friends with Hansen, but it will not make sense for him to offend Zhao Yuking either. Ma Mingjun hesitated and told Zhao Yuking how he met Hansen. Glory Gang and Zhao Yuking had constant collaborations, and Zhao Yuking also provided Glory Gang with equipment including Z-steel weapons. Ma Mingjun simply could not afford to displease Zhao Yuking for an irrelevant person. According to what Ma Mingjun had told him, Hansen rode the tornado wolf and searched around. Maybe it was good luck, or maybe it was how fast the tornado wolf was. Hansen found the legendary turtle after one day. Oddly, despite that the Copper Mountains barely had any plantation, a lush fruit tree was growing on the top of that mountain. The fruit tree was about 15 feet tall and had many white flowers. Some flowers had already faded, and fruits as red as rubies were growing. When the turtle reached the tree, it managed to stand on its hind legs and put its forelegs on the tree trunk. Stretching its neck, it tried to bite the fruits. Is it because it wants to eat the red fruits that it came out from the ocean? Hansen was dumbstruck. During the compulsory education, Hansen have learned that the plants in God's sanctuary should not be eaten, especially the fruits and roots. Maybe it was because of the difference between human genes and the creature genes. Eating plants from God's sanctuary might have more harm than benefits on one's body. They were edible plants as well, but one must be an expert in the area to tell. In this era, hardly anyone would try the plants for themselves, since scientific testing did not work in God's sanctuary. Normally no one would eat the plants in God's sanctuary. As Hansen was still deciding if he should test whether the turtle was a super creature, he suddenly heard hoofbeat from afar. Hansen turned and saw Zhao Yuking leading his group in this direction. Seeing Hansen and the turtle, Zhao Yuking's face became grim. The group of people rode to Hansen and hemmed him in. Sitting on the back of a giant tiger, Zhao Yuking said coldly to Hansen, do you want to live or die? What if I want to die? And what if I want to live? Asked Hansen calmly. It is easy for you to die. We can kill you right here, Zhao Yuking said and scoffed. If you want to live, you need to let us lock you down and kick you out of the Copper Mountains. Hansen was not even upset, because these people did not deserve any of his emotions. He looked at Zhao Yuking and smiled. Don't you think you're being ungrateful to someone who had done you a favor? Boy, what are you talking about? When have you ever done us a favor? If you want to, you can try licking our shoes. Liu Haiji bristled, pointing at Hansen. Hansen did not even deign to reply him. Hansen sighed and said, the favor is to not kill you. I haven't killed you yet, which is a huge favor. Instead of considering how to repay me, you are trying to harm me. If you are not ungrateful, what are you? Damn it. The group of people raged and threw themselves at Hansen with long weapons in their hands. Although Zhao Yuking remained skeptical, there was indeed no one but Hansen himself. Without thinking any further, Zhao Yuking summoned the spear and stabbed it at Hansen. Seeing the weapons coming at him, Hansen reached back and drew the spinning spear from his backpack. With a sweep, the spear flicked away all the incoming weapons, breaking those that were weaker than sacred blood. Although Zhao Yuking and Liu Haiji's weapons were not broken, they could barely hold their weapons, because their hands were numb and bleeding. Everyone was dumbstruck, unable to believe that the person was able to parry with all of them with just a spear. Regarding the figure sitting on top of the silver wolf, they were all frightened. Hansen was in no mood to appreciate their looks. He quickly stabbed the spinning spear at one person among them. Those who were still alive suddenly thought of what Hansen said. But it was too late for their repentance. Hansen was like Apollo. Wherever he struck, lives would be taken. Run in different directions. We can't all die here. Zhao Buking turned and rode away on his mount, sick with terror. Having spotted a lot of strong men in First God's sanctuary, Zhao Buking had never seen a monster like Hansen. If he had not seen Hansen with his own eyes, Zhao Buking would not believe that such a person was in First God's sanctuary. Since he started running, his sacred blood mount only made it to 30 feet away, while all his 7 brothers were killed. Zhao Buking could not even imagine what a formidable person this must be. Urging the sacred blood mount, Zhao Buking thought his only hope was that he had a head start. In addition, his mount was a sacred blood beast soul, so it would not be that easy for Hansen to catch up with him. In the blink of an eye, the man with a calm look was only 10 feet away. Please, before Zhao Buking finished his sentence, Hansen and Tornado Wolf brushed past him and the black spear run through his head and stuck out from his mouth, silencing Zhao Buking forever. Without looking at the dead bodies, Hansen followed the turtle on the Tornado Wolf. These people did not deserve any of his attention. It was like killing chickens to him. The favor is not to kill you. However, that group of people failed to understand what Hansen meant. A few days later, someone found the dead bodies in Copper Mountains, which shocked the entire Glory Shelter. The group of people represented a large gang in Glory Shelter. However, all 8 of them died in Copper Mountains, each with only 1 strike, without any exception. Everyone else thought it must be a gang that killed Zhao Buking's group. However, Ma Mingjin knew it was Hansen alone. Thinking of what might have happened, he felt a shiver down his spine. Su Xinmei nodded and was too shocked to speak. She was also glad that she did not try anything stupid with Hansen when they were on the Mystery Island. In Copper Mountains, Hansen was chasing the turtle, feeding on the roots or fruits of certain plants. The turtle continued its way in Copper Mountains. Sometimes, where there were no plants at all, the turtle still managed to dig out some mushroom-like stuff to eat. Hansen became more and more shocked. Most creatures did not need to eat, while those that did eat were always extraordinary. Among all the creatures that Hansen had seen, the most extraordinary one must be Golden Growler, and the second would be the turtle. In a way, the turtle was even more odd. The Golden Growler would only feed on creatures of other species. However, the turtle would find plants to eat in the mountains, and it was obviously selective about what to eat. Following the turtle into a valley, Hansen decided it was time to test whether the turtle was a super creature. There was only one way into the valley. Hansen took back the Tornado Wolf and put on the Black Beetle armor. He then drew the Diamond Sword and summoned Devil Sword to strengthen it. Hansen also summoned the Flame Lieutenant, which floated next to Hansen and added a red tint to all Hansen's beast souls. Shapeshifting into the Bloody Slayer, Hansen used Heresy Mantra and turned his heart into a strong engine, pumping blood fast and fierce. This was the best Hansen could do at this point. Facing a turtle that was possibly a super creature, Hansen did not dare to slack a little bit. Even a newborn Golden Growler could fight him, let alone an adult super creature. Holding his sword with both hands, Hansen rushed to the turtle. The turtle was vigilant and had noticed Hansen a long time ago. It suddenly turned to him, with its emerald-like eyes fixed on him. Roar! Hansen made a slash with the diamond sword in an incredible speed. This was the best Hansen could do so far. Even if Qin Xuan was here, she would not be able to parry this strike. However, halfway through Hansen's attack, the turtle had suddenly stretched out its neck like a dragon left its lair. Instantaneously, the mouth of the turtle bit at the diamond sword. Hansen lost his color and tried to draw the diamond sword back. However, he could not move the sword either way. The mouth of the turtle was like a wrench, holding the diamond sword in place. The next second, Hansen heard a crack. The diamond sword that could match any sacred blood beast soul weapon, with the enhancement from both the Devil Sword and Flame Lieutenant, was crushed under the turtle's bite. To Hansen's shock, the turtle started to chew on the broken sword and swallowed it. Super creature. It is definitely a super creature. Hansen was dumbstruck and quickly turned to run. This creature King treated a sacred blood deer like candy. How could Hansen ever beat that? The turtle suddenly moved its forelegs as if it was stepping on wheels, rushing toward Hansen fiercely. Its speed was even faster than Tornado Wolf. Damn it. Who said the turtle was slow? Seeing the turtle was almost behind him, Hansen believed if the turtle was going to make another bite, Hansen could not dodge even with Sparkle. Hansen threw the remaining diamond sword at the turtle, spread his wings, and quickly flew to the sky. The turtle quickly caught the incoming broken sword with its mouth, chewed on it, and then swallowed the pieces. Regarding Hansen, who had flown away for a few minutes, the turtle then slowly turned back to the valley to look for food. Flying in the sky, Hansen was relieved to see the turtle leaving. Then he discovered that he was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, the turtle bit the diamond sword instead of his body the first time. Otherwise he would be broken in half even with his sacred blood armor. It is definitely a super creature. Hansen watched the turtle in the sky with complex feelings. It was fine that he had lost the diamond sword. However, Hansen saw no hope after witnessing the turtle's strength and speed. A super creature like the turtle was much stronger than the baby golden growler. People from Glory Shelter said the turtle was not very fast. Hansen believed it was because the turtle did not even bother to chase those people down. It seems that my strength is not enough to kill a super creature presently. Even if I used sneak attacks, without enough force to penetrate its body, it would still be useless. There was fire burning in Hansen's eyes. Although he was not able to kill the turtle, he confirmed that it was a super creature and learned how strong it was. Since Hansen had already recognized its strength, what was left to do was to figure out how to kill it. Hansen now knew that unless he had Super Beast Soul Armor, any defense was useless in front of the turtle. Two conditions must be satisfied if he wanted to kill the turtle. First, he must be able to use a footwork that allowed him to dodge the formidable bite. Second, he must have enough strength to drive a weapon through its body. Since Hansen did not have a Super Beast Soul weapon, Hansen must focus on enhancing his own force. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to pierce the turtle's body, even the weakest part, the neck. As for footwork, although Spartacle was quite fast, it was much slower than the turtle's bite. To Hansen's surprise, after checking the footwork all afternoon, he found a super Geno art called Overload which brought him some hope. The theory of overload was to make one's body work under extreme conditions that went beyond one's limits. It was to burn one's energy to tap into one's potentials. The more burden one's body could handle, the stronger one's force would be. It was somewhat like an overlock of the processor, or graphics cards in ancient computers. It was to reset some computer components so that it ran faster than the manufacturer's specified speed. Undertaking the overload, the body would be inclined to collapse. Technically speaking, overload could increase one's abilities without limit. However, if the body could not take it, one would die from using overload. The better the fitness, the greater the potentials. In addition, one must control the level of the overload. Otherwise, one's body would be destroyed. Hansen did not have too much time to consider. Overload was the most effective way for him to improve at this time. It was even more direct than Heresy Mantra. Overload could increase the speed and strength greatly in a very short amount of time. However, Heresy Mantra had no side effects, while Overload was dangerous to practice. With Overload, Hansen did not need to learn another footwork. When he used both Overload and Spartacle, he could probably dodge the turtle bite. Hansen entered the Evolver section, because he was not the least interested in the unevolved opponents. As soon as possible he received an invite to fight. Hansen thought it was those who had lost to him, but was dumbstruck by the ID name. The ID looked very familiar, but it was not the two persons that he had beaten before. It was a one-word ID, Queen. Hansen had never seen such an ID, but he remembered this name. A while back, Fu Pinking had taken him to a restaurant named Queen Restaurant once, which was the property of Ares Marshall Hall. Hansen saw an evolver with the nickname Queen there in the restaurant, who destroyed an evolver opponent momentarily with incredible skills and power. Is this the same Queen? With some doubt, Hansen clicked yes and entered a fighting scene. Hansen hoped he would see Queen from the Ares Marshall Hall again. Although Hansen knew he was not nearly as good as she was, he still looked forward to their fight. After all, they were both fighting in the virtual community, and he would not be injured while appreciating her incredible skills. Hansen had seen many impressive evolvers on Gladiator, and some of them could beat him with just 2 or 3 strikes. However, no matter how strong they were, they did not leave him shaken like Queen did. During the countdown, Hansen stared into the opposite direction. It's her. Seeing the tall figure, Hansen was excited, although she was dressed differently than he remembered and used the face blur function of the platform. Hansen immediately recognized her at first glance. Although Hansen did not know why Queen would invite him to fight, her invite made him jump with joy. To win or lose was not important. Hansen cherished the experience to fight such a strong opponent. After the countdown was over, Hansen entered the arena. Without any hesitation, Hansen used Heresy Mantra to strengthen the functions of his heart, blood and Kai. His fitness level was increased substantially. Without a word, Hansen threw a punch at Queen. He was afraid that if he did not make a strike soon, he might never have an opportunity to do so. Queen was definitely much stronger than most super creatures in First God's Sanctuary. Therefore, Hansen's punch almost carried all his strength, and would take most people by surprise with his sneak attack skills. Originally, Hansen thought Queen would fight back fiercely, which was her style. However, Queen simply dodged Hansen's punch and did not fight back. Hansen was dazed. Without much time to think, he threw a second punch. Facing such an opponent, it would be ideal if he could survive more rounds. The punch that cost all his strength only took Queen one step to avoid. None of his skills worked. Hansen decided to use the skeleton's disordered rhythm. He summarized Queen's rhythm and hit her when her defense was down. However, she suddenly changed her rhythm and made his attack end up in vain. Hansen had never met an opponent who could change her own rhythm as abruptly as this, which surprised him. Normally speaking, evolvers of her level would not accept his invite. But this time, Queen even sent him an invite. Hansen did not care about the reason why she did not fight back, as long as he had the chance to practice with her. However, no matter what kind of skills Hansen had used, from sneak attacks to the skeleton's skills, from 13 slashes to blade storm, nothing worked on Queen. He could not even touch the corner of her clothes. What was even more scary was that only by dodging Hansen's attacks, Queen managed to force Hansen into a corner, and he did not notice that until it happened. Eventually, when Hansen was forced into the corner, Queen made her first attack. Jumping in the air, she kicked her legs at Hansen's chest. Hansen did not have any room to run. Reaching him in a second, Queen's kick was even more horrendous than the turtle bite. Hansen immediately tried to block Queen's incoming leg with both hands, using diversion and clinging technique, hoping that he could borrow Queen's force. But it was useless. In order to use diversion, he must understand his opponent's force. To cling to his opponent, he must follow Queen's force. However, Queen's kick was so sharp and fast that Hansen had no time to do either of that. He felt like his entire body was smashed into pieces. Then his simulated body suddenly disappeared, killed with one strike, and not even in a vital body part. There was only one possibility for the system to make such a judgment. The two parties were too far apart in strength that they were not on the same level. Hansen returned to the waiting area and sent a friend request to Queen. If they could meet again, Hansen wished to fight Queen at a different time. If she would not add him, he had nothing to lose. Unexpectedly, Queen accepted the request and Hansen was delighted to see Queen in his friend list. As he was about to send Queen an invite to fight again, her name became dark. Obviously, she had left Gladiator. What a shame. But since she has already added me, I believe I will have another chance in the future, thought Hansen, licking his lips. Queen was much stronger than the super creatures. If he had more chance to practice with her, it would be great for him to prepare himself for the future hunting. Hansen decided to study the video and find out how Queen managed to force him into the corner. After leaving Gladiator, Queen dialed a number and made a short call. She reported to Huang Fuqingcheng her conclusion, which was she believed a soldier on warship was a suitable opponent for Kayan Heshen. Although she beat Hansen with only one strike, Hansen's performance was out of her expectation, which was why Queen agreed to add him. In fact, Hansen was the only person in Queen's friend list. She did not even add any student in Ares Martial Hall. In fact, in Gladiator, Queen never chatted with anyone or added anyone. Queen did not even use any footwork intentionally. But the spots he decided to go to when avoiding Hansen's attacks made Hansen feel threatened and unintentionally end up where Queen wanted him to go. That is to say, although Queen did not launch any strikes, she was able to put tremendous pressure and threat on Hansen so that he would want to run. Therefore, although Hansen was making all the attacks, he ended up in the corner. Another thought made Hansen sweat. Every spot Queen chose to go to was a spot that could threaten Hansen, which meant it was a defect in Hansen's movement. If Hansen had not been through this fight against Queen, Hansen had never thought he'd have so many defects that his opponent could take advantage of. Knowing what he did wrong, Hansen knew how to make improvements, and nothing was better than that. Naturally, Queen did not do that intentionally. All she wanted to do was to force Hansen to use all he got in order to determine whether or not Hansen was fit to be Kayan Heshen's opponent. Even Queen did not expect that Hansen could learn so much from fighting her. After drinking the Geno solution, Hansen started to practice Overload. Different from Heresy Mantra, which emphasized on strengthening his inner organs, Overload focused on putting pressure on his body. To put it in plain terms, when practicing Overload, Hansen needed to do continuous exercise to stimulate his body cells to make his body work under extreme conditions. Hansen entered the Evolver section of Gladiator again and immediately received a friend request. Why would someone add me? Hansen was slightly surprised and checked the ID. It said QZH, which he did not recognize. Hansen still clicked yes. Very soon, QZH appeared in Hansen's friend list. Seconds later, QZH sent Hansen an invite to fight. It was rare that someone would invite Hansen, so he immediately agreed. After the combat started, QZH quickly rushed to Hansen and Hansen fought back. Very soon, Hansen was surprised. QZH was much stronger than he thought. Hansen estimated that he at least had a fitness index of 30. If he just evolved, then he should have evolved with his sacred Geno points maxed out. What was more impressive was that QZH not only had great fitness, but also fought exceptionally well. Every move he used was powerful. Hansen could tell that he must have learned from a master. Hansen became excited. It would benefit him greatly to spar with someone like QZH. Hansen initiated Heresy Mantra and enhanced his fitness level greatly. Otherwise he would not be QZH's match. Even so, Hansen was still inferior to QZH in terms of fitness. After using both Heresy Mantra and Overload, Hansen could reach a fitness level of 28. If QZH was a beginner, it was very likely that he could push his fitness index above 100. Which was the goal of many evolvers. However, few people could reach that goal. Those who evolved with mutant Geno points maxed out could have a fitness index of around 20 after the evolution. Those who evolved with sacred Geno points maxed out would gain a sacred body and reach 30 in fitness index. After collecting Geno points in Second God's Sanctuary, ideally an evolver could reach 100 in fitness index, which was about as high as an evolver could reach. Then, in half an hour, Hansen was defeated by QZH. QZH was better than him in every aspect and did not leave him any chance to fight back. Hansen did not feel upset and sent QZH an invite. QZH agreed immediately. QZH was great in terms of strength and speed, and he used many Hyper Geno arts that Hansen had never seen before. Having realized he was not QZH's match in either fitness or Hyper Geno arts, Hansen thought of one thing. Maybe I could try that. At least it will buy me more time. Hansen thought of the kiting skills that Queen uses. Since it was hard to fight QZH head-on, the best Hansen could do was to refine his skills and eliminate his defects. In addition, he needed to use some strategies to prolong the fight. Queen's kiting skills were like a ghost strategy. When he made the first step, he had to have the big picture in mind and think 10 steps ahead. Only by doing that could he lure or force his opponent to follow his design. Although it was unlikely that Hansen could reach Queen's level in 1 or 2 months, he liked the kiting skills a lot. Which was why Hansen mimicked Queen's kiting skills during the fight with QZH. Although Hansen performed terribly in the beginning, he was making slow progress. It was a skill that needed lots and lots of practice. Kian Hejin felt intrigued when fighting Hansen. Kian Hejin had always practiced with the evolvers in Ares Martial Hall. Even though those evolvers had many skills, Kian Hejin would gradually get to know their movement patterns. However, the combat against Hansen was different. Hansen had shown him different things, such as disordered rhythm and weird strikes, sometimes even Kian Hejin's own tricks. Kian Hejin thought Hansen was an odd fellow. Kian Hejin considered what he learned was eclectic enough, while Hansen never ceased to surprise him, which provided him with many inspirations. Kian Hejin and Hansen did not communicate at all, and always started the combat the minute they saw each other, which continued for days. Without any conversation, the two persons were immersed in their own practice, and fought of each other as a sparring partner. No, not fast enough. This speed is not enough for me to dodge the turtle bite. Hansen's body was moving at a dazzling speed and his feet almost became a blur with Sparticle deployed. Although Hansen spent most of his time on Gladiator, he would train 1 hour per day without the holographic device. In the virtual combat, he could not sense every single detail, which made the 1-hour training a must. The location Hansen chose to use for his training was the venue of Heavy Warframe Society, which continued to be an unpopular society. After Fatty and Skinny graduated, only Hansen and his friends remained in the society. Jingjia watched Hansen train with complex emotions. Since he lost to Hansen last time, Jingjia had studied the spinning arrow even harder for a long time. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not be as good as Hansen. Hearing about Hansen's training, Jingjia decided to wait for Hansen there and talk to him. However, Hansen directly started training since he came here, so Jingjia watched and waited. After watching for a while, Jingjia's look had changed. Although Hansen was simply doing a shovel run practice, Jingjia was shocked by Hansen's speed. He had only seen such speed among evolvers. In all the unevolved person he knew, Jingjia had never witnessed such speed, not even with his big brother Jingjiu. Do you need me for anything? After training, Hansen sat down on a chair, wiped his face, drank some water, and looked to Jingjia. He had noticed Jingjia since the beginning. You said you would teach me spinning arrow. Is that true? Said Jingjia, chewing on his lips. For someone as proud as Jingjia, it was not easy to plead. Of course, if you want to learn, all you need to do is to pay me tuition. And then I would feel happy to teach you, said Hansen with a smile. Aren't you afraid that I will learn from you and then defeat you? Jingjia stared at Hansen and asked. Hansen had finished the bottle of water, threw the empty bottle into the trash can, and said, as long as it is something I have learned, I will be the best at it. If you want to learn, I could teach you any time, but you will never be able to beat me. Looking at Hansen's expression, Jingjia gritted his teeth and said, I want to learn. When can you start to teach me? If you pay me, we can start now. Hansen smiled and said. Jingjia immediately paid Hansen what he asked. He did not believe he would lose to Hansen. With his talent, all he lacked was Hansen's tricks. As long as he learned Hansen's tricks, he would never lose to Hansen again. After returning to his dorm, Hansen received a call from Gambler, who told him that there was a new mission assigned by the management. After reviewing the information Gambler sent him, Hansen was surprised that there was such a person in God's sanctuary. Hansen pondered and told Gambler that he would like to take on the mission himself. On one hand, the mission was too dangerous for most of the other members in the special squad. On the other hand, Hansen wanted to meet that person himself, which was why he decided to take on the mission. More importantly, that person was currently in Glory Shelter. Hansen arrived at a room in Glory Shelter at the agreed time and saw Sun Minghua himself. Because he had maxed out on all Geno points, Sun Minghua did not look like an old man 80 years old. He seemed to be around 40. In addition to Professor Sun Minghua, Hansen also saw the 3 members of Glory Special Squad who were responsible for the professor's safety in Glory Shelter. Hansen, is it? Looks like I will become your problem soon. Professor Sun Minghua greeted Hansen warmly. Your safety is my duty, said Hansen. However, the 3 members in Glory Special Squad were not as friendly to Hansen. It was still in their shelter, while a stranger, Hansen, was intervening in their mission, which was upsetting to them. Lu Mingda was quite a hunk and carried a huge sledgehammer that looked familiar to Hansen. Hansen thought about it and recognized the sledgehammer to be the sacred blood deer he gained from killing the sacred blood creature in Sand Valley. He gave the sledgehammer to Hyun Fu Pinking for action, and now it had ended up in Lu Mingda's hands. The fact that Lu Mingda was able to use this sledgehammer showed that he had special gifts in terms of strength. Sun Minghua did not go to Steel Armor Shelter directly, but needed to collect some specimen of the plants near Glory Shelter first, which would take about 10 days. To Hansen's surprise, Sun Minghua's destination was Copper Mountains. Professor, why did you become obsessed with botany in God's sanctuary? After knowing Sun Minghua better, Hansen knew that he was not someone hard to talk to. One night, while everyone was eating dinner around a bonfire, Hansen voiced his doubts. Sun smiled and said, it is more like a family tradition. My grandfather and father were all researchers in this area. I have picked up a lot of knowledge of botany since little and have always been interested in studying it. Hansen pondered and did not say anything. He did not know how to ask what he was wondering about. The creatures in God's sanctuary could contribute Geno points to humans, while no one had ever gained any Geno points from eating the plants. In addition, the majority of the plants were harmful to the human body. It seemed Sun Minghua had seen through Hansen's mind. Or maybe it was because too many people had asked the same question before. The reason I study the plants in First God's Sanctuary is to make some contributions to mankind. The professor smiled and said, the creatures in God's sanctuary could provide Geno points, but the plants could not do the same. They were all living things, so why would they differ so much? Hansen shook his head, as he did not have a clue. In fact, my family used to be in the study of medicine, and had a focus in the ancient herbal medicine. My grandfather and father believed that since all sorts of herbs had medical values, we could also take advantage of the plants in God's sanctuary. In fact, we all know that many plants were harmful to the human body, but this further proved that these plants were effective. Sun Minghua went on and on with his explanations. Hansen described the fruit tree to Sun Minghua, while Sun Minghua did not know what plant it was, let alone its effects. However, after hearing about the turtle from Hansen, Sun Minghua said, in my decades of research, I have witnessed a lot of creatures consuming plants, despite that the majority of them did not need to eat plants. According to my observation, The creatures did not consume plants to maintain life like we do. Then what do they eat the plants for? Hansen couldn't help asking. I have given a lot of thought to the question, and my conclusion is that those plants might be helpful to their reproduction. Sun Minghua hesitated and said, the Glory Special Squad members did not agree with Sun Minghua. Why on earth would plants help reproduction? It's not like the plants were Viagra. However, Sun Minghua's words reminded Hansen of the golden growler. Although the golden growler did not need plants, it consumed tons of creatures before it gave birth to its baby. Hansen was guessing. Either plants or meat, all the pregnant creatures needed to eat. If that was true, Hansen felt like he had an opportunity. Maybe the turtle was eating to give birth as well. If it was anything like the golden growler, it would produce its life essence to feed its baby after giving birth. At that time, Hansen would have a chance to snatch its life essence. Hansen had only just started on practicing overload. He was afraid that the turtle might return to the ocean. If he could snatch the life essence while the turtle was giving birth, that would be ideal. Hansen, is that turtle you mentioned still in Copper Mountains? While Hansen was still thinking how to ask Professor Sun Minghua to check on the turtle, the professor asked him first. It should still be there. No one had seen it come out, replied Hansen hurriedly. All right, let's go see the turtle. It might be helpful to my research. Sun Minghua decided on the schedule. The Glory Special Squad did not have much to object. They did not participate in the campaign to hunt the turtle, but they had heard about it. There were plenty of creatures in the Copper Mountains, but none of them was scary. In their opinion, the turtle should not be too dangerous since it was not fast. Only Hansen knew that the turtle had an unbelievable speed. Hansen did not say anything about it and only wanted to check on the turtle from afar. In addition, Hansen would like for the professor to determine whether the turtle was actually giving birth. Sun Minghua should be an authority in that. The group of people marched into Copper Mountains. Sun Minghua had a great physique and a sacred blood mount, so they had a smooth trip. Hansen did not have much to do and kept chatting with Sun Minghua. Sun Minghua had spent decades doing research in First God's Sanctuary, while all his friends had left sooner or later. It was rare that a young man would listen to him like Hansen. Since Hansen was interested, Sun Minghua had shared a lot. Sun Minghua did his research for his interest as well as to benefit mankind, so he had nothing to hide and taught Hansen a lot of practical knowledge, such as how to determine which plants were edible and which plants were toxic. Hansen memorized all the information, which might be life-saving in the future. After traveling on the back of the golden growler, Hansen understood that once he left the shelters, it was not easy for a human to survive in the wild. After searching in Copper Mountains for days, they finally spotted the turtle, which was chewing on some black and brown vines. Professor, let's just stay here and watch. If we get closer, it might be risky. Hansen stopped Professor Sun Minghua, who was approaching the turtle. Sun Minghua frowned and said, this is a bit too far and I could see nothing. Can we get closer? Try the telescope first. It is dangerous to approach, said Hansen. What can we possibly see from here? Oh, Professor, we will protect you, said Lu Mingda after throwing Hansen a look of disapproval. Sun Minghua wanted to get closer to the turtle. Jin Riji checked the distance and did not object. Professor, the sacred blood creature is something different. Last time, a lot of people from Glory Shelter were flying to hunt it. Well, they not only failed but also lost many men. How about we stay farther from it? Hansen tried to talk the professor out of it. Since he was the one who mentioned it to the professor, Hansen was not willing to see any mishaps happening. Hansen, do you doubt the ability of Glory's special squad? Said Lu Mingda, displeased. Jin Riji and Jin Kilai couldn't help frowning. Hansen had been a good fellow so far, but now he was trying to intervene in their mission. Sun Minghua quickly said, Hansen, don't worry. We are not trying to approach it, just get a bit closer. It will be fine. Hansen did not know what to say to them. He could not tell them that he was not a sacred blood creature, but a super creature. The professor had already moved and got closer to the turtle under the protection of the Glory Special Squad. Professor, stop right here. We really cannot go any farther. Being just 1,000 feet away from the turtle, the voice of Lu Mingda alerted the turtle, which turned around and had its eyes fixed on them. Hansen felt a chill down his spine. He remained still and watched the turtle. Lu Mingda was still upset and wanted to add something, but Jin Riji had also noticed the turtle's movements and stopped him. Suddenly, the turtle moved all its 4 legs and rushed to them as fast as a bird. Feeling worried, Hansen quickly yelled at Sun Minghua, Professor, run. Although Sun Minghua had maxed out on all his Geno points, he did not spend any time practicing martial arts and did not react fast enough. It's just a turtle. I will smash it right now. Lu Mingda yelled and smashed at the turtle with his sledgehammer. The sledgehammer was very heavy, but the turtle did not even dodge. Its speed became even faster and the sledgehammer ended up on its shell, instead of its head, where Luminga was aiming. Then, the hammer as large as a barrel knocked on the turtle's shell and made a sound of metal. Ah! Luminga screamed. The sledgehammer was a destructive weapon, so it kicked back a lot stronger than other weapons. Luminga had used all his force in the strike, which failed to hurt the turtle at all. On the other hand, all the bones in his hands were broken. The sledgehammer was blown away into rocks and left a huge hole there. Hansen did not stand still. He immediately made a kick. It was not at the turtle, but at Luminga, who was still screaming. Luminga was kicked a dozen feet away. Both Jinriji and Jinkielai were shocked, but they immediately saw the turtle bit where Luminga was standing so fast that they could not even tell what the turtle's neck looked like. "Don't stand here, go!" Seeing Sun Minghua froze on his mount, Hansen yelled, ran to the sledgehammer and summoned the fairy queen. Jinriji and Jinkielai picked up Luminga and wanted to run, while the turtle made another bite at Jinriji, who was the closest to it. Jinriji did not have any time to dodge, but he was fast enough to block the turtle bite with his sacred blood knife. Crack! The turtle bit the sacred blood blade and broke it in half. The sacred blood weapon was destroyed like that. The Glory Special Squad were almost scared to death. The knife was a sacred blood weapon and was broken under the turtle bite easily. It quickly reached out its neck and bit toward Jinriji, who was empty-handed. Jinriji had used all his energy and there was no way he could avoid this bite. Damn it! Jinriji quickly stepped back, but he knew he could not make it. Luminga and Jinkielai did not even have any chance to save Jinriji, given how fast the turtle was. Bang! Something giant and black suddenly fell on the turtle's head and knocked its head down. Hansen. Jinriji escaped death and was as pale as a sheet of paper. Seeing Hansen, who had knocked the turtle down with the sledgehammer, he was suddenly thrilled. "Don't stay here. Run!" Hansen watched the turtle solemnly. Although the head of the turtle was knocked down, Hansen did not feel it was broken. It felt like smashing on rubber. As he expected, the turtle raised its head and shook it around, its emerald-like eyes fixed on Hansen. Hansen did not hesitate and smashed at the turtle again. Using heresy mantra, his heart was beating like thunder and his blood and chi were circulating at a tremendous speed, making his veins stand out. The sledgehammer was so heavy that even Luminga could only slowly brandish it a dozen times. With Luminga's speed, it was impossible for him to ever hit the turtle. Hansen was stronger than Luminga to begin with, but even he could not hit the turtle relying on just his strength. Only with the heresy mantra and overload, Hansen managed to hit the turtle's head when it was not paying attention. Although Hansen's second strike was still under dual enhancement, the turtle quickly withdrew its head and avoided the sledgehammer. The moment it drew back its head, the turtle stepped hard on the ground and threw itself at Hansen like a cannonball. Hansen waved his arm backward and knocked the sledgehammer on the turtle's shell, sending the turtle back to the ground. However, the turtle quickly bit the handle of the sledgehammer and broke it in half. All Hansen had left in his hand now was a part of the handle. He hastily ran to the side, while the turtle was pissed off by Hansen and decided to throw itself again at him. "Hang in there, we're here to help." Jinriji summoned another weapon and was ready to help Hansen. Hansen felt almost depressed. "What the heck are you doing staying here? Are you trying to get killed by the turtle? This is a super creature, and none of you would be alive if you stay. Help my ass. Run, I'll be right after you," Hansen exclaimed at Jinriji. Jinriji paused and quickly ran away with the others, looking back at Hansen while running. Hansen quickly dodged the turtle and rolled toward the sledgehammer with its handle broken. Although the handle was broken, there was still a part of it attached to the hammer. Hansen grabbed the sledgehammer and smashed at the turtle again. The three united with Sun Minghua and then stopped, watching Hansen fighting the turtle alone. The sledgehammer was like a toy in Hansen's hand, moving as fast as lightning bolts. The three of them were all dumbstruck. They knew very well how heavy the hammer was. "It's all me. If it were not for me, the turtle would not have noticed us. I will apologize to Hansen, and I will fight the turtle myself. I will not let him sacrifice himself for us," said Luminga with his face flushed. "What's the point in staying these? We should focus on helping Hansen get out of there," exclaimed Jinkielai. How could they possibly think of anything? The level of the turtle was beyond their wildest imagination. There was no solution whatsoever. With the dual enhancement, Hansen found he was still slower than the turtle even when he was using Sparticle. However, to Hansen's surprise, his practice was not a waste. There was no need for him to be faster than the turtle. What was most helpful to Hansen at this point was the kiting skills he learned from Queen. Hansen had always been good at prejudgment. Using kiting skills, he could calculate when the turtle would strike in order to avoid its bite. Hansen was executing his strategy with each step, luring the turtle to bite where he had designed. This way, it was much easier for Hansen to dodge its attacks. Although Hansen was not as fast as the turtle, he could still run away from its attacks. It was like running from the bullets. Hansen had already been fighting at his limits. He had hit the turtle with the sledgehammer a few times, but such frightening force did not even cause much damage to the weakest part of the turtle's body. Strength. I need more strength, Hansen shouted inwardly. However, he felt quite content that he was able to fight the turtle for this long. Avoiding the turtle bite one more time, Hansen had come to a cliff, from which he jumped without hesitation to avoid the turtle's attacks and the gaze of his company. After some discussion, the group decided to return to Glory Shelter for maintenance before they came back for the turtle. Hansen took the opportunity to go back to Blackhawk. He quickly logged in Gladiator, opened his friend list and found Queen online. Hansen was overjoyed and hastily sent her an invite. The kiting skills he learned from Queen were still faulty. There were many things that he failed to understand. If he could actually learn the kiting skills from Queen, maybe he could fight the turtle without relying on speed. Therefore, Hansen wished to fight her another time and observe her kiting skills. However, Hansen did not know whether Queen would agree to fight him. After all, the two of them were too far apart in strength. Hansen estimated that a super creature should have a fitness level around 40, while the strongest humans in First God's Sanctuary could only reach 20 in some aspects. Most good men usually had an average fitness index of 15. Even those who had maxed out on all 4 types of Geno points in First God's Sanctuary only had a fitness index of 30, which was still not enough for one to kill a super creature. However, an evolver with a fitness level beyond 100 like Queen would be able to kill a super creature easily. An evolver would not be able to return to First God's Sanctuary, unless the evolver had just evolved. Even for Queen, when she was an unevolved person or had just become an evolver, she would not have been able to fight the turtle. Hansen was not sure whether Queen would agree to fight him, but he wanted it so much. One more round. Just one more round. Seeing Hansen's invite, Queen was dazed. Her setting was not to accept invites from strangers, and she had never had a friend before, so she had never received an invite. Seeing the invite was from a soldier on warship, Queen hesitated and clicked yes. Hansen was exhilarated to see Queen and her amazing kiting skills again. After the countdown was over, Hansen immediately ran toward her. He did not dare to wait for her attacks. Their fitness levels were so different that he would be killed immediately. After all, his fitness index was only 30, while hers was probably 100. Queen only dodged the punch like last time, and did not fight back. Feeling excited, Hansen threw his other fist at her and made a step. Queen was surprised. Hansen's punch and step were not as simple as they appeared to be. Although he was not that fast, in Queen's eyes, his moves were unexpected. Hansen's step was almost like her kiting skills, making it impossible for her to force Hansen into a corner. Is he copying me? Queen's gaze fell upon Hansen. She continued to observe. Very soon, Queen was certain that Hansen was mimicking her kiting skills. Although there were many errors and defects in his movements, it was amazing that he could achieve this level in such a short amount of time. Queen did not rush to end the combat. She wanted to see how well Hansen could do. Kiting skills were not for anybody. It was easy to learn, but hard to become a master at. It was like playing Go. Whoever knew the rules could play, but it was extremely difficult to excel at Go. Queen was good at kiting skills. At least among the opponents that she had met, no one could match her level. Hansen's performance more or less surprised her. He was a bit green and was still making mistakes, but in her eyes, he had his own understanding of the skills. Very soon, Hansen was pushed to the corner like last time. Bang! With another kick, Hansen was eliminated. When he returned to the game, Queen had already gone offline. However, Hansen did not feel upset, but more excited than ever. He was not sure if Queen was intentionally teaching him. Her last few steps were indicating the weaknesses in his kiting skills, which was why he felt terrible toward the end. This was not a bad thing for Hansen, but a good thing. Queen was like a teacher, helping him find his mistakes, whether she was intentional or not. Hansen was grateful to Queen. Kiting skills were crucial for him to hunt super creatures, and kiting skills like this could not be practiced through tutorials like Hyper Geno Arts. Hansen had gained an incredible asset through fighting Queen. Jinrigi asked Hansen to return to God's Sanctuary, as everyone was prepared to observe the turtle again. Hansen agreed. Lu Mingda's hands had not recovered, so only Jinrigi, Jin Keelai, Sun Minghua and Hansen were going to the Copper Mountains. However, when the 4 of them reached the same spot, the turtle was no longer there. Sun Minghua collected some fragments of the vines that the turtle fed on last time. Because the turtle had eaten up all the vines, there were only some crumbs left. The group continued to search the mountains. Before they went far, they saw a red creature standing on a mountain in the opposite direction, looking around. The creature was 6 feet tall, looking like it was made of copper. It had scorpion's upper body, snake's tail, and 6 sickle-like claws. Copper Demon. Jinriji was excited when he spotted the creature. Hansen was also exhilarated. Before he came to Copper Mountains, he had done some research about the region. In Copper Mountains, the most famous creature was the Copper Demon. The reason it was well known was that even the weakest copper demons were mutant creatures. Sometimes, even sacred blood copper demons could be spotted. The beast soul of a copper demon was the shape-shifting type, which was rare. "Let's go and try our luck. Maybe there is a chance for us to gain the beast soul," said Jinkielai excitedly. No one had any objections. It was rare that they had a chance to see such a famous creature. Even if it was just a mutant one without wings, they could find their luck. When the 4 of them went up the mountain, the thing they saw made them gasp. Where the copper demon was standing was a stone platform, behind which was a cave. At this point, many copper demons were creeping out of the cave, swaying their snake tails, their claws making sounds of metal. Among them, one was especially tall and had a deeper color than others. It also had red metal wings. The copper demon they saw in the beginning had already spotted the group of people and started to hiss. Shortly, dozens of copper demons flooded from the cave. It seemed that there were still more in the cave. The first sacred blood copper demon flapped its wings and dived at the group of people like a bomber. "Damn it, cover the professor." Jinriji became pale and summoned a beast soul knife, trying to block the sacred blood creature's attack. Hansen, however, was overjoyed. He was just wondering where to find a sacred blood creature, and one threw itself at them. What a pie in the sky. Hansen directly summoned his horn bow and mutant black stinger arrow and made a shot at the sacred blood copper demon. Jinriji was about to fight the sacred blood creature with all he got, but suddenly saw a black arrow flying toward the creature's eyes. The sacred blood copper demon reacted fast. It suddenly clasped its 6 blade-like claws and blocked the black arrow. However, as its claws touched the arrow, the black stinger arrow suddenly started to spin like a drill head, bouncing off the creature's claws. The arrow had touched the copper demon's eye and penetrated its head immediately. Thump! The sacred blood copper demon, which looked so powerful, suddenly fell from the sky and died. Sacred blood creature copper demon killed. No beast soul gained. Drink its blood to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Hearing the voice, Hansen lamented that he did not gain a beast soul from this perfect sacred blood creature. Everything was just fate. Jinkielai and Jinriji were dumbstruck. Shooting the sacred blood copper demon dead with 1 arrow, that was unbelievable. Since the sacred blood copper demon was killed, the mutant copper demons quickly ran toward the cave. The group of people chased after them. However, after they killed several slow mutant copper demons, they could no longer find the rest of them. The cave was deep and the paths inside were crisscrossed, so the group did not follow them, but chose to take care of the dead bodies first. The copper demons' bodies were as tough as metal. There was no meat to eat. All that was edible was some blood inside their body. Hansen carefully let the purple blood out and poured it into a bottle. Such a large sacred blood copper demon only had a bottle of blood. Since Hansen took care of the sacred blood copper demon alone, he did not need to share it with anyone. Hansen drank the blood in one breath and heard the voice telling him he had gained 3 sacred geno points. With the light of the torch, the group saw the copper demons on the other side of the river, creeping deeper into the cave. "Shall we keep chasing?" Jinriji asked Hansen. Hansen checked the dark underground river and frowned. He still remembered the terrible experience he had last time he was in an underground river. The 2 obsidian dragons almost killed him. The cave was so dark that the light of the torch could not help them see inside the water. Instead, the reflection of the light almost blinded them. Hansen was scared that some aquatic sacred blood creatures like the obsidian dragons might suddenly appear here. No matter how strong he was, he would not be the creature's match underwater. "Do you have wings? If we were to chase them, we should probably fly across the river," Hansen pondered and said. He did not really want to step into the water. "Let me fly over first and try. If there is no danger, you can go." Hansen had a spooky feeling about the river, but he did not see anything. Since they were at this point already, he could not tell everyone to go back. In addition, Sun Minghua had discovered some interesting plants on the way here and seemed to be very interested in exploring the cave. Standing on the bank, the rest of the group watched Hansen fly nervously. Darkness and water naturally brought fear to humans. When Hansen reached the middle of the river, he suddenly felt something was odd in the river. A chill went down his spine. Boom! With a huge splash in the water, a giant creature sprang out of the river with its mouth wide open, trying to swallow Hansen as a whole. Thus #T. I knew something was wrong. Hansen stared into the creature's mouth. From the underground river emerged a head that was somewhat like an alligator's. With its mouth wide open, it looked like the monster could easily swallow an entire cow, let alone a human. There were thousands of teeth in its mouth, which looked like a meat grinder. Even a body made of steel would be minced instantaneously. Hansen was not sure what the status of this creature was, so he dared not fight it head-on. If it was a super creature, Hansen would probably get himself killed. Without saying anything, Hansen flapped his wings and shifted his body to the side. Pushing on the tip of the creature's mouth, Hansen returned to the bank. The creature roared and followed Hansen. As its entire body came out of the underground river, everyone gasped. The creature's head looked like a crocodile's, while its body was like a centipede without feet. Run! Hansen summoned the tornado wolf, shooting at the creature riding on his mount. Although Hansen did not know whether it was a sacred blood creature or a super creature, it would be unlikely for him to hurt a creature with a body 300 feet long even with the three-blade harpoon. In addition, with such a gigantic body, this creature must be strong as well. The moment they were in the hole, the creature immediately threw itself at them. However, its head was much bigger than the entrance. It was as if the creature could not feel pain. It repeatedly hit the entrance with its head, making it bigger and bigger. Quick! Jinrigi exclaimed, and the group went deep inside the hole since they had no other option. The hole led to a tunnel. After they had walked for about a mile, they saw an opening and was again in a big cave. There were paths both to the left and right. Jinrigi looked both ways, but could not tell which way would lead to the exit. He then asked Sun Minghua, "Professor, do you know which way we should go?" Sun Minghua walked to the side and pinched some plants that looked like moss growing on the cave wall. He observed it and said, "We should probably go left, since it seems that air was more likely to come from the left." "Let's go left then." Jinrigi trusted Sun Minghua in this respect. Previously, when he was covering Sun Minghua, the professor explained these things to him. But Jin did not quite understand. They could hear something behind them. Obviously, the creature did not give up and was still hitting the entrance. There was no way they could return the way they came from. Hansen followed the rest. He was not really worried. Even if there was a super creature, he could always manage to run away even if he could not beat it. Very few creatures could threaten his life in First God's Sanctuary. The professor kept telling them which direction to go by observing the moss. After they had walked in the cave for half a day, they were completely lost. When they were in a large opening again, Hansen saw that the underground river had become a waterfall, running down the cave wall into a pool. Next to the pool, a black turtle as large as a car was drinking. "It is that turtle. What is it doing here?" Sun Minghua gasped in excitement. "Lower your voice." Jinrigi was startled and quickly stopped Sun Minghua. Luckily, the waterfall was loud and the turtle was very close to it, so it did not hear Sun Minghua's voice. The group of people stepped back before they started to discuss. "Professor, do you think there is another way to go?" Jinrigi asked. He pondered and said, "According to how the moss grows, the air should come from this giant cave." Jinrigi smiled bitterly and asked Hansen, "What do you think?" Hansen hesitated and said, "It is very likely that the turtle had come here to eat. After eating, it should be going away. If we follow it closely, we might be able to get out of here." "True. Why did I fail to see that?" Sun Minghua said gladly. "This way, we can observe the turtle and find a way out in the same time." "Great idea, Hansen." Jinrigi and Jin Qilai did not have other ideas. The four decided to follow the turtle. They did not dare to approach the turtle, but observed it from afar. Although it was dark in the cave, the red patterns on the turtle shell were glowing in the dark like lava. The group did not need anything else to see the turtle. After the turtle had finished drinking, it slowly wobbled to the cave next to it. The four exchanged a look and followed the turtle from afar. But the glowing patterns on the turtle, they would never lose sight of it. They had followed the turtle for 2 days, which had gone deeper and deeper. They felt something must be wrong. They were already on the cliff. Under the cliff was a gushing lava pool, and the turtle crawled into the pool as if it were water. The group did not see the turtle emerging again. Was it killed by the heat from the lava? Jinrigi guessed. Although creatures were not as smart as people, I have never seen a suicidal one. Jin Qilai shook his head and said. Sun Minghua suddenly said excitedly, "I know. You should remember I've told you that the creatures normally eat plants in order to give birth." After leaving the ocean, the turtle had consumed lots of plants in Copper Mountains. Maybe its goal was to give birth here, said Sun Minghua in excitement. Giving birth. Here, Jin Ki-lai pointed at the lava pool incredulously. Although lava is fatal to humans, maybe it is not to the creatures. Did you notice the red patterns on the turtle's back? They look like lava. Maybe the turtle was born here in the lava. You know, some turtles in our world also give birth in the sand despite that they live in the ocean, explained the professor. Hansen watched the lava pool as he listened to the professor. He thought the professor's explanation made a lot of sense. The behaviors of the turtle was much like the golden growler. Maybe it was indeed giving birth here. However, if it was really like the golden growler, then it would die after spitting out its life essence. No matter how powerful Hansen was, it was impossible for him to jump into the lava for the life essence. When the group were still discussing, they suddenly stopped as they heard an odd noise. They looked to the direction of the noise and saw a giant creature emerging from a cave below them, breaking stones as it went. It turned out to be the creature that they saw from the underground river. The group were all frightened. They did not even dare to breathe. Very soon, they found out that the creature did not come for them, but went toward the lava pool under the cliff. No way, is that creature also born from the lava pool? Hansen said to himself. He was so curious that he looked down from the cliff. Jin Riji, Jin Ki-lai and Sun Minghua all let out a sigh of relief. Like Hansen, they were also curious and wanted to see what the creature was up to. In a minute, the creature made it to the side of the lava pool, but it did not enter as the group had imagined. Circling around the lava, the creature then crawled toward the stone wall next to the pool. The group felt weird. The stone wall had nothing on it and they wondered what the creature was trying to do. As they were wondering, the creature suddenly threw itself hard at the wall as if it was agitated. Bang! The rocks fell under the impact. However, the stone wall was still intact. The creature hit the wall again and again in madness, and the cracks were growing on the wall, while the creature itself was also injured and covered in blood. However, it did not stop ramming against the wall, as if the wall had killed its parents. Hansen gazed at the cracked stone wall. Initially, he thought the wall was red because of the creature was bleeding. However, with a closer look, it was more than the creature's blood. There seemed to be liquid infiltrating through the cracks from the other side. Under the glow of the lava, the liquid also seemed to be red. However, Hansen could tell that it was not blood, but more like water. Water. Hansen suddenly understood what the creature was going for. Behind the stone wall, there was very likely a branch of the underground river. The creature was trying to break the stone wall in order to feed water into the lava pool. Damn it, this creature is treacherous. It is trying to lead the water into the lava. Hansen thought. In the alliance, when water met heat of the lava, one possibility was that the water would evaporate. However, if there were enough water, the lava would be turned into a piece of rock. Even if the turtle could survive in the lava, it didn't mean that it could survive in the rock. If the turtle was sealed in the rock, Hansen did not know if it was still feasible for him to obtain the turtle's life essence. Put on gas masks, Hansen exclaimed at the rest and quickly slapped a mask on himself. Although Sun Minghua, Jin Riji, and Jin Mingli did not understand why Hansen was asking, they had grown enough trust in Hansen recently, so they simply followed his instruction. Shortly after they put on the masks, they suddenly heard cracking and spluttering. Water started to come out of the stone wall that was more and more damaged by the creature, flooding into the lava and giving rise to pungent gray smoke. Get back. Don't get yourselves burned by the steam. Hansen did not dare to stay and watch, pulling the professor back with him. Bang! When the four of them stepped back, they heard a loud noise of stones crashing and water falling. Then there was a sizzling sound. With the rising of gray smoke, the entire cave became extremely hot that it was almost unbearable. The group quickly ran back. Fortunately, the gray smoke did not expand very fast. It took some time for the smoke to rise to the cliff. When they reached a small cave far from the cliff, they were covered in gray dust. I will go have a look. Hansen did not want to let go. He had prepared so long to kill the turtle and would hate to see it killed in the lava. The giant creature rolled around in the lake in excitement, screeching cheerfully. The turtle died just like that. Hansen could not believe that a super creature was killed so easily. It was unlikely, Hansen decided. This creature is so devious to think of such a strategy. I wonder what's its grudge against the turtle, said Jin Mingli, walking over and joining Hansen. When Sun Minghua was about to say something, they suddenly heard rocks broken. The fresh rock ground started to crack. The giant creature was also alarmed by the sound, and straightened its back like a cobra in attack mode, staring at the broken basalt vigilantly. Boom! The basalt suddenly burst. A huge black turtle rushed out from underneath with splashing lava, like a returning demon. The moment the turtle came out, it screamed at the giant creature and threw itself at the creature with its head hidden inside the shell. The creature twisted its huge body and dodged the turtle. However, the turtle reached out its head and bit the creature in the air. The creature screeched and curled its body around the turtle, biting at the turtle's neck with its crocodile-like mouth. The two creatures were at each other's throat, rolling around in the lake, breaking rocks as they went. The group were dumbstruck by the monster's fight and felt like watching a movie. Hansen was secretly exhilarated. Since the creature was able to match the turtle, it was very likely also a super creature. If that was the case, maybe he could get really lucky. As Hansen was imagining killing two super creatures at once, gobbling on their life essence and becoming a super aristocrat, he very soon realized that his dream was unlikely to be realized. The two creatures managed to knock the basalt ground open. Lava erupted from the gaps and met more water. Gray smoke once again filled the space. Roaring and rolling, the creatures continued their battle, shaking the entire underground cave. Hansen, let's go. It's too dangerous over there, Jinriji shouted at Hansen. You go first. That will stay a bit longer. Hansen gritted his teeth and said, initiating Jadeskin at the same time. With the protection from both the Sacred Blood Phantom Ant Armor and Jadeskin, Hansen was able to stay put and watch the two creatures fighting. Although his sight was blurred by the gray smoke, he did not dare to approach the creatures and had to wait for a chance. Roars and shrieks rang, lava and water clashed, and gray smoke rose. Hansen could occasionally catch a glimpse of the two creatures. Fairy Queen. Hansen could not tell what was happening, and it was becoming worse. He quickly took back his phantom ant armor and shapeshifted into Fairy Queen. His hair became blonde and his armor red. Using the strong eyesight of the Fairy Queen, he continued to watch the fight. The Fairy Queen was indeed effective. Hansen saw that the creature had lost a huge piece of meat in the back of its head. Its bones bared and its blood continued flowing. From a crack in its bones, Hansen could vaguely see its brain. If I could stab my spear in this crack, I would have a big chance to kill it directly. Hansen took out the spinning spear from his backpack. Of course, he did not want to go down just like this. He would not be the match to either the turtle or this creature. With one blow from either of them, his body would be destroyed. Hansen took out the spear to use it like an arrow. Hansen also summoned the horn bow when he used Heresy Mantra and Overload. Incredible strength filled his body. His muscles became as tough as iron, and his veins stood out all over. Hansen fixed his golden eyes upon the two creatures rolling around in the smoke, lava, water, and rocks. He pulled the horn bow to the fullest. The spinning spear was not a beast's soul arrow, and could not be taken back once it was shot. He only had this one opportunity, and had to choose the right moment to kill the creature with one strike. Otherwise, he would lose this only chance. The turtle had the same thought as Hansen. It also tried to bite the injury in the back of the creature's head. But the creature did not give it any chance. A cold light flashed in Hansen's golden eyes. The spinning spear left the bow with a strong force, flying toward the screeching creature. Whoosh! The spear reached the back of the creature's head in the blink of an eye. Then, the spear head was stuck in the crack of its bones and did not make it through. The bones were so stiff that the spear failed to break it. However, the spinning force did not end. Like a drill head, the spear continued to dig into the bones, making sparks and smoke. Go deeper, Hansen roared inwardly. This is the only chance he got. Crack. It seemed that heaven was listening to Hansen. The cracks in the creature's skull was broken further by the spinning spear. With a pop, the entire spear entered the skull from the crack. Roar. With another painful cry, the crocodile-like head of the creature raised up for a few seconds and suddenly collapsed, shaking the entire cave. Larva of super creature Aqua Reaper killed. Beast soul of super creature Aqua Reaper gained. Life essence available. Consume its life essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Vegan edible. The voice Hansen heard made him jump. A super beast soul. I finally gained a super beast soul. Shortly, Hansen became calm again. It was not yet time to celebrate. The turtle was still there. Hansen now understood that the Aqua Reaper was still a larva. The reason why it could fight the turtle was likely that the turtle had just laid its eggs in the lava, and was still weak. Even so, the turtle was too strong for Hansen to kill, at least before he had gained a strong weapon. There was no way he could hurt the turtle. After the Aqua Reaper was shot dead, the turtle threw a gaze at where Hansen was, sending a chill down his spine. However, the turtle merely looked at him and then left the cave from the opening on the stone wall made by the Aqua Reaper. Hansen was overjoyed. If the turtle did not leave, he did not even dare to go down and collect the life essence. Before Hansen went down, he saw that the body of the Aqua Reaper gradually dissolved and disappeared in the thin air. Thump! A football-sized purple crystal fell into the lake along with the spinning spear. Hansen did not dare to hesitate anymore and quickly jumped from the cliff, summoned his sacred blood wings in the air, dived into the lake and dredged up the life essence and the spear. Looking at the purple crystal, Hansen heard the voice he had missed so much. Life essence of super creature Aqua Reaper consumed. No super geno point gained. The voice cheered Hansen up. He continued to look at the life essence of the Aqua Reaper, which became purple liquid in his mouth. As he swallowed the liquid, the coolness filled his body, nurturing every body cell. After licking for a while, Hansen eventually heard the voice telling him he had gained 1 super geno point. Such a giant Aqua Reaper turned out to be a larva. If it was in the adult form, it would not be smaller than the golden growler. Maybe it was because the life essence was from a larva. Hansen had gained 7 super geno points from eating the entire crystal, which was less than what he used to get. However, Hansen was satisfied already. Originally, he thought it would take him a while longer before he could kill a super creature, but he just managed to kill one by chance and gain 7 super geno points and a super beast soul. What a surprise! Looking at his super geno point count, which was now 26, Hansen was very pleased. "Sen, are you okay?" Jin Riji asked from the cliff. Jin Riji, Jin Mingli and Sun Mingzhuo were all looking down from the cliff and became excited when they saw Hansen. "I'm fine." The two creatures both left. "Let's follow this opening to go out. I see light on the other side. This should be an exit," said Hansen, pointing at broken stone wall. Returning to Glory Shelter, Hansen heard someone had seen the turtle crawling back into the ocean. Although it was a shame, Hansen was not too disappointed because he had gained a lot from the Aqua Reaper. Type of Super Beast Soul of Aqua Reaper, Parasite. Hansen studied the beast soul of the Aqua Reaper in the shelter and found that it was something he had never seen before. A parasite beast soul. Like the beast soul of the Beetle Knight, it could not be summoned, and Hansen had no idea how to use it. However, normally speaking, a rare beast soul was a strong beast soul. If Hansen had high hopes for this beast soul and wished to find out more about it after he had access to the Skynet, Yang Zikan did not ask Hansen to meet in God's Sanctuary, but managed to get Hansen out of Blackhawk and took him to a private club. Hansen had little faith in the so-called closed-door military training at this point. Those with means could always open the doors. Business first. You can learn boomerang from me anytime. I have a fair rate for tutoring. Hansen smiled and said. Yang Zikan gave him a thumbs up and said, "Great. I love how direct you are. I'll be straightforward with you then. I've asked you to come today because I need some Sacred Blood Beast souls and wonder if I can purchase some in Steel Armor Shelter. Sacred Blood Beast souls are rare. Too many people need them, yet too few want to sell. Even if someone was to evolve and sell part of their Sacred Blood Beast souls, those beast souls would most likely be reserved in advance. Does this private club also deal beast souls from Second God's Sanctuary?" Yang Zikan was puzzled and explained to Hansen, "That is possible. Mr. Zhu, could you check for me how many Sacred Blood Beast souls we could use in Sapphire Shelter of Second God's Sanctuary?" asked Yang Zikan. "Currently, we have 3 Sacred Blood Beast souls that we can use in Sapphire Shelter. One is..." After he had explained everything, Mr. Zhu stepped back and waited for Yang Zikan to speak. "Brother, what do you think?" Yang Zikan asked Hansen. Mr. Zhu looked at Hansen in surprise. He knew very well Yang Zikan's character and thought Hansen must be someone important so that Yang Zikan will treat him this way. "I am very interested in the Sacred Blood Armor and Sacred Blood Mount. I have 3 Sacred Blood Beast souls that I want to use to exchange for those 2. Do you think that's doable?" Hansen pondered and asked. Mr. Zhu frowned upon Hansen's words. Although the Sacred Blood Beast souls in First God's Sanctuary were rare, the normal value of a Sacred Blood Beast soul from the first and one from the second were 3 to 1. Although the Sacred Blood Armor and Sacred Blood Mount in Sapphire Shelter were not the best, he would not necessarily trade them for even 6 Sacred Blood Beast souls in First God's Sanctuary. "Brother, can you show us the beast souls you have?" Yang Zikan said with a smile. Hansen summoned his 3-blade harpoon, brandished it briefly and said, "I think you should recognize this 3-blade harpoon. Huan Fu Pinking once showed it at an auction. It is rather sharp among sacred blood weapons." Mr. Zhu was dazed. He had heard of this harpoon. In fact, they did a lot of business with Ares Marshall Hall, and he had thought about acquiring this harpoon before. In terms of sharpness, the 3-blade harpoon was more than just rather sharp, but definitely one of the sharpest weapon in First God's Sanctuary. "Brother, are you really going to sell this?" Yang Zikan asked Hansen in surprise. "Sure." Hansen smiled. This 3-blade harpoon did not mean as much to him at this point. He could not kill a super creature with this harpoon, and since the harpoon was not a sword, he could not attach the devil's sword to it. Hansen still had the pair of skeleton's daggers, which were as sharp as the 3-blade harpoon. Although they were not as valuable as the beast soul, to Hansen, they functioned equally well. Therefore, Hansen wanted to sell his harpoon. For the second piece of beast soul, Hansen summoned the tornado wolf. The mount, asked Yang Zikan, gazing at the tornado wolf. Yang Zikan had never seen such a mount before and did not know what it could do. Mr. Zhu frowned slightly. Although the three-blade harpoon was great, a sacred blood mount from Second God's Sanctuary was definitely worth at least 3 sacred blood mount in the first. Hansen smiled and explained, "It is a mount called Tornado Wolf. It is nothing but fast. You should have heard about Blast Horse. Of course, Blast Horse is the fastest mount in First God's Sanctuary." Yang Zikan nodded and said, "This Tornado Wolf is slightly faster than Blast Horse. What do you think of it now?" said Hansen casually. Mr. Zhu stared at the Tornado Wolf and asked, "Are you serious? Is it really faster than Blast Horse? If you don't believe me, you can try it out. If it is not faster than Blast Horse, I will give it to you for free," said Hansen with a smile. Although the 2 beast souls Hansen had shown them were both top-notch, he still needed the 3rd beast soul to wow him before he would consider the deal. As he was still thinking, Hansen had summoned the 3rd beast soul. Hansen suddenly shapeshifted into a giant bear. The shapeshifting beast soul, Yang Zikan and Mr. Zhu were overjoyed. Sacred blood shapeshifting beast souls were very rare, and the one Hansen was showing could even use different martial arts and weapons. A beast soul like this would be bid to the sky. Yang Zikan asked Mr. Zhu to prepare the contract. After they both signed, Mr. Zhu arranged for a guy to transfer the 2 sacred blood beast souls to Luo Sulan. After completing the deal, both parties were satisfied about the transaction. Originally, Yang Zikan only wished to gain 1 or 2 sacred blood beast souls. In the end, he was able to obtain 3 top-notch beast souls, which were all practical as well. "Brother, you have so many excellent beast souls. Can you show us a few more?" Yang Zikan looked at Hansen excitedly. Mr. Zhu also looked at Hansen curiously. A person that had so many amazing beast souls triggered his curiosity. Since Hansen was selling incredible beast souls, what beast souls would he keep for himself? After Hansen returned, he organized his beast souls. The sacred blood beast souls he had were Black Beetle Armor, Bloody Slayer, Purple Winged Dragon, Fairy Queen, Hornbow, Golden Rockworm King, Phantom Ant, Three-Eyed Cat, Color Shifter, Holy Angel, Beetle Knight, Flame Lieutenant, and Devil Sword. Last but not least was the Super Beast Soul Aklar Reaper. Although Hansen did not know how to use it at this point, Hansen believed it must be an incredible beast soul. Wang Mingmeng rarely asked him of anything. Since it was just a party, of course Hansen would not turn her down. Wang Mingmeng took Hansen to a private garden with food and drinks already arranged. Hansen found a spot and started to eat, while Wang Mingmeng went to change. "Hansen, how come you're here?" someone exclaimed when seeing Hansen in the garden. Tang Zhenliu. Hansen was also dazed. He did not expect to see Tang Zhenliu there. "You're connected to the Wangs." Tang Zhenliu sat down next to Hansen and asked, "Wang Mingmeng is my schoolmate. She was the one who invited me to this party." Hansen answered. Tang Zhenliu looked at Hansen oddly and said, "You're not telling me that you don't know today is her birthday." Hansen was surprised and said, "Today is Mingmeng's birthday. You really don't know." "Haha, it seemed that you two were quite tight." Tang Zhenliu patted Hansen on the shoulder, laughing. Hansen was a bit concerned. Had he known that it was Wang Mingmeng's birthday, he would have prepared her a gift. But it might be too late for that. Hansen searched his pockets and found nothing that he could give her. "Tang, do you have an extra present? Could I borrow some?" Hansen looked to Tang Zhenliu expectantly. "I only have 1 gift. In addition, how can you borrow the present?" Tang Zhenliu said with his lips curled. Hansen wanted to say something, but he saw more people entering the garden. Among the men and women, Hansen spotted Son of Heaven and Huangfu Pinking. The birthday party was successful, and nobody paid Hansen any mind. Hansen continued to fill his stomach, while Tang Zhenliu was socializing with men and women in the high society. Son of Heaven had gained much more repose. He was no longer the domineering and overbearing person in steel armor shelter. When do you plan to evolve? As Hansen was eating, Son of Heaven walked to him and asked in a plain tone. "In 2 or 3 years, Hansen paused and answered. He felt like Son of Heaven had become a different person. Maybe he was possessed or something. Son of Heaven curled his lips into a strange smile. He raised a glass to his lips and sipped some wine. "I know what you're thinking. But since I entered Second God's Sanctuary, I no longer treated you as my enemy. My true enemy could only be an evolver, which you are not. As long as you do not enter Second God's Sanctuary, you will not understand what true strength is and how naive you are. In the future, if you are sent to Dark Lord's shelter, you can join my team. You're a good archer and I need someone like you. Evolve soon and stop playing house in First God's Sanctuary," Son of Heaven said and patted Hansen on the shoulder. Then he walked to a corner and sat down, observing the crowd in the party. Hansen was surprised by Son of Heaven's behaviors. If Son of Heaven wanted to kill him, he would not feel much. However, Son of Heaven no longer cared. This shift was alarming to Hansen. Hansen could feel that Son of Heaven no longer thought of him as an opponent. The guy treated Hansen as a stone in the hand of a Go player. A player would never treat the stone as his opponent or his enemy. You only evolved a few years earlier, and that does not mean you are superior. Hansen curled his lips and did not treat Son of Heaven too seriously. If he entered Second God's Sanctuary before he maxed out on his Super Geno points, that would be a real loss. I don't understand why you're lingering in First God's Sanctuary, said Huangfu Pinking with a sigh after Son of Heaven left. I need to stay for lots of reasons, said Hansen calmly. You must be maxing out on your sacred Geno points. Come to Second God's Sanctuary. Everything begins there. Huangfu Pinking tried to persuade him. I still need a lot more sacred Geno points. It will probably still take me at least 2 years, said Hansen with a smile. Huangfu Pinking stared at Hansen for a moment and said with disappointment, believe it or not, I never meant you any harm. Come to Second God's Sanctuary so that you can be truly strong. I believe you, Hansen said, blinking. Huangfu Pinking rolled her eyes at him and said, do not linger upon any romantic relationships. It would not serve you well. You know what my cousin said about you. He said if you evolved too late, you would not even be worthy of being his enemy, let alone friend. Huangfu Pinking thought the reason why Hansen would not leave First God's Sanctuary was because he had feelings for Wang Mingmeng, which surprisingly annoyed her. Watching Huangfu Pinking leave, Hansen said to himself with a faint smile, unworthy of being his enemy. Son of Heaven is so full of SHT. I hope he will have the same confidence to say that after I go to Second God's Sanctuary. Hansen paid no mind to what Son of Heaven and Huangfu Pinking had said and continued to eat and drink. Brother, this is my last birthday in military school. I don't know if I will have another opportunity to invite you to my birthday party, so Wang Mingmeng said apologetically when she eventually had time to come to Hansen. Whenever you ask me to come, I will come. The next time, you have to remind me it is your birthday so that I could buy a present for you. You know, I don't have the best memory in the world, said Hansen with a smile. The best present is your presence, Wang Mingmeng said, blushing a little. That is very sweet. But I have to give you a gift. Hansen pondered, wrote something on a napkin and gave it to Wang Mingmeng. He said, consider this your birthday present. Sister, happy birthday. Thank you. Wang Mingmeng started to read the napkin cheerfully. Both Son of Heaven and Huangfu Pinking noticed what was happening and wondered what Hansen had written. It said, Wang Mingmeng could use this coupon to make one of her wishes come true. Hansen, Son of Heaven, curled his lips with contempt and left. In his view, it was a cliché to chase after a girl. If it was any other occasion, it might be okay. However, in Wang Mingmeng's birthday party, the fact that this was all Hansen had to offer showed how incompetent Hansen was. Wang Mingmeng was the princess of the Wangs. She could basically have anything in the world, and how could an unevolved person ever fulfill her wish? Hansen was simply unable to give Wang Mingmeng a satisfactory gift. Brother, can I ask for anything? Wang Mingmeng asked expectantly. Anything I can do, Hansen smiled and said. Thank you, brother. This is the best present I have received today. Wang Mingmeng put away the coupon carefully. It seemed she did not plan to use it right away. He had not logged in Gladiator for a while. Checking his friend list, Hansen found that both Queen and QHZ were offline, and Desperado, whom he added long time ago, he was online. Since adding him, Desperado had never sent him a message or invite. Hansen did not understand why Desperado would add him in the first place. He was very impressed by Desperado, who had very high fitness level. Hansen was matched with him randomly by the system several times and lost within a few movements every time. Sparring with such a master, Hansen could barely learn anything because he lost too fast. Closing the friend list, Hansen suddenly received an invite from Desperado when he was about to be matched randomly. Hansen hesitated and clicked yes. He did not care if Desperado simply wanted to kick his ass, because hardship was what made one improve. Hansen accepted the invite and entered Gladiator. Seeing Desperado was still empty-handed, Hansen chose not to use any weapon as well. Friend, which branch in Ares Martial Hall are you from? After the countdown ended, Desperado did not attack but sent Hansen a message. Hansen was dazed and answered, I am not in Ares Martial Hall. Desperado was surprised. There were plenty of students from Ares Martial Hall and Gladiator. Since Hansen was able to mimic 13 slashes and diversion, Desperado thought he might be someone from Ares Martial Hall, which turned out not to be the case. Are you interested in joining us? Desperado asked. He was interested in this person who could keep QHZ interested in fighting him. I'm sorry, but I am still in military school, replied Hansen casually. Desperado was dazed. If he was in military school, he could only be a researcher or teacher. Because of the military school, students should be unevolved. Which school? Asked Desperado. I cannot say, said Hansen, unwilling to leak any personal information. Desperado did not ask and gestured the Hansen to start. Hansen threw a punch, and Desperado copied his move. Hansen was surprised and then understood what Desperado was trying to do. Desperado was mimicking Hansen's techniques and limiting his own fitness level to around 30. Hansen felt amused. He was a copycat himself, while a master like Desperado would choose to copy him. He wondered what Desperado was up to. Maybe a master always has some quirks. Hansen did not care, since he had learned these techniques from others anyways. Hansen continued to attack, practicing what he had learned. The various techniques that Hansen had learned were mostly from QHC, who had strong abilities in all aspects. Many techniques of QHC seemed to be the advanced version of Panorama. Hansen had fought QHC frequently and have learned a lot from him. Of course, Desperado did not copy Hansen to learn anything. What he was trying to do was to push Hansen to use his strongest skills. I will crush all the lesser techniques you use and push you to use what you truly got. Therefore, I could determine how strong you actually are. Desperado was confident in doing that. Although he did not have a distinct personal characteristic like Queen did, he had an eclectic style and was famous for that in Ares Martial Hall. Very soon, Desperado started to feel confused. Hansen seemed to have unlimited techniques up his sleeve, many of which seemed similar to those taught in Ares Martial Hall. Desperado did not believe that Hansen was not from the same organization as he did. In addition, Desperado felt uncomfortable when fighting Hansen, which was a familiar feeling to him, but he could not think of when he had felt it. Desperado dodged another punch and found himself at the corner of the stage, almost hitting the wall. Queen. Desperado suddenly remembered what that feeling was. A soldier on warship used the same techniques Queen did. Desperado then realized he was right. It was what Queen made him feel. Although a soldier on warship was no match to Queen and did not bring him the same pressure, the feeling was the same. How could this person make me feel this way? It is impossible he had learned that elsewhere. Maybe this guy is connected to Queen somehow. Desperado thought to himself skeptically. When he thought about it, he felt it was impossible. Queen was an orphan raised by Huan Fuxian Cheng. Since a soldier on warship said he was not from Ares Martial Hall, how was it possible that he was connected to Queen? Desperado was trying to confirm this, so he defeated Hansen with one blow, and sent Hansen another invite. Why did Desperado defeat Hansen? Because when trying to maintain his fitness level around 30, he was trapped in the corner by Hansen. If he did not use his true strength, he would lose. Ready to fight again, Desperado again chose to keep his fitness around 30. He was paying attention to Hansen's every move and was able to determine Hansen was indeed using Queen's skills. Trying to fight Hansen with a fitness level around 30, Desperado was basically fighting Queen of a weaker version, which allowed Desperado to observe the kiting skills better. Desperado thought it might help him in the future when he sparred with Queen. With such thoughts, Desperado fought Hansen repeatedly. However, as long as he kept his fitness level the same as Hansen, he would always be pushed into a corner. There was simply no way he could win. All he could do was to rely on his fitness. Desperado was upset about this. He was a fast learner himself, but he was unable to learn the kiting skills no matter what. There was a simple explanation for that. As long as one knew the rules, one could play Go. However, not everyone could become a master. Although Desperado was good at mimicking other people's skills, calculation and strategy could not be obtained simply by mimicking. One had to think for oneself. Hansen was a beginner himself, and was not even close to Queen's level. However, he could beat Desperado, who had never tapped into this field before, easily. I should go. See you next time. Hansen left Gladiator at mealtime. He felt like he had gained a lot. In the beginning, Desperado was trying to copy him. But later, Desperado had to use many techniques he had not seen before to cope with kiting skills. At the agreed time, Hansen went to meet Rainbowman and gasped, "It's you." Rainbowman had the same reaction and stared his eyes wide. Rainbowman turned out to be Suzayo Kao. Damn it, you're Rainbowman. Hansen looked Suzayo Kao up and down, wondering if he was disseminating fake news for money. Suzayo Kao chuckled and said, "I just wanted to make some money and didn't expect to meet you." "So you were lying about the phoenix-like creature?" Hansen asked in disappointment. "Of course not. When have I ever lied?" "All right, maybe I have, but I can swear on my dick this time that I have seen the creature," Suzayo Kao said excitedly. "Okay, how much is it?" "Take me with you," said Hansen. "How can I ever ask you for money? Just follow me there. But I have already collected money from other people, so we will need to take them as well, said Suzayo Kao. Most of the people that Suzayo Kao had appointment with were not from Steel Armor Shelter. The few from Steel Armor Shelter all knew Hansen and said hi. Other guys did not say hi to Hansen and obviously did not know him. Hansen, I heard that your archery skills are excellent. Could you show us? When they were having a rest, the guys from Steel Armor Shelter asked Hansen to perform archery skills. Hansen did not say anything, but Suzayo Kao grinned and said, I'm not bragging for Sen. In terms of archery, in First God's Sanctuary, no one is Sen's match. That is a daring claim, said the guy in golden armor coldly. I only know 2 people in Steel Armor Shelter. One is Dollar who beat Idongmu with 1 strike, and the other is the former head of Steel Armor Gang, King Chuan. Everyone else in the shelter is a nobody. Hansen smiled indifferently and did not pay him mind. Although the guy in golden armor thought highly of himself, in Hansen's eyes, the guy was not even worth his anger. The guy looked like he had great fitness, but judging from his behaviors, he was not someone serious about practicing martial arts. We don't know who Hansen is, but Mr. Yu is the strongest person in First God's Sanctuary. Quite a talker. Unfortunately, none of us is blind. Last year we had heard no Mr. Yu among the chosen, said Suzayo Kao with his lips curled. The hunk sneered, Mr. Yu is an evolver with all his geno points maxed out. Now do you still disagree with me? Those who were from Steel Armor Shelter looked to the guy in golden armor, shocked. They did not expect him to be an evolver with all his geno points maxed out. Normally speaking, one could choose to stay in First God's Sanctuary for a while after becoming an evolver. When one teleported out of God's Sanctuary and entered again, one would then be sent to Second God's Sanctuary. However, as long as one did not leave the shelter, one could stay in First God's Sanctuary as an evolver. Not many people would do that, because nothing in First God's Sanctuary was not meaningful to an evolver. After traveling for 6 days, all they could see was dunes. Everyone in Mr. Yu's group was arrogant. Although the people from Steel Armor Shelter were pissed, they chose to be silent since Mr. Yu was an evolver. There, Suzayo Kao said, pointing at a dune far away. Everyone looked to their direction and saw a huge tree standing on top of the dune. There really is a huge tree in the desert. Mr. Yu's eyes lit up. He did not go to Second God's Sanctuary after evolving because he wanted to take advantage of his physique and kill some sacred blood creatures for money. If he could kill a rare sacred blood creature, it would be even better. However, sacred blood creatures were not that easy to be found, and he did not want to waste too much time in First God's Sanctuary. Therefore, he naturally did not want to return empty-handed from the trip to Devil Desert. Where is the creature? Mr. Yu asked Suzayo Kao. He did not take all these men here just to see the tree. I only know that it went in that direction into the desert. As for where it went, I have no idea. Suzayo Kao pointed in the direction and said, lead the way. Mr. Yu commanded. Our contract is quite clear. I am only responsible for taking you to see the tree. You will have to find the creature yourself. Suzayo Kao frowned and said, cut the crap. Lead the way as we have asked. A follower of Mr. Yu exclaimed. Suzayo Kao looked to Hansen. And Hansen said to Mr. Yu, since you have signed a contract and my friend has fulfilled his duty, please go there yourselves. Are you talking to me? Mr. Yu looked at Hansen with obvious contempt. I don't think there is a second Mr. Yu, said Hansen casually. Since you know there is no other Mr. Yu here, you should know who the boss is, said Mr. Yu coldly. Now that I do not know, said Hansen, squinting his eyes. If you don't know who the boss is, at least you should know who the strongest person is, a follower of Mr. Yu said coldly. I know who the strongest person is, but that person is not Mr. Yu, said Hansen casually. Not Mr. Yu. You don't mean yourself. Other followers laughed. Yes, that's what I meant. Hansen nodded seriously. You must be out of your mind. You think you can be compared to an evolver who has maxed out on his sacred geno points. They looked at Hansen as if they were looking at an idiot. Not all evolvers are good, said Hansen casually. Then he turned to Suzayo Kao and said, since the contract is fulfilled, we should leave now. Let me show you whether an evolver is good or not. Mr. Yu urged his mount to charge Hansen. Hansen, Suzayo Kao suddenly became pale. If Mr. Yu were to attack Hansen, there was no way Hansen could beat an evolver. Hansen sat still on the three-eyed beast. He had already sold the Tornado Wolf, and Meowth was not the best ride, which was why Hansen had been riding three-eyed beast on this trip. Mr. Yu was holding a beast soul sword, which looked like a sacred blood beast soul. Hansen squinted his eyes at Mr. Yu's sword, which was exactly what he needed at this point. Mr. Yu rushed to Hansen, cutting his silver sword at Hansen's neck like a lightning bolt. Those with Mr. Yu did not move. It seemed they were enjoying the show. Mr. Yu was an evolver, so there was no one who could threaten him in First God's Sanctuary. Shortly, everyone opened their eyes wide. As the sword was about to cut Hansen's neck, Hansen suddenly reached out a hand and clipped the sword with 2 fingers. Everyone thought Hansen was crazy. No one should be able to clip an incoming sword with 2 fingers, especially when it was an evolver who was holding the sword. Mr. Yu uses more force than usual, trying to kill Hansen directly. The moment the sword touched Hansen's fingers, it seemed that Hansen's entire body became weightless. He attached himself to the sword and moved along with the sword wherever it went as if he was a fallen leaf. Feeling shocked, Mr. Yu took the sword back and threw a punch at Hansen, who had approached him with the sword. Hansen hit Mr. Yu's fist, jumped up and landed behind Mr. Yu, his skeleton's dagger on Mr. Yu's neck. Do you want to live or die? Hansen moved the dagger forward slightly with a smile. The sharp blade immediately cut the skin of Mr. Yu's neck, a drop of blood gliding down the dagger. What should I do for you if I want to live? Mr. Yu became pale, and none in his group dared to move. I am a fair person and could offer you an opportunity to correct yourself. However, if I let you go just like this, I'm afraid you will not learn your lesson. So, a sword for your life, the one you're holding right now, said Hansen. No way. My dad is the CEO of Dongcheng. If you lay a hand on me, my dad will kill your entire family, yelled Mr. Yu fiercely. Hansen almost burst out laughing. All right, when you go to hell, remember to appear in your dad's dream and tell him that it was Hansen who killed you. Hansen pushed the skeleton dagger deeper into Mr. Yu's skin. No, you can have it, Mr. Yu exclaimed, almost scared to death. This is your last chance. When I count to 3, if the sword is not in my hand, you can keep it with you in hell. Hansen started to count. 1, 2. Mr. Yu did not even dare to bargain and quickly transferred the beast's soul sword to Hansen. Do not claim to be an evolver next time, so that you will not lose face for all evolvers. Hansen took back the sword and the skeleton's daggers and returned to the back of his mutant 3-eyed beast. Once Mr. Yu gained his freedom again, he quickly summoned a beast soul knife and led his followers to attack Hansen. Go back, said Hansen casually. He had foreseen this outcome and quickly rushed to the group of people. Mr. Yu did not want to recognize the fact that he was weaker than Hansen. I should not have lost, thought Mr. Yu. In addition, Mr. Yu's had a lot of good men on his team, so he believed he must be able to kill Hansen this time and avenge himself. However, when Hansen was in the middle of them, Mr. Yu started to regret, because he found that the group were not a help, but a burden. Hansen walked casually among them, and for some reason, they could more easily hurt their teammates than Hansen. Every time Hansen brandished the skeleton's daggers, an injury would be made. Momentarily, 6 persons were hurt in the group. Su Xiaoqiao was dumbfounded. The way Hansen was doing it made him wonder who the evolver was. Mr. Yu was terrified. He could not describe the feeling he had. Obviously, Hansen was the one who was besieged. However, it felt like Hansen was actually behind the siege. Mr. Yu did not even have any chance to attack Hansen. Every time he tried to make a move, he would be blocked by one of his own people. Someone who had not really practiced martial arts could not tell how incredible kiting skills were. In the eyes of Hansen, people like this could not give him any pressure no matter how many they were. Get lost, Mr. Yu exclaimed when he found there was no chance to attack Hansen. Hansen did not chase after the rest of the group. When they have left, a blue lightning bolt left Hansen's hand. A mutant ghost butterfly boomerang flew toward Mr. Yu, who was throwing himself at Hansen. Mr. Yu tried to cut the boomerang in half, but when his weapon was about to touch the boomerang, it quickly made a weird turn and disappeared in front of his eyes. Then, blue flames exploded on Mr. Yu's chest, making him fall from his mount and roll around on the ground. When he looked up, he found that Hansen was squatting in front of him, a skeleton's dagger on his neck. Mr. Yu, you're such a kind person. I know you must want to help the poor and give me more sacred blood beast souls for free. Now, this time, how many do you plan to give me? Hansen patted Mr. Yu's face with the other dagger. Mr. Yu wanted to slap himself for messing with this guy. Why on earth did he do that? He had 2 sacred blood beast souls in total and one was gone already. Now he had to give the other one away. Hansen, why didn't you kill that animal? Su Xiaoqiao was excited, but puzzled at the same time. In his eyes, Hansen had every opportunity to kill everyone in that team. Who would scout for us if I killed them? Hansen grinned. Mr. Yu and his team were there for that creature. If that creature was a super creature for real, the smart thing would be to let the team scout for them, instead of taking the risks. When it came to a super creature, Hansen would never easily take the risks. It would be best if he could determine how strong the creature was before he decided on how to act. After running for a few miles, Su Xiaoqiao saw a group of people fighting a creature from afar. It was barely fighting, but more like slaughtering by the creature. A humongous golden firebird swept its wings across the group of people. Those touched by the wings were all burning. Once caught the golden flames, no matter how they tried, they could not put out the fire. Very soon, they were all turned into charcoal. Mr. Yu was the fastest on his mount. The rest of the group was all carbonized by the birds. Even Mr. Yu was not able to escape. He only bought himself some time before the bird ran after him like a golden light. Feeling the heat behind him, Mr. Yu wanted to fight for his life. He jumped from his mount and wheeled his weapon toward the creature's head. Although this weapon was not a sacred blood beast soul, it was a strong weapon and he made a great strike. However, the creature did not even dodge, but let the weapon hit itself. What happened next shocked Hansen. The knife went through the bird's head as if it had cut real flames. The creature was not hurt at all. The creature's body passed Mr. Yu, who was then turned into a ball of flame. All he could do was to scream before being burned into charcoal. Super creature. It is definitely a super creature. Hansen was both shocked and pleased. He was happy that he found a super creature eventually. However, this one seemed to be even stronger than the turtle. After everybody was burned into charcoal by the bird, it tweeted and flew toward the top of the high mountain. Although the mountain was located in the desert, it was magnificent. The top of the mountain was still covered in snow. Hansen wondered why a firebird would choose such a place to rest. After the bird had left, Suzayo Kiao and Hansen approached the dead bodies of the group of people. Watching the looks of the dead, they both felt a chill. Like the tree, their bodies were still intact, but turned into charcoal. It was horrific and sickening to look at. You have missed the trial for several days. You're lucky that Jingjia was the main subjects. Otherwise, Professor Yan would never let you off the hook, said Qin Jiming, who had been in charge of Hansen's case. Hansen watched Jingjia was running up and down in a closed field and asked curiously, "What is this? I have never seen it before." It is a recently built model called Sprint. The aim was to obtain the comprehensive data of a person under extreme conditions. You can also give the shot. Qin Jiming suddenly remembered something and asked Hansen, "Did you do the test I gave you last time? You should give me the data back. I haven't had time yet." Hansen suddenly remembered the solution and device, which he had not been able to use yet. "Do it when you have time," Qin Jiming did not insist. After all, Hansen was only the unofficial subject, while Jingjia's data was the key. After coming out of Sprint, Jingjia was covered in sweat. It looked like he had been through hell. "Hansen, come and try this." Jingjia saw Hansen, quickly pulled him into Sprint and closed the door. "At least tell me how to use this." Hansen saw different obstacles and said with a wry smile, "There were many metal walls facing different directions. Some were even up in the air. Do you see the white zones on the metal walls? You have to step on the white zones to pass all the walls. If you step out of the white zones, you would get a shock and have to start over again. In order to pass, you have to pass all the metal walls to reach the finishing line without getting shocked." Qin Jiming explained the rules to Hansen through a microphone. "Doesn't seem that hard," said Hansen, glancing at the white zones. Although the white zones were only 1 foot wide each, it was wide enough for Hansen. However, when Hansen started the test, he found that he was terribly wrong. The metal walls and white zones were designed specifically to increase the challenge. The walls were not flat, but skewed in different angles. Some were even upside down. So, he had to jump continuously and could take no break. In addition, he also needed to use all kinds of positions. Almost all the muscles must be motivated in order to finish the task. It truly was a scientific design. If he was not fast enough or flexible enough, there was no way he could shift his moves in time to step on the next metal wall. It was a simple test, but the challenge was tremendous. With Hansen's physique, he even felt some difficulties. Hansen had only passed the easiest mode of Sprint. By adjusting and adding the metal walls, the difficulty could be further improved. In addition, gravity inside the device could also be increased. From level I to level X, Hansen had only passed level I, which was the easiest among them all. Sprint is much better than an ordinary gravity trainer. It must be great for me to practice overload. Since Hansen discovered this interesting device, he had come to the lab more and more often. He mainly came to the lab to use Sprint and was not interested in other tests. He always waited for the researchers to leave the lab before he started to use Sprint to train himself. As Hansen had expected, Sprint was not only harder than a gravity trainer, it was also more effective and comprehensive when it came to training his entire body. In addition to training, Hansen also needed to go to lectures. Originally, he thought his performance would allow him to become a major in the military upon graduation. But because he had missed school for a long time, He did not get good grades in many courses and had to double his efforts so that he could still become a major. Fortunately, he had won a championship in the archery tournament for the school, and Professor Yan had also promised him extra credits. If he could be top 3 in his other 2 courses, he believed he would still become a major. Hansen had also been studying how to kill the phoenix-like creature. However, he could not come up with a good solution at the time being, so he had to give up the thoughts for the moment. When he saw the creature, he had used the Fairy Queen to observe how it killed Mr. Yu. Based on what he saw, the creature was not entirely made of fire. Within its body, there was still a solid core, and in order to kill it, he must directly attack its core wrapped in flames. However, the bird's flame was untouchable, and normal weapons could not even reach its core, not even a long one like a spear. The only feasible way to attack it was to shoot an arrow into its body. However, Hansen did not even have a sacred blood beast soul arrow. There was no way he could hit the super creature, so he had to give up temporarily. A few months had passed in the blink of an eye. With overload, Hansen's fitness index had reached 25. With heresy mantra also used, his fitness index was over 30. Higher than an evolver with all the Geno points maxed out. It is time I try to kill a super creature, Hansen decided. His fitness index had reached 30 at this point, which was about the limit of First God's Sanctuary. It would be hard for him to improve any further. In addition, he had the sacred blood sword from Mr. Yu. He almost had everything ready at this point. All he needed was a super creature as his target. As for the firebird, Hansen would not even consider it without a proper arrow. Before Hansen went to hunt, he took the semi-annual assessment. Thanks to his efforts, he had got the highest score on campus, earning him a lot of credits. To Hansen's joy, the cloud beast that he had been feeding for a year had become a super creature as he had estimated. Looking at the cloud beast, Hansen clenched the skeleton's dagger in his hand and whispered, "Heaven, Buddha, God of Fortune, Lady Luck, please give me a super beast soul." Crack. Hansen killed the super cloud beast and heard the voice in his head. Super creature cloud beast killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Read inedible. The voice. The body of the cloud beast dissolved, and a piece of life essence fell on the floor exactly like last time. Damn it, cursed Hansen with his teeth gritted. Again, he did not get the beast's soul. It would take him a year to have another chance. After returning home, Luo Sulan was not as excited as Hansen thought she would be. It seemed something had occupied her mind. "Mom, has something happened?" Hansen asked, worried. "You're a grown man now. I suppose I should give you something your father left behind." Luo Sulan hesitated for a while, retrieved a small box from the closet, and placed it in front of Hansen. Hansen looked at the alloy box in front of him in surprise. He remembered that his dad died in an aircraft accident, and people did not even find his body, so how was it possible that he had left something behind? Seeing that Hansen was puzzled, Luo Sulan said, "Your dad gave this to me 2 days before he had the accident. He said that it might be useful to you someday. You were too young, so I did not show you this. Now that you've grown up and know right from wrong, it's time that I give it to you. Does it have anything to do with Dad's death?" Hansen's heart leapt. Luo Sulan shook her head and said, "I don't know if that is the case. I feel like someone like your dad would not leave this for no reason." And it was as if he knew something was wrong at that point. Hansen bit his lip and slowly opened the box. He was too young when his father died, but as he grew older, many things about the incident seemed odd. Their family business was prospering under his father's management, but it was merely a workshop compared to Starry Group. The family business did not even own their own mines. Why would a giant company like Starry Group be interested in such a small business? If Dad was murdered by them, what was in it for Starry Group to go through such trouble and murder his dad? Hansen was puzzled by many details, but because he was too young, he did not remember everything and could not tell what was wrong. Hansen opened the box. There were 3 items in it: a metal chip that looked like a work permit, a small diary book, and a crystal pendant hanging on a red cord. Hansen first took up the metal chip, which was indeed a work permit. Black characters were imprinted on the white chip. Han Jingjai, Unit 7, Secret Service, AX 958712558. Hansen read the characters to himself and felt surprised. The name Han Jingjai was familiar to Hansen. It was the name of Hansen's great-grandpa. About his great-grandpa, all Hansen knew was his name. Apart from this name, Hansen knew nothing about the man. Seeing the work permit, Hansen learned that his great-grandpa used to work for a governmental organization in the Alliance. But it looks like he was just an ordinary staff member. Putting down the work permit, Hansen took up the crystal pendant. It was quite small and made of red crystal. It looks like a cat or fox with its head and tail connected. Its tail was too big for a cat, but its face was a cat's face. It felt like a piece of jade. Since Hansen knew nothing about jewelry, he did not know what it was. Mom, where did this pendant come from? Hansen looked to his mother, puzzled. Luo Sulin had a complex look on her face. She hesitated and said, when your father gave to me. He said your great-grandpa left this behind and that if you ran into any trouble, you can take this to Starry Group and seek help from the Nings. Seek help from Starry Group and the Nings. Hansen almost thought there was something wrong with his ears. For the longest time, he thought Starry Group was responsible for his father's death. However, his father said he could go to the Nings with this pendant, which was simply unbelievable. I also felt it was fishy, so no matter how hard it was, I did not go to Starry Group, said Luo Sulin with a wry smile. Hansen nodded. If it were him, he would have chosen to do the same. No matter what, Starry Group was an important suspect in killing his father. There was no way he would ask for their help. The whole thing was so odd that Hansen was confused. He did not know what was the relationship between his father and Starry Group, or why his father had said that. However, everything told Hansen that his father's death was not as simple as he thought it was. Putting the pendant down, Hansen took the diary from the box. Although the style of the diary book was old, it did not look like it was used often. Hansen opened the book and saw two words which made his pupil's contract. Super Gene. Hansen's heart was racing. He thought no one knew about the existence of Super Gene. He had searched on the Skynet and the platform of the Special Squad, but he had found absolutely nothing on super creatures or super gene. Seeing these two words on the diary book, Hansen had a million thoughts at once. The book and the writing seemed to be quite old. Are they also left by my great-grandpa? How come he wrote something like this? Does he mean the same thing that I know of? Hansen quickly scanned the pages of the diary. However, except for the first page, there was no other words on the diary. All the other pages were blank. Someone else also circled the two words in red ink and wrote a question mark. Hansen was so shocked that he only noticed it a while later. What does this mean? Is someone questioning whether Super Gene exists? Hansen frowned and looked to Luo Sulin, wishing his mother had an answer. However, Luo Sulin sighed and said, your father did not say anything but that these were left by your great-grandpa Han Jinjai. Keep them with you, maybe they will become handy later. Hansen nodded and put away the three items. They might explain his father's death, and he was the only one who could find out about the truth. Hansen felt more puzzled since his mother showed him everything. Originally, he only wanted to find out whether Starry Group was behind his father's accident. However, everything seemed to be more complicated than he had thought. Hansen thought Starry Group must have something to do with his father's death, but his father asked his mother to go to the Names, owners of Starry Group, before he died. It was so self-contradicting that Hansen still could not understand what had happened. Hansen knew it was pointless for him to worry. He had to gain more and more power in order to find out. With his current background, if he became obsessed, it was more likely he would get killed than find out about the truth. After staying at home for a few days, Hansen returned to Blackhawk and started to prepare for hunting a super creature. Hansen still had not completed the third phase of Heresy Mantra. It looked like he could not make a breakthrough in a short amount of time. All that was left to do was to fill his sacred Geno points up. Hansen planned to gain more sacred Geno points while looking for a super creature. Since Hansen has no method to kill the phoenix-like super creature, he planned to leave it alone for the time being. Initially, Hansen wanted to go to the Jade Dragon Mountains alone, hunting sacred blood creatures while looking for super creatures. Maybe he would run into something like the Golden Growler. However, before Hansen left, he saw the sign he told with Lu Weinen on the crooked tree outside the steel armor shelter. Last time, Lu Weinen took him to find the Beetle Knight. Hansen had agreed to give Lu Weinen a 20% cut, but he never saw Lu Weinen again. Unexpectedly, Hansen found the sign at this point. Hansen arrived as dollar at the time and place indicated by Lu Weinen on a note, and saw Lu Weinen next to a creek in a mountain nearby. Last time I did not find you. I finished eating the sacred blood meat, so I could only offer you money or finish a task for you. I will try my best, said Hansen. Lu Weinen looked at Hansen in surprise and said, brother, you really killed those two sacred blood creatures. I went there again and saw nothing. I thought those two creatures have left. I killed them, Hansen said calmly. Brother, I don't want your money. I happen to have something that I want to ask you and wonder if you could do me a favor. Lu Weinen hesitated and said, tell me. I'm not sure if I could help though. Hansen frowned secretly. He preferred to give money, which would be less troublesome. So, I have a few friends who want to go to Jade Dragon Mountains. However, the place is obviously too dangerous for me. If you have time, could you take them into the mountains? You could take my 20% cut as the reward, where I can pay you more, said Lu whining helplessly. Hansen packed and went to the agreed place to meet the group of people. Lu said he could hire Dollar to guide our way. We thought he was bragging and it turns out to be you for real. Chen Zichen squinted his eyes, looking Hansen up and down. It seemed he was very interested in Dollar. I am just a normal person who takes the money and does the job, Hansen said casually. Indeed, if you are not a normal person, you will not be staying in First God's sanctuary until now, Chen Nangsing. The skinny guy next to Chen Zichen said. Hansen did not pay him any mind and said quietly, when do you plan to go? Now, said Chen Zichen. Hansen did not say anything and led the group riding the Alf. Only the two brothers, Chen Zichen and Chen Nangsing, were evolvers with their sacred blood geno points maxed out, while the other four were their followers and only evolved with their mutant geno points maxed out. Naturally, they were much weaker than Chen Zichen and Chen Nangsing. However, even the brothers did not scare Hansen. Even if they were strong, they had just evolved and had not learned the hyper-geno arts designed for evolvers, so there was no way they could beat Hansen. Everyone had heard about Dollar. However, as evolvers, they did not think too highly of him. Chen Zichen was very interested in Dollar and tried to test how strong Hansen was. However, Hansen did not show anything, but only guided the way. It was not the first time Hansen had come to Jade Dragon Mountains, but he became careful immediately after he entered the mountains, in case there was a super creature. Dollar, don't worry. Go ahead and it's fine if there were several sacred blood creatures. In that case, we could all enjoy barbecue tonight, Chen Nangsing said sarcastically, displeased with Hansen's low speed. Having marched for another half a day, Hansen suddenly stopped and looked at the layering mountains in front of him with delight. Why did you stop? Chen Nangsing frowned and asked. I'm afraid we cannot go further, Hansen paused and said. The group of people looked ahead and did not see anything. Chen Nangsing said impatiently, there are no creatures or anything wrong. How come we cannot go? If I'm not wrong, this should be a life lotus ahead of us. Hansen pointed at the mountains and said, what? You're saying there is a nest? Everyone became excited and looked at the mountains in front of them. However, they could not tell why it was a life lotus. There are plenty of mountains like this in this area, and those mountains look nothing special to them. Are you sure there is a nest? Qin Jiming asked Hansen incredulously. It's only a guess. I am not sure, said Hansen casually. However, he was certain inwardly that there must be a nest. Hansen was calculating how he could break the egg before everyone else. It was indicated in the contract they signed that Hansen was only responsible as a guide. When there was a creature, Hansen could also choose to kill it. Whoever killed the creature would be its owner. It was Hansen's only condition for taking the group into Jade Dragon Mountains, and the group agreed easily because they did not believe as an unevolved person. Dollar could kill any creature before they did. In a life lotus, the slopes were extremely steep. Without wings, people would have to climb the cliffs. Hansen also put away Meowth and followed the group. If it was an ordinary place, Hansen would have chosen to rush inside a moment ago. However, in Jade Dragon Mountains, he was not sure if there were additional creatures, so he chose to take his time. Careful, Hansen, who was walking behind them, exclaimed. The group were shocked and quickly looked to Hansen. Hansen was pointing at the sky, so they looked up and saw a bird with 3 feet coming at them like a piece of dark cloud. Clear, Chen Zichen shouted and summoned a spear more than 6 feet long. He stepped on the cliff and stabbed the spear at the bird. The rest of the group quickly dodged. They dug their fingers into the rocks and quickly climbed up. Hansen was surprised. Although they had high fitness levels, they must have practiced special martial arts in order to achieve this. It was not hard to drive one's fingers through the rock, but it was difficult to do that repeatedly even for evolvers. Chen Zichen made his first strike with the spear, but the bird had already risen higher. When Chen Zichen started to fall, the birds then clawed at him. Initially, Hansen thought Chen Zichen must have sacred blood wings to make such a daring move. However, Chen Zichen did not have wings. As the bird was about to get him, he suddenly turned his body around in the air and moved 3 feet away from the bird's claws without touching anything. Then Chen Zichen raised his spear and stabbed at the bird's wing again. The bird was cunning enough to dodge the spear one more time. Watching Chen Zichen fighting the bird in the air and stepping on the air repeatedly, Hansen felt he was looking at 2 birds. When Chen Zichen stepped on the air the 3rd time, he started to fall. However, he only landed briefly before he threw himself into the air again. Hansen was more than surprised. The footwork that allowed Chen Zichen to step on the air 3 times was incredible. Without wings, Hansen could not achieve that. The footwork was not even recorded in Panorama. Hansen wondered who Chen Zichen was to be a master of such footwork. Suddenly, the bird screeched and landed on the top of the mountain. Next to the bird stood a person. 7 twists of the chins is impressive indeed, the person said, watching Chen Zichen who had landed on the ground. The entire group were shocked. Chen Zichen stared at the person and asked, since you know about 7 twists, you should be a family friend of the Chens. Why did you attack us? My name is Yi Yufeng. I don't think you have heard my name. I am a student at the headquarters of Ares Martial Hall, and I know your family well, said the guy in black armor. So you're from the Ares Martial Hall. No wonder you dared to attack us. I need to question Huang Fuxing Chang when I get back, Chen Nangsing said, annoyed. Yi Feng said calmly, Ares Martial Hall is the Chen's friend. I did not mean to attack you, but to appreciate 7 twists and to save you. Save us, Chen Zichen asked. You must be going to the nest. To be honest with you, I have already been there. Unfortunately, the creature inside was too strong. I almost lost my life and gained nothing. Which is why I am giving you a reminder, said Yi Feng. We appreciate it. But this is our business and has nothing to do with Ares Martial Hall. Chen Nangsing snorted and walked toward the entrance of the nest. Chen Zichen glanced at Yi Feng and followed Chen Nangsing. I did not realize the famous dollar belongs to the Chens. Yi Feng checked Hansen out. Their faces were both covered in armor, so neither of them could see the other. If that is the case, you better not enter the nest. Otherwise, you might lose your life for some money. Yi Feng smiled and said, I'm afraid you don't know that all 6 of them are evolvers. Do you think the creature could hurt 6 evolvers? Hansen probed. Yi Feng smiled and said, no need to probe. Even if I tell you, you would probably not believe me. Evolvers like the Chen brothers could never hurt the creature even if there were 60 of them. If they were slower, maybe they would lose their lives there. As for you, you better not go in. When Hansen arrived at the entrance, the group of people had entered for a while. They walked very fast. It seemed that they were worried Yi Feng would break the egg before they did. Hansen looked inside and sat on the rock next to the entrance along with Yi Feng. Aren't you going inside? Yi Feng looked at Hansen in surprise. Didn't you say it's dangerous and I'd better not go? Hansen asked. Yi Feng was dazed for a while before he smiled and said, I heard a lot about dollar, but just found out how interesting you are. When Hansen was about to reply, he suddenly heard messy footsteps from the nest. Hansen quickly looked down. Shortly, people started to climb out of the entrance. The first who came out was Chen Nangsing, who was as pale as a piece of paper. His armor was slashed open either by a weapon or a claw. Blood was oozing. Behind Chen Nangsing, Chen Zichen also climbed up. He looked slightly better than Chen Nangsing. His armor was also broken, but it was not as severe as Chen Nangsing's injury. You guys are more impressive than I thought. You both lasted quite long in the nest, said Yi Feng. Is that a sarcasm? Chen Nangsing was in a terrible mood. Hearing Yi Feng's words, he bristled and wanted to hit him, but was stopped by Chen Zichen. I truly admire you and did not mean to be sarcastic. I almost died in a couple of seconds. Well, you lasted for about 15 minutes and you are still alive, said Yi Feng seriously. Knowing Yi Feng was sincere, Chen Nangsing was less angry. However, thinking of the 4 evolvers who had sacrificed in the nest, he sat down depressed, his lips twitching. What is the creature? How come it's so strong? That creature is invisible. Hansen did not understand what they meant by not being able to see the creature. It was not invisible, but too fast. It was running all around among the cells in the nest. We could not see what it was at all, said Yi Feng. He paused and continued, the only thing I know is that it is a quadruped beast. Chen Zichen must have a fitness index above 30, since even he could not tell what the creature looked like. The creature was probably much faster than a sacred blood creature. If it was a super creature, then this was great news to Hansen. However, thinking about the creature's speed, Hansen frowned. Using both Heresy Mantra and Overload, Hansen's fitness level should be a bit stronger than Chen Zichen. However, if Chen Zichen could not keep up with the creature, Hansen probably couldn't either. I wonder if you are interested in hunting the creature with me, Yi Feng suddenly said, attracting the attention of Chen Zichen, Chen Nangsing and Hansen. You know how to kill it. Chen Nangsing stared at Yi Feng and asked, I have a method, but I can't do it alone. Yi Feng then looked to Hansen and asked, I wonder if you have evolved, dollar. Not yet. Hansen told the truth. That is unfortunate. If you have not evolved, you would not be fit enough to even see the creature. Even if you have evolved, without your sacred blood geno points maxed out, you will still be killed like those 4 guys. Although Yi Feng did not say it directly, he implied that Hansen was not strong enough to collaborate with them. What if I choose to go down? Hansen asked Yufeng calmly. I meant well, but if you want to commit suicide, I will not stop you. In fact, if you choose to go inside, you could buy us more time, which would do us more good than harm. Yufeng smiled and said, What's your method? Chen Nanxing asked Yufeng hastily. It is pretty simple. The creature is only too fast for us to even hit it. In fact, if we could hit it, it would be easy for us to kill it, said Yufeng. Cut the crap. We all know that. Chen Nanxing sneered. You have a way for us to hit it. Chen Zichen stared at Yufeng and asked. Yufeng said quietly, Of course. But before I tell you, we must determine how to divide our gains, so that Ares Marshall Hall and the Chens could still be friends. How do you propose we divide the gains? Chen Zichen asked Yufeng. The beast soul of the sacred blood creature would belong to whoever killed it. We will divide the meat equally and I get to break the egg. Yufeng said his plan. Obviously, the plan did not include Hansen. Neither Yufeng nor the Chen brothers think of Hansen as either opponent or partner. They all thought all Hansen could do was to distract the sacred blood beasts and buy them some time before he was killed. Yufeng then summoned a ball of black smoke. The smoke was moving constantly like a sand clock that repeated itself. This is my sacred blood add-on beast soul, time curse. It could be used on any creature and slow it down. Of course, although it was a sacred blood beast soul, it is not very effective on a sacred blood creature. However, it can still slow the sacred blood creature down a little bit. What do you think of my idea? Yufeng asked, pointing at his beast soul, time curse. It depends on how much slower the creature would get, Chen Zichen said, staring at time curse. Yufeng took time curse back and determined the exact action plan with the two brothers. Then, the three of them entered the nest together. Hansen followed them down, and they did not pay him any mind. Maybe Hansen could distract the sacred blood creature for a while, so they did not stop him. Shortly, Hansen saw the broken green gold wall and vast space filled with different cells. The cells crisscrossed like the nest of spiders. Outside the green gold wall, blood was spilled everywhere. However, they never saw the bodies of the four evolvers with mutant genopoints maxed out. Chen Zichen, among us, you are the only one who could dodge a fatal attack from the creature. So I'm afraid you must go first and lure the creature out so that I could use the time curse. Yifeng stopped walking and said. Chen Zichen nodded slightly and shapeshifted into a monkey-like creature. Walking to the broken green gold wall, he crawled into the underground space of the nest nimbly. Yifeng and Chen Nanxing watched Chen Zichen closely, and so did Hansen. He was curious to know what the creature looked like. Yifeng had agreed to be the bait before they came down. If Yifeng did not need a person acting as the bait, he would not have chosen to collaborate with them. Obviously, Yifeng did not have the ability to dodge the creature's attacks while using time curse. When Chen Zichen just walked into the space, he suddenly saw a black shadow rushing toward him from the back of a cell nearby. The shadow became so sudden and fast. Hansen had been paying full attention, but all he could see was a blur. He felt like it was something between a wolf and a fox. Chen Zichen was indeed very strong. Under such critical conditions, he quickly turned around in an impossible angle and protected all the vital parts of his body. The shadow only scraped his arm, but even so, it still managed to make him bleed. After landing, the shadow did not even pause before it jumped at Chen Zichen. Here goes, exclaimed Yifeng. The time curse took the creature in a whirl. The time curse covered a large scope, so unless the creature retreated, it was impossible for it to avoid the beast soul's impact. Suddenly, a black lightning bolt slowed down. The group then saw what the creature looked like. It was a black wolf larger than an ordinary one, with the size of an adult tiger. Kill it! Both Yufeng and Chen Nanxing rushed to the creature immediately, trying to kill it together with Chen Zichen. Hansen shapeshifted into the bloody slayer and came forward